Hey everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Venruki, and Supatees. We have had a whole couple of days of EU and NA battling it out for Cup number 1. That means we are almost halfway through for these teams to be earning enough points to make it into either top 3 or the bottom 3 to make it into the gauntlet. Of course, those top 3 teams after the first 2 cups will be going to that mid-season clash, Supatees. So these games are going to get extremely important today.
Yep, this is going to be a huge opportunity to get the big king share of the points right now. So I'm really looking to see what Europe can bring. The first round, it's going to be Echo versus Lava Lava. And Lava Lava are one of the few teams, maybe the only team that's might play a warrior. They played a warrior in their first day, and now they're going up against Echo. And they just appear to be like completely newcomers. And they're already in second place, which is very impressive. I'm hoping that they're going to put up a real fight for Echo.
Yeah, seeing a lot of new players, newly created rosters coming into the AWC this season so far that are really quickly becoming top dog, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Europe has been kind of up in the air this season. I feel like there's been some changes. There's been, typically Europe, it's all about Echo. They're winning, they're dominating. Well, I mean, right now they're in the best seat. They're in the best seat that we have available here at the tournament. But they did lose Meh, and Meh was definitely a big reason for their success in previous year. So Europe is a little bit more up in the air with that, and same thing goes for Swapsy. Unfortunately eliminated, playing in that Wandering Water Furbolgs team, but that is a really solid team as well. They had a pretty weak performance this weekend, but this is a team that historically performs very well. Just a lot of good new kind of faces, but also some of the old ones. Europe seems really competitive this year around.
Yeah, they certainly do. Kind of a good mix of returning veterans and new faces, as you said. We can take a look at the bracket. Of course, we are starting off the day in Europe, and we are ending the day in North America. So if you want to see some of those teams, definitely stick around a little bit later. But here's what we're looking at for Championship Sunday for the first cup of Season 3. HOOLIBANG versus CHIBAKU Tensei. They're down there in that lower bracket, then facing elimination. And the 4 teams that are left, I would definitely be scared if I was one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. We can talk a little bit about HOOLIBANG, bringing a very unique composition. 3-player roster, playing Rogue, Windwalker, Priest. So really, really interesting. They are super explosive. Zico was saying that this is a team that kind of had their come up on the solo shuffle ladder. Came together, all 3 of them do very well in solo shuffle. Now they're coming together, and they've had an incredible performance making it into the top 4. Compositionally, I would have never imagined this team would succeed. So I'm glad that they proved me wrong, because they've been a ton of fun to watch. And I think their series, which I think is the second one of the day, is going to be super fun.
I think so too. And this first game especially, I think, is extremely important. Lava Lava, Zico, you already mentioned how great this team is, just starting off in AWC, coming from the ladder. So they're already well known in the European region, versus Echo, of course, the top dog for Europe for so long. Do you feel like, Zico, Lava Lava is going to be able to handle Echo?
I feel like I don't want to count Lava Lava out, but this is Echo we're talking about. They've won pretty much everything there is to win for as long as I can remember. But this will be Lontar's kind of first real test, I will say. I think this is going to be one of the really strong teams that they're going to go against. But at the same time, Lava Lava, we'll see. Because the thing about them is you need to be able to beat Echo in multiple different styles of composition, right? And that's the problem. That we've always said that, okay, great, you can beat Echo's Mage Lock, but can you beat their Rogue Mage? Can you beat their Boomkin Warlock? Can you beat all of these other comps that they have available? So it's going to be an uphill battle for sure for Lava Lava, but we'll see if Echo, and especially Lontar, I'm excited to see what healer he plays and kind of how he performs here on this roster.
Yeah, I'm interested too. Lontar, he's got some big shoes to fill, Meh, and then of course Chaz before that. So, he is a veteran player. Everyone knows and loves Lontar. But Supatees, what do you feel like is the most important healer that we're kind of seeing in terms of specs come out from yesterday and the day before that game? What is rising to the top right now?
I think Resto Druid is still a pretty safe bet, but Resto Shaman also is increasingly becoming more common. Like, for example, in North America, we might see the move going head-to-head against Liquid with Shaman mirrors. I'm curious to see what Echo start with, if they're going to be a Druid or a Shaman. Shaman has worked out really well with them so far, so I'm expecting it, but they could use a Druid if they're anticipating these melee cleaves from Lava Lava. I think Druid would be better in that scenario, so there's a lot for them to consider. And Lava Lava is playing comps that are not common. They played the Warrior Demon Hunter. They're probably going to play a little bit of Ellie Demon Hunter or maybe some Ellie Warrior. Ellie Demon Hunter is a bit more common, but those other two options definitely not. So this might be a case where Lava Lava might be able to take like a game 1 win because Echo isn't 100% sure what's going to be thrown their way.
Yep, they certainly are. Well, we will be into game number 1 shortly. Gates are now opening. Echo versus Lava. It's upper bracket.
Yeah,
all right, let's see. You go ahead.
Go ahead. You go ahead, Zico.
I was going to say, let's see how they do here. We got Lontar on the Resto Druid, and we got, of course, the Rogue Mage this time around coming out here from Echo. And this is a composition that, you know, we like to call them the best at it because I feel like they've proven that. Big matchup here for Lava Lava if they can take Echo down here on the Rogue Mage. Right now, Waz going over 2 decks here, killing off that Healing Tide Totem behind the pillar. Kidney Shot here onto Dex. It looks like he actually wants to load up some damage here onto Dex, but not able to quite find the pressure. Raikou getting the Arcane Surge, and now he's going to be able to add in damage. But Dex is out of stun locks. He's got Ascendance up. There's no way Dex is going to take any damage here, and they are going to swap over to Lontar here on the side of Lava Lava. Lontar already forced to use Heart of the Wild. Darkness coming out here for Coffee. A little bit preemptive there, I would say, but Lontar walks away with just using his renewal. He still has Bark Skin, he still has Iron Bark. Lontar is definitely not going to be going down anytime soon right now.
Yep, so far so good here for Echo, and I think if it plays out standard, it's going to be a good matchup for them. We'll see what Lava Lava is going to be able to do. Dex right now taking a huge amount of damage. Waz and Raikou all over him. At the same time, though, Lontar could be in a little bit of trouble. Heart of the Wild, Barskin going to be popped. That's going to make him a very durable bear, just kiting across the map, using Raikou as kind of a focus point to reposition, and does end up getting away. Can they get the crowd control out? It looks like they're getting poly spams right now on the carry. Big kidney shot here on the Dex. He's in a little trouble. Follow up cheap shot, Waz and Raikou. Just constant pressure on this Shaman, and it seems to be working out quite nicely so far. That's going to be the Ancestral Guidance from Dex, just increasing his healing a little bit, and the name of the game seems to be go after the healer. Both Lontar and Dex just not feeling too comfortable in the match. Full Polymorph now lands onto Dex, though, as they're making a swap here onto the Warrior. He's got no defensive cooldowns whatsoever and needs to abandon the chase here on Lontar. So good defensive play there by Echo, mixing it up, going after the Warrior. Now they're on Dex, and this is one thing that Waz and good Outlaw Rogues do in particular. They can just make any target viable at this point of the game. So many different stuns and so much damage available, and it's a really effective way to play. Nobody knows who they're going to be going after, and kind of everyone has to be on their toes.
Yeah, and it's really tough for Dex because he only has that one Earth Shield. But right now, Waz taking a lot of damage here. Blind coming out, Kidney Shot coming out, Evasion coming out for Waz, and he's going to be kind of okay, I think. They're swapping over to Lontar. Cheap Shot coming out onto Coffee. Cheap Shot onto Dex. They get a full Sheep on Carius. They get a full Cyclone on Coffee. Dex isolated here. 3 versus 1 situation. Raikou spamming out the damage. Arcane Missiles flying in. The Arcane Blast are coming in as well. Raikou fake casts the Wind Shear, gets the precog, and that's going to allow him to free cast even more damage, just spamming out those Arcane Blasts. And the thing about Echo that I like that they always do into these melee cleaves is they just kind of have the mage deal with the melees and just run them away and just let Waz kind of solo the healer. It's been a way that they like to play these matchups quite a bit, but on occasion, they will do what they do here, where Raikou goes for like a Dragon's Breath Sheep, for example, and they don't put the healer on stun there. And then out of the CC, they swap back to the healer. So you can expect Echo right now to send a Kidney Shot here onto Dex, potentially. They get a Sheep there. There's a Fear, and you can see here, Waz wanted to go for it, but has to peel right now for Lontar. Lontar pre-bear stat, Mass Barrier coming out from Waz. And now Waz looking for the stuns here onto Dex, but Dex with good positioning. It's going to force Waz to just send the Kidney Shot here onto the Warrior instead. Waz is going to recover here with the Iron Bark. Big heals coming out from Lontar. Right now 14% dampening, 3.5 minutes elapsed into the match. And Lontar's mana is about half. And we've said this before, if the Druid and the Shaman both don't drink, the Shaman wins. The Shaman is like a camel. He just can go longer without drinking water. But if the Druid can get CC, they can close out the match before that. And the Druid also has an easier time to drink with that stealth. But right now, Kari is in big trouble. And they do manage to force out the Ascendance. They didn't get the Trinket, though, from Dex, which is what they wanted. But still, more pressure coming out. He just got to be the Spirit Link Totem for sure. He's being greedy with it. Waz activates the evasion here as well. Ring of Fire is just burning everything down. And Dex actually gets sheeped on his Trinket. They might be able to take him down right now. Kari is dropping extremely low execute range. There's the full blind. They're going for the kill. There's the disarm. Spirit Link Totem sneaks through the cracks right there. Something broke that blind. Otherwise, Karius might have been dead, but he might just die anyway. Intervene defensively coming out there onto Dex. Dex spamming out the heals, trying to do what he can. The low cyclones from Lontar are absolutely amazing. I don't see how the Warriors actually going to be able to stay alive here. Cheap shot onto Dex. Do they find the polymorph? They do find the polymorph. Full kidney. Pre-die by the sword, though, from Karius. It might be enough damage reduction. Riku's moving in here, looking for more crowd control. There's the Dragon's Breath, but I don't know if I like that Dragon's Breath, actually, because it DRs the Cyclone, but might still be enough to take him down. And Riku and Echo will be able to take down the Warrior. Echo leads 1-0. And what do you think about this game, Ben? Did it look like Lava even stood a chance?
Not really. I mean, some of their swaps on Lontar were, semi-convincing, but Lontar always had an answer. There's never a moment in the match where he didn't have a big cooldown he could respond to, and anytime we saw Raikou and Waz come heal back, it seemed like he was going to be completely fine. And it's just so difficult as that Restoration Shaman. There's just going to be a point in the game eventually where the Polymorphs are going to stick, the stuns are going to stick, the Cyclones are going to stick, and I don't even know how Carrie survived here for such a long time. Spirit Link comes in. I do believe it's the Healing Tide Totem right now, so this Cyclone lands, and we'll see exactly how it plays out. But Dex trying to reposition and ends up just going into a cheap shot. Waz is there to slow that down. Raikou just pumping out damage with a full Polymorph on Dex. It's just Arcane Blast after Arcane Blast, Missile Barrage, Dragon's Breath here on the Polymorph, which it ended up working out, right? So he just didn't want to leave any gaps in the crowd control chain, and there was no gaps indeed. Dex is still crowd controlled, eating stun into Poly, into Dragon's Breath, into Cyclone, and that inevitably is going to just close out the game. So Echo, I think compositionally had a big advantage in this one, and I feel like if we're just going to see melee cleaves from Lava Lava, especially Warrior melee cleaves, I really fear for them in this upper bracket game.
Yeah, there's one thing that you don't like if you are a Warrior, and that is an Arcane Mage. So it's pretty rough there for the Warrior of Karius to try to keep up. So I don't know what they're going to swap to, though. Let's take a look here. Lava Lava, they have Ellie Shaman on their roster as well. So they could play DH Ellie. Now, I'm not a big fan of running DH into Rogue Mage in general, just because if you do get stun locked, you can get 100 Ode pretty quick. But I think DH Ellie, I would like it more than the Warrior, at least. So I think that could be an option, but they're going to go to hook point. So most likely we're going to see a melee cleave again come out here from Lava Lava. I think they're going to keep the lava in the volcano for now.
Well, we'll see. I think I would like DHLE a lot more. I think I'm more convinced of that comp than any kind of cleave, especially warrior-based cleaves. Like, I just don't. I think warriors are just so difficult to connect to all three of these targets. Like, it's really hard to be lethal if you don't have like a caster backing you up. I just think Echo's going to have full control of the match. We are going to a nice small map, so hook point is going to be the main battleground here. We'll see if Lava Lava does make any compositional changes or what they're going to do, because you have to imagine that Lava Lava kind of expected this, right? So going into the blind pick, that's what I would have guessed, is that Echo is just going to run the Rogue Mage Druid. Maybe that is the best composition that they have. No.
DHL. Nice. And sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I do... I wanted to comment on like the Demon Hunter dies and stun things. I think that's especially true with like a subtlety rogue, but I think with some of the recent like stamina changes and outlaw kind of being the more meta pick, that Demon Hunters actually aren't that squishy. Like, I think they actually have good durability in this matchup, and I think it'll probably be Goose that ends up falling, but I could be totally off on that.
No, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, you can do swaps to the DH, but you can also just try to crowd control the DH, because they don't have a lot of dispels on the side of Dex. Like, if you Nova Coffee, he's either stuck or you dispel it. If they do dispel it, well, then he can get rerouted by the Druid, he can get Cyclone, he can get Sheeped. There's a lot of things. So you could just try to CC Coffee as much as possible, just drag him to bad spots. and then try to take down Goose. And I think Raikou is going to probably be the main target here for Lava Lava, and it's all going to come down to how much pressure can they actually generate onto Raikou here, because they do have a big punch, and they also can swap to Lontar, Waz. Most of the time, you know, Outlaw Rogues, they just always have a cooldown because they're constantly resetting their cooldown, so it can be a little bit more tricky to take down an Outlaw Rogue. We have seen some of them die, but I don't think Waz is going to be a target in this one too much. But yeah, interesting. We're going to see hook point, but they actually do lock in the Ellie Shaman. So I wonder if they just did that to see what Echo would do if they picked a small map, or if they just do it to shut down Druid drinks. It's not a bad map, but I feel like with Echo's playstyle, just going for 3 versus 1s, basically trying to cross crowd control as much as possible, it can be really difficult to avoid those situations on hook point. So definitely need to pay attention to those situations, because you're always going to be in Waz's range, right? He's going to be able to stun multiple members and kind of jump between different targets when there isn't that much distance that he needs to cover. Raikou right now going for some arcane charges here. He's building up the stacks. And who are they going to go after? It looks like they're going to go after the Ellie Shaman. Spell Steel's being spammed already by Raikou. You can see he already got silenced there from the Druid talent. Full kidney shot here onto Dex. They're going to go after Dex. Look at that CC chain. Beautiful. Arcane Surge coming out. Do they have restuns? Huge damage. He's almost in execute range. He might die in the opener here. Raikou spamming out the barrages. Not able to find enough damage, though, to take Dex down. But still good momentum here in the opener coming out from Echo.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure on Lontar at the same time. He's just going to duck out of line of sight and avoid a lot of the fight. Big hunt, though, from Coffee. He's going to use that Metamorphosis as well. This is a huge hit of damage from the Demon Hunter, and he can swap around with the I-beams, with the Blade Dances, to get a lot of pressure out. It looks like Waz is going to be the main target here, forced to use the evasion, and I think he actually vanishes out also. So great pressure here from Lava Lava in the early stages of the match. Lontar gets swapped to, he runs away, they make a big swap on Waz. Let's see if they can continue this damage. In the meantime, though, Dex is in a stun lock. Needs to kind of hold on here without his bark skin.
Yep, and we're going to see here Lontar taking still quite a beating, but he is going to be completely fine holding on to that bark skin for later. He does have the Incarnation now active. Who are they going to go after? They're going after Waz on the side of Lava Lava. I think they actually want to go after Dex here, potentially. Actually going after Goose right now. And Lontar caught up in a stun. Out of form, actually. Could be taking some damage there, but he does have his little mirror image trees healing him up. Guz dropping to 50% HP. Catches a massive heal there from Dex. Dex caught up in a crowd control. Looks like they actually want to go after Dex here, but you don't have more stuns except for that one cheap shot, so not going to be happening right now. Coffee sitting through a Cyclone once again. Lontar just being as annoying as possible. Actually getting stunned right now, but he was in crowd control during that stun, so I don't think Lontar's going to be in too much trouble. The hunt comes out onto Lontar, and he's just going to sit here and just tank out the damage. Cheap shot into a full Ring of Frost from Raikou and Waz, and Guz right now could be in some trouble. Going to activate the Astral Shift, reducing 40% of all damage taken. So a big cooldown exchange there coming out for Guz to stay alive in that exchange. If they can get more chains like that, it could be a big moment. But look at Lontar getting blasted right now. Nice kidney shot though onto Coffee by Waz to peel for his healer and kind of keep the momentum going in their favor. Really nice read there by Waz. But he's getting extremely crushed right there. Drops to 10% HP and has to use the Cloak of Shadows. And looks like he got jackpot with the buffs here as well.
Yep, that Essence Spray can be quite deadly from Coffee. Waz right now is going to just vanish out. That was not his cheat death, though, so had to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Does not have advantage, but still has the luxury of that cheat death if he does get caught into a stun lock once again. But I really like how Lava Lava is playing this. They're hitting multiple targets, really keeping Waz honest in terms of his defensive cooldowns, also pressuring him as much as they can in the match. But you can see Lontar has a massive mana lead. I think he was able to sneak away and recover his mana with drinking just a little bit, so that's definitely going to put Echo in a prime position as we move deeper and deeper into dampening and in the late game, but we'll see if it actually gets to that point. Big Arcane Blast here from Raikou onto Dex. He gets caught into a stun lock, but pre-bears the stuns, so that should be enough for him to live. He's still getting chopped up here, though. Waz goes for the Gouge, so big spell steals coming in from Raikou as well, looking for shifting power. I think Dex is going to continue to be one of those targets that they go after in this match. Raikou and Waz taking a little bit of a beating, but with no crowd control on Lontar, I feel like he keeps them easily stable in this position.
Yeah, big Arcane Surge here for Raikou. Can he find the Polymorph? Doesn't look like it was a polymorph onto Coffee. I thought it was onto Dex somehow, but Dex is going to come out of crowd control. Bash onto Waz. Waz could be in a lot of trouble here. Drops to about half HP. Mass Barrier coming out from Raikou. Raikou now catching a wind shear. And I feel like at this point, like, here's the thing, right? LADH, where is the one-shots? I want to see some one-shots. I want to see some meatballs flying in. We need to see some IKEA meatballs coming in right now. But look at Dex here. Cheap shot out of the kidney shot. He might just go down here. Execute range. He must use the Tranquility here. And there it is. Tranquility coming out here for Dex. Could be enough to keep him alive, but Waz is still cleaving him here with the Blade Flurry, using some of that Trill tech that we saw last night over in North America. Dex right now just sitting in the darkness, just chilling here. But meanwhile, Guz is getting toasted here by the Ring of Fire. A lot of damage coming out from Raikou. Lontar's mana doing really good. Nice blink. See a snipe there by Raikou. They're trying to take down Guz. He's got no Astral Shift. He's going to be forced to use the Burrow. And now they could change this momentum here going after Dex. They get the bash. Do they have any Ring of Frost? Do they have any crowd control here? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to find any Cyclones or anything like that. They're just going to continue the pressure onto Coffee, spamming Spell Steal and stunning him up into a Gouge, into a Cyclone. And it must be so frustrating actually to be Coffee in this matchup. Anytime you're trying to play the game, you get kidneyed, you get swapped to, and then after that you get CC chained, and then by the time you come out of the CC chain and you can play the game again, you're off stun DR. So it's definitely been rough for him, and you can tell by the fact that he's actually not atop of the damage meters. Usually you would see the DH in that spot, but Raikou could be in some trouble right now then.
Whoa, might get one shot. He's be very careful. That's going to be Iron Bark, but is it going to be more? It doesn't look like it just yet. Beautiful crowd control once again. Triple stuns coming out here by Waz. Follow-up polymorph here onto Coffee. A full blind lands on that Blade Dance. So I think Raikou should be able to hold on to that precious Ice Block. And that's a really important cooldown to have at this point in the game. He had to use it there. It's likely he wouldn't have it come back throughout this matchup. But because he's able to hold on to it, now has that safety net moving into the late game. But Dex is just so far behind on mana at this point. Guz is going to be swapped to once again. But a big setup here by Coffee. Getting big stuns out. Double Chaos Nova there onto Raikou and Lontar. There's just not that much damage to follow it up. Big Metamorphosis here onto Waz. He's continuing the pressure. Big Fell Eruption. Do they have the damage to follow it up? At the same time, though, Coffee's just outright dead. He gets caught into a cheap shot. Dex has to panic. He got stunned there by Waz into a full gouge, into a Ring of Frost. Great crowd control here by Echo. I think Coffee's going to be able to hold on, but that was a close call.
Yeah, really, really close call there for Coffee. Almost going down there. Raikou just taking a little bit of a sip out of the coffee there. But look at Waz right now, dropping quite low again. Once again, Cloak of Shadows, though, off cooldown for him. You get the sheep onto Coffee. They're going after Guz. And look at Waz here. He's just sitting on top of Dex, forcing him to stay in barrier form. Lontar going for the Cyclone. Can he find it? He has a DR bash. Should be able to find a Cyclone out of that unless there's a Shadow Melt. Full Cyclone connects. Lightning Lasso onto Raikou. He's going to be able to get out of that one. Burrow coming out here for Guz. Can they find any more crowd control, though, onto Dex? That is the question. Does not look like it's going to happen. And look at Lontar right now, taking a massive beating, but he will be able to recover there with the double Bark Skin and the Incarnation. Guz right now trinketing out of a stun. Dex with so much work ahead of him. They could even swap to Dex there. He was low for a minute, but Dex with the Incarnation Tree of Life is going to be able to keep his entire team alive, and it looks like we are going for a little coffee break right now. Maybe they can't take him down. No, it's going to look like Raikou actually opts to sheep Coffee here. He's going offensive onto Lontar. They don't want to see that happening, and now they're swapping to Coffee. Full Ring of Frost onto Dex. Can they take Coffee down here, or will he be able to stay alive? He trades out the Nether Walk extremely early. He still has Blur as well, and I gotta say, Lava definitely making a case for themselves in this matchup. He has Blur. Use it, Coffee! What's going on? He's not using it. I don't know if that's a bug on the UI or something, or if he's just extremely confident in this position, but he is not gonna Blur, and he is going to be alive. Dex with 0 mana left. Lontar with just a smidge left there in the tank as well, who is gonna go down. 38% dampening. Raikou still with his Ice Block. Waz with evasion, but no trinket, has Vanish as well. They're going after the Druid now. Once again, Dex dropping to about half HP, getting Bark Skin there and crossing the map. And honestly, anybody could die at this point. It's really coming down to the wire here, man.
Oh, it definitely is. Hunt on Waz. Can they take him down? Full Cyclone here on Coffee. Lontar using a little bit of his mana. Just get full control of the match. We've got Metamorphosis available here for Coffee. It looks like he's just going to use it and get aggressive onto Waz, continuing this train onto the Rogue. Raikou, in the meantime, taking a huge hit of damage. There's a 1 versus 1 between Raikou and Guz, and it looks like it is going to be Raikou that ultimately pulls out ahead. But that was a close call. That was a dangerous little duel there at the end between the two casters. That's going to be funny to watch.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Yeah, that was a really close call. Definitely a bit of a risky maneuver, but it ends up paying out, and Echo will be up in the series 2-0.
Echo takes game number 2, but I mean, you gotta give Lava some credit here. This was a game that they really played well. They dragged it all the way out to the end. You know, they almost hit that enrage timer. I feel like offensively they were lacking a little bit, but it might just be because Echo is just crowd controlling so much. It's really hard for them to actually get something going there. But you can see here at the a little bit before the match actually ended, I think this was the close call onto Coffee right there. Look at that. If he gets a crit there, the touch of the Magi there actually brought him to like sub 5% HP for just like 0.1 second, and then he got a big heal at the same time. But yeah, here Coffee getting absolutely destroyed, holding on to the blur. I don't understand how he holds on to blur there, but he does. And then here we can see the little duel at the end. So let's see what actually happens here. So Dex crosses the map. He's got the bark skin up. Coffee doing some damage, getting back into the fight, and Raikou has control over Guz right now. They cheap shot Guz, they get a bunch of damage, and this is something I like that Waz always does. He just builds up his combo points, and then he just runs on top of the healer, and he doesn't use kidney. If he shifts out, then he kidneys, because then they can get pressure onto the druid. So here he's in cat form, so Dex is taking a lot of damage, plus he's getting CC'd, and while that's going on, Guz is dying. And if Guz doesn't die, Dex is going to be at 60% HP with a low DPS. He has to go and heal the low DPS. Then, during that time, Echo are swapping to Dex, and then Dex is going to have to heal himself up. It's just really hard to do when dampening is also at 40%, and is one of the many reasons why Echo is such a great team. They'll sheep the Ellie Shaman, they'll go after the Druid, then they'll go after the Ellie Shaman, CC the Druid. They're just constantly swapping. And that's a good way to burn the mana as well of a Druid. Just force them to heal multiple different targets, and that is a good way to burn their mana as well to secure that late game advantage.
Definitely. Great strategies there by Waz and Raikou. These guys are experts offensively, and I feel like Lone Star has been doing a really good job as well. We talked about how it's kind of just business as usual for Echo. I feel like the one person who probably feels a bit more nervous is going to be Lone Star, but I feel like so far he's really showed up, but it'd be big shoes to fill, right? Like, you join a roster that literally just wins everything. So if you don't win everything, that's the expectation, right? Like, the expectation is we're going to beat everyone, and we're going to win every game, and we're going to win every tournament. So that's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. So far, I feel like Lone Star has handled that pressure very well and has had a great performance so far in this tournament.
Absolutely. Lone Star so far in this series has been absolutely flawless, and this is on his Druid too. You know, Lone Star, he plays a lot of different healers, but Shaman has been typically his main, so it is nice to see what Lone Star is actually able to do playing some of his other healers. And we can see the def log here, Nature's Guardian from Good. So let's see actually what Raikou did in this duel here. So they stunned Guz. They get the Arcane Orb, they get the Arcane Surge, Arcane Barrage, and then I guess he Touch of the Magi here. Touch of the Magi, when you apply it, it doesn't show, but if Raikou barraged there, then he has 0 Arcane Charges, and then he's Arcane Blasting for 100k, and that's only possible if you have 4 combo points, so or 4 Arcane Charges. So he definitely Touch of the Magi there. It's double blast, casts 2 more blasts. I guess the first 2 are with Palm, the first 2 are just hard casted, and then Arcane Barrage coming in there as well as the Execute, and then Waz manages to make it back to his target. So yeah, really good little duel there coming out from Raikou towards the end of it, while Waz was kind of CCing the healer. And now we're on match point here. Dalaran Sewers. Is Lava going to get flushed to the lower bracket, or what's going on here? Are we going to see them battle it back then?
It's going to be difficult. Echo is looking really good, but Lava, they made that close. It was even on mana. There's a couple close calls throughout the game on Waz. Even that duel to the death at the end, Raikou went down to 10% health. If Guz got like an Earthshock crit off, that could have been, you know, a cross kill or something like that. So really close game. Cannot count them out just yet, but it is looking good here for Echo so far. Dex in a little bit of trouble. Innervate. This is the Incarnation Tree of Life. This is the Bark Skin. So get a bunch of cooldowns out of the way very early on, and now they're going to be mixing it up and going after a different target. At the same time, though, Coffee trying to create some pressure here. A little bit of a panic with the hunt here onto Raikou off the back of that Wind Shear. Raikou has Alter Time, greater invisibility if he needs it, but yeah, Coffee definitely getting really aggressive. Unfortunately for him, he gets shut down by Waz at a kidney shot, and now he's just into a polymorph and not really able to get full advantage of that metamorphosis. Jackson just so much trouble. Orb Barrage after Orb Barrage there by Raikou onto Dex. Now full Cyclone. This is just so annoying to deal with a team of this caliber that's just killing you, controlling you, killing you, controlling you. Really keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, that was a really good swap there by Waz. And we're going to see here, what are they going to do? Dex is going to have his Bark Skin back up. They bash Dex. They're going after Dex. Big cleave damage coming out. He's going to have Bark Skin in 2 seconds. But unfortunately for them, that small little window there wasn't enough. Maybe. He trinkets. He tranquils. I was going to say that small little window was not enough to force out the trinket. But as I say that, Dex has to use his entire spellbook right there. Echo really feeling themselves right now, playing extremely aggressively in this matchup so far. Now, can they find a way to close it out? Dex has no Bark Skin. He has no trinket. So if they can get good pressure onto Guz, look at that. They're already setting up the crowd control. They're going for Dex. This is an easy pre-bear for him. If Dex doesn't pre-bear from this, he actually goes for the bash onto Waz into a full cycle. Waz is trinket. This is really risky from Dex. Waz could just trinket and kidney him if he had the combo points there, and potentially try to close it out, or even trinket gouge him and then give his team time to actually get crowd control and get there. So risky maneuvers coming out from Dex, and he does pre-bear form the stun, so Dex is not going to be in trouble with that kidney shot. Nice read there coming out from Dex. And this is the problem, right? When you're only targeting the Druid, it becomes very obvious what you're trying to do. The Druid is keeping heal over time effects on himself, and then just sits in bear form, where he's going to be really difficult to kill. Raikou greeting the eyes. Raikou, press it, bro. What are you doing? Press it. Okay, never mind. He gets marked. He's fine. But that was extremely scary. He greater invis did like 10% HP, but now they're going after Dex. Huge stun lock coming out from Waz. Doesn't look like they have the damage, though, to take him down. Extremely close call on Raikou, and I cannot believe the amount of... Raikou! He surely presses it. There it is. Ice block coming out for Raikou, so... they do force out the ice block in the end here. Lava.
Good pressure on Lontar.
Getting big pressure now.
Yeah, huge damage on Lontar. This is a big metamorphosis. Tranquility comes in. Waz trying to shut him down with cheap shots, but it's on diminishing return. Coffee is just an absolute menace right now. He can get aggressive here on the Lontar, make a swap onto Raikou. This is looking good for Lava. At the same time, though, Dex is taking a little bit of heat. Cheap shot into cheap shot. Do they have a follow-up gouge? Lontar might just outright die. Raikou doing what he can to keep him alive. Dragon's Breath Sheep here onto Coffee. He's going to get out of that one and continue this pressure here onto the Mage, onto the Restoration Druid. Metamorphosis does fade, so he's going to be a little bit less threatening with that. But during this eye beam, a huge annihilation coming in, Raikou's going to have to try to kite away. More polymorphs coming in, but I really like what Lava's doing. They are really keeping Echo guessing in this game, and they've had a lot more pressure than we've seen in the previous 2 games.
Absolutely. Raikou fake cast the kick, gets the precog, looking for some crowd control here, and rightfully so. They're going for the kill right now. Lontar is stuck there in a stun lock, but look at Guz. He's actually going after Lontar here. Doesn't look like they were on the same page. It looks like Coffee wanted to crowd control Lontar and go after Raikou, and Guz wanted to go after Lontar while he was in that stun. Waz trinket out offensively. Here's the cheap shot. Dex, though, he still has everything now. That window that they had on Dex is long gone. Waz now with no trinket, gets caught up in a lightning lasso, has the Cloak of Shadows, might need to use it here. Gouge coming out onto Guz. Looks like Raikou wants to actually go after the Ellie Shaman. He fake has the kick, gets the precog, looking for the polymorphs onto Coffee, trying to buy himself a little bit of time here to get some heals. But Raikou in execute range might just go down right now. Guz is looking for the meatballs. He's looking for the lava burst. Shifting power coming out for Raikou. He's line of sighting. Good positioning there by him and Lontar. Mana not going well for Echo. And I gotta say it, Lava at this point looking like they are in the driver's seat. They have so many good targets. Waz could be a good target. Raikou could be a good target. Lontar could be a good target. They're winning on mana. Waz dropping dangerously low. Activates the evasion. Looking for the cloak potentially here as well. Looking to actually get a setup here onto Dex. Dex actually getting miracle swap to full cyclone onto Guz. He's going to trick it out. They're going to get aggressive on the side of Lava towards Lontar, but Dex here just going to be brushing off this pressure. And look at Raikou right now. I think that's it. And Raikou will fall. And Lava showing that they have a little bit of lava left here in the tank.
True, they put a point on the board, beautiful, but this is what you were talking about in the pre-show. It's like, okay, you can beat our R&D. Well, guess what? You got to lock in blind, and I think I know what's going to be happening. I think Lontar's going to be going over the Restoration Shaman. I think we're going to see a little bit of Chanimal, and we're going to see a bit of a setup swap here from Echo. But before we get into that, we can talk about this replay. Lava, I think they did such an incredible job this game. Obviously, the small map helped them out a lot, but the amount of pressure they were able to generate on Raikou, Lontar, and Waz, it's a very similar playstyle, right? Like both of these teams can just hit any target. They're bouncing around. They're trying to swap on heal over time effects, make it really difficult for the Druids to actually keep everybody alive. And when you have that momentum and have this kind of burst damage available, Raikou just unbelievable greedy there. Gets a nice displacement. But yeah, definitely a really close call. I didn't even use his Shadow Meld either, so he had that available as like kind of like a cheap death effect, but it ends up being good, but not good enough. They forced the Ice Block a little bit later on, and now we're in kind of a situation where Lontar, he's burned through a lot of his mana. Waz is getting cleaved down. Raiku's taking pressure. They're on the Lontar. I feel like Coffee had a very impressive performance here on this Demon Hunter.
Absolutely, Coffee was definitely popping off in this one, and Guz as well on the Ellie Shaman. It's not somebody that, you know, usually when we talk about the Ellie Shamans in Europe, we always talk about Jamie, we talk about Zipai, but Guz is Guzilinara, which has also been a really high-rated shaman on Europe. There is like a couple, you know, like you see them on the ladder. Sometimes they show up in AWC like Procket, like Guz, and when you do see them, usually they perform really well, and definitely no exception here from Guz. And next map going to be Asherman's Fall, and we are going to lock in the Warrior DH Druid. I don't like this at all. This comp you've already lost. Like you're probably going to face Rogue Mage and just lose. Like you already know what
immediately locks in Rogue Mage Druid. Yeah. I mean, I hope it's not they lose. Maybe I'm being a slightly pessimistic, but
it's over.
I'm just saying, like if I'm queuing Rogue Mage Druid on the ladder and I fight this type of composition, it feels free. Like it feels like you have so much control of the warrior in this match. Like the way the warrior's damage profile works, it's a lot of like bleed damage and small chip damage with Blade Storm and stuff like that. You can get big mortal strikes during like every cooldown after a Blade Storm. It can happen, but feels like you can react to their damage really, really well. So I don't know. If Echo loses this, I'd be very surprised, but I wonder what the reasoning is. The reasoning has to be Lava Lava does not want to play DH Ellie into the Resto Shaman. Like, they have to think that this matchup is better for them than playing into Chanimal, Lontar on Shaman, and Waz on Rogue, which could very well be the case.
Yeah, you basically have two matchups that you're going to be losing because, you know, that's how the draft works. And you have to pick which one is the least likely, or which one is the most likely to upset. So they go with this option. Personally, I'm not convinced, but we'll see what they can do. Asherman's Fall, big map. It's going to probably be a little bit longer match here. Echo just probably want to just control it and, you know, in 20-30% dampening, probably find a kill. Run decks out of mana or find a kill maybe on the warrior like we saw earlier. We'll see here. What the players decide to do, but Lontar going to be sticking to his druid for now, and nothing really is going to change. I feel like we already saw this matchup. We kind of know how it plays out, right? You know, Lava, most of their pressure or most of their like kill attempts were on Lontar, so Lava probably going to be hitting Raikou or Waz or whatever, and then when they have a stun, going to jump over to Lontar. Pop maybe a Metamorphosis to get there, and then Chaos Nova, stun him, then the Warrior connects, get a Blade Storm, and start cleaving and try to take somebody down, or just get good uptime on something in dampening, and they can definitely win like that. But for Echo, it's more about control. Go on the Warrior, sheep the Warrior, go on the Druid, and go back on a warrior or go on a DH and CC the warrior under druid. They just want to go on whatever they have DRs, and that's what when we talk about Echo's rogue mage. Typical rogue mage is like you do a hit and run, right? You go in, you hit, you get your triple CC, you force a cooldown, then you run, and then you wait, and then you rinse and repeat. But Echo, we like to refer to them as the one go team. The whole game is just one infinite go. It's not really a hit and run. It's like, first you open on the druid, then you get a cooldown. You sheep the druid and you go on the warrior, and then you cycle on the druid, and then you get a cooldown out of the warrior. Then maybe you cycle on the warrior, and then you go back on the druid because now he's off DR, and the entire game is like that. And you have to kind of consistently anticipate where they're gonna go next, and that's what makes them such a good rogue mage team, because they have that playstyle where they get momentum and then they just snowball it the entire game until they can find a win.
Yeah, it's a nightmare to play against a team like that. It's like, I've been in that situation against really good rogue mages where you feel like you survived the go. It's like, okay, they committed to me. Okay, they maybe even messed up. Like, I got my defensive cooldown off. I'm going to be fine. And then all of a sudden your healer's in a stun dead, and you're just having to react to that pressure the entire game. It can definitely be really hard. But Lava, they have their work cut out for them playing the Warrior Demon Hunter Resto Druid in this matchup. Let's see what they can get done. I think Waz will end up going after Dex quite a bit. And it's really effective, right? You go after the Resto Druid, he's in a stun lock, all of a sudden he can't dispel. So if you see Coffee or carries in polymorphs or Novas, no one's going to be able to really help them get out of it. Looks like they do want to open up on the Lone Star right away with the double intimidating shout. Maybe make a swap here onto Waz. Doesn't look like it just yet. Big Dragon Roar Shockwave though, but look. Oh no, Coffee wasn't able to connect at all during that opening. Just triple polymorph spam coming in from Raikou. And that kind of immediately diffuses the start.
Yeah, and here we go. First swap onto Dex here. He's already in Tree of Life. He's got those like little mirror image trees as well, healing him up. And Dex is going to be completely fine here. They got the bark skin out of him though, and they got the Incarnation Tree of Life. So that's the first objective on the checklist. Now a full blind onto Dex. They're going to go after the warrior. Preemptive die by the sword. Can they get the follow up? Was wanted to get a sap there, but has to settle with the gouge to get a half sheep. And now they're going to swap to Dex. And this is what I mean with the infinite go. Dex, they go on him, then they blind him, they CC him, and then they go on him again. And now they forced the die by the sword out of the warrior. They forced the warrior's trinket. They forced bark skin. And look at all that pressure they have onto Dex now because he didn't trade a cooldown. Procs a Tree of Life though, and he is going to be completely fine here. Now Lontar's going to be on the back foot here. Bladestorm coming out, huge damage coming out from Coffee. They forced out the Tranquility, almost taking him down through it here. Lontar not feeling too safe still. Might have to use the Iron Bark here, but he's trying to hold on to it. He's trying to be greedy, and he goes for the bash here onto Coffee. Coffee has a trinket, or he could easily trinket this and try to counter pressure. Coffee going to hold on to the trinket to potentially try to stop a go. Lontar already looking for some defensive positioning, maybe looking for a restyle for a drink, but Coffee is not going to allow that to happen. He's going to stay hot on the chase, and Waz now looking to set something up onto Dex.
Ooh, Lontar taking some pressure. Full bash here onto Waz. Raikou gets feared up. This is a great setup here. Full Cyclone lands, and Lontar could be in a little bit of trouble. Has Iron Bark and Bark Skin. It's going to make him really durable. He gets out of line of sight. It looks like he will survive, but these continuous swaps here by carries and Coffee have been effective onto Dex, or onto Lontar, sorry. At the same time, though, Dex is taking quite a bit of damage as Waz is still all over him on that Outlaw Rogue. Gets caught into a stun. That was the Bark Skin. A lot of Trenzos up as well. It doesn't look like Waz is going to try to take those downs. Just continue the pressure here onto Dex. Likely put him in a stun, into a gouge, and maybe they make a setup here onto somebody else. Dex is there, though, getting aggressive and keeping his team in the fight, getting the dispels out. Really nicely done. A big setup here on the Waz, and this is looking a lot better than I thought. Dex is finally into a full stun, and Raikou is unable to connect. Beautiful stuns. I feel like Carries and Coffee are doing such a good job, but it might not be enough. Gouge here onto Dex. He's able to survive in that Incarnation Tree of Life, but does he have the healing to actually keep himself alive? They are chopping him up good. Full polymorph lands here onto Coffee. Dex gets the dispel immediately, but he is just so low on health, and Iron Bark does connect, and I feel like with that Iron Bark, Dex is going to hold on, and honestly, I'm impressed with Lava, how they're able to play this composition, slow down the damage of Raikou, continue the pressure on Lontar. They're looking good here.
Yeah, Lontar could be in big trouble here. Nice defense, nice offensive field there coming out from the Warrior. They're looking for the Ring of Frost. They find it. They don't find the Cyclone. Dragon's Breath coming out there for Raikou. Lontar actually is playing with the Moonkin affinity there, getting some Cyclones there in Moonkin form, and they do get a Cyclone onto the Warrior. Now Coffee, though, still just looking for Lontar here. Wants to try to find a stun there onto Lontar, but he does catch a bash himself, and Lontar's going to look for the Cyclone. Dex now could be in trouble. Sheep coming out onto the Warrior into a Nova, and he is going to be able to break out of that one with his Escape Artist. So the Warrior is playing a Gnome, and we got a full Stormbolt onto Waz. Look at that disarm, though. You love to see that. If you can get a disarm as the Stormbolt is midair like that, you're not going to be in any trouble whatsoever. Coffee trying to solo Lontar behind the pillar. Raikou just spamming out spell steals, building up procs, spamming out missiles, looking for some damage here onto the Warrior. Die by the Sword is available, but no trinket here. Full cheap shot onto Dex. Do they find the CC follow-up? They do get the blind, and Dex is actually forced to trinket there, so that's a huge win. They sheep him on his trinket. They could swap to Dex out of this, actually, because they didn't commit a stun DR. No, he is on stun DR because he got cheap shot before the blind, so they're probably going to swap to Dex here a little bit later, but right now, Lontar could be in huge trouble. That's going to be his trinket, his Bark Skin, and so far, great pressure onto Lontar, even using Heart of the Wild there for those extra frenzied regen charges. Lontar is going to stay alive, but doesn't have a lot to work with, and Waz might just go down here. He's behind enemy lines. Waz sheet death procking. Waz so incredibly low, wants to get aggressive, but forced to pull back here to his healer.
I'm incredibly impressed with Lava in this game. I mean, regardless of the outcome, they have made this a very close match. Big fear here on the Lontar. They might be able to take him down. They get the Trank immunity. Lontar has nothing. No Bark Skin, no Iron Bark, no Trinket, no Trank. Like, if they can get another good stun lock and damage off onto this Druid, I feel like Lontar could potentially fall, but at the same time, Dex is going to be in trouble. Look at Raikou, just blast after blast after blast, getting out a lot of pressure. Full polymorph here onto carries. He gets dispelled. Dex really just unafraid right now, even though they're attacking him. They realize Lontar could fall. Cheap shot on the Dex once again. Do they have any follow-up polymorphs here? What are they going to be able to do? Raikou trying desperately here to peel for Lone Star and give him a little bit of breathing room in the match, but Lone Star is actually behind on mana. Waz right now taking quite a bit of damage also. They make a big swap on him. He's got no cheat death, no evasion. There's no cooldowns for Waz. If they make a big setup on him, he could just fall, but Lone Star could just outright die. Coffee and Carries are doing an incredible job this game.
Oof, really insane pressure on the Lone Star. He's going to actually sit down here for a Shadow Meld drink. Can he actually get any precious mana back? Coffee's looking for him right there. And Coffee definitely manages to stop that. But I think Lone Star might have gotten just a little bit. Yeah, he got a little bit of mana there. Lone Star with Heart of the Wild still active. He's caught up in a full stun. Lone Star's going to trinket out of the stun. No Tranquility being committed just yet. He is in bear form. He might have to use it here. He really does not want to use Tranquility in this situation. But they fear Lone Star. They're swapping to Waz. He has no trinket for this. They could continue to chain. Waz with the Cloak of Shadows, no sheet death available. Grappling hooks back to his healer. Coffee all over him right now, trying to kite while Lone Star is sitting through that crowd control. Finally, Lone Star leaves CC, and some heals are starting to connect here onto Waz. Great defensive maneuvers, but is it going to be enough? Still 10% HP. Coffee's all over him. Essence Break coming in. Waz dropping solo. There's a full stun onto Lone Star. Do they have any follow-up damage? Shockwave coming out onto Waz. Raikou spamming the polymorphs, trying to save the situation to get a full cyclone onto Coffee. Full stun lock now onto Dex. Waz has weathered the situation there, but that was an incredibly close call, and now they are going after Lone Star. Lava. They can smell it. They can hear the rumblings of the volcano, and they want to erupt and take this win.
I can't believe Waz survived there. Just beautiful defensive gameplay and positioning. Right now we have full Cyclone on Carries. Dex in some trouble. Waz is all over him. We can see Raikou actually connect with some damage. I might be able to take him down. Fell Eruption on Waz though. How are they going to be able to drop? It doesn't look like it. He's just going to trade out his trinket, allow Lone Star to drink. So Lone Star, if he can recover enough mana in the situation, he's in a prime spot, getting about 40% of his mana back. Dampening is getting higher and higher, but I think mana is going to be the main thing that keeps them out of this game. Iron Bark is available. Incarnation Tree of Life. Echo is completely stable. And where is the opening? Coffee has no trinket, and Carries has no trinket. So this Warrior is actually a little bit vulnerable in this situation. Die by the sword. If they can get crowd control here on Dex, they might be able to actually drop him, but they're just continuing this pressure onto the Rogue. Coffee and Carries doing what they can to just get out as much damage as possible during these moments. Raikou now getting swapped too, and they're really keeping Echo guessing here, burning through Lone Star's mana. Dex sitting down for a drink. Waz lost it for just a second. I wonder how much he was able to recover, if any. He's in bear form, gets caught into the cheap shot, but Waz is stuck behind the pillar. Coffee's there. He gets caught into a counter cheap shot. Beautifully done there by Waz, completely slowing down that damage. And now Coffee could be in a little trouble. He's going to disengage from the fight. He has Metamorphosis available. That could be, a really, really scary moment. Raikou has no ice block either. I think he ice blocked defensively. So this is a really, really scary time for the side of Echo. I can't believe that Lava might actually tie this series up.
Yeah, they might do it right now. Lone Star in a stun lock. Tranquility gets committed here, but I don't think Lone Star has any heal of a time effects. The Tranquility did nothing. Full cheap shot onto Coffee, full sheep onto Carius. That's going to be Lone Star's kind of cue that he can escape here. Raikou kind of acting like the getaway driver right now. Lone Star trying to cross the map, trying to get away here from Carius here, but Carius just unrelenting here with the pressure. Full storm bolt onto Waz. Huge damage coming out. He's got the Sand Ward. He's got the evasion. I think Waz is going to be able to stay alive, but look at Lone Star's mana. There's no mana left here, even though Dex had the mana disadvantage. The Hunt's coming out onto Lone Star. Big damage onto the Chaos Nova, into the bash, and they will do it. Lava.
Coffee.
Wait, cross kill onto Coffee. No, he's going to activate the Nether Walk. I think Coffee is going to be completely fine here, and he is going to be playing it out safe. Raikou still has the ice block, but Raikou and Waz gonna be ducking out. Lava, ladies and gentlemen, are gonna tie us up in this series, taking us all the way to game number 1 when they were counted out compositionally and with experience as well. I may add, I counted them out, and they have proven me wrong. And what do you do now, Echo? Are you bringing in Chan? Are you sticking with this comp? Are you changing map? All of a sudden, Lava really showing up.
That is crazy. I'm very impressed here with Lava. I really counted them out with this composition, but Carries, Coffee, and Dex, just the cleave heroes. Carries the last Arms Warrior left of the tournament, and really having a phenomenal performance. They were able to survive a ton of the setups that we saw Echo put forward, keep up the pressure on Lone Star consistently in the match. There was a few moments as well where Waz almost went down. So just really, really good mix of defense and offense. It does make me wonder if we see Echo mix it up. Like, they do have Mage Lock. I really feel like some of these teams could be implementing like a mage warlock setup into some of these cleaves and just get some really, really easy wins. But we'll have to wait and see. This is the final setup here on Lone Star with a beautiful Chaos Nova. Ares was actually polymorphed as well. It's just too much damage. The bleed effects are already up. The Demon Hunter's there, and they're able to inevitably drop him at about 9 minutes elapsed into the match. Really, really impressive. And I wonder where we go from here. I really think if I was Echo, and maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like you go a big map, force them to lock in this cleave, and just play Mage Lock.
Yeah, I think we're going to the Sands of Tolvir. That's got to be where we're going next. But yep, there it is. Tolvir Arena locked in. Echo. Now, the thing about Tolvir is you can play Rogue Mage. It's a great comp. It's a great map. But you just lost on Ashamans with Rogue Mage, and guess what? Ashamans, it's about as close as you can get to Tolvir, honestly. You definitely don't lose on Ashamans because it was Ashamans. So I don't think it's going to be a massive difference if they do decide to go Rogue Mage in terms of map. So Lava could actually be walking away with the win here. I think this is a situation where Chanimal needs to log out of Wrath of the Lich King and onto Retail and make sure that his team wins the series.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have to wait and see. Echo is also one of those teams where it's like, you know, they just lost that matchup. If in their heads they think we should win this matchup, they're just going to keep playing it, right? It's like, okay, well, they have like a supercomputer brain when it comes to World of Warcraft. So even matchups that they sometimes lose, they'll just continuously lock in the same comp, which can be good, right? Like there is a thing where you abandon a composition too early. If you feel like you could do a different strategy, maybe something went wrong and you could adapt. If you can just keep winning with one composition, that's definitely to your advantage. Then you don't get caught into this weird mental game of, okay, we have to counter comp them to win. So if Echo locks in Rogue Mage and they actually win, it's going to give them a lot of confidence either way. But would you rather have the confidence or would you rather have like kind of a free win? I really feel like Demo, Frost, Resto Druid has to be strong into this. Even Arcane Demo would be really, really good. But we'll have to wait and see what Echo decides to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough choice, right? Because you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if Echo just lock in Rogue Mage again. They are those guys. And as I say, that's exactly what they do, right? This is Echo. They're going to talk about what went wrong. They're going to talk about the mid-game adaptations because it's not just about winning the series. It's not just about that. It's also about dominating. It's about not revealing more comps than you have to. It's about winning with your Rogue Mage. Like, there is some ego at play, you know what I mean? And Echo, they don't want to be forced off of the Rogue Mage. So this is an upper bracket game, by the way, if you didn't know. So whoever loses here will still be in the tournament. So for Echo, they're like, you know what? This is the upper bracket. We can make it back into the finals if we lose. Let's play the Rogue Mage. We should win. If we win, great. If we don't, then we'll come back stronger and learn the lessons. And that's one thing that's really scary about Echo as well. They don't lose very often, but when it happens, they're really good at mid-game adaptations. They're really good at kind of learning from their mistake and not repeating them. So, and that's why they win everything. So we'll see here. But Lava, a newcomer team. I'm going to be completely honest with you, bro. The only person I've heard of on the entire roster before this tournament was the Ellie Shaman, Guz. I've seen him, in high-rated lobbies, and I've played with him before and stuff. But everybody else on this team, I have never seen their names before. So it really goes to show that a complete newcomer team can show up into the AWC and take Echo all the way to game number 5 and potentially maybe even qualify for the mid-season clash. I mean, things are just looking up here for Lava, but this is Echo's map pick. This is Echo's comp pick. They're going to need to do it one more time here. Game number 5 is live, Benruki.
It definitely is. Raikou gets caught into a bash. He's going to trinket out of that immediately, going for the Arcane Surge. Gets interrupted onto, though. Here's the big Arcane Surge. They're going after Dex. It's a huge amount of damage, but a beautiful fear there. Nicely done by Coffee. Going to be using that sigil to just slow down Waz, slow down Raikou, and all you need is a little bit of a break in the damage, and I think Dex is going to be able to handle it. So as long as Carries and Coffee, they come back at the right moment, they get the stun, they get the fears, they get the intervenes, that's going to be enough, I think, for Dex to survive. But a big setup here on Coffee, they might just lose in the opener. Woo! Unbelievable. Coffee is forced to use his Nether Walk, but still has his trinket, so bit of a close call, but I do think Coffee should be able to hold on for quite some time, but I really like that push there by Echo.
Yeah, really, really nice there. Try to slurp up the coffee here while it's hot in the morning. Well, it's 1 minute into the game, so it's the morning in Tolvir here. But coffee sitting through a bash into a full sheep, into a full cyclone as well. That sheep would have got him dispelled. And it was a short duration sheep anyway, so good cyclone there. Coming out by Lontar now. Who are they going to go after here? On the side of Lava Lava, we know Lontar's going to be the target. They stun him into a fear potentially here now. Do not connect there with the sigil. And now they're going to go after the warrior here on the side of Echo, but Dex completely out of crowd control. There's the Dragon's Breath. Raikou goes behind the pillar, gets the full sheep. Really nice positioning there by Raikou. You can tell he took a little extra step there behind the pillar, and that is to avoid the Demon Hunter fell rushing and kicking him. So just small positional things like that. You can tell like all of these players are so good at doing these things. But look at that full fear now onto Lontar. They're going after Waz. There's the Chaos Nova. There's the Hunt. Waz respecting the situation. Trinkets out. Doesn't want Lontar to actually trade out his cooldowns. And Waz used his evasion there. So Waz... he trinkets, evasions, and Lontar uses Iron Bark. So a bit of a defensive overlap. Coffee is going to be able to stay alive for now. They're going after Lontar here. Big damage coming out. Stun into stun. Lontar, what are you going to do here? Trades out the Bark Skin, trades out the Nature Swiftness. Heart of the Wild. A lot of cooldowns here. Fake has to kick, gets the precog, gets a full Cyclone onto Coffee, and looks like Lontar is going to be more than fine with that defense to get a gouge onto Dex, but no Cyclone out of the gouge and no stun out of the gouge. And now they stun Dex, but I assume he's in bear form, judging by the fact that his HP is not moving. So Dex just walking away from that situation unscathed, and now it's going to be Lontar again on the back foot. This time around he doesn't have anything here, no Bark Skin and no Iron Bark, but he is in that Tree of Life incarnation, which gives you almost as much armor as bear form. So Lontar still pretty tanky when he is looking. When these druids look like a broccoli, it's really hard to take him down. So both of these druids right now just being tanks here, keeping their teams alive, and it's more about who is keeping their mana as high as possible.
Let's see what happens. We got a full Cyclone here onto Dex. Gary's going to be going for a Blaze Storm. Big setup here onto Coffee. He needs to be careful, but just glimpse away and get back on target. It looks like he's going to be fine. Big hunt here on Lontar. Lontar's in trouble. He gets caught into the stun. Needs to use the Bark Skin. I have to see some peels coming in. Lontar got a really nice Cyclone on carries right before he got caught into that stun, completely denying it. But Waz right now in a lot of trouble,
Ooh.
forced to use that Cloak of Shadows. These swaps are just so devastating coming in from Lava Lava. The Demon Hunter Warrior is honestly looking a lot better than I originally anticipated, but there's got to be a reason why these guys are in the upper bracket. There's a reason why they're tied up here with Echo, potentially sending them down into the lower bracket. I mean, this is looking good here for Lava Lava. Let's see if they can hold on. If they could actually beat Echo in a series, that is a huge statement.
Yeah, this is amazing, man. I can't believe it. I'm starting to root for Lava Lava here. I mean, Europe, we had HOOLIBANG as well, which is another basically newcomer team playing off-meta compositions. And, I mean, things are really being shaken up here in Europe. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Lava Lava, they still have their work cut out for them. What are they going to do here? Lontar right now in huge trouble. 4 seconds left on that Barkskin, but he is in the broccoli form right now, making sure that he's getting all his vitamins. And Lontar is going to be completely fine. They're trading out the Renewal, trading out the Heart of the Wild there as well, but swap onto Waz, full Cyclone onto Lontar. They blind Dex, denying the follow-up Cyclone and trying to reverse the pressure. Now Sheep Shot onto Dex, Sheep Shot onto Coffee. They don't get the follow-up Polymorph though. Raikou gets interrupted by the Fear. Arius with the turnaround. There's the Hunt, there's the Stormbolt. Big damn here coming in onto Lontar. Lontar's going to trade out the Bark Skin, and he is going to be fine. He's still in that broccoli form, that Tree of Life. Still has another like 15 seconds left on it here for Lontar. So Lontar not going to be going down anytime soon. And you can see that purple circle around Lontar, like that little shield. That is the Mage Shield that he got from Raikou. That is the Mass Barrier. So anytime Lontar has that, if they would Chaos Nova him, as he has that on him, for example, they just Chaos Nova Raikou, you see, it didn't last very long. And that's because the Prismatic Barrier does reduce it and also absorb some damage. So make sure you break those if you see them on a healer. But right now, Waz getting swapped to Lontar, actually getting imprisoned here by the Demon King. And Lontar ducking into Tree of Life here again. Dex looking for the Cyclone, but Lontar line of sight, playing very good defensive positioning. And actually sitting down for a drink right now while his team is getting aggressive. But Coffee is there and alert of that drink, and he's going to be shutting it down here. Coffee is actually dehydrating for your throat, and Lontar definitely felt it there. Raikou going to be just looking for some control here, looking for some damage onto the Warrior, but so far it's going to be all about the mana. 28% dampening, as I say that. Waz almost gets dropped. Trinkets, cloaks, he's going to be fine.
Ooh, this is such a close call. Waz is still low. Lone Star gets a big drink. Coffee needs to be careful. He's got no drink. Big hunt on Waz into a stun. Diminishing return, but do they have the damage to take him down? Really close call. At the same time, Raikou might just get dropped. He's forced into an ice block. There was an absolute panic. Now going after Lone Star, Carries and Coffee. Can they do it? Can they actually close out this game? They're forcing Waz defensive, Raikou defensive, Lone Star defensive. All three members of Echo are in shambles, but at the same time, Dex might fall. Waz has had enough. He wants to take down Dex, but they just can't seem to do it. A beautiful, intimidating shout coming in from the Arms Warrior Carries. The last Arms Warrior in this tournament. Can he actually beat Echo? Can they take down the Arcane Mage, Outlaw Rogue Menace? We'll have to wait and see, but a big stunlock combo. No, Coffee, he has to hold on a little bit longer. Ironbark does connect. Can he live? Coffee doing everything he can. He's dancing with death right now. Big heals coming in from Dex, but he gets caught into a cycle, and Coffee still has the line of sight. Darkness drops down. That should be more than enough for him to survive. Big I-beam. Now they need to get aggressive. Now they need to continue the pressure. Carries and Coffee might just one-shot Lone Star. There's no way! Are they going to do it? Are you kidding me? Lava, Arms Warrior, Demon Hunter, Resto Druid. I counted them out, but they sent Echo down to the lower bracket, and I can't even remember the last time we saw Echo lose. This is absolutely incredible.
Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Lava make it to the grand finals and knock Echo down to the lower bracket. Doing it on a comp that nobody could have expected. And I know, there's been a lot of rogues this weekend, Van, but the first finalist that we see is actually going to be a warrior here. Karius taking the warrior class and putting it on his shoulders this weekend, doing a phenomenal job. This was such a close call here on the Coffee. And look, so when you have Netherwalk active, you can't take damage, but you can still dispel the target, and that's why he had to use the darkness there as well. Raikou spamming out those spell steals there. You can see, look at Coffee's buffs here. As soon as Raikou comes out, you can see his life bloom is disappearing and his hots are disappearing, and then here Dex gets sheeped. He drops the darkness, breaks him out actually with that arcane echo, and then here they find the swap back onto Lontar. Chaos Nova connects, Blade Storm connects, the damage connects, and Lontar gets chopped up. Absolutely insane here. Lava. I can't believe it. They make the dream, the Cinderella run. They're making it happen. There's only 2 cups, then. This could be a team that we see in the mid-season clash out of nowhere.
I'm going to be honest, man. A lot of people, including myself, counted out the Arms Warrior, but Carries is an absolute hero. I feel like Coffee, Carries, and Dex, they played this matchup at such an incredibly high level. I really thought going into this that Echo had a massive advantage, but they just did such a good job balancing their defense, their offense, their peels. And they made it happen when I think a lot of players thought that they weren't going to be able to. So amazing to see. And if they could win this entire cup #1, that's outstanding. Even just making it to the finals is crazy. But you can see here the final few moments, Lone Star getting caught into the Chaos Nova, big Blade Storm coming in here from Carries, and there's really nothing they could do. The execute lands, cheap shot comes in a little bit too late there by Waz, and they do it. I do think Echo has some other answers, but the fact that they're going to force them to change compositions is massive.
I also want to mention that they did a chat poll before heading into that series, and 92% of chat put a lot of points towards Echo winning. So anyone that voted for Lava is getting a huge payout right now.
Yep. I'm going to be honest. I don't care. I'll admit it. I thought Echo was going to absolutely crush Lava. And the fact that they got reverse swept is actually, it's amazing. Nothing but respect to Lava for how they played this series, and really well-deserved spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, most definitely. Here's a quick look at that damage breakdown. The final moments here for Lone Tar. So, incredibly well done. I share the same sentiment with you, Zico. Lava moving on here in the upper bracket. So that does mean that Echo is not fully out of it. They will be playing the winner of the lower semifinals. So that's this next up series that we've got here. The HOOLIBANG versus CHIBAKU Tensei series. We can see it right here. Echo staying in that little spot, waiting for an opponent. And of course, Lava in the grand finals. This team that not a lot of people really knew much about, just absolutely touching down with a force to be reckoned with here in the European region. So We will be heading to a break, but we've got a lot of action coming up soon here. Definitely want to be sticking around for this one to see which team is going to take on Echo again. Are they going to have a chance to have a replay against Lava Lava, or are they going to be completely knocked out of the tournament before even making it to Grand Finals? Find out in just a bit after this break. HOOLIBANG versus CHIBAKU TENSEI coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. If you are just now tuning in and somehow missed that last series, we saw an extreme upset with Echo being sent down to the lower bracket via Lava. Now we're heading into the lower bracket, HOOLIBANG versus CHIBAKU Tensei. The winner of this one will have a chance to fight their way back up to the grand finals. It's HOOLIBANG versus CHIBAKU Tensei. Zico, which one do you think of these two teams is going to be coming out alive here?
Ooh, I gotta say CHIBAKU Tensei, probably better compositionally and more experience on the roster. But if there is one team that I do not want to count out right now, it has got to be HOOLIBANG. They're a three-man roster. They're playing only the Windwalker, the Sub-Rogue, and the Priest. And so far, they have been one of those teams that have really caused some major upsets. They are the team that knocked down the Wandering Water Furbolgs, which is Swapsy's team with, like Swapsy's all-star team, basically. So the fact that Swapsy has already been knocked out, this could happen, right? HOOLIBANG could beat CHIBAKU Tensei, then they could beat Echo, and then all of a sudden, we could have a grand final with two newly formed rosters. Just two newly formed rosters. People that haven't really competed much in AWC at all. Like, this could be,
one of them
insane
has a
finals.
Holy Priest and one of them has a Warrior. Nobody, I don't think anybody can predict that, making it to the grand finals. Also, the winner of this is going to be third place on points, which means if they can maintain that through the second cup, they have a guaranteed spot in the Mid-Season Clash, the cross-region tournament. So, this is a lot on the line right now. You're going to be sitting a lot more comfortably if you can win just this series. And both these teams are playing some very interesting compositions. HOOLIBANG, we're expecting, obviously, the Windwalker, Subtlety Rogue, Holy Priest. CHIBAKU, though, if they bring a Warlock, I think they're going to regret it. I really don't think they can bring a Warlock. They're probably going to have to bring some type of melee cleave. I wonder if they're going to try the Warrior Demon Hunter after seeing it succeed against Echo with Lava or not.
They absolutely could, but probably with the Shaman then, if I had to guess. They're going to go Warrior DK. Ah, interesting. And they are going to bring Fuston here on the Shaman. So a lot of cleaves today popping out here. And we'll see. I mean, I feel like HOOLIBANG, they can definitely take down some of these targets. They got a sap on the Fuston. I feel like they can go on the Fuston out of the sap if they want to. Let's see if that's what they do. Halton gets disarmed. I think he actually wanted to do that. They can also go after Crota on the DK. Here's the double blinding sleet. Jay getting caught up in the Kappa stun right there. Jay taking massive damage. Here's the blender. There's the strangulate. Jay, what are you going to do? Already, he's playing Dwarf actually, so he stone forms the strangulate right there and manages to hold on to his trinket. So really nice racial selection there coming out from JT, realizing that most likely he is going to be running into a DK here. And now Eridas looking for some pressure here onto Crota. They do get a cheap shot onto Fuston, and this is what we were talking about in the start. Going after Fuston, definitely going to be a key to victory here. And they do force out the Astral Shift, but they don't get his trinket, which is what they wanted to get in that exchange.
This is a very precarious match. It could just tilt in either team's favor at any point off any stun locks. Here comes the full blind kidney shot on Crota. A big power move by HOOLIBANG. Are they going to respect it? They disrespect, and Crota almost goes down. Spirit Link Totem can't connect. Fuston's getting Ring of Peace away from it. That Ring of Peace was insane. They kill it off now. The Spirit Link is down. They gouge the Shaman. They cheap shot him. He still has no trinket. Crota is getting soloed by Eridas. He has to go for a double blinding sleet. He's trying to get back to Fuston. Fuston's getting harassed by the Rogue. He's trying to get some casted heals. Finally off onto Crota and try and recover. Triple shockwave in return from Mercy as they continue to hammer down on the Holy Priest. They grip him out of the sky, looking to really pin him down here. Eridas is forced to karma, but here comes a paralyze. Here comes another big setup, and Crota is taking a beating. He has to pull away from the Priest. He cannot afford to line aside Fuston, and now they're switching some of their cleave onto Mercy. Multiple target cleave, cheap shots coming out. They're swapping back to Houghton. They're trying to punish him. He's caught in a Stormbolt. He gets gripped back to safety by JT, realizing that he was overextending here. Fist of Fury flying forward from Eridas, but he has Serenity. They have a big one-shot. Nobody has a trinket. They can easily win if they don't go down right now. GT life swaps, but he's still dead. Everybody is getting decimated. They need to live for just a few more seconds to get this set up. There's the full fear. He pre-tremors it. Insane pre-tremor by Fuston, breaking his own fear. And now he's able to heal Crota. If he was sitting there, Crota was dead. And now Crota has Icebound Fortitude. Eridas is on the back foot. And JT, he can't deal with it. It's so much damage coming in from Mercy. How is he still alive here? Fist of Fury parries coming through. He's doing whatever he can to buy time for JT to get some heals. Another cheap shot onto Fuston. Eridas rolls over to bait them and then ports back over. But JT is still blinded in the middle of the map, and he could just fall, and he will here. What an insane round. If Fuston did not get that pre-tremor, it was over for Crota.
the reason why he got that pre-tremor is because he got paralyzed and somebody broke the paralyzed. Oh, Eradas, they had that. That was it. That was game over. They wanted to paralyze Houston, no trinket, into a full fear, take down the DK. They had Serenity. DK had no buttons whatsoever. That was done. It was done and dusted here. But we can see here, this is still a little bit before that happened in the match. Hopefully they caught that part on replay, but we'll see. Look, this is the Ring of Peace, man. Look at this Ring of Peace. This is so disgusting, actually. He knocks him behind the pillar and then almost gets the kill right there. Eradas definitely making some plays, and this is the moment. Look at Houston. He gets paralyzed. Is this after he got paralyzed already? Yeah, this is already after. He already tremored the fear. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. But in this situation, he's already been paralyzed, and then the paralyze broke, and then the fear got tremored because of that. And yeah, that was their big kill window. They wanted to go after the DK. He had no trinket. He had no anti-magic shell. He had no real buttons there to survive that assault. But unfortunately for the team of HOOLIBANG, they are going to be losing that one. Still a close game, though. I feel like this is a series that could go either way. CHIBAKU TENSEI, though, definitely bringing in Mercy on the Warrior. Definitely nice to see him actually performing here on the Warrior.
Oh man, they were so close to getting to the next Angel. I think it was like 18 seconds away. And then JT can just go fully immune to all CC, top the entire team. Like, just 18 seconds away from that. If that crowd control didn't break, they were going to take it. So they're actually going to a big map as opposed to a small one. Interesting that the sub rogue actually wants a big map. I don't think obviously drinks are going to come down to very much, but maybe they want the priest to have some distance to maybe get a greater fade on a grip, try and have more opportunities to pre-immune crowd control, which is going to be also enabled to Houston on a big map, but maybe less so because the rogue is not going to be disrupted obviously by grounding totem or anything like that. He can just step over and get his crowd control guaranteed. So I think this is likely a good map. It's going to give JT more room to see when the attack is coming and hopefully not fall behind, because when you include the Holy Priest and you're cleaving 3 targets, Holy Priests have really powerful instant healing, but it has a limited amount of charges. And then when you run out of charges, if there's 3 targets low, it becomes really tough to actually pick your team up. So if he can stay away from the engagement, take a little bit less damage, and try and get some pre-immunities on some of these attempts at him and make it so it's only 2 targets taking damage, I think he's going to have a way easier time. And that's what they're setting up here on Ashamane's Fall.
Yep. And we'll see. Just going for more hit and run strategies here, and we'll see if it works out for them. But both teams going to be sticking with the same comps here. No changes being made. HOOLIBANG feels like, hey, if we got the in-cap, if we got the full fear, if we had a clean go there, we won. And CHIBAKU TENSEI, they feel like, hey, well, we're not swapping unless you force us. So both teams feeling like they are leading with their best foot already. And we will see here if HOOLIBANG can take it. Who do you think, like, if you had to predict a winner in this series, Sid? Let's do a prediction. We haven't done a prediction this weekend. Who would you put? Who would you put your gold on?
I feel like this is such a challenging prediction, because who could have predicted that these two teams would be in this position in the first place, and now have to make the prediction of who's going to win between them. I feel like if HOOLIBANG are clean, that they're going to win. I think the burst that their composition has seems to be more than enough to deal with the options that CHIBAKU TENSEI has in terms of compositions. Like, I feel like this is a good Death Knight killing comp, it's a good Demon Hunter killing comp, it's a good Warlock killing comp, and those are all 3 kind of like the main options. And these were the predictions, right? And there's a good chance that we're literally all wrong. Echo could possibly come out in second after their defeat to Lava Lava, and I wouldn't say that either of these teams are a free win for Echo either. I think that the teams are starting to learn some new compositions, they're getting more games, they're getting more practice, so this could be a really difficult week for Echo, honestly. We're zoning in here to Ashamane's Fall.
It's pretty crazy to think about it. We all predicted Echo to win the entire thing, and they might not even make it to the grand finals. And we, most of us predicted WWF as second place. They're not even in the tournament anymore. They got knocked out at day 1. So it's crazy to see how many new good teams are forming in Europe. How many strong rosters are actually being made here, and how many new players are kind of making it to the top here. So awesome to see. Ashamane's Fall, game number 2, HOOLIBANG versus CHIBAKU TENSEI. The gates are about to open here. We got the prediction from Super T's. Windwalker Rogue thinks he thinks that Windwalker Rogue is going to be victorious in this series, but Game number 1 was close. Could go either way. I do kind of like that JT's playing that dwarf, though. I feel like the fact that they have the presence of mind to actually roll a dwarf healer here is absolutely massive, because it gives you 2 trinkets essentially for the Strangulate, and for a comp like this that wants you to like hit and run a lot. Actually, let's hold that thought for a second.
Oh my God, Houston!
Holton is soloing Houston. What in the world? They forced. Okay, they forced. This was a great opener. They forced Ice. Actually, they forced AMS, AMZ. Smoke Bomb is actually still down. They're not out of trouble just yet. JT spam healing Holton, though he's taking a lot of damage here. Get the paralyzed defensively onto Croto, and they do force out Houston's trinket, and he's on half HP. If they stun Houston right now, they could potentially 50 him. Yeah, I think they kicked this. Oh, he should have kicked that into a kidney, but they're just going to go for send the kidney here into the cheap shot. It might be enough here. Fist of Fury got one more cheap shot. The gouge. Ooh, the gouge was clean. The gouge was clean, but not enough damage to get him into touch of death range there. I feel like if he kicked the lasso and then chained it with a kidney, it would have been better there in that situation. It might have actually been enough to take down Houston, but still good pressure coming out here from HOOLIBANG. They already got Houston in checkmate. No anti-magic zone, no trinket, no astral shift. They can easily 100-0 him with the next chain and just try to fear all the DPS.
And the pre-burrow.
Did they? Oh, they didn't fear though, right?
Yeah, he tremor'd the fear and he pre-burrowed the go. So it was insane from Houston. He just totally shut them down. Now JT's in a fear. Eridas is low. They could swap to him, but the cheap shots from Houghton are peeling really effectively. Strangulate going to be stone formed. Immediate touch of karma. They want to get back on the shaman. They get the kidney shot, but Mercy could get in here for an intervene. Double blinding sleep stops the setup, and they negate another attempt at Houston. And now he's going to have his trinket coming up in about 13 seconds. Houston and his team have been playing insane to stagger these attempts, and now Eridas is running out of options. This could be life swap pretty soon. JT's doing his best, but Croto out of nowhere takes unhealable damage. Houston can't even respond, and HOOLIBANG tie it up 1-1.
And that's what we were talking about, man. Eridas, when he gets Serenity, this is what happens. This is their win condition. You have the sub-rogue. He can one-shot. You have the Windwalker. He can one-shot as well. And that's what has been bringing HOOLIBANG into this top 4, into the championship Sunday, and just looking like the team to beat right now in this lower bracket. But as I say that, Echo is also in this lower bracket. But let's take a look at some of those moments in the game. So this was really close call here onto Eridas. They get a fear onto JT, but those double cheap shots from Houghton peeling that situation here. Beautifully done. The Strangulate comes out. JT uses his stone form to remove that. The Touch of Karma connects. Now they're going after Houston. And here, Houston has no trinket. He has the Spirit Link, but beautiful double blinding sleep by Croto. Then they static field totem, knock the DPS away. And they're like, well, we can't hit anybody, so we're just going to hit Croto. And then all of a sudden, Paralyze comes out. 7 seconds remain on Houston's trinket. Whirling Dragon Punch, Rising Sun Kick, Serenity, and boom, headshot with the Fist of Fury. And Houston, he doesn't have trinket, so what can he do? He can't Spirit Link that. He can't really predict that because the Croto was still pretty high HP there. And that's just the power of HOOLIBANG here. And that's the power of multi-targeting. And that's something that we've been talking, we've been hammering about this for a long time, but multi-targeting is so important, because if the healer knows, well, I'm the only target, we just play to live, and if the healer doesn't die, we win. It changes that to, okay, Houston, look at him. He's got Earth Shield on himself. He's got Riptide on himself. He thinks his DK is completely fine. He's behind the pillar. He's thinking about saving himself, but actually, he's not the one in trouble. It's Croto. So it's really important to have that multiple point pressure. So it's really beautiful that they are capitalizing on that, and that's, in my opinion, the best way to play these sub-rogue comps. Like, swap between the healers, swap between the DPS, keep the enemy team guessing. 1-1 apiece now from HOOLIBANG and CHIBAKU TENSEI. HOOLIBANG, we know they're going to lock in the same thing. This is the only thing they run. They're going to lock in Windwalker sub again. Do you think CHIBAKU TENSEI will switch comp, or do you think that they know this is what we're running into and this is our best bet?
I just don't know if they have anything that's actually better. I feel like all of their main comps, I think I said in the pregame, it's a Death Knight focus, Demon Hunter focus, or Warlock focus. And I think Windwalker and Sub-Rogue both counter all 3 of those options. So unless they have something that doesn't involve those 3, that HOOLIBANG could probably just take this the rest of the way, assuming that they play good. And CHIBAKU actually locks in a big map as well. And but it's because they're substituting in the Warlock. But they're going to be running a Warrior Warlock. Have we seen? It's been so long since we've seen Warrior. When was the last time somebody played WLS? What year is it right now? I can't remember the last time somebody played WLS. I mean, I like the Warrior. I think the Warrior is important. I think his disruption against Windwalker and Rogue is really important. But I don't even know if it'll be enough.
yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. So wait, let me get this straight. So let me just, am I reading this right? Limps is the demon hunter of this team,
and he's also an alt warrior.
And Mercy is also a warrior. So if Chibaku Tensei wants to, they can play Man Cleave, right?
So they play double warrior.
Why don't they just play double warrior? Like, seems free, right?
You intervene one warrior, the warrior intervenes you back. How can anyone die?
That's pretty funny. I wonder how experienced Limps is on that warrior though, because he did look really good on the Demon Hunter day one, but we'll see on the warrior if he can perform on that as well. For HOOLIBANG though, I mean, there's more disruption for sure, but there's also less pressure. I feel like the reason why the games are so fast and they basically have to win on the second Serenity is because of those grip setups that are coming in from the DK and just the Strangulate and, you know, like the single target one-shot pressure that they're trying to bring in to this matchup. Having the Warlock instead, it's a little bit more scripted because, you know, okay, if there's a billion portals out, hide. If there's Chaos Bolts being casted, stop them or hide if you don't have stops. So it's a little bit more easier to manage, but at the same time, if you're not going on the Warlock, he's always going to be there. Double Coil, Shadow Fury, Fear, just being as annoying as possible, disrupting spell locks, things like that, making sure that no one on his team is actually dying. So we'll see if the Warlock ends up being a mistake or if it actually works out for them. I'm going to say I am not 100% convinced about the Warlock pick. I'm more convinced about I think HOOLIBANG has a better matchup here than they did versus the DK, but we'll see.
I think Chibaku Tensei is playing at a disadvantage in matchup no matter what. They're going to have to like massively outplay if they want to stay alive in this tournament here. HOOLIBANG are just popping off. They eliminated Swapsy's team. We were expecting them to get second on day one, and now they're looking to eliminate Chibaku Tensei. And is Echo ready for this? Like, this is a completely random comp, you know? Nobody plays Windwalker, Subtlety, Holy Priest, and oh my god, Fuston is the target right away. He's dying through Earthenwall Totem. They gouge him low at the end of the stun lock. Even with a pre-Earthenwall, he almost goes down. Then they blind him up, and they're going to swap onto the Warlock. Limps is trying to come over. They drop a smoke bomb. Big swap onto the Warrior. Massive damage incoming. Is he going to survive the smoke bomb? Double Shadow Fury from Mercy off to the side. And he's playing that portal. He's able to teleport the Windwalker and the Rogue back to behind the pillar and away from the Priest there for a moment. We saw that tech being really important against the Devastation Evoker in North America. I believe it was Nick on Warlock that was utilizing it. It could be very important here as well for Mercy to peel during these stun locks.
Yeah, definitely those Shadow Rifts. We saw them utilized yesterday by Nick on the Warlock. And was able to win them games, and it seems to be a popular pick here into these cleaves. Look at those Chaos Rifts here. Oh my god, he got triple portals. Look at Eradas just getting blasted behind the pillar. That fire flame rift doing so much damage. He actually had all three.
Houghton!
And Houghton randomly, Sheet Def is gonna proc here. Houghton so close to proccing the Sheet Def there. I can't believe it, but Houghton is gonna stay alive. The Chaos Bolts are flying in right now from Mercy, and Eradas getting full fear. Killing down the static field totem. Eradas now looking to make his way to the target. Mercy. Nice Ring of Peace there to bounce him even further away from Fuston. JT and Fuston all over each other. Fuston knocking JT further away. Mercy dropping to about half HP here. Big damage potential. Serenity is still available here for Eradas, so I want to see some kind of crowd control landing here onto Fuston. JT tried to def the Hex, but he gets cap totem into a Hex, into another cap totem it looked like. But Fuston getting kidneyed into a blind. Houghton can sap this blind here potentially. Doesn't actually managed to find it. I guess some totem or something was keeping Fuston in combat there. I'm not sure.
The Shadow Rift on JT.
The Shadow Rift coming out there into the coil, but it's not going to really generate too much pressure. Houghton getting swapped to, though. Limps is there with the Blade Storm. Big damage coming out. Houghton, portals coming in, blasting. He doesn't have Cloak of Shadows. He doesn't have Vanish. He has Vanish now. And Houghton should be able to stabilize here, but close calls so far. Chibaku Tensei definitely making this Warlock, this WLS look really good. Mercy showing us what he can do on here on his main.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure out what they want to do. I mean, they've probably never played against Warrior, Warlock, Shaman. This comp hasn't been locked in like, I want to say a decade, even on ladder play. So they're trying to figure out how they want to navigate it. Do they go Warlock? Do they go Warrior? Oh, here comes another smoke bomb. Massive pressure. No one any resolve available. Houston ducks into the smoke bomb with a Healing Tide totem outside of it, healing through it. And that was really good positioning by him. But now he's paralyzed. They're still on top of the Warlock. Limps, does he have an intervene here maybe for Mercy? JT's trying to get in there, but he gets feared away. And he's got Trinket available. Eradas is in trouble. He's going to port back behind the pillar. They're going to probably swap to Houghton as soon as possible here. JT is still feared. Shadow Rift behind the pillar onto Eradas, but it's not going to matter too much as he rolls his way right back. But Mercy is going to then just port away. Double Shockwave setting up for a Chaos Bolt here from Mercy onto the Windwalker. He's going to dampen harm, reduce the damage. Earthen Wall Totem is down on the Warlock. Mercy is going to plant and look for Spam Fear, but JT gets in there with a Chastised Fear of his own. But ultimately, it looks like it broke early. That's really unfortunate. Now JT is in a full fear. They're forced to paralyze the Warlock to stop damage. They're swapping to the Shaman, and Eradas and Houghton, I'm not sure if they know 100% what they want to do to be able to end this game, and the longer that it goes, I feel like it's going to be more and more in favor of Chibaku Tensei.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they could... Oh, Hawthorne getting swapped to right now. Stormbolt coming out. There's the Blade Storm. Huge damage coming out here from Limps. Just trying to take down Hawthorne, but Hawthorne is limping around the corner right now. Catching a couple of heals. Manages to stay alive. JT going for the fear. There's Eradas caught up in a big lightning lasso coming out. That's going to be the Void Shift coming out here for JT. And potentially his final cooldown here. They already procced his Guardian too. They're going after Houston. What are they going to do? They have Serenity active. They need to make something happen here. Triple leg sweep coming out. Houston though sitting through it, doesn't even use his trinket here. That was potentially the last Serenity that Eradas is going to see this match. Maybe he gets one more, but really forced nothing with it. Definitely not the situation you want to be in here as the Windwalker sub rogue. Limps right now getting the pressure. Double Mortal Coil coming out here onto Hawthorne and Eradas. Eradas pushing deeper and deeper. There's this, the Touch of Karma coming out. There's the rifts now are active here, and they're going after Eradas. The Touch of Karma though is going to be doing a lot of damage here. The entire thing just got redirected basically. So Mercy's going to have a big dot onto him. Houston now in a kidney shot. They're going after Mercy. The Touch of Karma dot is doing some work here. Hawthorne trying to capitalize on that. The Flame Rift does proc here for Mercy as well. So a lot of pressure from both sides, but I do think Mercy's going to be the one on the back foot here. JT catches a Stormbolt behind the pillar. Mercy teleports there looking for some crowd control, but not able to find it just yet. Eradas spinning and cleaving, looking for the damage here, but it is going to be the Guardian here getting activated from JT, and it is going to be Limps here actually with the Blade Storm trying to turn the tides into his team's favor. Both healers right now tied on mana. This is still anybody's game, but Eradas running out of cooldowns very, very quickly.
Mercy relaying that gateway for a getaway. JT's almost out of mana here. They got any resolve. I feel like the Warrior needs to be the target with no die by the sword. But I don't know if they have Smoke Bomb available for that. Houghton going to get life gripped away from the Stormbolt. They're repositioning. They're trying to retreat and maybe set up JT for a drink. They're going to be way more mobile than the Warrior and the Warlock, but they get met by a Shockwave behind the pillar. Gouge up onto Limps. They're trying to... Oh, they're Shadow Rifting them into enemy territory. Now they're so far away from JT. They're trying to roll over and reconnect. Perhaps Houghton is just trying to re-stealth, but Mercy ports on top of him. Houghton's going to Shadow Step in. Full fear onto Houston. Is Houghton trying to sap that? No, they're going to swap to Houston. I think. Oh, but an intervene comes through. Nice intervene there from Limps, redirecting damage during that setup. Now Houghton's feared. Eradas is feared. JT is stunned up by Mercy. They're setting up damage on the Windwalker Monk again, trying to deny his Serenity pressure, but he's just going to Karma and keep shoving damage. He gets coiled away by Mercy. They're trying to keep him away from the Warlock. Lightning Lasso trying to hold him back, but he's just continuing to push in. He doesn't even seem to care. Finally, he's going to have to respect the damage and pull away from the Warlock, and Houston's going to duck underground with that burrow. Mercy ports back. Eradas swaps over to the Warrior. He pre-died by the swords. Is he going to die through a pre-die by the sword? He's in a kidney shot, and it looks like he's going to Spirit Link. Houston, he panics there. He really expects Limps to take a huge amount of damage. Now they're down their Spirit Link. Mana is totally tapped for JT. Houston is almost out of mana at this point. Lava Bursts are coming in from Houston, 2 in a row. Eradas is potentially going to get dunked there, but JT manages to recover. Chastise. Double fear setup from JT, but it looks like it's going to break there. I don't even know if it was Tremored or he double reset his Tremor, but Limps has to Trinket. Limps is a great target right now. The next kidney shot, if they have a Smoke Bomb or Shadowy Duel, they have a Shadowy Duel. If they can chain those together, I mean, the Warrior can go down so easily right now.
It's got to be the Warrior. HOOLIBANG, you have one opportunity right now to try to take down the Warrior. You have Serenity in 18 seconds. Leg sweep coming out here onto Limps. They're trying to get some pressure going. They get the Paralyze here onto Houston, but it doesn't look like they have the damage to try to take down Limps. Limps with a beautiful disarm right now, and he's going in behind the pillar. Double Blade Storm coming out here, just cleaving, applying as much pressure as possible, and there's the Flame Rifts. Hawthorne in a lot of trouble. There's the Vanish coming out here for Hawthorne. Now, what are they going to do? Hawthorne, I think, wants to just Shadowy Duel the healer here into CC. There it is, and Eradas now, he has to one-shot Limps or Mercy. Who are they going to go after? It looks like he's going after Mercy. They got a gouge onto Houston, but no stun. They don't have a smoke bomb. They don't have anything. They don't find the pressure with the Serenity that they needed here. Houston is still out of crowd control, spamming out the heals. The Lightning Lasso coming out here onto Erados to shut him down during that Serenity. Mercy still with the unending result. I don't agree with that target, and Mercy is going to be able to teleport away, kite around, and potentially, I think they have done it here on the side of Chibaku Tensei. They have bought enough time potentially to try to get the win, unless Mercy right now gets dropped. He does trade out the unending result, trades out the Dark Pact here, so Mercy now with no defensives left. If they can hold on, if JT, I don't know, if he can work some miracles right now with 0 mana, they might be able to do it. Mercy, Trinket, teleports behind the pillar. Houston is completely tapped, gets caught up in the paralyze. Houston Trinkets out, no Spirit Link available, no heals available, full blind, and that is it. Mercy, can they take him down? They just need to connect with the shockwave. They can't reach. The shockwave is there, blocking him in his track.
He got knocked
back. Beautiful knock from Houston with his absolute
final bit of mana.
But there is the Zwen the Tiger. Nice Lightning Lasso. Mercy is trying to kite. If this Windwalker gets on top of him, he is dead. Mercy, how are they going to do it? They turn it around. They get Limps instead, and Limps will fall. HOOLIBANG will take the swing match, and all of a sudden they are on match point here. Unreal game here. 45% dampening. JT, clear MVP here for HOOLIBANG. 0 mana, and still keeping his team in the fight, giving them more time to finally land a kill.
Oh my god. Part of me is rooting a little bit for HOOLIBANG just because I want to see that matchup against Echo. I want to see what Echo does against the comp that like nobody ever plays. That's really what I want to see. You know, it's nothing to Chibaku Tensei. It's just we saw them play that matchup already. So I'm a little bit more rooting for HOOLIBANG here. But it seems like they figured it out towards the end, and somehow JT just legendary heals, keeps his team going. Mercy had this hero moment where I was like, "There's no way. Is he actually gonna turn it around?" Like this is where we see a knockback. So we see the Monk roll in, Thunderstorm on his knock, mid knock, pull him away. Mercy's like pulling away. Then I think he gets stunned. And he's just keeping his distance, just poking away. I'm watching the coil cooldown, and I'm like, he's gonna double coil and kill them, right? But then Limps just dies immediately before that can really happen. Oh my god, that could have been a legendary moment for Mercy there. But losing that game now means they're on match point. The pressure is really on. Like that, I think that comp looked better, but it's definitely not guaranteed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I don't know what's better, to be honest, because Mercy played that really, really insane on his Warlock. But at the same time, they ran out of mana, right? I feel like they didn't have this damage issue with the DK, but it's a more squishy target, man. It's definitely a tough situation to be in, and you just, I don't know, man. I can't say who's going to be able to take this. We might just go all the way to game 5. Chibaku Tensei might battle it back. These teams are extremely evenly matched, but to kind of dial back for a second to the point that you were making earlier, that you would rather see HOOLIBANG versus Echo. I completely agree with that, because HOOLIBANG, they're playing their mains, they're a 3-man roster, they're playing one comp, it's this or nothing, and individually they are super, super skilled at playing their class, right? And they have managed to kind of take this comp and actually make it work, even in the tournament meta. So I'm willing to bet that Echo doesn't have a lot of experience playing into Windwalker Rogue, and if they do, certainly not a team of HOOLIBANG's caliber. And I think they're going to walk into that matchup with a surprise if they do face off against Echo. Whereas, you know, we've seen Mercy versus Waz. We've seen it happen 100 times. Like, give HOOLIBANG a chance here. Oh, they bring in Limps on the Demon King. That's brave.
No warrior though. No shockwaves. No intervenes. That's like the really big one. And also Demon Hunter is really easy to kill as a sub rogue. I mean, this is by no means a guarantee at all. This is just like we're going to play maybe a main comp. Like we've seen this a few times from a few teams being really powerful in the meta. But I think specifically into this, Windwalker can solo anybody on their team. But primarily it's going to be a big threat for the Warlock. The Rogue is a big threat for the Demon Hunter. And they have enough instant CC for the Shaman that like he's just going to get caught in an in cap and somebody's going to get erased. So this is a really stressful matchup, I think, for Chibaku, even with this substitution onto the Demon Hunter.
Absolutely. I feel like Chibaku Tensei, they tried to DK comp. They're like, yeah, we got that one win, but if that paralyze didn't break, we probably lost that
exactly.
game. And then they were like, okay, let's swap away from that. They're like, let's try it again. Let's see how it works. Then they lost, and they were like, well, our DK just got one tapped randomly. There's not much we can do about that. Let's get him out of here. Let's try this on a big map. It didn't look bad, honestly, but it wasn't, I mean, obviously they lost, so it didn't look like that convincing. So now they're like, well, let's try the Demon Hunter then. This is, I assume, their entire like arsenal of comps. They're basically just throwing things on the wall and see what sticks. So yeah, we'll see if this works out. But I think in theory, I gotta agree with you. Like being a Demon Hunter into a sub rogue, not the best situation. If you don't you have to play an extremely clean game. Every single time you're getting stunned, you have to pre-blur, you have to pre-glimpse, you have to try to dodge them, you have to have Mercy there, dropping infernal stuns, coils, fears. You can never get cleanly stunned within the same 2 minutes twice. If you get cleanly stunned twice, you're actually just dead. So let's see what they do. And there it is. Chastise onto limbs. There's
oh my God!
Instant trinket. And this is exactly what I was just talking about. You have to pre-blur. So what did they do?
He's dead.
Houston might just die right now. Okay, Houston stays alive. Didn't use his trinket. Didn't panic. So far, decent opener for Hoolibang, but it could be a lot worse. Yeah. But they paralyze limps, so he can't use blur before he gets stunned, and they just stun him out of that. So if you're doing that, if you paralyze or chastise limps before you stun him, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to pre-blur. And there's a gouge, there's a kidney shot. Did he pre-blur?
Shadow
He
Rift.
did not.
He cloaked
and
it.
There's the Shadow Rift. Cloak on the Shadow Rift. Full Fear connects. And one more stun here onto limps. Surely they're going to trick it here. Chastise coming out. Houston being unbelievably greedy, but the Nether Walk and the blur comes out. And when you're making the setups this clean, this is what you were talking about, Sid. Like being a Demon Hunter in this situation is just not ideal.
Yeah, you're going to get paralyzed, you're going to get chastised into a stun and not be able to trade any CDs preemptively. So the next setup still here with no trinket. If he's out of position for a Spirit Link Totem trinket from Houston, it could be over for him. And they know that. They're just pulling back to the pillar. They're waiting for Serenity. So Houston needs to try and do something. He tries to static field, but they kill it too fast. They do get a full fear. Here comes the cheap shots. Here comes the gouge. Here comes the kidney. Massive damage. Smoke bomb comes in, and this could be it for Limps. And Houston immediately drops the Spirit Link Totem onto the fear. And that was one of their last lines of defense. Now they're swapping to Mercy. His health bar is disappearing rapidly as he's dying through unending resolve. Is he actually going to die through unending resolve? Eridas is doing so much damage. He gets stunned up by Limps. They're trying to counter aggress, but Eridas is just going to portal away from that attempt. Houghton is out in the mid. Now he's coming back out, and now a kidney onto Houston. Cheap shot onto the Demon Hunter. Shadow Rift trying to port them away. Eridas is going to be ported away for at least a global, but almost immediately reconnecting. They interrupt one fear there, but he manages to land the next. Limps is trying to reposition. He's got his trinket coming up in 15 seconds. He really needs to survive to that moment, and Chibaku Tensei, man, this is a tense game for them. It's match point. They're blasting Houghton. He's going to evasion and be okay. JT, he's in the middle of the map. He wants to get some crowd control. Limp sees him coming. He's going to snare him up, but he does get gouged. He pre-ventral retreats, anticipating the stun. And now, is he going to get is he playing reverse? That doesn't look like it. I think they still want to kill Limps. He pre-darkness. He gets Ring of Peace out of it. He's trying to double jump into the darkness to make sure he's still getting value, but he gets bounced out of it. But JT and Angel should be able to pick the team back up. He survives another kidney shot with that maneuver, but offensively, I feel like they still have so many cooldowns to get through. It seems like Eridas hasn't really had to trade much, but maybe they just global him in a stun. He has to trade Karma. Mercy's going to port away. And now they're getting ready for the next attack. Where's it going to be? I feel like they need to swap. I think Mercy is the best target now in this position with no wall and no trinket.
Mercy definitely a good target, but I feel like just with dampening still being only at 10%, it's not that easy to take him down, especially with how he kites, but we'll see what they decide to do. They paralyze Mercy. There's the chastise on the fuse down. They're going after Limps. That is it. No, he trinkets. Metamorphosis, tries to stay alive. Double coil coming out from Mercy. Houston forced to trinket as well. This is the situation that you absolutely never want to happen. Eridas, Serenity up in 5 seconds. Houston, no trinket. Limps, no trinket. You can literally just take like a coin and put Houston's name on one side, Limp's name on the other side, flip it, and whatever it lands on, that's who you kill. This is how much of a checkmate they're in right now.
Oh, Mercy has Infernal, though. Oh, he used it. Oh, he used it on the Shadowy Duel into a full blind. Are they going to send the damage? They need damage now. Are they going to go Houston? He's going to get gouged. I think they're going to fear him and then go him maybe, or just go him out of the gouge. Fear, but JT is feared. They're still kind of going after Limps, I think. Kidney shot on Houston. Limps is the target. It's match point for them. Tournament elimination. But Limps, he sneaks in another walk between the stuns. The stuns get gapped. They drop a smoke bomb. Big swap on a Mercy. He's out of range of his port. Houston is trying to get there. He's in the smoke bomb. Big ascendance for him. managing to bring the team back from the brink. They do not want to go out without a fight. They're battling so hard to bring this to a game 5. Can they do it? They're actually getting pretty close here. Houghton is low health. Eridas is low health. JT is struggling in the back line, trying to pick both of them up at this point in time. Shadow Rift trying to pull Eridas out behind the pillar, but he is able to roll away. Kidney shot, but Limps looks like he's going to survive it. And every time he's on stun DR, Limps can have free reign. He's going to I-beam and immediately get aggressive static field onto the life grip, denying JT's retreat path onto Houghton. Massive damage incoming. Mercy is getting aggressive. Angel form isn't enough. He's so low here. His cheat death could proc. Massive heals come in. JT makes a insane recovery, and now they need a clean setup. They need cross crowd control, and they need to pick their targets here because I'm not sure that JT can keep this going forever.
Yeah, JT's mana is starting to dwindle, 21% dampening right now. Mercy is becoming a better and a better target, but he does have Unending Resolve still available. Limps with no trinket. Houston has his trinket rotated back up. He might have to use it right now. Full paralyze coming in. Do they have anything to follow it up? It doesn't look like it. Limps, though, might just get one digged here in the stun, dropping unbelievably low, but that is going to be the Spirit Link coming out there for Lontar. Mercy teleporting away. They want to get the Unending Resolve as well. There it is.
Oh my
Full
God.
kidney shot. They get Houston as well into kidney, but I don't know what happened to that kidney. Actually, might have been DR'd. Either way, though, they do get the Unending Result. They do get basically everything. Next CC chain. Can they just send it onto Mercy? That is the question. I want to see them just send the full Serenity. They get a full blind onto Houston. He trinkets out. If they stun Houston, if they can just hold on and stay onto Mercy for another 10-15 seconds, get a big fear, that could be it. But Eridas is in so much trouble. Activates the diffuse magic, rolls behind the corner. There's the sheep shot onto Mercy. There's the paralyze. Can they get the fear in time? They do manage to get the fear. They kill off the tremor.
No
but
trinket!
The darkness comes out and they bounce him out of the darkness. No trinket. Mercy teleports on 1% HP. He's behind the pillar. He's trying to kite, but it's not going to be enough. Mercy will fall. HOOLIBANG will advance to the lower bracket final, taking down yet another Titan. And now only HOOLIBANG, Echo, and Lava Lava remains in the tournament. And that is 2 names you probably haven't heard before, and 1 name that you're associating with domination in Europe. This top 3 could have never been predicted.
Is today the day of EU's dynasty's destruction? All the previous reigning empires and champions in shambles, potentially, depending on the outcome of the next series. I mean, if HOOLIBANG can manage to send Echo out in 3rd place, completely unprecedented. I feel like it's been so long since Echo has even lost a series. I don't even think they've lost a series. You know, today might have been the first time in like over years that they've even lost a series. So the fact that Lava Lava pulled that off there in the grand finals, and now HOOLIBANG are masters of this composition. They're all in on this option. Nothing else will do. And they played this series masterfully to get through this, just constantly keeping them on their toes, swapping targets, setting up crowd control chains, denying defensives at every turn. And even despite Mercy's best efforts at intercepting and keeping damage going, they survived through every single pain point till ultimately they were able to finish Mercy. This is a crazy series. This is a crazy team. This is upset after upset. You know, if you're making any of your bets in the chat on like who's gonna win, like I don't know, man. Maybe you should just hold your points because like you might lose all of them. Like nothing is guaranteed today.
Everybody hold on to your points. Do not, I repeat, this is not a drill. Do not
This
bet
is not a day to
on
bet.
any of these games. Today is not, and nothing is certain today. Anything can happen, but here we can see the final. That Ring of Peace, man. Eridas Ring of Pieces have been absolutely clutch. Nice double coil there for Mercy. Eridas does catch the dispel, but it doesn't manage to get the touch of death in time. Mercy with a beautiful port, but look at this little rupture just ticking him down. And then Houghton manages to actually connect to his target there, man. It's so much fun to watch HOOLIBANG do what they can do here, because on one end, we almost saw them win this game literally in the opener instantly, but on the other end, you know, they battle it out for, you know, a really long time, like 30% dampening or something, and then they can still, you know, play that long, controlled game, the hit and run, the cooldown trading. They can also just accelerate and try to one-shot somebody. So it's really fun to see just how well they can play this composition here on the side of HOOLIBANG, and honestly, a well-deserved top 3 and maybe even beyond. But their next matchup is going to be their most revealing matchup. I think that this is going to be where they get most tested. They are going up against Echo, and Echo, first of all, they're pissed. They just lost. So this is not good. Second of all, it's a team with, you know, you guys know Echo. So yeah. But on the flip side, if HOOLIBANG beats Echo, then not only did they knock out Swapsy out of this tournament, but also Echo. So I mean, HOOLIBANG can really make some history here in this lower bracket.
HOOLIBANG with Echo waiting down there in the lower bracket. They're not used to being in this position, Echo, so maybe that, I don't know, messes with their headspace a little bit or something. I'm not really sure. We'll have to find out. We are going to be heading to a break before we get to see that series, unfortunately, but rest assured we'll be getting to it in just a moment. So be sure to stick around because I am so excited for this. HOOLIBANG, so fun to watch. And now we're going to see them challenge themselves against Echo after this break. Elimination round as well. So this is a big one. Definitely stick around. We'll see you in a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have a pretty big show coming up, a pretty big series coming up in just a moment here. It's Echo versus HOOLIBANG. While we let those players get ready, though, we're going to do another segment here where we are challenged by production to guess which map we are looking at based on the movement of the players. So if you guys want to tune along in chat, let us know what you think it is. Definitely let us know. Maybe we'll cheat. Maybe we'll get some answers from chat itself. But let's take a look at the map and see what the choices are. Nagrand Arena, Tolvaron, Empyrean, or Ashamanes.
I'm waiting for the pillars. I'm waiting for the pillars to form. This is the
Come on,
strat.
you gotta guess a little bit as we go.
All of these have pillars, though, these maps.
They're moving a pretty long distance. That purple one just went like really far out in the corner, so it could be a big map, which maybe
It's actually
rules
a
out
difficult
Nagrand.
list.
There's big space in the middle, and they are kind of moving around 4 pillars. If there's 4
3
pillars,
I think it's 3.
You think it's 3?
I'm thinking Ashamanes, because on the right side of the screen, it looks like that's like that big central pillar, right? A lot of open space that they're kind of utilizing at the top of the right side.
Yeah, there's a druid in the bottom left right now for sure at a pillar.
Yeah, he's
That
on the
yellow
pillar
dot,
drinking.
That's a druid. Now he's moving in the middle. Now he's moving back to his pillar.
He's going
The other
off.
purple one. This is hard because there's only one clear pillar from that one druid running infinite laps around it. Now,
I'm going Tolvaron.
I think that's a
I
bad
could
guess.
see it being Tolvaron. I could also see it being Ashamanes because they're both big maps with 3 pillars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one has gone. Like, the thing is, oof, this is tough. How much time do we got?
There's 0% chance this is Nagrand.
I don't
Zico
know.
trying to chime in with Nagrand.
Zico's
He's
chiming
debating
in.
us hard.
Trying to
He's
gaslight
debating us
us.
hard. There's no way. I'm going Tolvaron.
Oh!
Hey!
We need like a timer.
My
so we
first
can
right
lock in our
answer.
answers.
We should. We need like a loud clicking noise too.
A
With the pressure
buzzer?
on. Some Jeopardy noise sounds.
Dun, dun,
I was
dun.
wrong. I'm gonna be honest with everybody. I thought it was Ashamanes, so
I mean, it
an
could
L
be,
for
right?
me.
It's a big map with 3 pillars. I feel like those are going to be the hardest ones when they're put together.
I messed up though.
It's just a guess, bro. It's okay.
Sorry, you've been
Good
pretty
stuff.
spot on for the rest of the
We'll
time.
be okay, man.
Thank you.
Actually, isn't
You're
Ben the one that tried to rig it against Zico before? I don't know. I feel,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I feel like now he's trying to get sympathy for being wrong, and
Yeah.
he's trying to mess with our
Yeah,
heads.
you know what?
like-
You're right. Actually,
I'm not
is
trying to get
some-
sympathy. I'm just saying I got it wrong, and that's fine. Like, I got the other ones right. This one is a little too difficult for me. This is a difficult selection, you know? Because they're all similar.
That's true. They're all too similar. All right. Well, looks like chat did okay as well. So thank you so much to Warcraft Logs for powering that segment. If you'd like to look at your arena games kind of in depth like that too, go to warcraftlogs.com. That being said, now we're taking a look at the EU lower finals. It is Echo versus HOOLIBANG. HOOLIBANG just had an incredible series against CHIBAKU TENSEI. Echo unfortunately got sent down to the lower bracket by Lava. Quite a close series as well. You can bet that they are fired up at the moment to prove why they belong in that top spot where they normally are used to being. But I am kind of looking forward to another upset, Super Tees, kind of shake things up a little bit.
I don't think it's guaranteed. I think HOOLIBANG had to beat PMake's team, though, right? Am I incorrect? Do we have a bracket with the whole layout? Because I'm trying to remember who their first opponent was, because I think they faced
offline
similar.
games?
No, I think it was online. I think it was day 1. I think they fought against
HOOLIBANG was
PMake.
beat Wandering Water Furbolgs.
They beat Black as
On
well.
Friday.
I think, and Black was they run very similar comps to Echo, is what I was trying to say. They've fought like, you know, like the okay, here we can look at Black. Yeah, PMake's team. Look at PMake's roster. Like, it's like almost the exact same as Waz's roster, and they beat that. So that was like a warm up.
Yeah.
Now can they beat like the final form? You know, like look at the line. It's literally exactly the same. PMake Mage, Chanimal, and NPC on Warlock, Waz, Shoxy on Rogue, Lone Tar, Burley. Like, it's literally a mirrored team. So they've already beaten these comps. It's a question if now they can beat these players.
I really think that teams are undervaluing Wizards. Like, Wizards have not been represented well in these tournaments so far, but I really genuinely feel like a Demonology Warlock Wizard Cleave would just destroy this composition. Like a Holy Priest Windwalker Sub-Rogue, like that has counter comp with Frost Mage Demo all over it. So I would like to see Echo just run that. I feel like it's a really solid answer. But I guess we'll have to wait and see what exactly they do. But I do think that some of these teams really aren't utilizing their counter comping options available. I mean, maybe I'm totally off about that, but I feel like it would be Close to a free win.
Oh, they're not. Why? Oh God, why are they're doing Roguelock Shaman? I don't know if I agree with this from Echo. I feel like, I mean,
interesting.
Outlaw Rogue is going to be, you know, good in general, I think, at shutting this down, but I feel like the Warlock, that just the class, but it is Chanimal, so maybe that, you know, that's probably going to make up for it a bit. Maybe they want Lone Tar on his on Shaman on his main also, possibly could be what they're considering, but I feel like they're so warmed up against fighting Warlocks that HOOLIBANG they're probably like salivating over seeing this comp.
All right, let's see what they can get done. Lone Tar and Chanimal going to be positioning at the pillar. Howtown moving in really quickly. Who is he going to open on? Waz getting a counter sap, looking for a stun here onto Houghton, shutting down this initial opener. Grapple weapon now onto Waz, into a gouge. Are they going to set up on him? They need instant crowd control on Lone Tar. Chanimal there to shut it down with a double Infernal. So both these teams playing well in the opening stages, denying damage, but it is going to be Echo that pulls ahead. Cheap shot on JT, huge pressure here, but at the same time, we can see Eridas and Houghton switch it on a dime. Waz taking a lot of burst damage right now, but not committing any cooldowns whatsoever. And this is a much slower start than we're used to from HOOLIBANG.
Let's see where they can move from here. They're really respecting Echo here initially. Houghton's trying to get aggressive towards Chanimal, but Chanimal fakes an interrupt. He's got precognition, fear on the Windwalker, blind on the healer, kidney shot out, cheap shot on Houghton. Big damage across the board right now onto all three players potentially. Houghton could just fall. So close to death. Lone Tar and a paralyzed. JT trying to roll in for a fear, but he's too far away. But Chanimal's taking so much damage. He might just die anyways. They don't even need to get the fear. He's dying through his wall. I can't believe the pressure right now onto Chanimal. He's trying to counter it with some Chaos Bolts, but JT's ready for it. He's keeping his team really healthy here. Double coil, fear spam. Actually slips the fear on JT. Looks like it might have been death as JT's going to Apotheosis. He's reset his Chastise. He can Chastise fear. Lone Tar has no trinket, so he's looking for a Hex. I think Hex is going to be really important, like just getting that on the Priest or getting it on a DPS, but here comes the full blind. Are they going to respect this? They fear Waz. Chanimal is alone, and he's trying to do his best here with Dark Pact in the middle, absorbing some damage. Now they make a swap onto Lone Tar. They are all over them right now as they're going to pop their wall, their Astral Shift. Then they swap immediately to Waz. They force his evasion. They're killing him through evasion right now. HOOLIBANG, man, are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, HOOLIBANG looking really good so far. I don't know if this is the best composition here for Echo, but we'll have to wait and see where the openings. Right now, Houghton and Eridas don't have a trinket. This is a big kidney shot, but it gets gripped back to the safety of the pillar. Trying to make a swap here onto Houghton, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Mortal Coil coming in. It's on diminishing return. Houghton gets a beautiful interrupt. Where is the next target? Chanimal pre-portals away. He's one of the slipperiest Warlocks in the game to actually go after, but a nice triple. Double stun, double fear. Big setup here on Chanimal, and he's going to need some help. He might just outright die. Oh my goodness gracious. Lone Tar slips in. Trinket Spirit Link, but that was a beautiful setup. Double leg sweep into double fear. Stun lock on Chanimal, and they almost take him down.
Oh, Houghton in trouble. Full kidney shot, no trinket. It looks like JT's going to duck into Angel form immediately. Cloak of Shadows from Houghton. They know they can win the game here. There's no trinket on Lone Tar, no trinket on Chanimal. There's really no answers. They pre-Earthen Wall Totem. If they can maybe ring a piece the Earthen Wall Totem, knock him out of it, they're just going to go through it. Can they actually kill Chanimal through Earthen Wall? Triple fear from JT. They're setting up to take game one against Echo. Completely unprecedented day in Europe right now. Lone Tar into a Chastise, into a Paralyze. Is Chanimal going to fall? Eridas is getting peeled away from Waz, but he's finally able to connect. It is so much damage. Double coil instantly dispelled. They shadowy duel Lone Tar to give a 1v1 for the Windwalker and the Warlock, but Chanimal is winning that 1v1 with the spam fears, preventing him from connecting. They gouge up Waz. They're still being patient, getting ready for the next attack. Waz is disarmed out of that. Fist of Fury flying forward, trying to keep their pressure. JT's got Apotheosis. He can reset his Chastise here at any moment if he really needs to. Static Field pulls him away, but now they're on Stun DR. They're going to get aggressive. Here comes the Chastise from the Apotheosis, but he can't get there for the fear. Waz intercepts JT, gouging him and preventing him from getting there into a full fear. Now Houghton's in trouble. JT has to trinket. He gets the fear, but it's pre-tremored by Lone Tar. Nice moves from Lone Tar and Waz, preventing that crowd control chain, which could have been lights out for Chanimal, but the pressure is still high. Maybe it doesn't even matter. Kidney shot connects on the Lone Tar. He can't heal for one more second. Now into a full gouge. No trinket for 3. Chanimal at half health. He's trying to stay in that Earthen Wall as long as possible. Double coil, instant dispel from JT there onto the Windwalker, but Eridas is taking a lot of damage. He's got cooldowns. He just needs to not be greedy. He's going to Karma and redirect that damage into Chanimal and really amp up the pressure, but JT seems to be falling behind more and more, though, as the game goes on.
Yeah, he gets counterspelled into a cheap shot, into a fear, into a gouge, and he needs heals quick. This is in trouble. At the same time, Chanimal portals away outside of the smoke bomb. That was incredibly dangerous. Lone Tar going for a big Nature's Swiftness heal here. Will top off Channel for the time being. JT has a lot of work ahead of him, but does look like he will stabilize his team. HOOLIBANG wants to continue this aggression if they can. 9 seconds here on Cloak of Shadows. No, just kidding. It's off cooldown. So Houghton able to remain aggressive here, but with that dismantle from Waz, forced to retreat just a little bit. Waz doing such a good job with his peels this game. Cheap shot into blind on JT. Houghton is all alone. Houghton goes for a counter cheap shot here onto Waz. Looking to get aggressive on Channel, but Channel gets the fear. JT's going to use the Will of the Forsaken, break out of that, go into Angel form and just bomb out the heals, and now all of a sudden it's Channel that's in trouble.
JT is just leveling up, powering up. I mean, he's actually winning on mana. They're winning on pressure. Channel could die right here and now. He's trying to soul rip and trying to pressure them off of himself to go pick up their souls, but they don't care about their souls. They're just going to go for the kill. Fear comes through onto JT. Is it enough? Cheap shots on the Lone Tar, Unending Resolve, and Dark Pact. Is he going to die through both of those? He's trying to Chaos Bolt with that uptime, reloading those immolates, getting ready for more rifts, gets kicked on the Fear, static field on the Windwalker. The Rogue isolated for a moment. Houghton in a bit of trouble, but a big heal comes through, and he will recover, and that's Apotheosis. He's got to Chastise. He's getting in position for a Psychic Scream. He gets it. There's no Trinket. Channel immediately ports behind the pillar, but he needs to avoid both melee at the same time, and he's navigating the pillar expertly. Houghton kidney shots Waz, preventing him from peeling the Fists of Fury of Eridas. They kick another Fear from Chanimal, trying to slow down his peels, but he's still finding them now as he's looking for an immolate. Cheap shots coming out defensively onto the whole team from Waz. He's just trying to keep them at bay right now because they're so close to death. Lone Tar needs to be ready for a Trinket Link. He's trying to get aggressive. They get a Fear on JT. Chanimal is taking control of the game right now with these Fears at the moment, really creating opportunities, but here's the Paralyze. He immediately Dark Packs, but it's a swap onto Waz. Is he ready for the swap? Massive damage incoming. Spirit Link Totem comes down, and a pre-tremor on the Fear from Lone Tar. MVP play from Lone Tar in that position to recover, but now there's no link for Chanimal. Here's the Smoke Bomb. Lone Tar's trying to get there. Chanimal ports out of it immediately and evacuates, getting on top of JT, looks for a Fear, gets the Fear off the kidney shot, gets a precog. That step kick was too late, and now Chanimal has precognition. He's free casting even more Fears onto JT. Can they get a Hex on him maybe out of this? They get a Sap out of the Fear from Waz, a pre-Karma on the cheap shot, a pre-cloak from Houghton. Insane plays from Eridas and Houghton in that setup, denying Waz's assault. Now another Chastise on Lone Tar. Can he get there for the Fear? He doesn't have a Tremor Totem. JT is chasing down Lone Tar, but he's getting rooted. He's looking for Mind Games now. He gets Counterspell, but now he can free heal possibly into the future. Waz is going to evasion. He's not a target. They're getting back on Chanimal. They could cut him down through Dark Pact, full blind. Lone Tar has to Trinket. Chanimal could just outright die. The kidney shot Eridas. He grips it, but Houghton's in trouble, and oh my god, disgusting damage coming out from Chanimal. Houghton will go down.
Triple portal wombo combo. You can see Waz, look at his face. That was too close for comfort. Echo, I wonder if they go back to the drawing board, they bring in a different composition. Are they happy with how this played out? Because, I mean, they did end up getting the win, but, I mean, there was a lot of close calls on Waz, like 3 or 4 incredibly close calls on Chanimal, and I feel like if Echo just played this one a little bit worse, they would have ended up losing it. So, really, really tough, but we can see here in the replay a few really key moments. Chanimal, I think his portal positioning, not even just his portal positioning, but his portal timing was really, really effective. He's always there to kind of not only portal, but reposition with that portal to land these clutch Fears. Waz is able to set him up with cheap shots and gouge. You can see the diminishing return sap, and this is where things kind of just like unraveled. Eridas is forced to use his Touch of Karma. Houghton as well with the pre-Cloak of Shadows. Chanimal portals away once again, and this is where I think he goes for the coil and triple portal to just really, really amplify his damage. Might be a few moments after this. Nope, here it is. 1 portal, 2 portal, 3 portal, and then any crowd control on JT. I think they'll just take down Houghton. It looks like, yeah, JT just doesn't have the healing. He has Void Shift as well, so
he didn't have his Divine him up. Oh, he could have maybe canceled Void Shift?
Yeah, you can do that.
That's actually tragic. I feel like maybe he didn't want to cancel it. I think maybe what he was pressing Divine Him, because usually you use Divine Him with Angel, and it wasn't synced up perfectly. So I'm wondering if maybe he might have dropped a global. I wonder if also if he didn't have any Serenity charges. So he went into Angel expecting to Divine Him, realized it wasn't coming up for like 1 second, and then lost a global. And then by that point, he was dead because Chanimal rolled 2 Fire Rifts on that. Like, the RNG was definitely not in their favor, but they still had answers, and it honestly was looking good for them. So yeah. I would really say that the series isn't over just because they were able to pull off a win here in Game 1.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. Honestly, I feel like HOOLIBANG was winning for most of that game. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. HOOLIBANG just seems like they always have an answer. But the amount of instant crowd control the Subtlety Rogue, the Windwalker Monk, and the Holy Priest have available, they can just create these 3 versus 1 situations so consistently. amount of burst damage that Windwalker Monk and Subrogue has, I feel like this is honestly a pretty good composition overall. Like, it's actually well-rounded. You've got good defense, decent consistent damage with the Windwalker Monk. Obviously awesome burst as well with the Windwalker Monk and Subtlety Rogue. Lots of defensives that they can rotate through. So I think this is challenging, and one of the reasons why HOOLIBANG obviously playing this comp at a very high caliber. Obviously, this is a difficult one for Echo. I do wonder if they have something better than what the composition that they're running right now, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, they won that first game, but if this is another close game or HOOLIBANG just outright wins this one, I wonder if Echo has to go back to the drawing board.
I mean, the drawing board. I think big map. I don't know, would a Frost Mage just die? I feel like if you play Blink Stun, you're probably not.
Nobody likes playing Wizards. Nobody's playing Wizards.
But this seems like the best time. Like both these teams, I feel like with Lava Lava and with this team, like it would be a pretty decent matchup. But here we go. It's Hook Point. It's a small map, and this is going to be even more intense for Echo in these close quarters. Lontar's not going to have a harder time with pre-tremors, pre-earthen wall totems. He got insane ones in game number 1, but will he be able to do it here on a small map? He's got his earthen wall immediately in the opener here, and Houghton is patiently waiting. He catches Waz in a kidney shot, intercepting his setup onto his Windwalker Monk. So nice peels from Houghton. Now he's sneaking behind the pillar for a restart. Waz is actually going after the Holy Priest really aggressively here. A very interesting stance swap for the team, just chasing down the healer, but he seems to be all right. He actually had to use GA on himself. That's actually a good cooldown bait. Now that's not available for the Monk or the Rogue. JT didn't want to get overconfident, but now he's in position to CC out of the blind if he wants to go for a DR Fear or Chastise. Waz gouges him right before it. Insane gouge into a Hex. Great coordination between Waz and Lontar between game 1 and game 2 to stop JT. Now he's into a kidney shot. His Windwalker's in trouble. Dampen Harm and Karma. They're swapping to Lontar possibly. Big one shot. Is he ready? He pops Astral Shift. He's dying through it. He has to Hellstone as well as Ascendance and Guidance. That was a huge value swap from HOOLIBANG.
Yeah, now they're making a swap here onto Waz. Cheap shot after cheap shot, but doesn't look like they have the damage to actually take him down. Going to be the Angel form here for JT, just bombing in flash heals. Wants to stay ahead of the damage, reset those Serenity charges. Well, here on the Houghton, do they have the damage to actually take him down? Looks like Chanimal's still going to be the main target in this match. Full kidney shot here on Lontar. Beautiful soul rip there by Chanimal, slowing down some of that damage. So anytime you see those souls kind of come out of Houghton and Eridos, that's Chanimal reducing the damage they do and also reducing the healing that they receive. So really effective peel, and I think Chanimal's been using that talent really well in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Lontar's kicked, though, at the moment. Chanimal ports, but he ports on top of the Priest. Lontar gates to Chanimal, but Chanimal gates away. They're going to be separated for a moment. Kidney shot on Lontar. Perhaps it's not going to be too much consequence. He's trying to rift Eridas. He's trying to counter pressure a Windwalker Monk. That could be a risky gamble here. Fear on Houghton out of the cheap shot. Spamming Fear, gets kicked on the next one. Looking to reload the Immolates, trying to get some more rift procs. Waz gets paralyzed. Nice Hex Aura Mastery here from Lontar. I really think Hex could be a game breaker. Now Lava Burst's coming out as well. If he's getting extra crowd control on JT and extra damage, it's going to be really critical for Echo in terms of ending the game before they get overwhelmed. Who are they going to go? Is it going to be another setup on Lontar? They get a double Fear into a cheap shot. Are they going to go Lontar? I think they're trying to, but he's got a Thunderstorm knocking the Windwalker away. And with Earthen Wall Totem down, he seems to be okay. Now they're switching their attention back to Chanimal and Waz. Mind Games connecting here. Static Field down. Doesn't look like Lontar's able to move them with it just yet, or maybe he just wants to contain them there. Waz gets the grappling hook into a kidney. That could set up Lontar or Chanimal for a Fear or a Hex. They Ring of Peace the Fear, but they go for the blind instead, and Houghton's in trouble here in game 2. He could just die outright cheat death. Oh, it's going to proc, and he could still die. He goes for a defensive blind. Waz trinkets out instantaneously, and Houghton is so critically low. JT somehow makes a recovery. Houghton is still alive. Now Chanimal is on the back foot. Unending Resolve comes out, but JT slips in, gets a full Fear, and he could die at the end of this Unending Resolve. Gets a double coil. Waz could die. He pops Evasion to trade, and this is just constantly back and forth.
Yeah, Houghton gets gripped away on that kidney shot. He's definitely in danger. Cheap shot. Oh, beautiful gouge there by Houghton. Lontar wanted to get a Hex out of the cheap shot. Houghton completely shuts that down with a counter gouge into a counter kidney. JD, does he have a Fear to follow it up? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to so far. Both these teams looking for setups. We got a full gouge on JT. Houghton definitely feeling in danger right now. Waz is all over him. If Chanimal can connect damage, they might be able to actually take him down. However, JT does have his trinket, so there are answers here for HOOLIBANG. This cheap shot, or this kitty shot, is actually not getting huge value here for Waz. Houghton manages to get out of line of sight of Chanimal, so he wasn't able to connect at all during that stun lock. I think is very good for HOOLIBANG.
Let's see what happens here. Paralyzing Chanimal, double Fear. Waz in so much trouble. Spirit Link Totem comes down from Lontar in a close call, but now they're swapping to Lontar. Big damage incoming. 1 second. Oh my god, that crit was disgusting. Waz knows it too with that facial reaction. Oh my god. HOOLIBANG, one tap and bring this up 1-1.
Wow. I mean,
Do we have Waz's
Wow,
face cam on the
wow,
replay? He was just like, what?
the only thing I could think is that maybe Lone Tar needed to like preemptively use his Astral Shift. That's a tough spot to be in though. Like when you make that trade and you trinket Spirit Link, quite often you want to rely on that as the rest of Shaman, right? It's like, hey, I just traded Trinket and Spirit Link, like we should survive. But when you have no Trinket, all of a sudden Lone Tar is 50% health, and he's got no Trinket anymore, and he's not on stun diminishing return, so it's just an easy swap, right? Like all you have to do as a Windwalker monk is move over off that stun lock, get your Alpha Tiger up. You're able to put out a ton of crit damage. It's just your Kiefer, sorry. It's a ton of damage that you're able to output. So. Lone Tar, you read the situation right to save Waz, but I think if he preemptively walled there, which is a hard decision to make, I think they might have been able to stay in it. But HOOLIBANG doing such a good job with the setup.
I can't believe it. Like they almost kill Waz, they get Link, and they're like, "Oh, Lone Tar, you're low health."
Cheap kill shot, Link instantly
just,
too.
Boom. What even hit him at the end? Like Houghton gets. We need a death log on this one. Was it touch of death? That was a rising sun kick. It was literally that had to be like a 300k. I feel like that was a 300k right there.
If it's 300k, I'll be amazed. But
like
yeah,
250 at least.
Yeah, I'm thinking 250.
That was a big boy.
I'm thinking in the 200s for sure.
I thought it was a touch of death. I'm just watching the replay back. Like that was. Oh my God, Eridas is just crushing it right now. 15 mil dam on the scoreboard here in game number 2. And we can see that like their spikes are massive. Like look at that mid-game spike at around the 2.5 minute mark. It's just literally Mount Everest of burst damage right there. and then the finale. And that's Lone Tar had to meet that with healing, and we got the death log. Okay, it wasn't a 200k. It was actually Houghton did more.
Whoa!
Houghton did 270k.
But it's a sub rogue, huh?
Are those separate eviscerates, or is that like a cloned eviscerate when you press it once or something? There's no time. There's no way you got 2 evises right in that time.
No, it's like the.
It has to be a proc. That's a lot of eviscerate damage. 207. It was like 300,000 eviscerate. The number was right. It was the wrong player. Okay.
Let's see here. All right, we got Shadow Blades. We got eviscerate, a little spinning crane kick. I mean, don't. That's a non-crit rising sun kick for almost 200k. So definitely, definitely a lot of damage. But
Earthshield's like, I'm trying, guys. 54k heal.
Yeah, both of these classes too, like both the Subtlety Rogue and the Windwalker Monk have become more effective at killing Shamans. Like Shaman's got a little bit of a physical armor nerf. Like they did kind of like a rebalancing of armor, and Shamans ended up losing some of their armor. So classes like Windwalker Monks, they definitely pack a punch when going after that Resto Shaman.
Oh my God, Echo aren't changing comp. They're doing a big map, but they're not changing comp. I don't know if I agree with this. I mean, I'm wondering if there's a strat where they just CC the melee and attack the priest. Like you play short cooldown Hex, you just fear the melee, you Hex the melee, you root the melee, and you kill the priest. Is that all an option? But are you though?
The problem is I think you're dead, yeah. I mean, just with the amount of instant crowd control they have, like they can constantly set you up. I feel like it would be kind of a I don't know. Like, just imagine Waz is chasing the priest behind the pillar and he just gets feared into like a stun lock and taken down. I mean, maybe they could pressure the priest more, but I feel like the biggest thing Waz is doing in these games that's slowing it down to a point where they can win is doing stun lock goes on the Windwalker Monk as well as the Rogue. Like, I feel like if those didn't exist, they would just lose instantly. But I could be wrong about that.
We will have to see here. Gates are about to open. It's tied 1-1. This is an unprecedented day in Europe. Echo have had a reigning dynasty for years in the AWC, and they were defeated by Lava Lava. And now HOOLIBANG is looking to threat lethality here and get into the grand finals, where we would have 2 completely new teams in the grand finals of Europe. They need to win 2 more matches. They've already got a sap onto Lone Tar, starting the fight on Chanimal. He's going to soul rip here potentially in the future. Houghton is cheap shot. They're summoning in the Earth Alley, adding some damage and giving some bonus stamina as well in case Lone Tar is the target. He's off stun DR, so I like this pre-Earth Elemental from Lone Tar. It keeps him in combat for the blind as well, so he can't get possibly sapped. So it's really good to use that early here. Now into a kidney shot. Here comes the swap. Is he going to survive this even with the pre-Earth Ellie? He thunderstorms them off of himself, and he's being greedy with the wall here. It's the end of Serenity, and it looks like he's going to get away with it. This is a great start for Echo. They hold on to very vital cooldowns in the opening stage, and they actually got Houghton's Trinket and JT's as well. So this is a great start for Echo.
Yep, definitely not too bad. We have the instant gouge here onto Lontar, paralyzed on Chanimal. Chanimal is on the run. He has to trinket out of the stun immediately. He gets restun though. They might just drop him. Beautiful poor positioning there by Chanimal. Now making a swap on Waz. All 3 members of Echo have no trinket. They are very vulnerable during this next setup. Serenity rotating up in about 44 seconds. Got a full Hex here onto Eridos. Fear onto Houghton. So right now Chanimal playing basically pure defense. They need to find a setup if they can. Grapple weapon coming in from Eridos. Very nicely done. Slowing down some of that damage from Waz and just buying time until their stun diminishing returns are up. There's the paralyzed though. Where are they going? Who are they going after? It looks like Waz could be in danger. Full kidney shot lands in a smoke bomb. It looks like Waz has a gap in the stun lock, and he's going to be able to get out of that one. Immortal Coil here onto Houghton, as well as Eridos. Beautiful fields there by Chanimal, but really, really close call there on Waz.
Static field pulling the team off the pillar for Chanimal to free cast on them. I like these hexes from Lontar. I really think he needs to abuse that they don't have ranged kicks and just squeeze in some hexes on anybody really that they're not attacking. Like right here, full hex, or at least a DR hex onto JT into a kidney shot. It's just a couple extra seconds of crowd control.
Waz is dead!
Pre-lays his tremor, but Waz is still dead. Cloak of Shadows. I love that pre-tremor position from Lontar. It's behind the pillar. JT knows it's down, so he's not wasting it, but they thunderstorm JT away from the tremor, so he can't kill it. That was insane by Lontar right there. He knew if he walked into melee range, he'd get feared, so he hid that tremor totem behind the pillar and managed to delay them killing him, but now he's into a full blind regardless. Double leg sweep, massive damage incoming. JT gets the chastise. Waz jumps over, denying JT's push here into a full hex. I love that coordination from Waz and Lontar. If they can set up stun hexes, that's how they're going to win the game, but Chanimal is still taking a tremendous amount of damage. It looks like he's able to portal to safety. JT has to duck into angel form, but he's in an awkward spot on that pillar where his teammates main line of sight him. I think they are still playing effectively around him. He's going to divine him. A pre-karma from the Windwalker here as well. Double Earthen Wall totem down. They're going to paralyze Lontar. They're not using Ring of Peace on the Earthen Walls here. I would have maybe perhaps liked to see a Ring of Peace here, knocking Chanimal out. He's actually still dying. Nice fake on the kick there by Lontar, but Waz is still dead. He has to trinket and evasion. He's trying to go for a hex again, but he gets cheap shot. Waz is falling behind. Chanimal is dying as well. Gouge on JT, trying to set up on Houghton. He's feared off into the corner. Eridos is rotting down as well. Both teams look like they're going to be recovering here. 2 rifts out for Chanimal onto Houghton. Massive damage incoming. Is JT ready for this hit here? He's got one more charge of Serenity. He's holding on to it. He's got Apotheosis coming off cooldown for a chastise, but he's met by a kidney shot. Cheap shot on Houghton. Cheap shot on Eridos. Setting up Chanimal to free cast. Full blind on JT. Stacking him up with the static field totem. Now looking for a hex out of the blind. He doesn't fake the step kick. Nice step kick from Houghton as he looks to kidney shot Chanimal. Cheap shot Lontar. Big swap onto Lontar. Do they have enough damage to drop him? He thunderstorms them away. It is the Serenity. This is the big burst moment, and Chanimal is recognizing it, spamming fear, but it may not matter. They have to Astral Shift. Is he going to die through it? Earthen Wall, Ascendance proc on the Riptide, and I think Lontar should be able to recover with this trade.
Yeah, he used a lot there, though. This is Astral Shift, Earthen Wall Totem, the Ascendance. I guess he got lucky with the proc, but Eridos now in a little bit of trouble. He does have the Touch of Karma coming up in just a few short seconds. Waz going for crowd control, though, to make it a swap here on Houghton. Full fear on JT. He has to use the Will of the Forsaken, and I think not being in crowd control, JT should be able to keep him alive. Big setup here onto Waz. Instant crowd control initiated, and Waz might just outright die.
No
he
way.
does. A beautiful setup. Lontar cannot find the Spirit Link Totem, and HOOLIBANG, all of a sudden, they take the swing match. Windwalker Subtlety Rogue. Like, what is going on in Europe?
What if they just play sub themselves? I feel like a sub into a Windwalker? Would that even be that bad?
I don't know what they need to do. Like, I don't know what they need to do, but this is crazy.
Dude,
there's a point during the game where I'm watching Lontar's point of view, and it's giving me like PTSD from healing solo shuffles. Like, Chanimal is getting one shot. Oh my god, I have to use everything to keep him alive. Oh, now Waz is getting one shot. Oh, now they're on me. Like, just absolutely behind on healing the whole game. Everyone's a target. Everyone's dead. Like, let's take a look at these final few moments. So this is where Waz goes for crowd control, and he's trying to do a setup, and they just turn it around on him. Look at this. So Lontar is pretty far away. He's going for a lava burst. I think he just gets paralyzed. And it's like, what do? I trinket the paralyze? Maybe he just gets chastised. No, he chastised him. So what is he really going to do? Even if he trinkets, he can't Spirit Link. He can't Spirit Link, right? Like, there's nobody there for the Spirit Link. So, my God. They were just in checkmate, right? Like, there's nothing Lontar could do there.
This is insane, bro. There's no way this is happening, man. We're seeing 2 teams in Europe coming off the ladder, playing comps no one has ever seen before between Warrior Demon Hunter and Windwalker Rogue and Holy Priest. And Lava beats Echo on the upper side. HOOLIBANG is 1 game away. They just beat Echo on their map pick, which means they're going to have to play 2 rounds, you know, against the Tide if they want to be able to take this entire thing. The stress is at its highest point right now. Like, they've never been in this position before. Like, I want to say never. Echo has never been facing elimination from a tournament outside of the grand finals, like, ever.
I really want to see Demo Frost Resto Druid. I think it would just smash this comp. Nobody's playing Wizards. Like, maybe there's a reason for that, but just try it. I really want to see it. I'm not convinced that Echo's going to win this matchup with this comp. In fact, I think if they lock it in, they're going to lose. I think HOOLIBANG is going to eliminate Echo if they lock in that comp again. That's my prediction. So
I think they're going to lose if they lock the same comp again too. I want to see, honestly, like, what about like sub Arcane and just play Burst against Burst?
Isn't Demo like what? Why is Demo bad against sub? Isn't it insane against like
maybe
when
it's
I play
weak
my
against
Windwalker monk? When I play my Windwalker monk into a Frost Mage and a Demo Warlock, I want to just Alt F4. Like, it's really, really tough. I feel like Echo could definitely win with that. Maybe they don't have it practiced.
Yeah, is Channel been practicing his Demo? I feel like he's been playing like mostly Destro, but I'm sure he's got to have at least enough on it that he could play it in this type of situation. And they're taking their time, man. They are sweating right now. This is the first time that we will see Echo sweat in the first cup. And remember, there's only 2 cups. Like, even if they lose this, they're guaranteed 3rd, which is still a top 3 position. But this is the team that, like, they want to, you know, this is their legacy, right? I think Waz talks about it all the time. Like, he wants it to be his legacy to be the best team in World of Warcraft. So if they're ousted by 2 newcomers back to back, that is going to be a massive hit. So the pressure is on for them to try and take this back, win 2 rounds. They are completely, you know, I think trying to recraft their options here because that seems too scary. It's too scary of a matchup. I feel like the Outlaw Rogue isn't threatening enough and can also be, you know, one-shot by this comp. Like, usually the advantage of the Outlaw Rogue is that it's not really a target. So that way you can, you know, more safely keep your Ursula on the lock and yourself. But if the Outlaw Rogue is a target, then this becomes like, I don't think you can play it. I feel like you need to bring something either double caster or bring something even more threatening and bring a sub-rogue of your own. But they're not. They're doing the same matchup.
I'm going to need, like, I don't know. I need to, like, we need an interview after this with Echo, like what the thought process is here. But I mean, well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe they just want to be able to rely on these 2 compositions, the RLS and the RMD, and that should be able to beat everything. But HOOLIBANG, they're looking good, and their games are looking more convincing. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like HOOLIBANG. Do you feel like HOOLIBANG was in any danger during that game? There's a few like close calls, but they always had cooldowns. There's never a moment where it's like, okay, Echo actually has like a clear win condition right now. Nobody has a trinket; they can win. I didn't see any of those in that.
Yeah, exactly. Game. It's because I don't think the Outlaw Rogue has enough burst. It's like you're tanky and you can live, but you can't close out the game.
Eventually you can.
Yeah. You have to live for a very long time though, and that's a long time to play against a Windwalker sub. That just, you know, every end cap could be the end of the game. Every kidney could be the end of the game, and you want to rely on just surviving that for like 8 minutes straight. Like that seems really precarious for them to run through here. And I wanted to look at their builds to see if JT was doing anything weird on the Holy Priest that maybe other priests aren't doing. And the only thing I've noticed is that he's actually running double Dispel, which actually seems really effective. It heals the target for 5% of their health, which is really good because their health is so high, right? And it also would just remove Immolate. You can just spam Dispel Immolate and make Chanimal do 0 damage and not reset his rifts. So that's actually really heads up by JT in this matchup.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Is Echo, like, when is the last time Echo didn't make a grand final?
Oh no, the bomb opener.
Yeah, big opener here on the Waz. Can they force out a trinket?
What is happening?
Are you kidding me? Trinket evasion. Oh, Waz, that was a close call. That's the best start HOOLIBANG could have possibly had.
Oh my God, they are going to be stressed out right now. They're trying to get double coil. Chanimals is trying to take control of the fight here, spamming fears out onto the melee attackers, reloading those immolates, but JT is just going to keep dispelling them, forcing Chanimal to hardcast more, which he's going to get stunned and kicked on. Here come the rifts from Chanimal. 3 rifts out for Chanimal. They need this to bank the massive cooldowns or a kill in the position that they're in, but Eridas is recognizing it. He's already got dampen harm up. He's taking the, oh my God, this damage is just endless. Lontar Spirit Links, it doesn't even do it. It's instantly killed. HOOLIBANG are absolutely on fire. They are ravaging Echo at this point. They are pillaging Echo. They are taking their empire one step at a time. So close to the kill right in that moment. And Echo had to blow pretty much everything to stay alive.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing. HOOLIBANG, if they can hold on and they can keep up the setups, this is not looking good for Echo. Is there any openings? Eridos has no trinket and no touch of karma. That's something they could maybe do, but full kidney shot on Waz, cheap shot on Chanimal. Waz could potentially fall. No crowd control on Lone Char, finally getting cheap shot, and Waz is now in a lot of danger. Cheap shot into Gouge. Waz is on the run, having to play fully defensive. And Eridos is chasing him down with a Fist of Fury. Big Ascendance proc there by Lone Char. Might be able to survive, and it looks like he will stabilize Echo for the time being, but Echo's in a lot of danger.
Oh, Houghton on the back foot here. Oh, is he going to go down? Kidney shot on JT. He's got Guardian Angel. They hex the Windwalker. Good CC between Lone Char and Waz. And it looks like Houghton is going to survive here. One Serenity comes up in 1 second, and he should be able to top him off. But, oh, his Guardian procced. It's a 3-minute cooldown. That is really rough for JT. This is a miracle moment right now for Echo if they were going to be able to pull this off. There's a trinket coming up from Waz, and he's just sitting behind the pillar. He restelts. He gouges Houghton. He's trying to buy time for his trinket to come off, but he's just going to get chastised. I think they're going to go on a different target. Pre-healing Tide Totem. No, they're going on Waz. Out of the fear, even regardless of that, they're not going to find the kill. Double Shadow Fury from Chanimal. Peeling for Waz, but now he's put them on Kidney DR, so they can't really attack them. Waz is just trying to grapple after the rogue, stop him from restelting. Going to put him in a DR Kidney shot. Try and keep the pressure. They knock Houghton off the pillar. Waz is going to get gouged. Step over on a Lone Char. Going after the healer with no trinket, possibly. Chanimal soul rips. Beautiful soul rip timing here. Right when Lone Char was really struggling to heal. That's going to reduce their damage significantly. So expert positioning there by Chanimal. He's actually still dying even despite that play. Big heal comes out. Lone Char tops the team. JT is getting aggressive. He's got Apotheosis. He might even just have Chastise right now without it. Lone Char gates away from JT. Chanimal's going to gate, but Houghton in hot pursuit. Chanimal taking so much damage. Waz intercepts with a cheap shot, stalling the damage for a moment into a kidney shot, but Eridas is popping off right now. Is Chanimal just going to go down? Cheap shot connects, and Chanimal, is he going to choke? He is on any resolve. He's going to Hellstone. He fake casts the kick. He gets the precognition, but this pressure is just unrelenting. Waz in a smoke bomb once again. Massive damage. Lone Char ducking into the smoke bomb. Has to cast a heal. He gets cheap shot on his casted heal. Waz in a shadowy duel, I think, here right now, but he will survive. Now they're swapping the pressure back onto Chanimal. It is just constantly Echo back on the back foot. Is Chanimal just going to die behind the pillar? Then ring a piece into leg sweep. Insane setup from HOOLIBANG. Eridas is going for the kill, but Lone Char is denying it. Healing wave after healing wave, just keeping Chanimal alive at this point. I can't believe he didn't use any resolve throughout that entire push. Oh my god, the greed is good, but that was close.
Definitely a close call there, but Chanimal, the master of greed, and Echo, they've kind of stabilized a little bit. However, nobody has a trinket, so one good setup here on Waz could just be the end of the game. Looks like they are going to be going after Chanimal. Eridos is there with Houghton, but Houghton gets caught with a cheap shot gouge. Beautiful counter setup here by Echo as they want to put another point in the board. There's a full fear on JT. Will of the Forsaken gets used immediately to break him out of that crowd control, to reposition and just stay out of line of sight. Wants to just avoid the fight, avoid everything he can. Any kind of crowd control. There's the soul rip from Chanimal. Once that fades, they're going to be fully powered up for damage, and they're ready for a go. Here it is. Houghton moving in stealth. Who are they going to open on? What is the best target for them to go after? Beautiful lightning lasso. Lone Char just being as disruptive as possible here onto the Windwalker Monk, but I am really afraid for Echo.
All right, let's see what they're going to do here. Trinket's coming out for Lone Char. He's got Spirit Link. There's Zwen the Tiger. Eridas is ramping up his damage. He's got Serenity available. Shadow Blades is already active. Waz in a kidney shot. Pre-evasion doesn't matter. Infernal. Oh, that Infernal stun into double Shadow Fury, into Fear Chanimal. MVP right there, into double coil. Totally shutting down that assault. Now they're on stun DR. They can get aggressive, but here comes Serenity on the Warlock. Nice Fear again by Chanimal. Kidney shot, Chaos Bolt on to Houghton. Big heals come up from JT in that Angel form, negating that assault from Chanimal. Now Chanimal's starting to fall behind a bit. Dark Pack gets cut through. Lone Char into a gouge. Smoke bomb. Oh, that instant port out of the smoke bomb. But now Waz is left behind in the smoke bomb, and Lone Char is trying to get there. He gets a big Ascendance AoE heal through the bomb, thunderstorming the melee attackers away, but now he's into a full blind. Waz is still falling behind. Is he going to trade evasion? He gates back to the pillar, but Lone Char is still in CC. He steps back away from the Windwalker and then grapples over to JT, but he's still just dying. He has to cloak. He's so critically low. He gets shadowy dueled at low health. Lone Char can't heal him right now. He's going to get away from Houghton. He doesn't want to get stunned. Waz is still alive, but barely at 50% health right now. Lone Char's mana is not looking good. Apotheosis is up for JT. He's reset a lot of important holy words right now. He's getting ready for the next assault. Holy fires are coming out from JT. He's really adding pressure now. Mind game's being casted as well. Is Chanimal going to fall here? Lone Char into a gouge. and Chanimal is in so much trouble. Houghton at the same time, and a kidney shot from Waz, but he's disarmed. Nice grapple weapon from Eridas during that crowd control chain. Houghton is going to survive. Now Waz is trying to swap back and peel the Windwalker away from Chanimal as he's spamming fear on him. Nice Earth Ellie from Lone Tar, anticipating that they're going to send a go here, keeping him in combat, but he gets kidney shot. Chanimal's at half health, dying through Dark Pact. He ports back behind the pillar, away from Eridas. Are they going to swap to Lone Tar? Double fear? They get the fear, but it looks like it was pre-tremor. Nice pre-tremor from Lone Tar. Leg sweep comes through. Cheap shot on DR. I don't think Waz is going to die in a DR cheap, but they do get his vanish. He's going to cheap shot JT from stealth. Chanimal fakes another kick and gets a full fear. Insane place from Chanimal. Full fear on the priest. Houghton in a kidney shot into a cheap shot. Is that going to be it for Houghton? He's going to vanish at 1%. How on earth are these rogues getting away with this, man? JT in a sap out of the fear from Waz, but Houghton stays alive. And now they're setting up for pressure. Where's the win con, though? Waz has Trinket. Lone Tar has Trinket. Chanimal has Trinket. And Echo, despite this terrible start to this game, are actually in a position that isn't that awful anymore.
Yeah, definitely. The battle of the back just a little bit, but Chanimal in a stun lock might just cut through immediately. He's in a lot of trouble. Lone Tar has a Spearling Totem, opting not to use it. A full blind now onto JT. Who are they going after? Waz in trouble. Chanimal in trouble. Eridas is also a great target. Chanimal's going to be the one to portal away, redirecting some of that karma damage with the Reflect. Nicely done. 34% dampening. JT actually ahead on mana. Big setup here on Waz. He's forced to trade the Trinket on the Smoke Bomb, so all of a sudden there's no Trinket for Waz. A full blind on Lone Tar. Is Lone Tar going to trade out his Trinket as well? It doesn't look like it. He's going to be able to hold on to his Trinket for a further Spirit Link, but might have to just trade it. And he does. He trades it out before the stun lock comes in. Chanimal still low. They kill it off immediately. Chanimal might just outright die. Is Echo going to be eliminated here, Sid?
They're all dead right now. Half health. Lone Tar has so much work with barely any cooldowns left to do it with. How is Lone Tar going to pull this off? He walls the Dark Pact. They're trying to gate away. They're trying to get away from the melee attackers. Waz crowd controls the whole team with another fear secured by Chanimal. He soul rips away. Mortal Wounds is up. Eridas is in trouble. Can they kill him through Diffuse Magic? He's hovering at 50% health. Lone Tar is somehow doing this. He's pulling his team back from the brink, but he's into the paralyzed. Double Infernal, triple Shadow Fury. Fear's coming out, but the cheap shots connect, and it's match point. They grapple him away with the static field. Behind Chanimal, just a second to kite, but even every second could be his life as Houghton is moving in for the kill. He gets gouged up. Lone Tar gets a healing surge. How are they not able to connect? Eridas finally getting over to Chanimal. Houghton gets feared away. Chanimal at half health. He's going for a Hex right now. He gets a Hex on JT. It might win the game. JT has to trinket it and life swap. Lone Tar goes for an aggressive Hex despite his team in shambles right now on match point, but they need more CC if they're going to win this game right now. Waz is in so much trouble. He evasions. He might even have to use Cloak on top of it. Chanimal ports away from the attack. Healing Tide Ascendance down, but they might kill that Healing Tide Totem. They're on top of it. Eridas snipes that Healing Tide Totem almost immediately. Chanimal relaying the gate. Houghton is in stealth. Houghton knows that this next setup could win the game, but JT's in trouble. They're doing it. They're doing it. JT is going to fall, but could they cross kill Chanimal? He's got no wall. Lone Tar is totally out of mana. Touch of Karma and Zwen. This would be the most insane 2v3 if they pull it off, but I can't blame them for wanting to try at least right now, given the current circumstances. How does Echo bring this back, man? This was such a terrible start for them at the beginning of the game, and maybe it's not over. Was no trinket for 2 seconds. No, it's
close.
over. Oh my god.
If JT actually survived there, I mean, they, oh my, I can't believe Echo held on. There was a few really clutch moments by Waz. Like, everyone on Echo, I'm gonna be honest, this is looking like an absolute nightmare for them in this matchup, but I feel like Waz did such an incredible job that game. There was a time where Chanimal, you know, he snuck away after his portal. Nobody could connect, but it was because Waz moved over. He got a kidney shot on the Windwalker monk, moved over to the rogue, got a cheap shot gouge on him, and just completely took their damage to 0. So great peels by Waz, but you can see here's the open of the gouge on Waz, a smoke bomb. It's like, okay, Waz might literally just die here in the opener of this game. They have a ton of pressure. Eridas is just going to trinket out of the Infernal Sun and try to one-tap him. And Waz does manage to get the trinket cloak. So he a little bit greedy there. His cheat death didn't even proc during that initial setup, but HOOLIBANG definitely started this round out with a bang.
Oh my god, this entire game is a highlight reel. Like, if you're gonna make a top 5 moment for this weekend, you could literally just use this game, and all 5 moments would probably be in this singular game. And there's still one more left. We're moving to game 5 between these Titans, and at any second it is over. I can't believe Chanimal didn't die in those final moments. That static field from Lone Tar, I'm hoping we're going to catch it in the replay. He pulled the Windwalker and the Rogue off Chanimal when he was easily going to die. Like, on the next global, he was going to die, and he just pulled them away, and he was able to run. and just get a bit of distance and stay in it. This was that critical moment where Houghton almost dies. He vanishes at like 1% health. I'm really hoping we got the static field. I need to see it again because it was just insane right at the last second. It was over if he didn't do that. This is the Serenity from Eridas. He's feared. I think this is the kill moment on JT. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is a little bit early. Every single moment, yeah, I think this is the end of the game. Oh man, we don't get the static field totem. It was so crazy to see that. This stun on Eridas is important though. Channel able to free cast more safely and get enough damage there to squeeze the kill on JT. So really good teamwork there, but this is not a free win, right? Like typically Echo is rolling their competition, you know, and just like scoffing, and it's not really a challenge. Like this is their most difficult tournament they've ever been in.
This is uphill. Like this is just definitely uphill. Echo's having to play with our minds to win against HOOLIBANG here. And where are we going? We're going to a really small map, more than likely, and it is going to be Dalaran Sewers. Just absolutely incredible. We'll have to see how this one does go. So Echo, are they going to lock in the same composition? Are they going to mix it up here on the smaller map? Because one thing's for sure, we know exactly what HOOLIBANG is going to be running. They haven't really made a change. Echo, same thing. They're not going to make a change.
Oh my god! Not even really thinking about it. Just insta sending it. Oh
yeah, I feel like I kind of feel like at this point, if they didn't believe in this composition, they would have switched off of it. So HOOLIBANG going to be locking in the same thing. Everyone in these games is playing absolutely out of their minds.
This is this is a game 5 where Echo face elimination in 3rd place. How is this happening right now? Like, is there a points betting thing right now? Because I'm going to bet that it's probably skewed in Echo's favor, but maybe not with HOOLIBANG's run in this lower bracket. This is just a Cinderella story tournament. Just the underdogs, the newcomers, they're running one-trick compositions that nobody else is playing, that nobody else, I would even think, considered that could be viable options to win a tournament, and they're making their run through it, just tearing up some of the biggest names. And HOOLIBANG are one match away from basically ending a dynasty on Echo's side. They've been so dominant in the region. I know it's been commented a lot by people like, oh man, Echo's just going to win again, really? Like, is this going to happen? And this is the most threatened they've ever been. I cannot believe that they're in this position, and like this is this is going to be so close. This is going to be so insane. I'm almost speechless. I can't even consider like what the possible ramifications are for this. I mean, HOOLIBANG and Lava possibly like locking in their spots for the grand finals for the cross region tournament by getting a finish like that. If Echo, you know, has a struggle in week 2, like this is crazy ramifications.
All right,
predictions in chat.
Yeah,
I'm
Gates
predicting
are
HOOLIBANG.
about to open. 3, 2, 1. Game 5 between Echo and HOOLIBANG. The winner of this will go to the grand finals for this cup number 1 in Europe. The loser will be eliminated. And if Echo loses this, I mean, I would have never predicted that. Every single one of us casters predicted Echo to win this tournament. Being in the lower bracket is a surprise, but to be completely eliminated, this is unprecedented.
All right, here we go. Kidney shots and Eridas. Insane pressure coming in from Chanimal right now. And I like that they're focusing JT more. I feel like he is the viable... Oh, my was! Oh, no! It was dies in the opener again! Trinket, Cloak, Evasion, every CD from him in that moment in time. And now they're swapping to Chanimal. Oh, my God. Chanimal is a fake god. I swear his precognition is 100% uptime in tournament play. I just constantly look at him, and he's free casting Fear with precognition. They cannot afford to keep missing their kicks. Chanimal is just going to carry. But JT in trouble! They go after him once again. Get him caught in a kidney. The cheap shot is Trinket. Is JT actually going to die? Lone Tar looking for a Hex. It doesn't look like he's able to secure it, but I love the pressure on JT, flipping the switch and taking the small map in their favor. At this point, Apotheosis from JT. He's got that Chastise ready to go. Lone Tar gets kicked on his heel. That can be devastating for Chanimal. He's so low on match point into a gouge shot. Oh no, Walls can't get there. Chanimal might die through unending resolve. It's insane damage. Hellstone comes out, but he's still dying through it. How is he still dying through it at this point? Shadowy Duel. He could get dueled at low health and possibly die. He gets kicked on the cast. He's trying to stabilize Lone Tar in a Shadowy Duel into a blind. He could possibly sap the blind here. Is he going to get the sap on the blind? He doesn't get the sap. Chanimal, oh my God. Ring of Peace separates him from the Spirit Link into a gouge. Oh, into the smoke bomb. Insane play. Do they have the damage to close it? Double fear from JT. And Chanimal is in so much trouble, but still somehow alive as they get a double coil. He ports back away, and they need to not stack up. They need to try and spread out. I can't believe Chanimal survived there without Lone Tar using Link.
JT.
But JT getting set up on double rift from Chanimal. 3, and it's a flame rift. JT in a ton of trouble on match point, and he's looking like he could get dunked, but it looks like Houghton comes in with some clutch peels, cheap shotting the whole team and saving JT.
That was a big commitment there by Echo, but I like the fact that they're going after the healer a little bit more. Close call here on Chanimal. Lone Tar, I think, actually gets the Tremor Totem down on that Fear, so that's going to break immediately. Cheap shot into cheap shot on the Houghton and Eridos. Was trying to set up the team. Full kidney shot on JT once again. Can they connect? And it seems like Echo's new strategy is go after the healer. We'll see if it works out. When you're clumped up like this, though, JT's in a position where he can land big fears for his team. Lone Tar gets swapped to. They go after Waz. They go after Lone Tar. Maybe Lone Tar falls. He's got a lot of cooldowns here available, but doesn't want to greet it too much at this moment. I think Channel is probably the most vulnerable. He's going to have no Dark Pack, no Unending Resolve, and no Trinket for the next setup. I feel like HOOLIBANG could easily take him down.
Yeah, they've not been able to successfully get onto JT for some time, and now he's got his defensives rotating back up, and Chanimal is going to be really stressed here. He's trying to get some fears, trying to fake some kicks, paralyze on the Shaman, triple CC. Big setup from HOOLIBANG, and his wall's going to go down. He Trinket Cloak of Shadows immediately here, but now Shadowy Duel is available in just a few seconds, and he could get dueled 100-0 possibly in the near future. He's going for Killing Spree onto JT, but Ring of Peace is protecting him. He's in Angel form, and he's going to walk off that swap really easily, and now Lone Tar has no Spirit Link. He used it earlier on. Waz has no Trinket. Chanimal has no Unending Resolve. This is such a difficult position to be in as Echo defensively. Here comes the double leg sweep with no triple leg sweep, actually. Eridos gets knocked off the side. Insane Thunderstorm from Lone Tar, sending them up into a double coil for Chanimal. And with that Earthen Wall Totem preemptively placed, Lone Tar MVP play right here, trying to go for some Lava Burst damage as his team looks to be fully recovered and trying to add some into the mix. But I don't like that they're stacking. I feel like it's going to be too easy for the Windwalker and the Rogue to get CC on Lone Tar, but I guess what do you really do on Dalaran? They're trying to spread out now, putting Lone Tar on the staircase, but JT just professional right now, repositioning at the boxes away from the crowd control. But he's caught in a kidney shot. Eridos is there. Oh, Ring of Peace. He's trying to bounce Waz out of line of sight, but doesn't get quite the right bounce. Triple Infernal on the bomb. Triple Shadow Fury. Chanimal is insane.
Yeah, beautiful peels there by Chanimal. Always coming in the nick of time to keep Waz alive. They know when they're going to lose the game. That was a bit of an obvious setup there, but Chanimal really came in clutch with the peels. Big Serenity here, but that knock value is just insane here on this map. He's getting knocked off the platform, and maybe this map is actually backfiring here for Eridos. Small map, but
JT.
This big distance. JT now getting caught into a kidney shot. He's got Trinket. He's just going to use the Angel to give himself some massive heals, stay alive in the fight with that Guardian Spirit. Huge damage here on the Chanimal, though, as they make a swap. He's in trouble. He's got Trinket. Is he going to be able to port away? We'll have to see JT just very confidently moving forward, looking for a potential crowd control here onto Lone Tar. He's going to abandon the chase and move back. Gets caught into a gouge, but Chanimal may have overstayed his welcome. Beautiful Ring of Peace. Eridos is going to zip down and continue the pressure here after knocking him off the side. A full kidney shot on JT, but they do not have any follow-up damage. JT moves in for a hero play. Chastise into a Fear. It looks like that is going to get tremored. It breaks there, so Lone Tar is not going to... Actually, is he playing Imp? Is that what's going on? Because is he actually pre-tremoring every one of these Fears, or is Chanimal just breaking them?
It's hard for me. I'll pay more closer attention to see it in the near future, but I don't know if he's running Sack Fell Hunter or not here. Waz pre-cloaks the stun, but he's still dying anyways. He's going to Hellstone on top of it. Fists of Fury are flying forward on the Chanimal. Houghton Shadow steps in. JT's in position for Lone Tar. He's trying to bait the Tremor Totem, I think. He baits the Tremor Totem, but now he's in a full blind. Kidney shot connects. Houghton has no Trinket. Is he going to go down here? Immolates are loaded. Oh, they sap JT off the back of it, but it doesn't... Oh, he's going to Trinket and Void Shift. JT is fully... But he could die now. They dismantle Waz, or grapple weapon him. Chanimal ports on top of JT. Line of sight's the Fear. He's got to be so careful right now with no Trinket and no Guardian Angel. JT could easily be a target. Nice triple Fear, but it looks like it ends up breaking a little early. They're actually swapping to Lone Tar. Big swap onto Lone Tar. Is he going to go down? Ascendance pop for him as he manages to get his team back into the fight. JT's in Angel form. His team is looking comfortable. Mass dispelling those polymorphs immediately, and now JT is looking like he wants to get back to the box. He doesn't want to stay on top of Chanimal. He's using Greater Fade to get back to the box and avoid crowd control. Waz is going after Houghton, but Chanimal is getting owned by Eridos right now. That Windwalker damage is insane. Oh, Lone Tar fakes a kick. He bombs the heal. But is it going to really matter? Houghton gets gouged. Now a Hex being casted. They're swapping to JT possibly. No, they're going to go for a kidney shot. Setting up damage on the Houghton, it looks like right now with double cheap shot, but paralyzed on Warlock. Insane pre-paralyzed on the Warlock on the stun right there. He couldn't get any damage out. Now triple cheap shots coming in from Houghton. They're going on Lone Tar once again. Is he going to go down? He pops the Astral Shift. He slips it in between the stun lock. I think he should be okay. Waz is going after JT in the back, but he's got Apotheosis. He's reset his Chastise. He's ready to go for a Chastise Fear on anything at this point. Healing Tide Totem is down for Lone Tar. Eridos is trying to kill that, but Chan Gates in offensively. They're going for the win. They know they've got a win con. JT has no Trinket. They have to drop him in the kidney shot. Can Echo do it? Ring of Peace. Waz is bouncing up and down on that Ring of Peace right on top of JT. The rifts are out. Can they drop him on the setup? That was an offensive gate. They made a lot of commitments to kill him, and they don't get it. They are going to be in a terrible spot now. Triple Fear from JT. Chanimal is isolated. Mind Games incoming. Gets sheared. Goes for a Holy Fire. JT is adding as much damage as he can onto Chanimal right now to try and close this game out, but he's met by a blind from Waz. And Lone Star has Spirit Link, but his whole team is dead. It's not going to do a lot. Lone Star actually fakes a kick. Kidney shot on Houghton. He pre-cloaks the kidney, but he still has to trinket. He duels Lone Star both offensively and defensively. He's going for the kill on Lone Star. It's match point. Is he actually going to close it out? Is Echo seriously going to be eliminated? It is insane pressure onto them right now. Oh, full blind with no trinket. Chanimal gets a double coil. He's doing whatever he can right now. Kidney shot onto Waz to try and buy time. JT gets another triple fear, and Waz, 10 seconds away from his trinket, is trying to retreat away. Static field totem, trying to get some distance. He needs to cast healing surge. He gets one healing surge. He needs more. He needs way more healing surges if he's going to top his team right now. But Waz is going in for the kill, and he might regret it. He's going deep into enemy territory. Lone Star going to reposition, try and get some healing surges. JT is protected by that Ring of Peace, but here come the rifts. Chanimal is going after the healer. They're going all in, but they get blocked by JT's Angel, and Waz is in so much trouble.
He trinkets immediately, and they make a swap on Chanimal.
The bomb!
No heals left. JT blocks it with a fear, and Chanimal falls. Are you kidding me? HOOLIBANG eliminates Echo from cup number 1. I did not expect this, but they earned their ticket to the finals. I am just so blown away with how this matchup played out.
Oh my god, we need like a moment of silence here. Like, this is the downfall
I need
of
it.
an
I
empire.
really do need it.
This is just like, this is never, okay.
We need to go to the replay though. Like,
Ben just ruins that casually. We're just going to take a moment of silence for the Echo Empire. Above the replay, we need to rub it in a little bit. Gotta go over what happened in the final moments. And I mean, they knew their win con was JT with no trinket, and so they were trying to do a coil kidney every time that they could get on him, and they were gaining in offensively to commit for that kill. And in that commitment, JT he had a trump card. He had his Angel, and just as soon as they overcommitted, he goes into the Angel form, and it's like, oh no, we've just overextended, and we can't kill him. And then they're dead. That's what happened in these final moments here. Is this the final moment? I think it is. Waz knows, like, hey, we got to get a trinket from JT. He's the main kill target. He's the only one that's really dying on their team. So they make a big push. He gets a kidney, and Chanimal and Lone Star wrap around the side to push on JT. And JT's like, ha, gotcha. Angel form. And then Chanimal's like, oh no, I'm too deep now. And at that point, it's pretty much over. Waz tries to get out, but Chanimal can't get out. And he gets smoke bombed. And Lone Star can't connect the heals. He's got no link, and he's trying to get there, but JT meets him, gets a fear on his way in, and despite Chanimal having precognition, of course, when he dies, he is still going to die in that position.
Yeah, just really, really crazy series. And now, I mean, what is this? What is the finals we have? I mean, Echo, they're definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board, but they've struggled with these cleaves, and I really didn't expect that. Like, so many of the teams we're seeing are playing, you know, melee, caster, healer. It's like Demon Hunter and a caster, or Outlaw Rogue and a caster. Which caster is best, I think, remains to be seen. But these melee cleaves, like, what is this? Demon Hunter Warrior in the finals versus Subtlety Rogue Windwalker Monk? I really would have never guessed that, but they are really showing up and playing these comps at such a high level.
Oh my god. Oh, wait.
I was muted the whole time.
How long was that?
That was our moment of silence, actually. We were just having a moment of silence.
It worked out.
Yeah. Moment of silence. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I was just talking about how surprised I was myself for Echo, and I'm also worried about their point standings now that they aren't going to be making it into the finals. Top 3 is extremely important for any of these teams to because there's only 2 cups, right? And this is at the end of the road here for Echo for Cup 1.
I can't believe it, man. Like, what's going to happen in NA?
Yeah.
Like, is this just the day of upsets where everybody in chat loses their points because they make the safe bet, you know? Like, how could you lose a bet on Echo, right? Like, how could that possibly happen? I mean, even the score screen, it's going to have to be updated now. Like how is this is just unprecedented. Like, Echo coming out in 3rd, which, I mean, it's still a locked in spot for the cross region, but they want 1st, man. They don't want to be. This is not a team that will settle for 3rd. Like, they're going to come back. I think, fiery into the next week. But there is only one more week for a comeback. And like, who wins between these teams, man? I feel like HOOLIBANG. I feel like HOOLIBANG are walking out of this tournament, man, in first place with 3 players and a Holy Priest.
You think HOOLIBANG wins the finals?
I think HOOLIBANG's coming out of this thing, the whole thing. Yeah.
Huh.
Who beat them? Who sent HOOLIBANG to the lower bracket? Because I mean, look,
it was happening really early in the tournament.
Yeah, look at HOOLIBANG's
Yeah, they got
run.
sent down during the offline. Let me look.
I want to look at this run. So HOOLIBANG beats a Black, which is a really good team. Like, that's PMAG's team. They play Rogue Mage Druid. They have a Warlock. Like, really good team. They 3-1 them. Then they 3-1 Wandering Water Furbogs, which is Swapsy's team. They go...
Sorry to cut you off, but it was Wandering Water Furbogs that sent them down there. So that's interesting that they...
Yeah, so the only team that they lost to in this tournament, they went around and then beat them in a 3-1. They actually... They learned something from that series and ended up winning it 3-1. They beat CHIBAKU TENSEI. They beat Echo in a really, really close series, and now they're going up against Lava Lava. But Lava Lava hasn't lost to anyone. They haven't lost to anyone yet. So it's going to be interesting to see if both of these teams do end up bringing these very unique cleave compositions. I think this finals is going to be like an all-out slugfest. Like, this is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I kind of thought that Echo was going to get sent down there and then they would win that game and then, just kind of win the grand finals. Because I feel like when we do have teams that dominate for so long, it's like in the event that they do get sent down there, they kind of just work their way back up again. So I don't think anybody could have predicted the outcome of this bracket. Definitely very crazy. We're going to have a bit of a longer break before we head into the finals of Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG, just because some of these teams have been playing, multiple games in a row. So we are going to be doing another segment just to fill up some time so you guys don't have to look at a timer instead. And we're going to guess some more arena maps courtesy of Warcraft logs. So let's take a look. Guess along and chat with us if you know.
All right.
And this one is either Robodrome, Tiger's Peak, Mugambala, or Dalaran.
It's not Robodrome. Maybe it's kind of small.
One pillar.
We're really zoomed in.
There's definitely one pillar.
I think
I think there's one pillar.
I want to say Mugambala, but there's too many people running around in the middle.
Definitely at least one pillar. It's looking like there's 2 pillars. I'm thinking Tiger's Peak so far.
The balcony on the bottom, and then the tiger statue on the right, and the tiger statue on the left where the holes are.
Yeah, I'm genuinely thinking this is a Tiger's Peak angle.
Where the balcony
is. It's Tiger's Peak.
There's the purple dot by the balcony. Now the whole team's by the balcony. Now they're spread out to both pillars on each side.
Yeah.
What if it... There's no way it can be Dalaran, because he wouldn't be able to move in a line like that with the elevation, right? It's not Mugambala.
It could be Dalaran, actually. Now I'm convinced it might be Dalaran. Ooh, Dalaran.
Oh yeah, there's staircases on 4 corners. It's not Robodrome. Zico's trying to troll us
thinks it's Robodrome.
He's trying to... It could be Dalaran. Wait a minute, it could be Dalaran. Because those are the 2 boxes. And that's a clear square. Yeah. That's a clear square. We haven't seen a balcony. It's Dalaran.
Yeah, that's
we just debated chat to say Tiger's Peak.
Let's
we
go.
just debated that so hard.
We got it.
Oh my god. It's insane. Dalaran, they use the entire map. I feel like there's some maps where like certain spaces don't even get filled in, but Dalaran, we pretty much filled in the whole map by the end of this little graphic.
Yeah, that platform is the hotspot for action.
I'm trying to think of how to make this more challenging, because I feel like it's cheating to wait till the end, because you can just see the pillars.
Yeah, but if you don't have any intel, how are you going to guess? You need some intel.
Maybe take only healers or something.
Only healers? I don't know. Do we have a way to mark the healer on the map?
That's gonna. If we get only healers, that's gonna mark pillars even more.
That's yeah. No, you're right.
That's where the healers are hanging out.
Only melee DPS. I don't know. Some way, but either way, thanks to Warcraft Logs for that segment. That being said, like I was saying earlier, we are going to have a slightly bit of a longer break to give these players just a couple of moments to sort of take a breather before they head into the grand finals. But this is a big moment for both of these teams. Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG. They're really kind of have a chance now to prove themselves. Echo is out of the way, and now they're just, they've got this one game between them to get first place in the first cup of season 3, which is a tremendous deal, not only for points, but the momentum carrying them through maybe into cup number 2. So with that, stick around. We're gonna head to a break, and Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG cup number 1 European finals coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. You have made it to the Cup #1 European Finals, and it is Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG. I certainly didn't predict this. Maybe we can just like to bring this home, like of how no one predicted this. We can look at the predictions from the casters or also chat too. Definitely the favorite to win was Echo for both of these games. I think chat may have started to lose a little bit of hope, unfortunately, for Echo as they headed into that series versus HOOLIBANG, but still definitely an upset from both of these teams. Now they will be competing against each other. Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG. I see another prediction going out right now, and it's about dead even right now with chat. Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG, 1.06 million versus 1.1 million points, respectively. So definitely get those points in. Definitely curious what you guys in chat think, but it is grand finals. It's best of 7 as well. Points extremely important for this one. Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG, game #1.
Yeah, I think I'm going to hold on to my points for a little bit longer. Today seems to be opposite day because I can honestly not remember the last time we saw a final that didn't have Echo, that didn't have Zeepai, that didn't have Swapsy, that didn't have any of these, household names that we've had in Europe. And instead, it's going to be Lava Lava versus HOOLIBANG. HOOLIBANG, man, a 3-man roster playing one comp. And right now they have all the momentum. They just knocked out Echo. They know we knocked down the team that knocked us down. We knocked down Echo. We just need to win one more, and that's it. We're done. So I think spirits are definitely high in the HOOLIBANG camp, man.
I just went all in on HOOLIBANG. I'm not gonna lie. Every single channel point that I have, I'm all in. So. I want those points. We'll see what happens, but I do think Lava Lava is going to be a really difficult opponent. Their cleave looked insane. The way the Warrior was built, he went pure. If they end up playing that, like if they end up playing the Warrior Demon Hunter, the Warrior is going like close to 50% versatility. He's playing the Emblem Trinket, just literally building like
full
a full
tank,
supporting the Demon Hunter. So keep the Demon Hunter alive. What are they doing though? Is that an Ellie Shaman?
Ellie Warrior.
Okay. Thunder. We got a little thunder here. The Elemental Shaman, Arms Warrior. And I think like in theory, the Arms Warrior should be very good against these kind of setup style comps. Intervene with Safeguard is just so powerful. It's such a really, really strong defensive cooldown where not only do you give like a flat damage reduction, you also just redirect some of the incoming damage. So I think if Carries plays this one well, I like the composition on paper that Lava Lava has, but we know HOOLIBANG, they really mix things up and keep us guessing.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, Karyas trying to Blade Storm Halton out of stealth. Not able to find it. Going to open up here onto JT. Get a little bit of clear pressure with JT, just using that fade. And here comes the setup already, launching it. Let's see what can they actually force here. They're going after Dex. He's taking quite a bit of damage here, dying through the intervene. And he does get feared there in the end. Did it get tremored by Guz? It did. And that was actually the rallying cry coming out there from the Warrior as well. So Warrior used basically all of his peels, all of his offensive cooldowns, his crowd control, and his defensive cooldown. The only thing he has is really his trinket. So definitely could be a target later on in the game, but we'll see here what they decide to do here as they look to set up for the second attempt here. Kidney shot in normal form, but intervene is there. I don't think they're gonna. Oh, they split up the intervene though. DR cheap shot coming out. What? Dex Tranquility, Trinket Tranquility, and he might still go down through it. He's not out of the woods just yet. He gets a couple of big regrowths, and that should be enough here for Dex, but oh my goodness, that was a disgusting opener coming out from HOOLIBANG. They've already forced out everything and might be able to just close it out here in a second.
Playing safe, they almost killed him through Safeguard. Like, when you intervene, you get a damage reduction. It's 20% for 5 seconds. They almost just murdered him through it immediately. So, insane amounts of damage coming in from HOOLIBANG, which is exactly what you would expect. Guz on the run right now, trying to pick up this first win here on the Grand Arena. Paralyzed, though. Eridas, they're going for it. Big damage on Dex once again. He's caught into the stun lock. Do they have any more damage? He's so low! Are you kidding me? Safeguard comes in once again with the Iron Bark. A very close call. And these setups are looking really scary. At the same time, though, Guz is really punishing the Windwalker Monk for these offensive plays. But if you're Dex, I mean, you really got to play heads up. These swaps on you are absolutely lethal.
What just happened there? How come he couldn't connect there with the touch of death? Might not matter though. He's stunned with anything. This is Serenity. This is everything. How did he just live here? Manages actually to stay alive, get a full blind here onto Dex. They're going after Guz here. It looks like on the Ellie Shaman. Gouge out of the blind. Do they have any more follow-up CC? Doesn't look like it. They do actually. The Shadowy Duo comes out here. Erados doing a lot of work here onto Guz, getting the Astral Shift, and now they have stun DRs again onto Dex. No Barkskin, no Iron Bark, and no Trinket for 5 seconds. He's gonna have Trinket when that stun happens, but we'll see what they decide to do. They might just try to kidney shot Dex and go after Guz here, and Halton actually getting bashed into a Cyclone. So all of that pressure that they had from kind of sitting on the Druid for so long has kind of been reset now. Dex has everything back, and really the only guy without any defensives is Guz, but they're just going to go for the same setup here once again, get the fear onto Guz, and Guz actually somehow, I don't know what happened to that fear, but Guz is not feared, and his tremor is not on cooldown. So Guz manages to stay out of that one, and they manage to weather another storm. JT in angel form, spamming out the heals right now. Erados, though, dropping quite low here. Doesn't have Touch of Karma, doesn't have anything. JT still bombing out the heals, manages to finally recover him somewhat there with the Divine Hymn and the Serenity.
This is looking really good for Lava so far. There's a few close calls on Dex, but he's got his Trinket back up. Carries, I feel like if he is there and he gets the intervene, the Dex is not going to die on these setups, so they have to cross him. They're actually just going after the Warrior now. He can't intervene himself. Kidney shot, cheap shot. Do they have the damage to take him down? Dex is trying to get there, but Carries, like I said, he builds his character like a tank. Has that emblem up. His health is very durable. A lot of versatility. It's going to be difficult to take him down in a stun lock combo like that, especially as an Orc. He's just going after the Priest. Erados might just straight up die. Guz has pressure everywhere, and that is the main benefit of this composition. Everyone is getting rotted down, but Dex needs help. Intervene comes in. Beautiful Ring of Peace. Is he going to be able to survive? Barkskin Trinket uses quite a bit, but Carries is there to save the day. Once again, in the meantime, Guz is causing a panic for JT, getting him very low. JT does manage to recover. This is such a back and forth game.
Yeah, this is really nice. Look at Guz all of a sudden burrows under the ground here. They can't hit him for just a second, but he's not getting any heals just yet. Finally, the burrow ends, and he did buy himself enough time to get heals. They're going after Dex, though. Kidney shot comes out, gouge onto the Warrior, but Dex not really losing any health right now. Right now, I think HOOLIBANG, they just need to stay alive, actually. Just keep up the pressure, keep swapping around, make sure that Dex is still burning his mana. Jay has the mana advantage. They still have no defensive cooldowns, though, on Jay. That's the only concern, really, that a big chunk of damage could come in from the Ellie Shaman and potentially take somebody out. But look at that double fear by Jay. Did he get tremored? No, he got Trinket tremored. So Jay actually solo forcing Guz's Trinket, burning Dex's mana here. They're going for a cheap shot onto Dex. Swap coming out there. There's the intervene coming out from Carius. Ignore Pain as well, and he is going to try to counter pressure right now. I feel like the Warrior, actually, if he can get some uptime onto the Priest while Guz is kind of soloing, I feel like that could be a good way for him to just be hitting something at all times, because there's a lot of dodge, there's a lot of mobility, it's a lot of chasing involved when you're going after the Rogue and the Windwalker, but right now he's just trying to peel it for Guz. Kidney shot onto Dex, and do they have the damage? I don't think so. Nice static totem kind of knockback there from Guz, and he's going to heal up his Druid. His Druid has no mana left, but if they can potentially get some damage out here onto Erados right now. JT might also run out of mana here. This game is really coming down to the wire. Erados trades out the Touch of Karma. Defensive Smoke Bomb coming out as well. There's the Serenity for Erados, and they're hitting different Why is Erados not hitting the Warrior there with Serenity? He just went back there on the Shaman. I feel like they could have actually tried to take him down there. They had the Smoke Bomb, but still, Dex completely out of mana. Stop the drinks, and I think HOOLIBANG might have this one in the back pocket.
It's definitely possible. Full blind here on the Dex. Guz is on the run. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. And he's just getting crowd controlled. Erados is on a solo mission right now. Intervene does come in from Carries. Can he keep him alive? It's so incredibly low. This crowd control is unbelievable. Oh my goodness. We're going to have to take a look at the replay, but Houghton just took Dex out of the game. I mean, he had his Trinket, but he didn't want to have to Trinket, I think, a cheap shot, a gouge, and then into a shadowy duel. And in the meantime, Erados just creating a massive panic, taking down the Monk. This was the Shaman. This is a very close game, but HOOLIBANG ultimately pulls away with the Game 1 win, which is massive for them.
HOOLIBANG riding the momentum all the way through the lower bracket. They have been battling it out. They started the weekend in the worst position possible, and now they are one up here in the European Grand Finals of Cup number 1. But we're going to take a look at the earlier situation. So this is the second, I think, go onto Dex, right? Early on in the match. They get to intervene. This is, I think, the Ring of Peace comes out, and then they stun Dex. They triple DR stun him, and I think he actually tranked the Touch of Death right there. I think he actually was dead if he tranked like just a quarter of a second later. But then here's the second setup. Oh my God, there. How does he not die? He had to have used Touch of Death, right? Into the trank. I think that's the only way he actually
intervened, maybe.
Well, don't the warrior just die then?
No, it doesn't do enough damage.
It doesn't 100 him?
No, it doesn't instantly kill the warrior.
But his HP didn't move.
Yeah, I don't know. It might have been into the Trank immunity then, if that warrior's HP didn't move at all. But yeah, seeing those final moments with the crowd control, that just is what makes this team so deadly. It's like, we talked about it a little bit, but one of the really annoying things that we're seeing a lot of these rogues do is they just run over to the druid. And they threaten you. Well, it's like, okay, well, I'm attacking you. You have two options. You either leave caster form and keep your hots up, and then I'm going to kidney shot you, or you just don't put your hots up and you don't heal. So those are your two options. Yep. It's definitely it's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, no, it really is, and that's the thing, right? Because you have to also deal with the fact that your teammate's dying, but you can also die. So what a lot of druids do actually when they're in that situation is they shift out of bear form and then they just instantly shift back to try to like bait the rogue to try to kidney, but then they re-bear form the kidney. So there's like a little bit of a mind game going on between rogues and druids, and if the rogue can't catch the druid out of form enough times, ultimately good things are going to happen. You're going to force cooldowns without using your all of your one-shot damage, and then you're going to have that to actually close out the match with it. So yeah. HOOLIBANG right now 1-up here in the grand finals. We are in the sands of Tolvir, and that's the thing. I mean, you mentioned it as well, and during the replay, you have to really, really be careful of the fact that the Windwalker can one-shot you, the Sub-Rogue can one-shot you, but what makes this comp so good is the fact that the Sub-Rogue can kind of enable the Windwalker. You can lock them down for the Windwalker one-shot, but also just allow the Windwalker to solo someone while the Sub-Rogue is CCing someone, which is what we saw in that last game. Just watch out for those shadowy duels. Halton already looking for the gouge onto Dex. Eradas sitting through a Stormbolt. Looks like they're going to go after Dex, but Eradas cannot connect due to that static totem right there. And Dex, as a result, is not going to use a single button right there. And instead he's going to get blinded. They're going after Guz. Guz dropping a little bit, but Dex out of crowd control now. He's got Tree of Life, and he is going to be completely fine. Jay sitting in Angel form. So both of the healers of each team have used a lot of powerful healing cooldowns, and at this point, nobody really is going to be taking any damage until they get that next stun onto Dex.
Now Erados right now just getting out that cleave damage. He's like the main kind of bruiser of the team. Can bounce around. Look at this double fear, though. A beautiful setup. The double leg sweep into the fear. Erados now with Dex, but Carries is there with the intervene. They're making a swap on him. Could take him down. Erados just immediately back on target, though. Just hitting everyone, and this is so annoying for Dex. He's being targeted down by Houghton the entire game, forced into bear form, but also Erados is just creating a panic, going after everyone else in the game, forcing him to hot everybody. He's burning through mana quickly, and HOOLIBANG, surprisingly, he's actually winning on mana with this strategy. So they know exactly what their win condition is here. It's been working out really nicely for them. I don't envy Dex in this position.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about this comp that HOOLIBANG is running? It's that JT is out-manning Resto Druids. He's out-manning Resto Shamans as well on that Priest. He's just spamming damage and really being efficient with his heals, because so far, I don't think I've actually seen him lose on mana yet. Intervene coming out here onto the stun, onto Dex, and it means Dex is not going to be taking really any damage here in that situation. He's in bear form. He has bark skin, so Dex not really taking any damage whatsoever there, and his mana is pretty much tied right now with Jay's, but it is harder for the Druid to keep his mana in a way, because he has to keep hots on himself and on the Ellie Shaman and on the Warrior. So as long as HOOLIBANG are swapping around between the hots, they're going to have a good way to kind of burn that mana. Kidney Shot coming out here onto the Ellie Shaman. Dex is ready to deflect it. Tree of Life is going to proc, and he's going to be spamming out some heals there onto the Ellie Shaman, and instead it's going to be Halton. Actually, oh my god, Cheat Death just proc for Halton. What was that? He got void shifted and he survives, but where did that damage come from?
I don't know. There's a lot of burst. Here we go. Dex right now into a stun. Now as carries in a stun. Can they take him down? They have a lot of pressure. Dive at the sword. Just get a trade out. At the same time, though, JT is forced back to the pillar by Guz, putting out a lot of damage on that Elemental Shaman, looking for a lightning lasso. He gets interrupted, making a big swap on him. Ares just gets disarmed, and Eridas just once again creating a panic, putting out a ton of damage on that Windwalker Monk, just absolutely devastating. Dex is trying to run and cross the map, create a little bit of space from Houghton, but Houghton somehow always just finds a way, and if Dex is out of line of sight for too long, then his heal over time effects fall, right? So that's the difficult position that you have to be in as a Druid. You need to make sure you're weaving in your heals on your teammates who are getting attacked by the Windwalker Monk, while also simultaneously keeping yourself alive. Now we have a paralyzed. Dex might just outright die.
Oh!
Beautiful Ring of Peace. They might just kill him. Diminishing Return stun comes in, but Carries is there to save the day. That was a really nice setup, though.
Yeah, Dex definitely getting bounced up and down on that wall, but he is going to be able to survive. No Bark Skin and no Trinket, though. And guess what? We have Serenity coming up in 20 seconds. We have Shadow Blades in a minute. So there is going to be some moments here where Dex potentially could go down and gets kicked. Hawthorne has full combo points. And there is the kidney shot. Can they connect, though? Eridas with the leg sweep. Here we go. They connect. They're going for the one shot. Restand into one more. The intervene comes in the nick of time. And Dex will be able to stabilize. I do believe he's still trying to keep himself alive here with the Frenzied Region. He's being greedy with the Iron Bark. And in this case, the greed is good. I know I would have Iron Barked that for sure, but look at Hawthorne. He has no Sheet Def. He's going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows here. He's going to be completely fine with that. Pops the disarm there as well. And now here comes the Blaze Storm onto Eridas. Big damage coming out here from the Warrior avatar. And just a massive cleave pressure coming out right now from the Warrior and the ally trying to tax JT's mana. Dex trying to sit down for a drink, not able to find it. JT with the Power Infusion about to run out here. What are they going to do? It looks like they want to go after Guz and have Hawthorne just crowd control Dex. There's the Chastise into a stun onto Guz potentially. No, they're going to fear. They're going to go after the Warrior. Oh my goodness, this is so clever. That was insane.
This is just absolutely wild. It's just the thing about HOOLIBANG is they just check all the boxes with a good composition, right? Like they're really, really durable. They have the opportunity to do pretty good consistent damage. They have really good burst damage, but all three of them also have the ability to just initiate instant crowd control. So they're doing such a good job of just isolating a target, instantly crowd controlling the other two, and creating these 3-versus-1 situations.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. But that is so crazy because you think, okay, well, Shaman doesn't have Trinket, Warrior doesn't have Trinket, and the Druid doesn't have Trinket, so anybody's a good target here. Probably they're going to go after the Shaman, though, and just try to win on mana. But look at that. Paralyze on Guz, Chastise Fear on Dex, Step Kidney onto the Warrior, Holy Fire, Dear Cheap Shot, Serenity. Like, I mean, this is really a perfect setup. Everybody's CC'd, nobody has a trinket, you have your cooldowns, you put them in checkmate, and then you just got to decide the right target, right? And the thing about the LA Shaman is he can pre-wall, he can I mean, the Warrior could pre-die by the sword as well, but the Warrior, I think the reason why it's such a clever choice is because he is stacking that versatility, he is playing that Battle Master, he has, that kind of false sense of security from the way he's built his character, and I think he's in battle stance as well, right?
Does this comp kind of remind you of Rogue Mage Priest?
It does, yeah.
Like Holy Fire Sub. It's like exactly like Holy Fire Sub. You just get rid of the Fire Mage, bring in a Windwalker Monk, and it's like a very similar role, right?
Yeah. No, it does. It does feel like watching like an old school RMP. Not this new RMPs, that go to 50-60% dampening and win on mana. But a true just a 3-2-1 instant crowd control.
It's a 3-2-1.
One shot. Yeah, it's a 3-2-1 RMP. Yep. That's amazing.
Like a meteor and everything. That's crazy. I like I said, I did not expect this comp to do as well as it is. Like when I was watching on Wednesday, when I was watching some of the offline open bracket games, I saw them beating teams, and I was like, oh, this is crazy. Like, but there's no way they're gonna beat Echo and stuff, right? Like they're beating these teams. It's looking pretty good. They're playing well, but I don't think they can go the distance. And they definitely proved me wrong. They're up 2-0 in the finals. And Lava Lava is making a change. They're bringing in Coffee. And I will say Coffee on Demon Hunter was very impressive. Like the plays he was making, his ability to maneuver around the map and play defensive when he needed to. I think he did a really good job on this Demon Hunter. So we'll see. I definitely think they need the Warrior, though. Because I'm going to be real. I feel like if Carries was not in this game to come back and intervene, Dex was dead 50 times in these last two games.
Yep. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. You can never get rid of that warrior, but the one weakness, man, carries can get one tapped. Like we just saw it happen. So definitely something that you got to consider. But that was the perfect moment, right? Like no one had trinket. You had triple CC. He didn't have HOTS. Everybody, you had Serenity. You had a free casting priest. Like you had like the perfect moment. But at the same time, yeah, having the warrior. If not, the druid was dead 20 seconds into the match. So either can you get rid of the druid actually? Is that a thing? I feel like
what
he's
do you
losing
get
on
instead?
mana. You're not getting. You're not winning on mana. You're not winning on CC. So you're not really utilizing the cyclones either. Like, maybe a paladin.
Maybe. I'm gonna be real though. Paladins just die. Like I'm pretty convinced that paladins are like the easiest healer to kill in the game.
With a warrior?
Maybe with a warrior you wouldn't just die instantly, but yeah, maybe paladin could be okay. I don't know. Does Dex play paladin?
I have no idea.
That's another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, just log in and play without keybinds. Otherwise, I'm sure it'll go well. Yeah, game number 3. So this is not match point actually. This is the European Grand Finals, which is a best of 7. So if you win 4, whoever wins 4 games first wins the series. And game number 3 is live already. Big cooldowns being used here in the midfield. Eradas looking for some pressure here, but still holding on to the Serenity. He just pops out that Zwen the Tiger here, and I think he's holding on to Serenity for this moment right here. They're going to one tap the DA. The DH almost going down there. Gets a Trinket Nether Walk there in the nick of time. Dex did not panic or use anything, so pretty solid opener, and this is pretty much what we expect to see, just swapping between the DH and the Druid on the side of HOOLIBANG, and on the side of Lava. Yeah, just try to stay alive and get enough cleave pressure here on the Windwalker potentially.
This is absolutely legendary. Coffee once again in a stun. They get a cheap shot on literally the entire team. Smoke bomb drops down, but it doesn't look like they have the damage. He's going to be able to vengeful retreat out of the smoke bomb. JT now taking quite a bit of damage as Carries is looking to get aggressive on top of this Holy Priest, and a warrior on top. Oh, Dex is just dead! Oh my goodness! Carries was not there for the intervene, and that's exactly what I was talking about. If you don't get the intervene, Dex is just absolutely dead, and that's exactly what? I can't believe he died that fast. HOOLIBANG just switches and absolutely deletes the Druid off the face of the earth.
I opened my second monitor to open the AWC companion just to see what Coffee was running, and I look back, literally less than a second later, he's dead. Like what is going on right now? HOOLIBANG. What's happening here? We gotta need to see this. This was okay. So Coffee gets gouged. Halton is in a Stormbolt, taking some damage here. You know, chilling. Eradas. This is when Eradas kites back, and things are looking good. So Dex, he gets blinded. They cheap shot Coffee, and what do they do here? He intervenes Coffee because he thinks Coffee's gonna be the target. They smoke bomb Coffee. They chastise Dex, and then they kidney shot Dex and swap to Dex here, but. How does he die here, actually? DR cheap shot.
You know skin?
Triple DR cheap shot? Is that actually enough to kill him? And then, oh, he got gouged. The gouges, man. Houghton always does that. He always does the stun lock and then gouges out of it just to give your teammate one extra global where they might one tap him. That's
you do that with Dragon's Breath too.
Yeah. You can as a mage.
That's insane. I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was, but HOOLIBANG, they've gone on an absolute tear through this lower bracket. In the finals, they're up 3-0, 1 game away from being the Cup 1 champions in Europe, which I really don't think anybody expected. So very impressive by them. I kind of wonder, do you think Lava is happy with this composition choice that they picked? Or do you think they're going to go back to the drawing board and play something else?
There was definitely mistakes. I feel like, I don't know what happened there. With Dex, but like, why didn't he bark skin there, for example? Did he just think they were not hitting him, or was he not paying attention? I'm not sure. It was a bit weird, right? Like, he's been playing really, really solid defense all of these games, and maybe he just like messed up there, but it definitely seemed a little bit out of character. Maybe he got a lag spike or something. I'm not sure. Either way,
it could be one of those things too, where Carries is like, I'm going to intervene you, and then Carries gets like feared at like a really crucial moment, right? Like he got feared right as he was going to like heroic leap back, and I don't know. Could have been something like that, or it's just a bit of a miscommunication. Because I do think if he did get intervened, he probably would have just ended up living. But looking back at it, obviously looks silly. They didn't use anything and just kind of fell over.
Yeah.
But HOOLIBANG is going to be happy with that, and we're going to hook point, which I don't. This I guess what is a good. What is a good? Did they lock in Cleave again? I didn't see. Did they lock in the same composition?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. So do we like the small map? I feel like I don't like the small map. I'm Dex. I don't like the small map.
Well, you're the Windwalker expert here. If you're Eradas, do you like the small map or do you not like the small map in this matchup? If you're in Eradas' shoes right now, what would you be okay with this?
I love small maps. You're bouncing around on any targets. The only good thing is Carries is going to be in position to hopefully intervene. Like if he's there for Dex, hopefully he doesn't get dragged out too far. But we'll see. This map could definitely backfire on them. We'll see what they end up doing. Houghton's going to be taking a lot of pressure early on, but JT with the Divine Hymn in Angel form is a more than enough healing. Doing a big setup, but a double fear coming in from Coffee. Very nicely done, peeling some of this initial damage.
Yeah, and this is match point right now. Triple X sweep coming out. Dex, he cannot afford to choke right now. This time around, he does trade the Barkskin. Triple the Archer coming out, and they intervene as well. No way Dex dies through all of that defense, and they're going to be forced to swap away here, but still a good opener here. Eradas did have to use his trinket. He did commit Zwen the Tiger, Serenity, basically all of his offense there. The Apotheosis is active here for JT as well, resetting some of his cooldowns. They get a full fear potentially here. They get a Chastise out of the blind into a DR fear. No, JT doesn't look like he has it. They're going to swap over to Dex here with a cheap shot, but it doesn't look like they have damage really onto this Demon Hunter / Warrior. Both of them just getting cleaved. Now finally the Warrior is taking quite a bit of damage. Look at JT though. This is what I kind of wanted to see. I want to see them go after the Priest more, because I feel like when the Priest is free casting, that's when a lot of extra damage kind of gets snuck in, and I think it's a lot harder for them to land the fears, to land the damage if they're actually going after JT. But here comes a smoke bomb attempt. Coffee is going to be the target of choice. Kidney shot into cheap shot, but it actually looks like he's going to be completely fine there. Touch of Karma being forced out here from Eradas as well, as they look to crowd control Dex and try to potentially take one of these DPS down on the side of Lava Lava.
Ooh, this is good. If you're Coffee and Carries, this is exactly what you want. All three members kind of grouped up. A Coffee might just die. Interrupt here on Dex. If Coffee gets stunned, he's in a lot of trouble. Going to be trying to just vengeful retreat away and avoid the stun at all possible. It's a shadowy duel on Dex. And you can see Houghton's just trying to set up some damage. Beautiful, though. Dex is in a lot of trouble. Double Sunlock comes in. Can they take him down through Barkskin? They get the Barkskin. They get the Tranquility. They get the Trinket. Everything has been used by Dex. His net setup, he could just instantly die. Very afraid right now for Lava Lava. HOOLIBANG is really causing chaos in this potentially final game.
Yeah, it's match point, but look at Hawthorne right now. He cannot afford to choke here. The Ray of Hope comes in, pausing damage for a second, and JT is spamming out the Divine Hymn. He is going to be completely fine here, but Carries has no trinket, no rallying cry, no die by the sword, nothing. Coffee is the only one who can save the day here with a trinket and some disruption, and there it is. He's going to go in here and try to save the day. There's the fear coming out onto both DPS. They committed the blind there. They committed a lot of offense there with the leg sweep as well, and they are going to be able to stay alive here on Lava Lava. Excellently done there by Coffee, but still I'm a little disappointed in HOOLIBANG. They should have tried to force Coffee's trinket there by having him covered as well, because then they would have had him in checkmate. But now Coffee's still going to have that trinket, and he's going to be able to do that once again and disrupt the next setup as well, and that's going to allow Dex and Carries to potentially get their cooldowns back here. So Coffee really has an opportunity here to kind of keep his team in the fight, and they fear Dex. Look at Coffee, wait, he's actually ducking and dodging and weaving here. They're actually going to be able to hold on to his trinket here with some excellent movement, and there's the Haunt. Eradas could be in trouble. Eradas, with the Touch of Karma available, does trade it here onto Coffee. JT actually was trying to sit down for a sip right there. Dex winning on mana right now. T getting cleaved. Eradas getting cleaved. Dex getting cleaved as well. Barkskin though, and there it is. Look at Carries. He might just die. They have the Shadowy Duel active. Dex right now with a lot of catch up here to work on, and the Smoke Bomb gets dropped as well. I think Carries, that's it. There's the gouge onto Dex. Dex does break out of it though, and Carries will stay alive here at the cost of his entire spellbook.
Yeah, but at the same time, JT had to use the Void Shift. He's in trouble. HOOLIBANG is actually in danger. Look at Eradas. There's no defensive cooldowns. JT doesn't have anything as well. They've used everything. Eradas might actually fall. The Ray of Hope comes in. JT, does he have the heals to make it positive? He gets imprisoned on it. No! He doesn't get the Ray healing. That is an absolute nightmare. Eradas is going to have to play really defensive. He's going to have to kite. He's going to have to run. He cannot tank this damage. He might fall. The smaller map is working out so far, but JT pulling off absolute miracles to keep him alive. Do they have any stuns? Eradas in a bash. He needs the portal away. He needs to keep avoiding damage. This is such a desperate moment. JT goes into the Angel form. This is his last amount of healing. if Lava can hold on a little bit longer, I think they might be able to put a point on the board and win this game.
Yeah, Lava might have actually been able to do it here. JT is completely tapped. Erdus has got nothing left, and I think he's gonna fall right here. The triple leg sweep comes out, but it's not gonna be enough. Finally, Lava manages to play out this Demon Hunter Warrior Cleave and put a point on the board. Honestly, this is the only comp I want to see from Lava right now. This has been their comp today. This has been what works out super well for them. So good job to them for putting a point on the board here, even making it as far as they have. But we're going to need to see some repeats of this, right? The good news for them, HOOLIBANG, 3-man roster, they played only one comp. So likely this is the matchup that we're going to see for the rest of this grand finals. But we can take a look at the replay here and actually break down what happened here. So this was an extremely close moment here. They almost took down the Warrior. He gets his die by the sword actually back off cooldown and instantly had to use it in that exchange. And then here's right at the end. So Erdus just kiting, trying to stay alive. And JT is in that angel form. In that angel form, you have free heals. So as soon as he comes out of this, as you can see, he has no mana. So that's his only healing. He has a little bit for just one global there. So what they do now, really, they're going to make it count. They get the leg sweep, but they have trinkets. They just trinket out. And yeah, they're going to be able to take Erdus down. So Lava, they won on mana. So I wonder why that is. How come they lost on mana on all the other maps, but on this map they actually won on mana? Is it just because they're constantly stacked and just take more damage here, or?
I think the comp they're running is also like, yeah, I think the comp that they're running is a very high damage comp. Like the Demon Hunter and the Warrior, everyone basically has the Mortal Strike effect on them, reducing incoming healing. This is a lot of cleave damage that you kind of have to deal with. It can be really difficult as the healer to go through it. And I feel like this is a good game for Lava. Like the last time they played this comp on Dalaran Sewers, that was not a very convincing game, right? Like Dex kind of just died randomly. This looked a lot better. Like they have good longevity. Coffee, there's a few moments. The good thing is, if Coffee or carries save their defensive peels, like the Fear Sigil of Misery, if you drop that on the Druid, and then if they trinket that, you just stun them or imprison them, like there's a lot of peels that Coffee has, and same with carries. He can intervene in, he can get a fear. So it really forces HOOLIBANG to get a situation where they isolate a target. So they have to cross everyone in the game in order to win. But there's things that Lava can do, right? Like pre-glimpse. That's what we're seeing a lot from Coffee. He's glimpsing and just hanging out in the air, immune to crowd control, delaying the go, and then just being able to peel from far away. Or the Warrior, he preemptively blade storms or drops a war banner, things like that just make it so HOOLIBANG can't go on script as easily. So I think this comp Lava is bringing makes sense. It's very disruptive, and it's causing these little breaks, these little CC breaks that allow Lava to stay alive and get aggressive.
Yeah, and I think the really good thing as well about this comp is that if everybody can save the day, right? Dex can trinket and Iron Bark somebody, or trinket and get out a Nature Swiftness. Coffee, we saw it as well. If he's not in crowd control, he can also disrupt the go, and same thing, of course, for the Warrior. But we're gonna see another clean setup here onto Dex already. Full fear on the Coffee. Warrior is not in crowd control, gonna be able to connect with the intervene. The Bark Skin is there. Dex is not gonna be taking any damage whatsoever. They're swapping to the Warrior. Coffee coming in here with the Hunt. They're going for the kidney shot onto Coffee here. Big damage! Oh my goodness, Coffee almost going down right there. Does get the intervene and trinket Nether Walk there for the smoke bomb, but Dex now off stun DR. He's low. What is this damage coming from? The double fear from the Demon Hunter, just to buy Dex a little bit of time right there. But Dex actually did use his trinket there. No trinket, no bark skin. The Demon Hunter has no trinket, no Nether Walk. I hate to say it, but HOOLIBANG is looking really good right now.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Carrie's moving back, getting a little pressure here onto Houghton, not allowing him to just sit on Dex for free. But it seems like Eridos is going to be the main target. The smash, big Fist of Fury. Strike of the Wind Lord. Coffee could fall. Big damage. That's the darkness. The only reason he's alive is because of that intervene. He's still just tanking out. Dex is in crowd control. Cheap shot on Dex. Coffee could easily fall. The diminishing return cheap shot comes in. Coffee dancing with death. 1% health. He's cutting around on the Demon Hunter. He moves back into potential touch of death range. A really scary moment there for Coffee. Somehow, some way, he does hold on for now. Kidney shot comes in with the gouge on Dex. Coffee's still somehow dead. Paralyzed lands. Coffee might just die. He does. HOOLIBANG do it. They have a tear through the lower bracket. They eliminate Echo, make it all the way into the finals, beating Lava 4-1. Unbelievable.
What an insane run here from HOOLIBANG, man. Unbelievable. Really, really well played this weekend. Congratulations. HOOLIBANG are going to be the European champions of Cup #1 here in the year of 2024. And HOOLIBANG, like you mentioned, they did not have an easy road. They didn't get lucky with the bracket. Let's break down the replay first, and then we'll talk big picture stuff. But so they send it here onto Coffee. They get a full fear onto Dex, into the cheap shot. Hawthorne goes for a second DR cheap shot. Coffee almost dies here. Look at that. He was so low with the glimpses, the tranquility, gets him back out of touch of death range. Then, as soon as he's finally like somewhat recovering, looking to get aggressive here with the Chaos Nova, his Druid gets gouged. He gets triple DR stun, his Druid gets DR paralyzed. And then out of the DR paralyzed, it's just not enough instant healing, and he's finally in touch of death range. Eridas is going to be able to send it, and yeah, HOOLIBANG is going to take the finals. And yeah, just the big picture stuff. They played a 3-man roster. They played one comp all the way through. I think the only change I saw from them was that JT played, I think, some games as Disc and Holy some games.
I don't think so. I didn't notice that.
Maybe he just played Disc the whole way sorry, Holy the whole way through even. It's definitely possible. So, yeah, just played well. Brought their A game, brought a kind of unorthodox comp, and they did not have an easy road here whatsoever. They knocked out the Fiends out of this tournament. They knocked out Swapsy's team out of this tournament. They knocked out Echo out of this tournament. They knocked out Black out of this tournament. I mean, they knocked out so many good teams because of the fact that they came in from the lower bracket and had to fight everyone. So hats off to HOOLIBANG, man. Well played.
Yeah,
I mean, I was just gonna say they lost their second game ever in this series, and they've been down there that long. But go ahead, Ben.
No, I was just gonna say it's crazy to see, and I think it's one thing we've talked about it a little bit, but there's only 2 cups, right? Like winning a cup, that puts you in a good spot. Like if they have even like a mediocre performance next week, I still think they're probably gonna make it into the top 3. So. Yeah, that really puts them into a really, really good position. We'll have to see what ends up happening next week, but they're looking unstoppable. Like, one team beat them, but then they ended up 3-1ing that team later on in the tournament and eliminating them. So, obviously, this team is adapting. This composition seems well-rounded. They play it at a really high level, and so far, teams haven't figured out how to deal with it. We'll see if they have any answers next week.
Same with Lava Lava. I'm excited to see what this roster can do.
Absolutely. I mean, Lava Lava is
a lot of potential.
It's one of those teams that we've been putting a lot of the focus on HOOLIBANG now because they won, but Lava, man, they had an insane run. The fact that they also beat Echo, and the fact that this is a team of people who haven't competed together. This is a team that, good ladder players who've come together and formed a roster with each other. I mean, this is getting second place on your first cup. Beating Echo as well on the way there, and then losing in the finals to HOOLIBANG. They can be very, very proud of this performance. And I'm not even, playing, but I am sweating a little bit for these players because imagine now, right? Yeah. You're Waz, you're Swapsy, you're Mercy, you're all of these good European players that always qualify, but there's only one cup left. You didn't make it to the final. Echo is in 3rd place. If they have just a little bit sketchy run next weekend, all of a sudden they're gonna have to play in the gauntlet. Like these are things that you don't even think about. You're like, okay, one spot is hard rezzed for Echo, the other 2 spots are open. One of them probably rezzed for Swapsy. So yeah, you're fighting for 3rd. But things have really shaken up here in Europe.
Yeah, definitely. It's really interesting. I've seen some AWC competitors saying that they're having a lot of fun competing, having a lot of fun watching as well. And we haven't even gotten through North America yet. I believe we are getting, hopefully, an interview with someone on HOOLIBANG. So if you want to stick around for that, definitely be sure to. We've also got the rest of North American games for the second half of the day. But I mean, it's crazy how when we started combining the regions for Championship Sunday, you'll get through this like incredible series, and then you're like, wait a minute, we have like a whole other region to do. So I'm excited for North America, but it's been a really incredible day of games, and I'm excited for Cup 2. I feel like it's really great that we're kind of having things shaken up a bit here, Ben.
Yep, no doubt about it. I think the variety so far has been solid. And I, for one, am excited as well for next week and see what these teams do, how they adapt, what new compositions they're going to be bringing. But we can see here on the screen the European standings after this first cup. Remember, there's only 2. So 2 cups, and that kind of puts you in your position for the Gauntlet and Mid-Season Clash. HOOLIBANG ending in first, Lava Lava in second, and Echo in third. And then, of course, it's pretty close after that. I mean, Just for Fun, Wandering Water Furbogs, CHIBAKU TENSEI, they're still in a really, really good position if they have a pretty good performance next week.
Okay, well, I think we do have JT now from HOOLIBANG. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Congrats on winning.
Hi, perfect. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
All right, well, I mean, first of all,
I mean, I can just say a few words if you want me to. I mean, I'll just go. I mean, it was fucking. It was super insane serious. Obviously, well played to every other team. I don't think anyone expected us to win this, to be honest. At the end of the day, we were just kind of for funning it, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, we kind of just went into this 3 friends. We were like, I mean, let's just play, right? Like, let's just play. Why not? And yeah, I mean, it was super, super close, super, super fun games. A little bit of a cheese comp, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think anyone expected it. And yeah, it was very fun.
Yeah.
How long have you guys been playing together as a roster?
Okay, to be fair, I've not played much with Houton before. Me and Eridus are good friends. We've like used to play since Dragonflight a bit on and off, but never really that much. Like, we didn't really go into this as like a main team. We kind of just formed and started drafting.
That's amazing.
Okay, all right. Yeah, go ahead, go.
I feel like you guys exceeded all the expectations because, you know, I've seen you guys obviously, you know, on ladder and in solo shuffle and whatnot. But so I know there was a lot of, you know, individual skill on this team. But the first time I actually saw you guys competing as a team was in the offline bracket when you guys played against the Fiends, and you guys completely destroyed them. And after that, I was like, okay, this could be a cool team to watch. But I'm going to be honest, I did not expect you guys to beat Swapsy, to beat Echo, to beat like all of these big name teams. How did you feel heading into it? Did you guys did you count yourself out, or did you feel confident the first time around when you fought Swapsy, for example? Because they beat you guys in the open bracket as well, right?
Yes, they did. They 3-1'd us in the open bracket. We faced pretty much the same stuff that they played in these games. But even when we lost those games, we weren't really like stressed about it. Like, the games were super close, and I think we were pretty confident, all of us. Like, we went into all of these games and we knew we can win all of it. So yeah, there was not really that much worry. We were kind of just like having fun and just blasting it.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, it seemed like all the opponents you were going against, you really kind of kept them guessing with the setups that you were doing. Going into this tournament, did you guys have a lot of practice, or did you guys just kind of come together and knew you could all put it together when you really needed to?
I mean, I think we played ladder once. I think, yeah, I mean, 1.5 times. Let's say we played like we played once for a little like 2 hours, and then I mean we did like another day, like an hour session, but we didn't really play that much. Nah, it was just full for fun, and turned out to be working.
Yeah, I think probably moving into next week, you guys are going to have the biggest target on your back. But the nice thing for you is you play a composition that I'm sure not many other people play. Do you think that kind of gives you an advantage, you know, going into these games where nobody has practice against you? I
mean, yeah, 100%. I'm gonna of course be honest. If we played ladder more, I think a lot of teams also would have gotten practice into us, which is when you really comp like Windwalker sub, it's gonna be a disadvantage to some extent. Like, of course, a little bit of practice is good because, I mean, like I said earlier, we didn't really play that much together before. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely not the most optimal case to go play ladder and give people practice into this special and a little bit cheesy comp. That's just kind of, yeah, what I think about it.
It was very fun to watch. I'll say that. And congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I think that's all of the questions that we have here. I do know that you guys gained a ton of fans in AWC chat. Is there anything that you want to say to them, or any other final shout outs before we let you go?
I mean, yeah, I mean, thanks to everyone watching, of course. Big shout out to anyone who supports the team, to the fucking Hooli Blast, and yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it.
Awesome. All right. Don't worry. We didn't hear that. But this was JT from Hooligans. Congrats once again. Looking forward to see you guys for Cup number 2. But I mean, his team is in a really good spot here to get into the top 3. Obviously, they're solidly in that position at the moment. There's another Cup next weekend. So I can't wait to see what this team is capable of, Zico.
Absolutely. And you heard it from the team that literally just won. You heard it from JT. They weren't a team. They just, he's known the Windwalker since the start of Dragonflight, and they've been playing together on and off. And he doesn't really know the Rogue that well. They brought him in as well. They were vibing. They were friends. Barely even queued any ladder, and all of a sudden they're here. They're having a miracle run, making it work, beating teams with insane experience. And if that sounds like something you want to do, I believe the signups are still open until tomorrow or tonight, midnight. I'm not sure. Signups are still open though, I believe.
I think so. Yeah, definitely go check that out if you want to, have a miracle run here like HOOLIBANG and Lava. So here is the final bracket for Cup number 1. 4-1 was that finals and how it ended. And there it is right there, Raider.io/tournament. If you think you have what it takes to compete, we would love to see you for Cup number 2 here in the EU region or NA, of course, either one, wherever you're from. Grab your 3 of your closest friends and sign up. But that is going to round things off for the EU region, and that means that we are heading into North America. I am also equally as excited for this region. We are starting off in the upper finals, the North American upper finals, with Team Liquid versus the Move. Right off the bat, then, we're just starting with a huge game.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. I mean, Shaman seems to be the name of the game in North America so far, and you have two of the best, most consistent Shamans, Liquid with Sea-Doo, the Move with Absterge. I'm really excited for a showdown because I think we're just going to be going kind of like main composition versus main composition. Sam on the Moonkin, Trill on the Outlaw Rogue. We're going to see the Move running their patented RPS with WizK on the Shadow Priest. I was watching Sea-Doo's stream last night, and he was saying he doesn't feel like either one of them is advantaged in this matchup. This is going to come down to who has the best strategy, who executes the best, and who kind of shows up for the day. So I think it's going to be a really good series.
Yeah, I think so as well. So if you'd like to cheer on Team Liquid or the Move, definitely stick around. We're going to head to a break. We're going to switch regions, get everything ready to go for the North American games, and we will be right back after this break. Team Liquid versus the Move coming up next. Everybody, welcome back. We are now heading into the North American region. Team Liquid versus the Move. I'm already seeing a lot of hype for both sides here. But Super Tees, I'm curious, who do you feel like is going to come out of this one? The Move has been doing incredibly well this season, or so far as we've seen them in the offline games, as well as Team Liquid.
Well, I mean, based on my official prediction, I don't think I'm allowed to change it. I'm expecting Liquid to win the whole thing, although I am expecting the Move to come in second. I think that these teams are big rivals. Like, these are the two top dogs of North America, as they've met each other time and time again in grand finales. And I feel like the Move, they want to take that first place, And now that we've seen other teams like Luminosity, former Luminosity, leaving the competitive season, I feel like a lot of teams are reignited now to try and grab that first spot that they used to hold for so long. And Absterge's play yesterday was crazy. Like, I feel like he hit a new level of ability, so maybe it's possible. But based on what I've seen so far from War Games, I think I'm still leaning towards Liquid.
All right, Zico.
I mean, we have the same prediction here. I feel like Sid took all the good points and made them, and now it's my turn, and I don't want to just repeat his homework. But no, from
just
what
make
I've
it
seen,
slightly different. No one will notice.
From what I've seen in War Games, I do think it's a pretty even matchup, but I think Liquid right now, I mean, last year they really came to their top form, and I think so far this year, from what I've seen, they have kept that form and maybe even improved on it, adding things to their arsenal. So we'll see. Obviously, the game has changed quite a bit as well, and we are gonna see here the Boomkin Shaman Rogue coming out from Trill, and it is going to be the RPS from the Move. So these are the comps that we expect. Now, I don't see any abilities under Peekaboo's frame, so I don't know actually if he's outlaw or if he's
Oh, there we go.
He's outlaw.
He's outlaw.
All right.
All right, Q mains, they both say you won't. This is exactly what you want to see between these two teams, just rivals for so long in North America. Who's going to have the upper hand this time around? WizKid gets a free Void Torrent. That's really important for getting his haste stacks going, so the fact that he wasn't disrupted on that. Although if the fight doesn't start till that buff falls off, maybe it's not going to be of too much consequence, as his Mind Trauma is on Sea-Doo, and it looks like they are just going to wait for the Mind Trauma to fade before starting the engagement. Wincher and WizKid, both rogues getting popped out of stealth, Trill getting gouged into a dismantle, Peekaboo stepping over to Sam. Nice static field from Absterge there, pulling Sam out of the earthen wall, but Sea-Doo's going to relocate his earthen wall as well off to the side, so good answer by him. I do feel like Absterge has been getting these little offensive quirks in his games that could be the X factor.
Now we'll see if Absterge can be the X factor here. Sea-Doo so far got actually the beam is from Sam I Am here, and actually a Cyclone being snuck through there, but not too much of it. Sam I Am just going to be trying to hit a little bit of damage here onto WizKid, Trill sitting through a Hex. Sam I Am actually in a Lightning Lasso. Sea-Doo's in a Kidney Shot. A good pressure here onto Sam. Gouge maybe out of that Kidney. No. It's going to be a Silence coming out there for Peekaboo. And Sam I Am still taking quite a beating here. WizKid trying to just sit at the pillar and get out as much pressure as possible. Trill just trying to counter pressure WizKid. So both rogues right now just basically targeting the other team's caster here, and it is looking pretty even so far. Mana slightly in favor of cooldown, slightly in favor of Sea-Doo. Cooldowns so far pretty much dead even. Full Kidney Shot here onto Sea-Doo. Cheap shot onto Trill. Can they find the double fear? They find it. Sam I Am could be in trouble. He has a pre-earthen wall totem. WizKid mind games. Here comes the pressure. Can they find any more follow-up though onto Sea-Doo? Doesn't look like they have anything, but still good pressure here onto Sam. They don't have the Silence. Mind Spike Insanity actually gets a Solar Beam there, and WizKid takes a chunk of damage, but he will recover.
Yeah, both teams' compositions are decently tanky, so this is one that could go the distance and come down to a mana game. But these clones from Sam I Am, he's been getting precognition from Peekaboo quite a lot, and that one from Absterge. So every time he fakes an interrupt, he goes immune to interrupts and crowd control, so he can free cast Cyclones. It's really putting WizKid behind every time that he gets one of those onto Absterge. We see a grounding totem coming down. They're going to fear the Cyclone. They blind Sea-Doo. They're setting up on Sam. He ducks into bear form, but a Void Torrent, does he have a stop? He typhoons it. It's really important that they disrupt those Void Torrents as much much as possible. That's going to be one of WizK's biggest ramping abilities to get massive damage in the future, so that should be their main objective. Absterge, in the meantime, is taking Sidu's position and then immediately retreating away from it here. Solar Beam comes down in a defensive fashion. Sam is focused purely on staying alive right now. Just interrupt the Shadow Priest, try and limit some of WizK's damage. I mean, he's not taking an insane lead at this point, but if it continues at this trend, it likely will develop to an even further lead. Nice Cyclone at low health. Trill gets a gouge on Absterge. I think he's trying to kill the Healing Tide. He gets a kidney shot, but Sam's in trouble. Void Torrent, nice cheap shot on the Void Torrent. They've shut down both of those now, and Peekaboo out of nowhere gets blasted by Sam. He's gonna have to trade Cloak of Shadows. WizK is still low, but Sam is in the most trouble. He's bark skinned. Is it gonna be enough? Dismantle on Peekaboo. Frenzied Regen and Renewal. He's trying to heal through the Shadow Priest, but WizK is just pounding him. Nice fake cast there by Sam. He's got precognition. He goes for the clone again, but it just ran out, and Peekaboo actually secures an interrupt. He goes for a clone again. He gets the full clone on Absterge. It looks like they want to target Peekaboo, and it looks like he's running that staff. Oh my god, that staff almost took Peekaboo out. It gets Dispersion and Trinket Link from Absterge in a panic. They were not expecting that. Sam is bringing in some Mythic Plus tech, running a staff from a Mythic Plus dungeon, which effectively acts as an execute when you get below 35% health, almost closing the game right there.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, and that could be the X factor that they need on the side of the Team Liquid. But WizK still not out of the woods just yet. A lot of damage coming in here onto WizK. Trill gets peeled by a cheap shot. Sidu getting silenced there on his lightning lasso. Can they launch an attack though? Out of that, they do blind Sidu. Kidney shot onto Sam, but I don't think they have anything to follow up that blind. Sadly, doesn't look like Peekaboo has a vanish or a gouge to continue the chain. But Sam's still taking decent pressure here. It really is going to be mana that is the name of the game. And so far, it is a little bit strange that damage done and healing done is like, it's actually Absterge is behind Sidu on healing done, yet he has half Sidu's mana. So that's interesting to see. Maybe it's a different talent or different gear or something, but Sidu definitely a lot more efficient in this one. So if the game goes on for a long period of time, I think Sidu's going to have that mana advantage to work with.
I think it's coming down to who's casting heals more, and I feel like a Boomkin with Star Surge Burst is probably going to make a Shaman cast more than a Shadow Priest who's getting interrupted on Void Torrent. The burst damage just isn't there to make Sidu panic and have to do that, but they're actually swapping to Sidu. An interesting setup from the move here in Game 1, forcing Sidu to Trinket and almost taking him down even despite his Trinket here, as he's going to pull away from the pillar. And does he not have Astral Shift? What, on his frame, he doesn't have Astral Shift, and Sidu Absterge. I'm going to check his talents on the talent window. I need to make sure if you can't unspec it. I thought it was baseline and then you enhanced it. But if he doesn't have it at all, I feel like that would be super greedy.
Definitely, and we are going to see some dots coming out here from WizK. The Solar Beam was used there as well by Sam. I'm trying to interrupt some heals. Sidu has no trinket, so I wonder if, because typically the move, they love to go after healers, so I wonder if maybe they're going to try to set something up onto Sidu at some point and try to punish the fact that he doesn't have a trinket. Ooh, beautiful Hex there out of the blind. Can they get enough pressure though onto Sam? It doesn't look like Sam is taking too much damage there. The Bark Skin is there to deflect a lot of that pressure. WizK is trying to chase Sidu for a fear here. He's just kind of zoning him right now. He does manage to finally get it. A DR fear though, due to that blind from earlier. And I kind of want to see WizK just dot Sidu at this point and just have Peekaboo kind of try to go after Sidu maybe. But Peekaboo actually, if he goes behind that pillar, might go down here. So he needs to be a little bit careful. So much pressure actually onto Peekaboo. He's going to shadow step back to Absterge here, trying to buy a little bit of distance. No, he gets gripped back to Absterge now finally, and he catches a couple of big heals here from WizK. Peekaboo not out of the woods yet, doesn't have anything to trade right now. Full silence coming out here onto Sam. Peekaboo still on 20% HP. Absterge has the Spirit Link back off cooldown right now, but that Ascendance from Absterge doing a lot of work. And oh my god, the triple static field totem, pulling the entire team of the move back into open field. Sam fake cast the kick and gets a beautiful Cyclone. He gets the beam on the Master Spell there as well. Gouge out of the Cyclone. Peekaboo might just go down right now, Sid. Liquid are playing this absolutely phenomenally.
Yeah, Sam is getting so many critical clones here. Another fake cast, precognition proc. Absterge grounds that cast. They snipe it with a Moonfire. Sam's looking for clone again, finds it on a Peekaboo, putting WizK behind. Look at the mana situation. Sidu's in a great position, has Trinket available. Peekaboo has blind coming up, so he's likely going to want to line those up. Another Earthen Wall Totem play from Sidu. Sam's trying to fake out the interrupts to get a kidney. Sam jumps over for a bash, looks for the clone, swaps the clone. Peekaboo, no, that Thunderstorm from Absterge. Insane. He's going for the execute, activating that staff and almost dropping Peekaboo. Looks like his Vanish soaked the hit there for for a second, and Sam just trying to clutch out with that staff and close out the game for his team, but Peekaboo survives yet again. Now Sam's moving close to Absurge. He wants to look for Cyclones. They get the gouge, they beam the Shadow Priest, they disarm the Rogue, they don't get the clone. Absurge grounds it, but his mana is almost totally tapped. Peekaboo evasions, but they step behind, get the kidney shot. Oh no, the Incarnation breaks the blind on Absurge. Maybe it doesn't matter though, as Trill gets the cheap shot. His entire team is low. He's dying through Cloak of Shadows at the moment. Oh my god, Trill is just smashing Peekaboo. Everybody is dead. Link is doing nothing. How is Absurge going to recover? He's got an S. He gets Peekaboo back above half, but Absurge or Whiskey is still almost dead. His dispersion comes up in one more second. They are just hiding behind a pillar. They're getting decimated at the moment. They're trying to reposition and be greedy, but it's costing so much mana. Whiskey trinkets. Static Field pulls Trill away from Whiskey for a moment. Sam is looking for clones. Is Absurge going to be able to stop it? He Windshears one. Here comes the Void Torrent. He's trying to fake cast an interrupt there, but there was cheap shots. I think he could have gone for it. Nice triple fear from Whiskey with a lasso onto Sam, trying to turn it around. Absurge going for the game-winning hex, possibly. He pops the Spirit Walkers, but Sam has Decurse. It removes it immediately. Sam now gets a clone on Absurge. They're going after Peekaboo, it looks like, but Whiskey is stunned as well. Where's the kidney shot from Trill? Peekaboo has evasion, it looks like at this point. The gouge Trill. This is coming down to the wire, but Cedu, I would think, still has the edge here.
Yeah, Cedu definitely with the edge right now. See, look at Whiskey here, forced into his dispersion. What could potentially be the final dispersion of the game. Still has Void Shift to work with. Might need to use it here onto Peekaboo. It's not going to do a lot of heals though, as Whiskey himself is not topped off. Full bash here out of the gouge onto Absurge. Look at Sam trying to fake cast here, looking for the Cyclones. If he gets it, it could be absolutely devastating. Could be just the end of the game right now. Whiskey on so low HP here. Absurge with not a lot of mana left to work with. Static Field Totem coming out here. Whiskey still dropping dangerously low. He's going to have to swap out of this. There's no way he doesn't swap, right? He goes for the heal. There's the Void Shift. Void Shift's Absurge, and there is a healing tide down right there. I do believe they have to kill it off, blind Absurge, and I think they're pushing for the win right now. Team Liquid looking so comfortable here. Sam is fake casted the kick, gets the low Cyclone. Who are they going to go after? The gouge Absurge. They're going after Peekaboo. All three targets low here on team the move, and Liquid here just one setup away potentially from closing it out, but a full fear onto Cedu. He has Trinket, he has Spirit Link, and he has mana, so it shouldn't be too scary, but if they mess up, then all of a sudden the move could bring this back in.
Whiskey's interrupted in a kidney. Here comes the Incarnation, and Sam is laying down the law. Star Surge after Star Surge. Whiskey is in so much trouble. He's trying to get back to the pillar. Absurge is stunned, and I think that's lights out for Whiskey, and the move will be crushed in game one.
Insane control here from Team Liquid, start to finish. I mean, this game this game was really on a razor's edge there towards the end, but they did manage to pull it out here.
Is this like a Batman haircut?
Liquid.
Like Two-Face with the haircut? What is going on?
No comments on that.
I don't know. He's making a fashion statement, I guess, here. He's making a statement in the game, at least, showing that your haircut doesn't matter. All it comes down to is gameplay here. Liquid taking it, man. And that staff was looking scary a couple times in this game from Sam. I just see the spell animation for it. I'm like, whoa, that looks spooky. And then it just zaps him immediately. I also think at the end of this game, it might have been the first time that Whiskey wasn't top damage. I swear every game we've ever seen so far for this weekend, Whiskey has been top damage. And in this game, at the end of it, Sam actually toppled him and got ahead of him. So that's going to spell some trouble. There was a significant gap in damage throughout the game, and Absurge was trying his best to try and make up for that. The clones also just so critical. Sam having precognition at moments like this and switching low clones and making it super stressful for the team to really deal with any of those situations made it so difficult. And I couldn't check with the add-on on the stream, so I'm not 100% sure if Cedu is literally not running wall. I thought that you got wall baseline and then you enhanced it, but the fact that it doesn't show up at all makes me wonder if he's actually completely untalented out of it. Maybe he should be the target if he's doing that. And here were the final moments of the game, and this is where Sam spiked above Whiskey, which basically never happens. I feel like if there's a game with Whiskey in it, his name is usually number one on the meter.
Yeah, but speaking of the meters, one thing that's pretty crazy. Look at the meter right now. Trill is hitting 20 mil damage, Peekaboo 13. Look at that. Look at the damage diff between Peekaboo and Trill. How is Trill doing a third more just in general? Because this is something I've noticed as well in the past, that Trill just seems to outdamage every rogue. Pretty cool, but still early in the series, guys. This is a upper bracket match, so whoever loses this will still be going down to the lower bracket. They will not be out of the tournament, and we can see here the damage breakdown.
Where is Trill on this breakdown? Where is the team? Sam's just like, I got this, bro. Look at that. What is that? What? It's literally all Sam? Is that like the whole game or the? Okay, there we go.
No.
There's no way, right? Like he did all that by himself. What was going on? Okay.
Super Tease's inner Boomkin gets so excited. He's like, "Oh, look at this!
Look at the Star Surge.
1 versus 5. Doesn't even need teammates. Look at the Star Surges here." No, but Sam really has been shining on that Moonkin. I feel like ever since they started incorporating him on the Moonkin, that's when they started really finding massive success. So big shout out to Sam I Am, but it was his incarn there at the end. I think Trill was just mainly crowd controlling. And Sidu probably
I want to know what
spitting out
sub
hair.
goal he had for that, because I don't think that's...
How much would it take to... I feel like it would have to take quite a lot of subs to do that. That's
the reverse shave.
Yeah, because it's not just that it's like a half. It's not a two-face, right? Because it's like on his
reverse
head.
two-face.
Yeah, it's a reverse two-face, right? Because he has one face side. It's like mirrored, his head and his face. So it's yeah.
How many subs is it for the other half?
Maybe it's like a good luck type of thing. Maybe he doesn't even care about the subs. He just wants to win this weekend, and this is kind of his like, okay, we're going up against the move. It's the first face-off this year, big matchup. El Clasico.
It's like your lucky socks.
Yeah, exactly. It's like your lucky underwear or like your lucky sock or whatever.
Okay. All right. I don't know if they really needed the luck, I'll be honest. I feel like their Boomkin Rogue Shaman has been looking insane throughout War Games and on broadcast. They've been looking crazy. So the move lose game 1. They have the opportunity if they want to change, but I feel like they're probably not going to. I think their only other options are like Demonology, Jelly Beans, and Shadow Priest. That seems to be like one of their best comps, secondary practice. Or they could just do something really random and maybe try like Hunter Rogue for a game at some point. With the armor nerfs, it's possible that could be decent into the balance druid. But I do know their main practice comps have been, Warlock and Shadow Priest and Rogue and Shadow Priest. So they're talking it through. They're taking their time, but I'm imagining they're going to do the same thing and try and run it back again. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, what else are they going to do here, right? The move, probably just taking their time right now, discussing the strats, discussing, what they want to do here, who they want to go after. Maybe, I wonder actually if the players do. I would bet that they do, right? Do you think the players go in on the AWC companion as soon as they can? Like potentially even with Jelly Beans while he's on the bench, just to see, oh yeah, this guy has high burst, this guy has bad gear, this guy's running a lot of PvE gear, this guy's running this build, he's a bit more squishy. Just to get that extra intel and to really be able to try to capitalize on some of the greed that we've seen from a lot of these players. So hopefully the move are doing just that. They're going to lock in the exact same comp. And of course, if you want to see what exact talents Sido is running, what his gear is looking like, what enchants he's using, embellishments, all that stuff.
Can we look at Absurge?
You type exclamation gear in the chat or go to awc.gcd.tv. Yeah. What were you going to say?
I feel like this talent tree doesn't show whether or not he's picked wall, unfortunately. I think I'd have to import the talent tree to see or not, because Absurge just looks the same. Maybe it was just a UI thing. We'll see here in a moment when they zone in, because I feel like it would be insane if he's not actually running wall. But he is running poison cleansing, and is Absurge running poison cleansing? Because I feel like Sidu, he's been saying, like, these other shamans that don't play poison cleansing are kind of trolling. And it looks like Absurge is playing poison cleansing as well. This is just super effective against a rogue to remove the wound poison to get your heals through, especially on shaman, because your throughput is already pretty limited. So, removing that mortal wounds effect gives you the ability to actually stabilize. But this game was looking more and more one-sided as it kept playing. But maybe if they just land more interrupts, they just focus on coordinating on the clones and shutting down Sam-I-Am more, that will enable them to find success.
Absolutely. And I feel like this is pretty easier said than done, but we got to land some kicks on Sam. I feel like this man has a perma precog, so definitely got to try to shut down Sam a little bit more. But I'm never going to be the guy who's like, oh yeah, the move, their RPS, this is what they should do, right? Because like half the time when I'm watching the move, I'm like, I didn't even know that you could do that. So I'm not going to tell them what I think that they, how they should play it, but I do want to say that I want to, if they have the opportunity, I think going after Sea-Doo is not a bad choice here, because I have seen them go after healers a lot in the past, and a lot of their pressure just comes from that, just WizKid just dotting, playing like a 2v2 with Absturge, and then Peekaboo just going after the healer. So maybe we can see that happen, but right now Peekaboo is the victim of a Trill stun lock. Gets actually nice. Yeah, this is exactly it. Look at that. They're going after Sea-Doo. Big setup here into the cheap shot there from the kidney. They do get the silence as well, and that's going to be the Astral Shift. This is what I'm talking about. This is the move. All right, that's all I wanted to see. Great job.
Yeah, I think with the Shadow Priest silence and the stuns from the rogues, going after the Shaman could definitely be a viable option. I also wonder if WizKid should possibly run Psyfiend. I feel like that in the past has been really tough for balanced druids. Combo that with the mind games, and it's just, you get put under so much pressure. We see Gouge onto Sea-Doo. Peekaboo looks to be the target, though. He's stunned through evasion. Massive damage incoming from Sam. Is Peekaboo just going to get clobbered? Oh, the clone on Absturge's Nature Swiftness. If he gets purged on that Nature Swiftness, he squeezes it out, but it barely does anything. Now he's gouged on his trinket. Peekaboo is still down at half health. This would be unprecedented to see Peekaboo go down so early, only 1 minute into this match. Now he's cloned low, and Sam is just controlling the entire battlefield as he's put into cheap shot, though. Peekaboo is rolling over towards Sea-Doo. He's looking for crowd control. He gets a gouge. He's probably going to kill some healing stream totems while he crowd controls at the same time. So nice weaving from Peekaboo, but he gets knocked out into midfield, and it looks like Sam is looking for a clone. They blind instead. Peekaboo is still in trouble. No trinket on Absturge. This could be a Void Shift if they're not careful, but WizKid's health is also rotting down, so his Void Shift is less valuable. He's solar beamed on cast. Peekaboo gets pulled away for a moment, but that fear on Trill into a root looks like it's locking Trill out of the game for some time. WizKid's trying to reload his dots, but Trill is still just chasing him down. They're going to lasso Trill behind the pillar. Peekaboo gets cloned up again. These clones, man, these clones have to be stopped. Sam I Am needs to be stopped if the move are going to have a chance. Oh my god, he just gets it another one. Swapped over onto Absturge. Peekaboo is stunned with no trinket. WizKid grips him out of line of Sam for a moment, but now he's stunned by Sea-Doo. Peekaboo comes out of the stun locks the whole team, trying to turn it around for his team right here. Nature Swiftness gets Peekaboo back to full health for a moment, but then he's immediately surges down to 80%. WizKid is rotting down as well. Sam with precog again gets a full clone on Peekaboo, and he needs to be stopped, man. If they don't start, there's a win share onto a clone. Every interrupt counts in this matchup.
Yeah, every single one counts. WizKid spamming out the mind spikes, though. We have seen this ability hit extremely hard, but not going to be an issue right now for Sea-Doo. So I have looked into it a little bit, and Sea-Doo was not playing wall the first game, and he is playing wall this game. And I don't know actually if they're going to go more onto Sea-Doo, because I think they were just testing to see if he was running it this game in the opener, to see if they should go on him or not. But the fact is that he is running it, so I don't think they're going to go after Sea-Doo anymore here on the side of the move, and instead it's going to probably be mostly about Sam I Am, who yet again has another precog. I really want to. Oh, he goes for the execute with the staff. Almost takes WizKid down, but WizKid quick with the dispersion right there, and WizKid they are going to get the dispersion. They are going to get WizKid's trinket. So cooldowns starting to be expended here by the move. They need to find an opening here. So far, I think Trill is the only target that they can actually go after on the side of the move here, and they are going to go after Trill here. They get some nice stuns, but Sea-Doo not in crowd control, just spamming out the heals.
Yeah, he's going to be able to recover. More clones onto WizKid. Peekaboo's on top of him. Peekaboo has a kick, but he's cheap shot. He isn't going to be able to access it. WizKid's trying to off heal and support with that triple fear. Really nice setup, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're capitalizing too much on it. They're going to kidney shot Sea-Doo, but WizKid's in a kidney himself, and he's solar beamed. Is he going to go down? The Spirit Link comes out for Absturge. It looks like it was only a two-player link as Peekaboo is rooted by Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo's actually silenced on a lava burst. You do not want to see that. He has to stop damage rather than use it for their setup. They do have decent pressure. Sam is at half. Maybe there's an opportunity, but Sam's jumping in and getting aggressive, bashing the healer, looking for a clone. Does he fake the interrupt here is now the question. Both Peekaboo and Absturge have their interrupts. Nice kick by Peekaboo. Now he's going to go for clone again. He's going to get grappled away with that static field, but Peekaboo's rotting down. Here comes the primordial wave onto Peekaboo, trying to get a big healing wave onto him in a moment, I would imagine, as Trill doesn't want to go behind this statue in line of sight Sea-Doo, so he's just poking whoever comes close. Another precog for Sam. He's looking for a clone. Cheap shots connect. He clones WizKid. Peekaboo. Is he just going to go down to damage? I mean, Absturge isn't even CC'd. Oh, and then they clone him low. They stun Absturge. They swap to WizKid. They clone Absturge. The clone swaps are crazy. Peekaboo is so low at the moment. It looks like he may have vanished. to trade if he absolutely needs it, but he's trying to be greedy. It's costing so much mana for Absterge. Man, look at this situation. He drops Healing Tide Totem. Trill sees it. They snipe that Healing Tide immediately on that top balcony side. So Absterge is not going to have that luxury to recover. He's going to have to manually heal 2 players through Incarnation with no Healing Tide. This is super difficult for Absterge right now. He has to use Healing Surge. That costs so much mana. It manages to keep WizKid afloat for now. Now they're swapping back to Peekaboo. Double stuns. The CC from Liquid is insane. The whole team simultaneously stunned. Clone for follow-up. Peekaboo evasions. He's desperate to try and stay alive, but the Fury of Elune is ticking away from Sam. It's just blowing up Peekaboo, and he's at 1% and almost dies. There's no link. Void Shift is going to do nothing. WizKid is too low to really use it. They pop Ancestral Guidance, but they get static field by Sea-Doo into the middle of the map, and Sam has precognition again. Goes for a full clone, gets that one onto Peekaboo. Now a Kidney Shot onto Absterge, and Liquid are just unstoppable. Just setup after setup, CC after CC. They're trying to turn it around. Silence on Sea-Doo, Lasso on Sam, and they're trying to find their footing to find some pressure here, but really where are they? Oh no, the interrupt on WizKid. He's kicked on Shadow. He can't disperse for one more second. Absterge isn't CC'd. Absterge fakes out Trill's kick there, it looks like, and he's going to be able to get some heals going here in just a moment. That's that precog, but maybe not. Full Kidney, clone on Peekaboo. WizKid's alone. Oh, he has to disperse. He's so low. Peekaboo could just die as well in game number 2. 1 second away from his trinket. He trinket blinds, but Sam is all over him. 1 Star Surge, 2 Star Surges, and Peekaboo. Oh my god, how is he alive right now? Sam still has more Star Surges in the bank. He's going to get cheap shot. 2 players are dead. Absterge has no link. WizKid is throwing out the Void Torrent. He's throwing a Hail Mary to try and take down Sam right now with that Mind Games, but he's just not taking damage. Sea-Doo blocks all of it. They're all at 100% health. They're just rampaging and running down the move.
Oh, another big cooldown being used here. WizKid with the Void Shift in that situation, and it's not looking good here for the move. All of a sudden, Liquid are looking more and more comfortable. Sea-Doo with every single cooldown. Sea-Doo with half mana left right now, getting caught up in a cheap shot. Look at Peekaboo, though, dropping super low. Absterge is there, trying to back him up. There's the Healing Tide. Oh, look at Trill. He jumps back up and kills off the Healing Tide there on the side, but Sea-Doo is forced to trade out his Spirit Link Totem. Sam is going dangerously low. They get the Hex. Can he get the Hex? No, he gets interrupted on the Hex. Beautifully done there by Sea-Doo, but Triple Fear coming out. Sea-Doo forced to trade out the Trinket and the Tremor Totem, and now all of a sudden Sea-Doo has no more cooldown. Sam could still be in trouble. They move or turn it around. There's the Mind Games. Big damage.
How?
That's static. He gets it on the heel as he's casting his Aura Mastery. The gouge on the Aura Mastery, and Sam will fall. Carl with the insane offensive plays. Carl, man, you said it earlier. He's been adding in these little extra offensive tricks into his arsenal, and he could be the X factor, and that's exactly what he is. Absterge and the move tie it up 1-1 apiece.
Oh my god, they were losing the whole game, and then in a span of like 10 seconds just shaved Sam I Am out of the match. Oh my god, like that replay is insane. It was all the Mind Games pressure and that static field. Like Sea-Doo was like, all right, I'm Aura Mastering this heal, you'll be good, Sam. And Absterge is like, no, you're not. Yoink, and pulls him behind the pillar out of line of the heel, and he just absolutely gets shredded. I mean, this was the point in the game where you're like, there's no way that Liquid are losing this. They're all full health. Absterge is almost everybody's dead. They're doing whatever they want. Everybody's in a clone the whole game. Sam's got precog the entire game. How on earth are they going to win? Peekaboo's at 1% behind the pillar getting Star Surge. They have to silence the Boomkin, which is like absolute desperation. And then suddenly out of nowhere, it's like, why is Sam dead? Like, where did this pressure come from? They're just holding Sam at 50% health, and he just never recovers from 50% health. And then Absterge comes in with this clutch play. I think this is where Trill snipes a Healing Tide Totem maybe in just a few seconds. Like Absterge tries to hide it, but Trill steps up and kills it. And right here, watch Sea-Doo. So he Aura Masteries, knowing that Peekaboo's going to kick him because Peekaboo's running back and forth. So he Auras, but that field pulled Sam I Am out of line of the heel. So it didn't matter that Sea-Doo did that. And then Sam couldn't get back there in time. There's no link, and Peekaboo just gouges him. Absterge and WizKid finished the work here on Sam I Am. Was it a Lava Burst kill as well? Oh my god, it was just about to be a Lava Burst kill for Absterge. And yeah, these quirky offensive plays just give Absterge a little bit of an edge, and it is enough to put a point on the board.
Now that was probably one of the best static field totems, probably the best static field totem we've seen this entire weekend. That was just beautiful timing on that one.
Burrow kill, world first static field kill.
No, yeah, it really is.
Some world records right now this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah, no, he really is playing it out offensively, and can see here why Sam I Am actually is taking so much damage. Though, I mean, look, I've mentioned it a few times, but what's going on with Mind Spike? Like, what is this? Like, what am I looking at? What is that?
It's big damage, bro. What do you mean?
What's going on?
180k non-crit. He's trying to be a Windwalker.
180k, 173k non-crit. What's going on here, man? While you have
Shadowed Pain is 100k non-crit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's wild. WizK, you know, Ven, I think it was Ven that said it earlier. When you leave WizK free, bad things are bound to happen to your team. So WizK definitely gets out his pressure there at the end, and everything just, the stars align for the move. They hold on, tie it up 1-1 apiece, and this is why these two teams are so entertaining to watch as well, because we know they're both probably going to run the same thing, and we don't really know who's going to come out ahead, because it looks like the move is losing the whole time, but then all of a sudden they just like have this insane push and win. And it looks like Team Liquid, they're they're out of cooldown, you can count them out, but then Sidu keeps his team going for another 2 minutes and they still win. You know, like it's really hard to predict actually who comes out ahead when these two titans in North America face off against each other. But as to be expected, move locking in the RPS. Now Liquid, what are they going to do? Are they going to bring in a cleave? Probably not. They're probably just going to send the same thing.
I feel like it's got to be the same thing. That was just like a unfortunate conclusion to the game there. They were in complete control for most of that game. So the only way I could see them changing is if somehow they get stomped this game. Like the move just figured out like, oh yeah, we just do that, now it's a free win or something. But I really doubt that that's the case. So they're taking their time maybe to just absolutely discuss what they want to do, but it's a bigger map, which I think is going to be an advantage to them because they were winning on mana, it seems like, if the game goes longer. If they can avoid those mind games windows from WizK and survive those, the Boomkin's going to be in a better position. But the mind games, plus Lava Burst from Absturge, and honestly like a Purge, getting the Urshield Riptide off during a mind games Lava Burst is probably enough to topple the Boomkin, because his Frenzy regens are going to start doing damage to him rather than healing during mind games. But they're running the clock. I feel like this is kind of Liquid's game. They do this. They just want to take as much time as possible to talk possible strategies, maybe future comps. But their Boomkin Rogue is so good that I don't really think, unless they're going to try some Blood DK cheese, which I don't think they need to, but if they absolutely got desperate, maybe.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. And they don't think so, because we are going to see the exact same thing. They're just running the clock and trying to, get their strats in order. Mercy says, competed since 2019, and this is the most entertaining season I have been a part of. So many different comps and classes. Eradas, Hawthorne, and Elsewave have been the top players for their class for a while, and I'm glad to see them performing in the tournament. GG. Oh. Well, that makes sense. So it's Elsewave. Watching JT makes me want to play my Holy Priest, but I know I'd raid log after one shove.
Dude, I don't know how JT does it, bro. JT, like, dude, Holy Priest, he won with Holy Priest, but I'm telling you, like, that was like winning the tournament on hard mode. Like, I don't think anybody else is going to be able to pull off what JT did on a Holy Priest for next week. He's an absolute legend.
No, JT is he is quite amazing, and I always see him at the top of the solo shuffle ladder. I remember in season 1, I used to play with him a lot, and every time I would get him on my team, I'd be like, okay, nice. This priest heals. Like, it's a Holy Priest, but at least he heals. Like, this guy knows what's up. He can deal with the damp and the pacing of the shuffles. And it's awesome to see how far he's actually gotten from getting number 1 on ladder to getting number 1 in the AWC.
I think that's the interesting part about Shuffle is, like, in the past you might have had like some cliques, and groups that only would queue with each other, but with Shuffle you can just queue up on your own, get your own practice, and then build your own team from Shuffle, which is probably why we're seeing like a lot of different faces than the usual, because they're able to utilize solo Shuffle in that manner and be able to build their teams and then come in here. I mean, they said they just queue on the ladder and they just formed their team to just play for fun. Like, I think that's definitely impressive. Probably a key reason why we're seeing more players. In North America here, though, still kind of the same Titans seem to be on top, at least for now, but I'm not going to make any safe predictions. Nobody is safe on this weekend. This is just reverse weekend, the upside down weekend where the impossible can happen. So let's see what happens here. We're going to be going into the same matchup on Ashamine's Fall. And it'll be tougher for them to get that type of line of sight on a big map. There's just so much more open space where Sidu can stay away from Peekaboo that it might be really difficult for the move to get that type of aggressive play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we'll see here, large map. And if the game goes on for a long time, it seems like Team Liquid are winning this on mana. And we'll see here what the move can do here. They're going to need a good chain, or they're going to need to go after the Restoration Shaman potentially to try to get an early win, but I don't think that's going to happen. Instead, it's going to probably be WizKay as the target, Sam-I-Am as the target, the two rogues kind of disrupting each other as much as possible. And we'll see here, both rogues don't want to open up right now and give the other one a free opener, but Peekaboo actually is going to go in and send it here. Already got dots here on to Sam-I-Am, and they actually get a cheap shot here onto Sidu. WizKay pushes in, gets the fear, but it was tremored by Sidu. Nicely done. He gets silenced. WizKay also getting solar beam. Absterge is in a kidney, gets a nice thunder knock right there, and Trill trying to just hit Peekaboo, gets a cheap shot, but they don't have any crowd control on the Sidu. Both teams right now are just fighting for pressure. They're trying to just generate as much pressure as possible, disrupt each other as much as possible, and just try to get ahead in the match. So far, Sam-I-Am looking for the fake ass. Can he get the precog? He does get the precog. Nicely done. And Sidu actually is in a full sap. They get a full Cyclone on the Absterge though, and this is actually going to be WizKay forced to use the trade here. Dispersion coming out.
Yep, big push there from Sam-I-Am. Now they're swapping to Peekaboo with that Lightning Lasso from Sidu. I love that they're including Sidu on these setups, so that way Trill doesn't have to waste mobility. He can just CC 2 targets while Sidu grabs the third one, whereas lots of times I'm seeing Peekaboo because he's just navigating around and has to get to 3 targets, then he gets CC'd on his way over. So maybe finding a way to include them like that, but there's double cross CC. They swap the clone that forces Absterge's trinkets. And Absterge gets a big kill, but it doesn't matter. WizKay is just dead. It doesn't matter what you link. Oh my god. I cannot believe it. Almost going down through the Spirit Link Totem right in that moment. And like, we're not even 2 minutes into this game. WizKay gets pulled off the pillar by Sidu. Trill is still right on top of him, and they are building a massive lead. Like, this damage is starting to snowball out of control for Liquid.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's so crazy to see how good these teams are actually playing to stay alive for such a long period of time. But now the mind spikes are coming in here for WizKay. Gets caught up in a cheap shot. Gets a full blind here onto Absterge. So WizKay could be in a lot of trouble here. Cyclone coming out here. DR on the Absterge. But Peekaboo just having a 1v1 against Sidu. And this is really when the move looks the best. When Peekaboo just goes on these solo missions and WizKay gets to play a 2v2 with Absterge. But Peekaboo might have overextended here a little bit. Takes a lot of damage. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. He has the evasion active right now. But Peekaboo still not out of the woods yet. That evasion does nothing against Star Surge. And look at Sam-I-Am. He is so annoying with these fakes here, trying to get the fake cast, and eventually actually just cyclones Peekaboo, even though he had a kick there. So a little bit of a mind game going both ways, but right now it's going to be Sidu here in crowd control. WizKay though still on 50% HP. Can they find any crowd control here onto Absterge? Doesn't look like it. Full kidney shot though on the Peekaboo. Can they just brute force it here with pressure? Sam-I-Am again with the precogs gets another full cyclone here onto WizKay. Peekaboo is going to be in a lot of trouble due to those cyclones that are coming out from Sam.
Well, Peekaboo now into a full clone. WizKay gets kicked. Absterge's Earthenwall Totem got a ton of value there, but now its defense has fallen. The cheap shot Sam, the kidney shot Trill, they're trying to get pressure, but Sidu's ready. Healing Tide is down in the back, and it's keeping the team totally top. Peekaboo can't kill it. Here comes Incarnation, a 2-target with a solar beam. Massive damage is going to force the dispersion from WizKay. They could swap their pressure back onto Peekaboo and likely get his Cloak of Shadows. Oh my god, the clone out of that chain. Absterge actually trinkets and they cloak. This is a pretty significant cooldown overlap on the side of the move. They've used 3 of their major escape mechanisms to survive death all at the same time.
Yep, really, really beautiful stuff here, but the move holds on. And this time around, though, mana is looking a lot better here for Absterge. So they get, you know, something at least going in their way. They get another Hex here onto Trill. Trill actually cloaking offensively here. He's going for the kill potentially. Shadow Dance coming out. There's a full blind as well. Absterge is going to respect the situation here. Gets gouged, though. And actually, it looked like the blind broke. He wanted to blind him into a gouge. They wanted to go for the kill there onto WizKay, but unfortunately, it did break. So not able to find that kill go, and instead it is going to be Sidu potentially ducking around the corner here, maybe looking for a drink, but Peekaboo is moving in. Lightning Lasso coming out. Double Lasso coming out from each Shaman right now. And they get a Shadow Step Kidney here onto WizKay. WizKay's going to be in trouble. They get a full Cyclone onto Absterge. WizKay with no dispersion for another 20 seconds. Could be the Void Shift. Blind defensive onto Trill. Cyclone onto Peekaboo. And it looks like the move with some nice defensive plays there are going to be able to stay alive without using that Void Shift.
Another CC into a clone, into a root. Peekaboo's trying to get back to his team. Void Torrent doesn't look like it's going to be interrupted. He actually stops his own cast there. Worried about getting interrupted, and I would imagine that position. But Peekaboo's in a kidney shot. Sam gets a precognition. He's looking for a clone. Absurge gets the grounding totem. They're going to line of sight the next clone. But Peekaboo is left behind. He's dismantled. He's trying to get back to his team. But if they're stacked up on the pillar, they're going to get cleaved by Blade Flurry from Trill. And Trill is already doing such a large amount of damage. If he gets in there and starts AoEing, it could be devastating. Oh, the static field to pull WizKay off the pillar. A full clone onto Peekaboo. Sea-Doo gets silenced, but WizKay is low. He's got dispersion. Just needs to be careful. He's trying to get back to the pillar. And it seems like they want to hug the pillar so they can line of sight Cyclone and use that on top of their interrupts. But Peekaboo is getting blasted. Here comes massive damage. Oh my god. Another Spirit Link Totem comes out from Absturge, as well as his Astral Shift. He's going to pop as an Ascendance here as well to try and get some AoE heals to get his team back from the brink. Peekaboo is disarmed for a moment. Trill is just tearing into WizKay at the moment. Just so much damage from Trill, constantly keeping him below half as he's navigating back to Peekaboo. Oh my god, double kidney shot at the same time. It's not very rare that you see that. Trill trinkets out, but he's rooted out in the distance. He can't get to Peekaboo to finish the game. Peekaboo's going to cloak the shadows on the pillar. He should be fine, but while they stack up to line of sight clone, they're stacking up to get AoE'd, so it's going to be a trade-off. Step kick from Peekaboo onto the clone. He grapples over to Sea-Doo for a gouge. Peekaboo's trying to set up maybe for a kidney shot here. Goes for the kidney shot. Sam in a bit of trouble. We're seeing that turnaround point potentially at 30% dampening, where a couple CCs on Sea-Doo, and if they catch Sam out of form, they could topple him.
Yeah, we're hitting the point of no return. It's kind of the enraged timer right now of this matchup, so Sam I Am definitely could become a target here. He has no bark skin, so that next kidney shot could be deadly onto Sam if they can find some pressure to go with that. If they have the damage here, WizKay right now trying to just move back to the pillar, just trying to buy time, getting some dots going here. Actually, I think he dotted Sea-Doo right there, so maybe they want to swap to Sea-Doo later. Full blind onto Trill. Here's a full kidney shot onto Sam I Am, and Lightning Lasso there coming out immediately from Sea-Doo. Silence coming out here for WizKay, and so far they're just keeping up the pressure. Healing Tide active behind that pillar. Look at Trill, just instantly leaping in behind the pillar and just starts killing those totems, just starts stomping them, and they do manage to kill it off, but it did cost Trill his Cloak of Shadows and his evasion here because he did push in deep behind enemy lines, so Trill could be an exposed target. He has no trinket as well. Triple root Solar Beam coming out there, but Absturge does manage to make it out of it, and he's going for R Mastery Hex here onto Sea-Doo, kind of bait, potentially not able to find it. Gets blinded actually. WizKay could be in trouble right now. They're going after Peekaboo, but he gets Cycloned, and Trill catches a fear there as well. Both teams playing very back and forth right now. It's still anybody's game, and this time around Absturge mana is doing a lot better compared to the other games.
Incarnation round 3. Is Peekaboo going to explode? He vanishes at 1%. They've got Void Shift. They're trying to be greedy. They hold on to it. Cheap shot on Sam. Cheap shot on Trill. Peekaboo taking control of the situation. He's got to be careful, though. Sam still has Incarn and a lot of Astral Power. He's ready to jump into Star Surge at any moment. Kidney shot on WizKay. He's going to trinket and wrap around the corner. Trill gets pulled away by Absturge. That defensive static field. They're trying to line of sight the Incarn, but WizKay gets interrupted. He can't disperse for 2 more seconds. He desperate prayers. He's got a double fear. Silence on Sea-Doo to cover the Tremor Totem. Good cover by WizKay. Gouge out of the silence. Setting up Peekaboo possibly for kidney shot onto the DPS here. Void Torrent. Looks like he may finally get a fully channeled one. Nope, not able to here. WizKay gets cloned. Peekaboo's going to cloak. He's so low health. He steps behind Trill's evasion and gets a kidney shot. Now Sam's looking for clones. If he fakes the kick here, it could be game over for them. On to Peekaboo. Doesn't look like he's able to. Peekaboo into a full clone. WizKay MDs the clone but gets kidney shot. Sea-Doo's pushing forward. Static field down. Pulling WizKay off the pillar. And now Peekaboo gets swapped too. He's jumping over to Sea-Doo. He's trying to get aggressive, but he's low health. He has to evasion to dodge the attacks of Trill. Now he's got to deal with Cyclone. He's going to kidney shot Sam, probably gouge, and a cheap shot onto Sea-Doo. Maybe cheap shot onto Trill, just trying to cross the stuns. Cheap shot on Sam, and Sam is in a lot of trouble. If they get a mind games off here, nice double fear from WizKay. Are they actually doing it? Void Torrent, they're so close to the kill the Link. They sniped the Link instantly. That was so fast. How did they do that? Sea-Doo has to heal with no Link now, and is somehow, someway actually doing it. What? Sam is back to full.
How on earth did they do? We need a replay of this portion right here. That was an absolute insane recovery by Sea-Doo, but also an absolutely insane kill on that Spirit Link Totem. He actually, it didn't even tick right there. That was like, that was actually crazy. But Sam I Am with another precog here, getting some Cyclones out. Mana still not looking too good, but I gotta say, the move are looking more and more like they're in the driver's seat right now. They might just take down Trill here. Evasion coming out here for Trill. He gets caught up in a cheap shot though, so Evasion's not gonna be doing too much. Now they shadow step over to Sam I Am here. They're trying to get some pressure onto Sam I Am. They're trying to end the game on the side of Team Liquid, but a huge Mind Spike connects here onto Sam I Am, and all of a sudden he catches a big heal from Cedo. The healing tide totem is down and still active. They're going after WizKid. They got Incarn active right now. Can they take down WizKid? He still has a lot to respond with. Desperate Prayer comes out, and he still has that dispersion pre-bear form on the kidney shot here. I don't think it's looking too good here for Team Liquid. 51% dampening. Absterge doing a great job with his mana this time around. Sam I Am does not fake cast this kick here, and Peekaboo is dropping quite low here. Absterge, what are you going to do? How are you going to save him? Spirit Link Totem does come out. He even moves the Spirit Link here behind the pillar to continue keeping his team on even HP right there. Beautiful stuff here coming out from Absterge. Sidu completely tapped on mana. Absterge completely tapped on mana, and now it's going to come down to who can actually just get their damage out and avoid damage said.
Trill triple stuns the whole team, and Peekaboo almost goes down. Void Shift from WizKid. He's kicked on Shadow. Can't disperse. Actually, looks like it was kicked on a flash heal. He is going to disperse, but now suddenly Peekaboo on the back foot. He's disarmed. Sam gets sheared on a clone. Absterge is doing what he can, but he's in a kidney shot. Clone gets casted. Trinket out immediately. Healing tide is down, but dampening is high. Who is going to die? This could easily come down to a 2v2 at some point. Peekaboo gets cloned and gouged on Absterge, and I think WizKid is going to topple. He's doing whatever he can. Flash heal after flash heal, but he's lassoed. He trinkets out of the lasso. He's trying to get pressure going for his team, but Absterge just has 0 mana. They silence the Boomkin, they kidney the Rogue. They're trying to stop damage at all costs for Absterge to buy any sort of miracle that might still remain in this game, but Sidu blocks the kill again with guidance. He still has Trinket. His heals are massive. Absterge is in a kidney, and I think this is a double kill for Liquid as WizKid will fall first and Liquid move to match point.
Oof, what an insane game, man. It is so insane when we watch these two teams. Such a close series back and forth, but Liquid narrowly takes it here, takes the lead once again, up 2-1 right now against the move. But this was I don't know what Absterge changed here, but his mana was a lot more efficient. He could keep his team going a lot more, deeper into the match compared to games number 1 and 2. But we are going to see some highlights. So this was still pretty early in the game, and honestly, this is one of those matches that could have just went either way, right? Like anybody could have won this at any point. I mean, Peekaboo here could have just died. Absterge did respond with the Trinket Link just in time, and Sam I Am also could have just died when WizKid was spamming Mind Spikes earlier. I think it actually might be in the situation. They connected with the Hex, they decurse it, and then they get the silence. And here, yeah, Sam I Am could have just as easily flopped as well during that fear, but Sam I Am was able to hold on. A couple of more crits, and he easily goes down here. I mean, look at that. The
link.
The double trinket, and then look at the link here.
He's in it, right?
Where even is the link? Where is it's already dead.
Wait, what?
It's already dead.
Wait, replay again. Replay the replay. The slow mo wasn't slow enough for us to even see how fast it died. I didn't even see it go down. Did he throw it somewhere else on the map?
Did he pop it on the pillar or something? Did
he, that's what I'm trying to say. Did it like get clipped on the ceiling or something? Because I don't even see it on the ground. I want that moment again. Like, it doesn't even show up on the... I see static field on the ground, but I don't see any link, and it goes on cooldown. Right?
Yeah,
this is the end of the game.
Yeah, no, it does go on cooldown. I mean, we both just assumed it was instantly killed. But
yeah, exactly.
I've never seen a link get dropped on top of somebody and not at least heal him like one tick and then get killed. You know what I mean? Or like you drop the link and he's like barely outside and then you kill it before he gets in. I've never seen a link where you're on top of the guy and it gets killed before he actually, like before it heals. Like I've never seen that. We're gonna need the giga slow-mo.
The giga slow.
Like frame by frame.
Curse of
right
Tongues,
now.
amp Curse of Tongues, the replay as slow as possible right now. Like crippling poison on the replay. I need to, like, what? This was that clutch moment from Absterge where Sam almost explodes the whole team. But like, what was this link from Sidu? Yeah. Wait, I'm watching Sidu. Okay. Like, where could he have put it? Like, maybe it gets clipped by the ceiling of the pillar, but they're not even on the pillar because normally that can happen. Like right here, where does the link go? It goes on CD. The link goes on CD. So where is the link? He's feared away. He's behind off screen. I'm watching in every far corner to just try and figure out where this link went. Like, where did the link go?
At the pillars.
He trinkets?
Trinket?
He links? Where is it?
There. Where?
Where is the link, bro? I don't see no link.
Wait, is it behind the pillar to the left there? What was that?
I don't think so. Is there any way to click this back again and go even slower? Where did the link go?
I have no idea. That's insane.
Is it in the next game? Like, did he send it to the future to save someone in the future? Like, where? Like, I don't need this one now. Send it to the future. Like, where did the link go?
Schrodinger's spirit link totem, dude. I don't know.
He deathed it?
Did he link
Somebody's
or
saying
did he
he shadow or deathed it, but like it doesn't even appear on the screen, dude. Like what? He deathed it? It literally didn't appear on the screen.
We're literally watching it.
Where? Okay, you watch the small pillar to the left. You watch the small pillar to the left, right there where the healing tide is. You watch that one, and I'll watch the big pillar on behind that's off camera right now, and we're gonna figure out where the spirit link went because there's no way it went on Sam. There's no way it was killed so fast that it didn't even appear on the screen. It had to have been just clicked somewhere else. It had to have been. So he trinkets. This is like Omega crippling poison. This is like Legion Chains of Ice right now. This is a 900% snare. Link. Where is it? It's not on the left or the right. Where is the link, bro? It's not in the game.
You know what I think? You know what I think actually happened? You know when you get feared, sometimes your camera like bugs out for like a second. You know what I mean? Like you like look. It's like the same when you come out of a poly and you're spamming an ability. It like sometimes goes like in a random spot, and I think that's what happened. I think Sidu was feared. He's smashing his spirit link totem, and as the fear ended, he like probably placed it behind a pillar in like some random spot. I mean, I don't know.
So he deaths. Like he already shadowed or deathed. Did he? Okay, we're literally pausing the replay. Where is the link, bro? He's feared. He trinket links, right? He trinket links. For sure he trinket links.
No, he does.
And maybe no one was in it and it dies. Because no one's next to Sam, right? He trinket links. He links right here. He has to. Yeah. So no one's in it. I don't think anyone's in it if it's down on them. But there's... dude, there's no link in the game, bro. There's...
He didn't pop it like on top of him and Sam. I don't... Because you would see it. Or
we need Warcraft logs to track Spirit Link totem locations.
Isn't that totem right there? Isn't that totem right there that gets dunked?
The healing tide back there? That's
no. Next to Sidu. Next to Sidu, that thing with the purple stuff on it.
That's a ground. That's a static field.
Yeah, that's a static field. Yeah, no, I don't know that. I can't say what happened to this link. This is a Schrodinger's link. Who knows?
This link's not real, dude.
Did he not link? Does it exist? Does it not? Who knows, man? But.
He trinket links. It's just gone.
I don't know. It's too fast. We're just
got deathed instantly. Chat is trying to tell us that it got deathed instantly on Omega slow mode. I see Shadow or Death on Sam, not on the link though. I swear, there's the death right there. It's on Sam, and he's still feared.
Yeah. Those.
So, maybe it was like one of those Shadow or Death like cast multiple times from the set bonus. So maybe like one of those. I don't know if it's like a weird interaction maybe, and it just deathed the link instantly or something.
I'm gonna go with the theory.
Yeah, it got death. I see the death. I see the death. I see the replay right behind the bear's leg, right before the static field. It was a death. I saw it that time. I swear. Like if we watch it again, I swear you'll see it. Look behind the bear leg. Look on the left. Look at the back left of Sam Am's left leg next to Sidu, and it gets deathed. You'll see a little purple animation. It happens. He gets deathed here, and then watch the back left leg. It gets death right there. It got death the millisecond that it touched. It didn't even show up. I swear it got death. Chat helped me see it, but I swear if you watch it in slow mode, you'll see. How did he do it?
We are going to need a full detailed list of what you buy when you go grocery store shopping. What you have for breakfast. We're going to need to have a full detailed list of everything you've done in the last 3 days because this is just not normal. Like what how do you even do
right
that?
Here, watch his back left leg in front of Sidu. Sidu moves in and his back left leg, there's a little tiny totem right before the static field that drops, and it gets a little purple animation on it before anything shows up. His back left leg. Oh my god, we're going to uber slow mode. Camera flips around.
I saw it.
It's right on his back left leg, and it gets death right there. The
that's what I was talking about.
And then he turns it into a static field because he panics.
Yeah.
I think he put static field down because he panics because it's dead and he's 1%. And he's like, "What? How did that happen?"
Yeah. That's insane.
Okay, so the link exists. Thank you, chat. The link exists.
That's
I think it made more sense that it didn't exist, and then it makes sense for WizKid to death it so fast that nothing even happens.
But okay.
Yeah, we're gonna need. I'm gonna need to have a word with WizK after this because first of all, I'm gonna need to go. Have you seen those like human reaction test times tests? It's like it tests your visual reaction time. It's like your screen turns blue and then it changes color, and you're supposed to like click on it as soon as it changes color. I'm gonna need to take WizK, and we're gonna need to do that test real quick just to confirm that. Yeah, that's what's going on. Then I'm gonna need a blood test of WizK just to confirm that he is indeed not a robot, because that's probably the fastest link kill I've ever seen. Like, no joke. That's incredible. The move definitely showing up. They did lose the game, but
they lost the game too. We just spent like 20 seconds analyzing something. They're still lost. Static field out here into a solar beam from Sea-Doo, and they're just countering all the pressure from the move initially here, and they're going to a small map. WizK wants to maybe get more crowd control possibly on Sea-Doo. He seems to be running in a line at him a little bit more than the previous games, but triple stuns out from Trill, set up the clones onto WizK, and Peekaboo's trying to grapple over to Sea-Doo. He gets a gouge. He's probably going to kidney shot him, but WizK can't get there. He's in a kidney himself. Here comes Incarnation. Big push of damage onto WizK with that Fury of a Loon beam coming in from Sam. Sam cheap shot for a moment, but those Star Surges are imminent. 1, 2, looking for a clone. Void Torrent gets stopped immediately. A third Star Surge. He's got more in the tank right now, and WizK is still low. He's trying to be greedy with Vampiric Embrace and healing himself up with those flash heals, and it looks like he is able to get through that situation while being greedy, but now he gets cloned on his Dark Ascension. Peekaboo's in a kidney shot. Absurge knocks him away for a moment, trying to delay their assault on the Peekaboo, but now he is disarmed, and Absurge doesn't want to waste the global, it looks like at this point. Sea-Doo dispelling some dots preemptively, it looks like on the stun, but he's met by a cheap shot. Oh, but he knocks Peekaboo away into a root, into a gouge. Nice thunderstorm from Sea-Doo in this position. WizK now into a kidney shot. Sea-Doo into a full blind. Sam's going to go into bear form immediately. Yeah, as soon as your healer's in crowd control, it probably means that the rogue is going to stun something, so going into bear form to increase your armor is going to be a good idea here, and Sam knows that. He's jumping on top of Absurge, looking for a clone. Oh, that cheap shot from Trill on Peekaboo was clean. Oh my god, he's dying to Trinket Cloak. What is happening? Now they're moving in onto WizK, and it seems like the early game is almost always in favor of Liquid, but the move, they can pull off those one-shot wonders, and here comes one right now, possibly onto Sea-Doo. Insane pressure as he pops his guidance, and I think he should be all right with guidance and his astral shift on the pillar. Gouge on Peekaboo. Sea-Doo should recover in a moment, and the move, they're getting cheeky. They're trying to include Sea-Doo more in the fight, but he's got his Earth Elemental out now, so he's going to be way tankier. He's going for that lasso, but Peekaboo is just still going for it. Another kidney shot onto Sea-Doo, but he gets cloned away by Sam. And Absurge didn't have anything to block it there. Another clone onto Peekaboo. He's not getting any pressure. Now a clone on WizK. They actually got WizK's Trinket. And that's really important because he has an ability called Void Shift that allows him to redirect his health bar to another player. And usually you need your medallion to access it because you're going to be crowd controlled. So this could be dangerous for WizK. He actually gets interrupted on Shadow now as well. They're really just trying to put WizK behind. That seems to be the main focus for Liquid.
Yeah, really good stuff here. WizK still on 50% HP, and he still has that dispersion. Gonna use that Desperate Prayer right now. And get a little bit of HP, get Cyclone on half HP here. Sam I am looking for some damage, disarms Peekaboo there as well, so good control onto everyone. Kidney shot coming out here onto Absurge. Can they follow it up with anything? No, Sam I am gets feared, and I don't think Sea-Doo is going to find a Hex. Peekaboo taking a little bit of damage, but so is WizK right now. WizK getting cleaved down to about half. Once again, Absurge out of crowd control. WizK activates the fade, pops. Oh my god, what is this swap to Sea-Doo? What? Okay, that link I saw, but that one was also killed off pretty fast.
Dude, what? We need to replay that. Please replay that. We need to find the link in round 2. There's no chance, bro. What? Oh my god, Sea-Doo's just going to be like, I have to play without link, guys. It just doesn't exist against the move. It's out of my bar against the move.
Instead of playing the game where we guess the map, we should just guess where did he drop the link before WizK killed it. That was amazing. But Sea-Doo actually is in real trouble right now. He's got no wall, he's got no link, and he's got no trinket. They could 100-0 him right now, Sid.
Oh my god, can the move do it? Pull it to a game 5 here. Sea-Doo is going to be the primary target with no trinket. He's trying to reposition, and Peekaboo is rooted. He can't get back to him, so good reposition here by Sea-Doo. WizK is getting pressured. Trill's in a kidney shot, but Sea-Doo is reluctant to go back in his line of sight. He's trying to wait until he has more defensive cooldowns. He plops an Earthen Wall Totem down on Trill, and he's just line of sighting Peekaboo. He's not giving him any opportunities to get to him for crowd control. Absurge is stunned. Peekaboo is stunned. They're setting up damage. Here comes Peekaboo. Double fear from WizK, and are they going to drop Sea-Doo? He Earthen Walls. They're actually holding the kidney shot. They're waiting for Earthen Wall, but while they wait, Sea-Doo can intercept with a lasso, but now he's blinded. They're switching their attention to Sam. They get Barkskin immediately. Lava Burst incoming from Absurge, really trying to add damage into the mix on Sam, and his Barkskin may not even matter. Silence on Sea-Doo, unbelievable damage from the move, as Sam is held at such low health. They drop the Healing Tide. Sea-Doo repositions that Tide, and it is ticking away on Sam, and it's likely going to save the day here. Absurge is on top of Sea-Doo. Is he trying to? He actually kills the healing. I feel like it's BM if you're a Resto Shaman and you kill another Resto Shaman's healing stream. It's pretty BM. But he was trying to kill the healing stream totem right there, but realized it's probably not going to work. Too much HP. Another double fear gouge. Insane setup by the move, but the kidney is only 2 seconds long. Can they drop Sea-Doo in a 2-second kidney? A 1-second cheap shot? He gets the wall off. And before the silence, and they're going to hold the silence. So maybe just a bait here to bait the wall and then go back with the silence later on.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity here. They do get the wall. Let's see what they can do here. They still have good pressure as well onto Sam I Am. I feel like the move really wants to take us to a game number 5. This is El Clasico here in North America. Liquid and the move. Are they going to be bringing it all the way through here? Here comes the setup from Peekaboo. There's the kidney shot potentially. No, he gets the cheap shot. No follow-up onto Sea-Doo there. Sea-Doo just going to drop the Earthen Wall Totem, but no wall, no Earthen Wall Totem. They're forcing out some of these like micro CDs that Sea-Doo has. So Lightning Lasso coming out. Full Cyclone onto Abster. Peekaboo in massive trouble. Beautiful Solar Beam there on the heels from Whiskey. Void Shift coming out for Whiskey. Had no choice. That was a clean 3-on-1 setup there by Team Liquid. Netting them probably the longest cooldown in the arsenal of the move.
Oh no, they're pulled out in the midfield. Whiskey fades out, but he's cheap shot. He has dispersion. He has to trade it, and now they're running really low on cooldowns here, and they're head on man on the side of Liquid. It's match point. The pressure is on for the move, but they love putting their fans in this position where backs against the wall, they're completely cornered, and they're going to have to battle back from almost an unwinnable position. Can they manage to do it? Sea-Doo's Link is off cooldown, but if Whiskey's sniper rifle is ready for that thing, I don't think it's going to exist, so possibly we shouldn't even count that as an option for Sea-Doo. Void Torrent. Trill's going to grapple over. Actually doesn't stop the Void Torrent. Whiskey got a fully channeled Void Torrent. It's really important. His haste is going to be amped up quite high here. He has a big opportunity to do a lot of damage, but Sam knows that and Solar Beams him into a Cyclone, and Whiskey's going to Trinket. He gets knocked back into the Solar Beam, but Sam's in a cheap shot. Whiskey is doing insane damage right now. Can they kill him through Bar Skin? Steve's got a Healing Tide behind the pillar. I don't think it's going to happen. Earthen Wall, Healing Tide, and Skin. There's no way. Whiskey trying to power up, but he's now taking the front end of the exchange as he's in the middle of the map. Gets a double fear. Peekaboo can't get to Sea-Doo, though. There's going to be no gouge. And now it looks like he's going after Trill, gouge Trill, but that's going to break into a kidney shot. Peekaboo gets disarmed before he can cheap shot, gets dispelled out, but Sam fakes the kick of Peekaboo. He's got precognition. Where is he going to go with the clone? Abster doesn't have a ground for 6 seconds, but he's just hugging bear form, getting ready for the stun. There's the cheap shot. Whiskey's backing him up with Mind Spike Insanities, trying to get closer to Sea-Doo. He's got silence, but no defensives. And Static Field pulls Sam into their clutches, but here comes the Incarnation. 10 seconds away from Disperse. It's match point, and Absterge comes in with the Spirit Link Totem. Is it going to be enough? He drops down the Grounding Totem. They're trying to overrun Sam I Am. Can they actually manage to do it? Absterge with the game-saving Spirit Link in that position, but they're still under so much pressure.
Yeah, and we're going to see Whiskey still trying to recover, trying to get the counter pressure going. They're going after Sea-Doo here. Big kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Whiskey, though, counter kidney shot right now. Trill sitting through a Hex there as well. So everybody really is trying to control each other. And that really is the name of the game. When you get deeper and deeper into dampening, reduce the damage you're taking and deal as much damage as possible. But Whiskey right now might just be falling. Absterge is in a full Cyclone. Flash Shields coming out. He gets the Dispersion back in the nick of time. And Whiskey might be able to stay alive with that. But gouge on the Absterge. It does break. Static Field Totem coming out here for Sea-Doo, pulling them both back into midfield. Sam I Am. Every single time I put my eyes on this guy's character, he has a precog, and right now looking for the Cyclones. Grounding Totem does sneak in though here. Sam I Am still looking for the CC. He does find the Cyclone there onto Peekaboo during his go here onto Sea-Doo, and it's going to shut it all down. Now they're going after Trill on the side of the move. Can they take down Trill? It doesn't look like it. Full gouge connects here onto Peekaboo. They're going to go after Whiskey. Full kidney shot onto Absterge. That's going to be the Cyclone, and that is going to be the Trinket. No Spirit Link available. The Healing Tide Totem gets instantly sniped there by Sam I Am, and now Sam I Am is in a full kidney shot, but we're hitting that point where all of a sudden Sam I Am's defense, his renewal, all of his frenzied region, all that extra monkey healing is getting heavily reduced under the precog for Sam I Am. But what are they actually going to do here? Can they take him down? The Mind Spikes are coming in onto Sam I Am.
Mind
Big
games.
Damage. There's the Mind Games. Full
Watch
kidney
the link.
onto Absterge. How is he going to be able to stay alive? Sea-Doo's in a kidney shot. Sam I Am on 50% HP. The Riptide's coming in. Sea-Doo's moving into position here to potentially drop the Spirit Link. Can he get it off in time? Full gouge onto Absterge. Going after Whiskey. Disarm onto Trill. Kick onto Whiskey here. The Solar Beam is big, and it does a lot of value there, but Whiskey 10 more seconds, and he's going to have his Dispersion, and I'm starting to worry about Sam I Am here, actually. The pressure is really starting to add up here for the move.
Oh, Incarnation, and I don't think they're making it out of this alive. Absterge gets dunked, and Whiskey and Peekaboo are going to fall soon after, and Liquid asserting dominance here on hook point 3-1.
That's crazy.
I wanted him to drop the link here in the 2v3 just to see what happens.
just a test.
Just a test, yeah.
Oh no, that was an amazing series. This was a upper bracket series. Congratulations to Team Liquid, the first finalist here on Championship Sunday. They are going all the way to have the best seats in the house. The Move are going to be battling it out there. There's the Spirit Link, actually. It wasn't that fast this time, actually.
Not as fast as the other one.
The other one was like crazy fast. And it just goes to show, you know, when you're in these games, man, the adrenaline is rushing, you're super hyped, and you're really, really like hyper focusing on that one thing. It's like, you know, like when you play like on your boomkin, for example, you know, like the guy is really low, you know there's a penance coming, and you're like trying to like almost pre-kick it, you know what I mean? You're trying to like solar beam it before it even does one tick, like so it doesn't even get faked, and you just instantly like take him out. And it happens sometimes. A lot of times you just end up wasting your counterspell, but in
Extinction blast.
Boom. There it is, the staff. Was it actually what killed him? Was the staff?
Yeah.
Actually,
I think it's going to be in our Warcraft log, combat log kill.
Yeah, I want to see it. I want how much it does, because it's nerfed in PvP.
World first extinction blast. It's got to match Absterge for something this weekend, right?
Yeah. Absterge got a lot of world first this weekend. He got the world first burrow kill.
Is the link slowed down for us so we can see? So what this is? Sam's jumping. The zoom. We need to make sure we see the link. We're getting pixelated right now. We're so close to the game, and Sam's here for the link. And Senior's like, there it is. And look at ticks. And then it's
the
last time it didn't even tick.
Yeah, but last time you didn't even see this green.
Last time you didn't even see the light.
Yeah, like the green big circle, like the animation of the link, you didn't even see that in the other game. Well, here you actually get to see it. So it was, you know, this was still in like the slowest of slow motion, but it was still like pretty fast even on that slow motion. So they definitely have pretty good reaction time. These competitors, they're pretty good at the game. And there it is. Let's see. Wait.
Where's Extinction Blast? Oh, we got to get to the end of the combat log.
Where is the Extinction Blast?
It's in the. We have to do like the zoom in on the bottom right, I think. If we're gonna be able to see it.
Enhance.
Yeah, we need to enhance the death log to the end of it. At least that's normally what happens. Is it changes? Yeah, like we enhance it to the end and then it changes. Where is it? I swear he got it off. It's not in here, bro.
Maybe it was midair when he died from the Star Surge.
It landed 100%.
Also,
it's not in here.
A quick PSA here for everybody. This combat log does not show crits. So if you see a really high number, most likely it was a crit. Yeah.
Okay.
I've noticed something. I was like, wait, how come it never says crit on any of these numbers? Like it's just a number. But I saw a message from production. That message.
We're going deeper to try and find the Extinction Blast. It's not in there, bro. What? I saw him cast it on the replay. You're not going to tell me that I'm seeing this. What is it called when you remember something and it wasn't actually that way? Mandela effect. I'm having like the Mandela effect of like there was no Spirit Link. There was no Extinction Blast. Like, what is going on?
We're getting gaslighted here. But I do think the Star Search probably killed him before he died. Or before the Extinction Blast extincted him.
You okay, Super Tees?
I don't know. This series has messed me up.
You need a nap.
It's been a long day. I need glasses. I can't see the link on extra Omega slow-mo.
Don't you have glasses?
I actually do have glasses, but they're not supposed to be for this.
Oh, maybe you need to start wearing them for AWC. All right, well, I mean, Liquid, they're going to be up there in the grand finals. The Move, that is not the end of them just yet. They're heading down to the lower bracket. Power Frogs versus VOIDGG. That's where we're headed to next. Power Frogs, a lot of people, a lot of casters here on the desk were predicting this team to make it all the way or in second. I think a lot of people were guessing for Power Frogs. I'm the only one that predicted VOIDGG, so I'm hoping these guys win. But Zico, how do you feel like Power Frogs is going to do?
I think this is going to be a really, really good game, and I think it could go honestly either way. I know that's a very a politically correct answer, but I don't know, man. The Power Frogs. Who do I think wins this? VOIDGG. I mean, Wealthy Man used to be, he's currently on VOIDGG, but he used to be on Power Frogs for the longest time. So honestly, have no idea who's going to be taking this. It's going to be extremely close, but if I have to make a guess, I'm going to go with VOIDGG.
All right. Sid, you want to make a quick prediction before we head to break?
This is a hard one, man. I feel like this is an insanely hard one to call. Like,
Yeah.
I want to lean towards VOIDGG. Are they going to play Rogue Lock into Rogue Mage? Because I feel like there's Cubsy's going to play on Power Frogs. I feel like it's going to be Rogue Mage versus Rogue Lock. And I think VOIDGG, I don't know, after watching Thugonomics trying to catch Cubsy with chopsticks, like as a fly, like I don't know if a Lock can actually beat Cubsy. Like Cubsy's insane. This is too hard.
What a
for me.
visual.
I'm not predicting this. I'm not. This is too
Wow.
close for me. I don't want to lose my points.
Cop out.
I'm not risking.
Why do you
I'm not
have
risking.
those there?
Oh my god, he actually has chopsticks.
It's all scripted. We live in a simulation.
Yep. Oh,
This is all rehearsed. This is
that where the link
pre-recorded.
went? The link's under your desk.
Yeah, I picked it up with my chopsticks and threw it out of the replay.
Oh boy. All right. Well, let us know in chat who you feel like is going to come out on top for this next one. Is it going to be Power Frogs or is it going to be VOIDGG? Find out next after this break. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the lower semifinals. Just want to take a moment here to let everyone know you can earn the Dreaming Banner of the Aspects. You can sign up. They close at 8 p.m. Pacific today. Definitely go check that out. That being said, we're heading into the series Power Frogs versus VOIDGG, game number 1, and it is an elimination round as well. So teams are on the line here.
Demon Hunter as well. Power Frogs bringing in some cleave tech for this matchup here against VOIDGG. Demon Hunter Windwalker is not something I've seen in quite some time. Day's going to be taking a little bit of damage early on, though. This could be one of those games where you have a really durable Windwalker Monk, a really durable Demon Hunter. They can go to the distance here against this Outlaw Rogue Destra Warlock. We'll have to wait and see how this one does play out. Pressure looking good here for the Power Frogs early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Good start so far for the Power Frogs, and a bit of a surprise pick. And maybe these guys have been watching the EU games, because we did see some Windwalker Warrior, some DH Warrior, and stuff like that. And they thought, well, hey, we have a cleave as well. Maybe we want to run this. Tuna right now caught up in a kidney shot. Calvish going for the killing spree, trying to solo him, trying to potentially force a bark skin there. But actually, Tuna is still at full HP here. Just took 0 damage, and Daze sitting through some crowd control. They're spamming roots, they're spamming clones onto Daze, but now they're both going to connect onto Nick. Do they have a paralyze for Kearney? Do they have anything for Kearney? They have an imprisonment for Kearney. The hunt comes out here for Daze. The Infernal Stun are being used here by Nick, and Nick is trying to just use that soul rip here as well and just get a little bit of distance, try to reduce the damage on himself as much as possible. The flame portal, the flame rift is open right now, and actually going after Tuna here. Tuna is caught up in the coil, but he does manage to get a big heal right before that coil. He also has Heart of the Wild, also has Bark Skin, so I don't think he's gonna die, but big Chaos Bolts coming out here, and looks like so far both teams are gonna be able to stay alive, but Tuna sitting through a blind. Dazed actually might go down right now. He has to use his trinket, and he does activate the blur, so Dazed is going to stay alive, but that was a good push here coming out from Void.
Yeah, activating some defensive cooldowns. Dazed doesn't have too much left. If he gets caught into a stun lock, he could ultimately fall. Those big, quick Chaos Bolts from Nick can be absolutely devastating if it's paired with a couple of those portals. Here comes the Smoke Bomb. Do they have the damage to take it down? 1 portal, 2 portal, 3 portals. Is there any help for Dazed? He's able to just leap out of the Smoke Bomb, connects the Iron Bark, and I think Dazed is going to be more than fine. That was a big setup there, and ultimately didn't net much there for Calvish and Nick. Good ring of peace by Chun-Li, buying a little bit of time for Dazed to escape. And that was a great defensive play there for the Power Frogs.
Yeah, Power Frogs, and they're actually going after Chun right now, though, on the Power Frogs. Chun dropping quite low, but he does manage to connect with the Touch of Karma in time, looking to reverse that pressure back onto Nick with that Touch of Karma dot. Fist of Fury coming in here, good damage. Nick teleporting back to safety. There's the Paralyze, though, onto Kearney. Nick running away from Kearney so they don't get double leg swept or double stunned here, but still, Kearney and Tuna pretty even on mana. I would say Kearney slightly ahead. Chun-Li, though, with nothing here. Pops the Serenity, just trying to get aggressive right now. He did drop quite low there, but double leg sweep coming out. They're actually cleaving Calvish, cleaving Nick as well. The double fear coming out here as well from Dazed on that Demon Hunter, and they are going to be able to force out the Iron Bark there, force out the Tree of Life, and burn a decent chunk of Kearney's mana, but still Tuna behind in the mana department. Dazed in a full fear. Nick with the precog right now, just doing whatever he wants, and Chun with no trinket and no defensives. They also could just stun Chun back here and try to go after him. Kearney sitting down for the drink. Daze trying to stop it. Did he manage to? Tuna sat down as well. Kearney came back with full mana, and Tuna came back with nothing. This is really tough to be in if you are the Power Frogs. Tough situation.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tuna's mana is not looking good. Dazed hit a kitty shot. Big damage incoming. Chun-Li trying to do what he can to peel. Throwing in some soothing mist just in desperation. That Windwalker Monk healing. Not the most potent, but can save your life in a time of desperation. Chun-Li now taking a little bit of damage as Nick and Calvish is bouncing around between these two DPS, really trying to tax the mana here of Tuna. Chun-Li's in a full stun. He could easily fall. There's another cheap shot. Looks like he gets gapped. A beautiful imprisonment there by Dazed. He's going to slow down Calvish and just give Chun-Li a moment to breathe. He's got the Touch of Karma if he needs it. Definitely doesn't want to have to use it just yet, but I do think Druid swaps are going to be important here for Dazed and Chun-Li if they can. Make swaps on Kearney. Keep him kind of guessing in the match, but they haven't really been able to do so far in the match. Double coil coming in once again. Any crowd control here on Tuna. Doesn't look like they have it just yet. But Tuna's almost tapped on mana, and that is a huge win condition here for VOIDGG. If they can just hold on, keep consistently do these setups, don't allow Tuna to drink, they're definitely going to win this game. So they just need to hold on a little bit longer, and things are looking good here for Void.
Yeah, and just keep that defensive posture. Have Kearney in the back. Have Nick teleporting back to Kearney. Ooh, they sap Tuna here as he's going for a drink, but no stun DRs here for Dazed or Chun-Li. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anything going with that sap, but they did shut down the drink. They did, buy some time for their DRs to come back. Tuna has literally 0 mana left to work with here. Like, he can get like 1 or 2 regrowths, and that is going to be that's it. That is all that there is left in the tank. So he really needs to win the game right now if he actually is going to have a shot here. Tuna goes for the Nature Swiftness, and he's trying to sit down for a drink once again. Chun rolling out, trying to build up some pressure, because they need pressure while Tuna is drinking. If Tuna is just drinking and Kaz can just run over and stop the drink like this, it's not good. But Tuna does Trinket out of the couch, trades out the Iron Bark. Chun still 20 long seconds away from his Touch of Karma. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it in time. Nick is free casting in the backline. Fears are coming out. They're going after Kearney. Kearney respecting the situation, using Heart of the Wild and Barkskin. And now it is going to be Chun here in trouble. 9 seconds still on that Touch of Karma. I think he can survive up until that point, but they really need that Karma to buy a drink with Tuna, but Calv is just not letting that happen right now. Kearney actually getting pressured quite a decent amount here. No Barkskin, and they're going for a one-hit wonder here onto Dazed. Can they take him down right now? Dazed is in the smoke bomb, but looks like Dazed is going to be able to stay alive there with the Nether Walk as well. Both teams trading efficiently, and Tuna is sitting down for a drink right now. I don't think they're stopping the drink, and Tuna comes back with a mana lead, Van.
Yeah, not too bad. Dazed is really low on health, though, just tanking out here in the darkness, getting full value from that defensive cooldown. Looks like he has Metamorphosis available as well, so could get really crazy here. Getting feared up, though, by Nick, who gates away, just trying to create as much space as possible. Calvish gets bashed. Huge damage. Hunt Essence Break. Can they take down Calvish? That was a large amount of burst. He's just going to grapple over, vanish, kidney shot. He does not care. Calvish is unafraid, setting up stun locks for his team. Kidney shot into a blind on Tuna. Chun-Li's on the run, line of sighting here with this Ring of Peace. Beautifully done. Another follow-up fear here by Nick. Great crowd control here by Void, but Chun-Li played that out expertly, gets away, manages to heal himself up, and now Power Frogs are still in it. But Tuna's once again burned through all of his mana, and he's going to be really struggling to drink. He gets interrupted. Beautiful counterspell there by Nick, and that's just going to be the end of Chun-Li. Stunned after the coil. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive. He's got the Iron Bark. He's got a lot of hots, but he gets cloned up. No value from that Iron Bark of Tuna. This is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, getting cloned on your Serenity and on the Iron Bark when it's the last big heal you have. Not a great situation to be in if you are the Power Frogs, but still, right now VOIDGG looking to power up here for the win. They get a full cheap shot here on today's. There's the Shadow Fury. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. Chun-Li cannot do anything about it, and it is going to be VOIDGG with control, precision, and consistency. They take game number 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking good. VOIDGG, this composition has been working out really well for them. Nick on that Destruction Warlock. Nick also playing the Boomkin. I feel like Nick, just as a flex caster player, has done a really good job. And obviously you have Tuna and Calvish backing him up. They're able to pick a game number 1 win. And I kind of wonder, is this the matchup that Power Frogs expected? Do they have anything better? Because typically, I mean, I'll talk about that later. This is a good setup here. We got the stun into the coil, into the stun. Chun-Li's forced to trade out his trinket. This is the Iron Bark moment, so this is where Kearney really kind of sets up his team. Chun-Li does manage to get topped off here. Nick tries to create a little bit more crowd control with his Infernal Stun, using that kind of heads up there on Tuna. Tuna's able to recover, but it's just at this point, if they keep swapping between Dazed and Chun-Li, there's just no mana left. Chun-Li gets caught into a stun once again. You can see Nick in the backline. 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 is coming in, but it gets a Ring of Peace. Unfortunately, 1 is enough, and Chun-Li does end up falling. But I kind of do wonder if this is what Power Frogs expected. I feel like the Power Frogs, if they can play Cubsy on Arcane, they pretty much always will. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think Cubsy on Arcane Mage is their comfort pick. So the fact that they didn't lock it in makes me feel like they're not confident in the Arcane Mage against this Destro Warlock.
Yeah, he's the power of the Power Frogs. But yeah, no, it's true. Cubsy going to be sitting on the bench for now, but I wonder why that is, because I feel like it's not the worst matchup. I feel like it's kind of a skill matchup between the RMD and the RLD. But yeah, Chun-Li getting blasted here at the end, and we'll see what they decide to do, if they decide to bring in Cubsy or if they decide to run this again. I will say that I like this comp more in Europe with the Warrior than I did with the Windwalker. Like the DH and the Warrior, because I just feel like having those intervenes is really nice into just in general against rogues. Just make your Warrior a Versa tank and just make sure that you can live for a long time. And eventually, if you get into deep damp with 2 melees into a Warlock, I don't think it's a bad situation to be in. But we will see here what the Power Frogs decide to do. They lock in Hook Point, which suggests to me that we are probably facing a melee cleave here, and probably the same thing. Yep.
Do we like it? Like, I don't know. It seemed okay.
Game.
It was one game. It's hard to tell. I do think the Power Frogs need to try to get Kearney involved a little bit more. I feel like if they don't have a threat on the Druid, like all the cleave comps that have done well so far have involved the Resto Druid against comps like this, right? Like that's what we were seeing from Lava Lava. They were making big setups onto the Druid. It was the same thing in Europe. With the Rogue Windwalker, constantly making those swaps on the Druid. I think you have to have that threat, keep him in bear form, not make him, too comfortable getting cyclones and not even having to hot himself. So I would like to see the Power Frogs start to involve Kearney more, because if he is not threatened in this match, I think it's going to be a real struggle to take down Calvish and Nick.
Yeah, because that's the problem, right? You're going after Nick, you launch a setup, Nick teleports, and after that, he's fine. Then they push you back, and then while that happens, Kearney, he's like, well, I'm a little thirsty. I guess I'll drink back to full. And that really was what gave them such a massive lead towards the later stages of the game. Honestly, it was a mistake to actually allow the Power Frogs to get their own drink at one point when they were completely and on the ropes, and it did allow the game to go on for longer. So I think VOIDGG, if they can shut down the drinks a little bit better and continue to play to their win condition, the same as in game number 1, and just kind of keep Kearney away, they're gonna have a great game here. But Hook Point, it's a lot harder for Kearney to actually stay away, and I do think that the Power Frogs will involve him a little bit more. Also, both Druids this time around not gonna have an easy time drinking. So what happens if nobody drinks and you have access to get those big swaps to the Druid? We'll see. If the Power Frogs loses on this map, then I don't believe in this comp at all, and I think it's time for a change. But we won't count them out based on that game number 1, because it was fairly close. So let's see what happens here. Kavish in stealth, rolling the bones, looking for the sap, not going to be able to find it. Looking to open up here onto the Demon Hunter already, but no crowd control on the healer just yet.
Calvish getting us done on Daze. Chun-Li, Tuna just really keeping them guessing. It does look like Nick is going to be the main target for now, as Chun-Li and Dazed are in hot pursuit. Kearney in the back line now in Incarnation Tree of Life. The double Infernal drops down into a double coil. Nick trying to butter up Chun-Li and Dazed. So Calvish can come and take a bite out of them on that rogue. Just get that damage rolling early on. Full stun on Chun-Li. It looks like he's just going to trade out his trinket and try to get aggressive. That's an aggressive trinket there by Chun-Li, but realizing they might have to get something going. Dazed taking a bunch of damage now into a Cyclone on his Netherwalk. Very nicely done there by Kearney. A follow-up Cyclone as well. Finally, Dazed is going to be able to shrug off that initial attack. Chun-Li, though, under fire, and Tuna already has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, definitely here. And we are going to see the Touch of Karma there subsiding now here for Chun. So potentially going to be the best target here. But now, finally, I think something's happening here onto Kearney to get the paralyzed, but they don't find the leg sweep. Calvish is there instantly to shut it down here with the double cheap shots. So defensive, definitely, but still just shutting down their offense is going to allow your team to stay offensive. He kicks the Soothing Mist. Chun-Li with nothing left. Tuna gets feared on his trinket. He might just die here right now. He gets zapped full. That's it. No! There's no way Chun-Li survives this. They're going to have a stun. They're going to have a Cyclone. There's the coil. Good night. Void.gg coming in and making this look like the easiest game of their life. Potentially the easiest game they've ever played.
I just think you're missing something. Like, it feels like this composition does not seem as convincing as like the Rogue. But which is interesting though, because Dazed actually primarily is playing Rogue. Like, he's the outlaw Rogue for their team. So they obviously feel like Demon Hunter is better than Rogue, because I know for a fact they played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games as Windwalker Outlaw. So I kind of feel like the Power Frogs, their backs are against the wall right now. Like, maybe they don't have a good composition to deal with what VOIDGG has, and this is their best option. But this is very typical for the Power Frogs, right? Like, it's almost like a theme of their team where on show day they just come up with some random comp. Like it, right? Like it feels like it's always like that, where they just lock in some random comp, whether that's like Devastation Arcane or, you know, Windwalker Monk Demon Hunter, Windwalker Monk Rogue. They always try to have like a surprise for what they're playing against. And I don't know if I fully believe in this composition. It seems like it's definitely an uphill battle for them with the amount of control that's going on them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in this comp either, because this was the moment, right? Like, look, they're going after Kearney. They paralyze him. They're going to go for the leg sweep. Calvish, cheap shot, cheap shot. And now Chun-Li is just on the run. And this chain is so beautiful. It starts with Chun-Li and Daze trying to get aggressive, but instead it ends with Tuna here getting kidneyed into a fear. He trinkets, gets refeared on his trinket. Kearney was going to clone Chun-Li low there. Calvish just reacts, sends the Vanish Sap, gets back onto Chun-Li, and then Nick ports in. They drop the darkness, coils him out of the darkness, sends him out. And it's just like VOIDGG, they just kind of flip a switch here as soon as Power Frogs are trying to get offensive. I mean, they didn't even do a mistake here necessarily at the start of the replay. Look, John, it's just they're just trying to get their regular setup here, but it's so hard to do when there's an Outlaw Rogue on the other team. I think the only like huge mistake that I saw here was, of course, this part onto Tuna, where Tuna doesn't instantly trinket his fear in line. He waits a bit and then he trinkets and gets instantly refeared on his trinket. So that is you know, what actually makes them lose here. If that doesn't happen, they probably survive, but they're still not in a great spot, right? Tuna with no trinket, Chun with no trinket and no defensives, and what have they forced? I mean, if you look on the other side, right, there's nothing. Everybody still has trinket, everybody still has their defensive, so I'm not sold on the comp here from Power Frogs. I would like to see Cubsy. I think it's time to bring in Cubsy. Yeah.
Bring in the Arcane Mage, huh?
Yep.
Like I said, so. I feel like they must not be confident in it, because if they can play Arcane, I feel like they will always play Arcane. So maybe they do out of desperation, and it ends up working out. But it looks like they are.
There it is.
All right, we're going to see this matchup, because in my mind, this is what Power Frogs would have locked in the blind pick. So if it looks really bad, we're going to understand why. If not, I'll be slightly confused, I feel like.
Yeah, imagine they reverse sweep them now. We're just going to be sitting here thinking, wait, what? Why didn't you guys just lock this in instantly? Like, what is this? They're wargaming on broadcast, dude. But we'll see. Power Frogs. You know, something that's interesting, actually, about the Power Frogs.
What?
They have Dazed, and they have Chun-Li. Why don't they just play Windwalker Rogue? Just play Windwalker sub and beat everyone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They practice Windwalker Outlaw a lot.
Wait, really? Wait, really?
They play Windwalker Outlaw hundreds and hundreds of games. Like, yeah, for sure. But maybe they don't feel like it's good enough. Sub, I honestly think the Holy Priest is an important part of that conversation too. Like, having the third instant range crowd control, maybe that's something that the Power Frogs can start preparing. As it seems like it's a really good composition after what happened in Europe. But we'll table that conversation for now. This is an elimination game. If VOIDGG wins this, they eliminate the Power Frogs. If they win, they are able to move forward and play against the Move in the lower finals as well.
Yeah, let's see who advances to fight the Move in the lower finals. Whoever loses here gets knocked out. Whoever wins this series will be getting that spot and then potentially get a chance to battle against Team Liquid in the finals. So winning this is what gives you a top 3 finish as well, by the way. So whoever wins here... Actually, no, all of these guys are in top 3. Never mind. Oh, actually, no, you do get a top 3 finish. But yeah, Cubsy getting blasted right now by the Observer here. So definitely a lot to play for. We'll see if Cubsy can be the rock that his team needs with their backs against the wall like this.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I feel like he's going to struggle to get off meaningful damage, but we'll have to wait and see. Calvish and Nick are all over him. Cubsy blinks away. He's in a kidney shot. He has no way out. If they can get the ice block, it's going to be massive, but Tuna blocks it. He's got a tree. Look at that forest. He had 5 Trents down in the back line healing Cubsy. That was absolutely insane. I don't think I've seen that many Trents before. Just literally summoning in the entire forest. It's still there hanging out. Look at it. So Cubsy manages to stay alive. I thought that was going to be a deadly situation, but great heals there by Tuna, stabilizing his mage, and Cubsy lives to fight another day, holding onto that ice block. And now it's actually Nick under fire.
Yeah, and we'll see here what happens to Nick here. Actually, he gets just counterspelled into a sheep. They're going after Tuna right now, doing a little bit of damage, but Cubsy is not able to join here onto the swap onto Calvish. So Calvish just going to be ducking here around the corner, trying to crowd control a little bit. Going towards Cubsy now, and when you are an Arcane Mage into Outlaw Rogue, I gotta say, it's probably the melee that I dislike fighting the most. As an Arcane Mage, so maybe that is a reason why they didn't bring in Cubsy earlier, but he's here now, so let's see if he can get those big solo missions that we know and love him for here. He can get those spell steals. Cubsy, current spell steal record holder with 441 spell steals in 4 games against Team Liquid, according to Cedar's Twitter. Arcane Surge coming out here on the Calvish, big pressure, but Calvish is going to catch a big heal right there, and instead is going to be Cubsy here on the back foot.
Yeah, Cubsy just going for spell steal after spell steal. He's just going to eat that silence. Calvish kicks him as well. Cubsy now going for Dragons with the Ring of Frost after being interrupted on Arcane. Dage making a swap here onto Calvish. He gets gouged, so maybe they go for a Cyclone out of that one. Diminishing return, cheap shot. Cubsy's going to commit a touch of the Magi and try to take down Calvish, but I think he should be okay. Shadow steps away over to Cubsy, getting a cheap shot. Cubsy's just going to blink, gets cheap shot, kind of in the middle of the map right now. If Nick can connect damage, this could be really, really scary here for Cubsy. Got the greater invisibility if he needs it, so looking very durable. And of course, the nice thing about the Arcane Mage is you could just blink out of stuns. So Outlaw Rogue, they want to control you with stuns, but Cubsy always playing that blink stun. He's always going to be able to remove that and just break free and give him a little bit more freedom in the match. Nick taking some cleave damage right now. If we look at mana, it's relatively even for both of these healers, so a fairly even game at this point.
Yeah, definitely. So far, it is anybody's game, and dampening just started ramping up right now, and it will continue to do so. Cubsy forced into the ice block, so I don't know if Cubsy's going to get another ice block here in this series. His healer's mana is not doing too good. Look at Kearney sitting down for a drink right now as dampening is beginning to ramp up. This is a very good time to drink. His team has pressure. They just forced an ice block, and he's going to sit down for quite a massive drink there. He has recovered majority of his mana. He has at 75% or so in that tank. So Tuna, once again, is going to be falling behind here. So if they can stop Tuna's drinks, that is definitely a win condition. Just do damage to Cubsy and stop Tuna's drinks, or try to win with like aggression with a big setup here. Let's see.
Oh, he did!
Okay, yeah, I was just about to say, or just win with a big setup. I didn't even get to finish the sentence before Cubsy just fell. He had Temporal Shield active, so I'm wondering actually what led to this kill. Like, you just get. I feel like he wasn't tanking any spells from the Warlock. I feel like the Rogue soloed him through Temp Shield.
That's what it looked like to me as well.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Outlaw Rogue just murdered him there. I'm really curious to see what happens in that replay, but yeah, Cubsy was just far away. I don't know if he really had any mobility. It's one of those things where, you know, if he did decide to blink, then he's just going to get, Shadow Step kidney shots. So we can see Cubsy, this is where he's actually forced into his ice block. They got a nice little Cyclone onto Tuna, and we'll have to wait and see what exactly happens now. There's a ton of damage from Calvish, so he's got Adrenaline Rush up right now. I think it's just a few moments after this where they do fully connect, but Cubsy has a decent amount of heal over time effects on him. He's just sitting in the Efflorescence. He's got that Shroom healing. See Calvish moving forward. And what actually happens here? Does Nick connect any damage? It feels like he doesn't. Like, he's going for spell steal after spell steal. He gets Infernal Stun. There's a full blind on Tuna. Cubsy's just trying to line of sight. Getting out of line of sight of Nick. And Calvish just goes absolutely crazy with his Adrenaline Rush. And just deletes Cubsy.
Yeah, but he's an altar right now. He altered at 80% HP, and then he temps as well, I think.
I think he just dies before using his altar.
Yeah, he just died. He wasn't kicked. He wasn't anything. He just, yeah.
I mean, he died pretty quick, to be fair. Yeah. Like, he just counterspelled Nick's Fear. I don't think Nick was able to actually commit that much damage to him. I think he just got bursted by Calvish, like, kind of unexpectedly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's happened to, I think, everybody who plays Mage, right? You alter, and you're trying to be as greedy as possible, like soak up as much damage with it as possible, and then go back, and yeah, you just tank a massive hit, and yeah, you just get killed. I mean, very interested to see how that combat log is going to look, but definitely, it kind of dials it back, right, to what we were talking about. earlier when I was saying that. I think a reason why they don't play Cubsy is because the worst of all melees to face, I feel like, is Outlaw Rogue. You can't kite on Outlaw Rogue. They have so much mobility: hook, shadow step, vanish, cloak, sprint. What is it called? The thing, like the blade rush or whatever. Yeah, it's just it's so incredibly frustrating. And it had damage towards the end. It was like 30-0 at the end there, or 25-0. So something hit him extremely hard between the eyes. Hit him for 130k. Oh, he got shadow burned by the Warlock as well.
Shadow burn between the eyes, but like realistically, at the 1 second mark, he was 40 health. So he went 40-0 in 1 second. So pretty quick death there. I would say big between the eyes. It's unexpected, and this isn't something that normally happens, but
0.08 seconds, 25-0.
Do you yeah, it was quick for sure. It was a good altar too. Like if he popped the altar, that would have been a prime altar. But unfortunately, that is going to do it for the Power Frogs. They're going to be eliminated here. VOIDGG is going to move forward, and VOIDGG is looking good today. This is one of those teams. I feel like VOIDGG, they have everything they need to win this tournament. Like any tournament, they could win. They're just so incredibly talented as a group, and they're very motivated as well. So we've got 3 insane teams left in the tournament. It's going to be the Move, VOIDGG, winner of that plays Liquid, and I still wouldn't give any of these teams an advantage. Like I think anyone could beat anyone depending on the series.
Absolutely, and I mean for VOIDGG, this is fantastic, right? They just got their top 3 finish, and at least now, like, if you get 2 top 3 finishes, you're gonna auto qualify. So you're gonna be in a great spot, right? So it really is gonna come down to this next weekend, but also you give yourself more room for error the further you can make it into this tournament. And just to reiterate what you just said, Van, absolutely true. VOIDGG, this is a roster that is built to win. This is a new contender here in North America, and so far they're definitely living up to the hype. But if you look at the standings here as well, if they win this next matchup against the Move, then they will directly beat their competition in a head-to-head, and that's also going to be really important for the overall standings later on. So this is going to be a really important match here, aside from getting the opportunity to potentially win Liquid as well. So this is really anybody's tournament right now.
You guys can change your prediction to my prediction, if you'd like.
You did predict Void. That was a good prediction.
I did. Oh. But yeah, I mean, you guys kind of already said everything there is to be said. Here is a look at our predictions. Unfortunately, Power Frogs knocked out of the tournament here. The Move, they are down in the lower bracket playing against VOIDGG. And then Team Liquid, of course, we did see their game earlier, and they are in the grand finals right now, waiting for someone from this next series. They'll be playing the winner of this next lower finals. So we are going to head to a break. Before we do that, though, we are going to do another map quiz. So if you guys like to play along with us in the chat, definitely do so. And we'll check this one out. Multiple choice, of course. We've been pretty good at this so far, I feel like, especially with practice. So this one's going to be Blade's Edge, Nagrand, Mukambala, or Tiger's Peak.
All right, I think the 3 of us need to commit a little bit earlier with our answers, okay?
I think so, too.
I'm going to wait for the pillars. What?
Oh, we can't wait for the pillars. What's this?
Mukambala.
That's a really early commitment. That's too early for me.
Oh, you said early.
That's way too early.
Okay, you're right.
There's a lot of...
I did it way too early. Look at this map.
Everyone's hanging out in the center so far. All right, getting like a little pause action here. See what
are
happens.
they? I think they're hanging out at the pillar. No,
there's 2 pillars.
I'm feeling.
I guessed wrong.
I'm going in. I'm going with an early prediction. Tiger's Peak. Final answer. That's it. I'm gonna commit.
Can I change mine? Oh, can I change?
I'm gonna go with Tiger's Peak as well.
Right.
I'm changing it. I'm gonna allow myself.
Actually, no, I'm committing. I'm committing. It is what it is.
I'm committed.
Tiger's
No
Peak.
changing. All right. So what about you, Aya? What are you going with?
I'm gonna
Still going with Mukambala?
I'm gonna vote against you guys. No, definitely not Mukambala. No.
It's Nagrand, dude.
You know what? I'll do Nagrand.
All right.
I was gonna say that's exactly what I was gonna say. Wait, there's 4.
Yeah, it's 100%
Four pillars
Nagran.
forming. Look at that. It's definitely Mugambala. What do you mean? Look at it.
Yeah,
I think it's.
yeah.
I think it's.
We have
They
this
updated
probably,
it.
I think it's probably Nagran, but I'm still committed.
It's Nagran for sure.
Dang it.
bro.
I was wrong.
Oh.
Whatever.
All right, well, let us know.
We
in
can't
chat.
wait for the pillars. That's my strat, though. I feel like I should be allowed to use
It's cheating.
it.
That's easy, though.
How is that cheating?
Yeah. Well, it's not cheating, but it gets like really easy the later you guess.
Yeah, that's true.
You need like an over under like within 20 seconds or something, or like the first person to guess it right between us. Maybe that's the strat. We compete against each other, and the first person to get it right.
That's true, actually. Whoever
Yeah.
guesses it right first. It's like that that other game, like the drawing game, you know?
Jeopardy or something. The drawing it. Oh, draw something.
It's like you have to draw and you have to
Right?
guess.
Scribble.io or
Yeah,
something.
Scribble. Yeah, it's like Scribble.
Scribble.
The person
Okay,
who does
yeah.
it first
I
gets
like the new
the
rules.
most point. No, that's what
You
we're
like the
doing
new
now.
rules? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Cool. We'll let production know because someone's got to tell us if we're right or not. All right. Well, the move versus VOIDGG is coming up next. Thanks everyone for participating. Let us know if you were correct in your answer. Stick around. We're gonna head to a break and we're gonna have a team up in the grand finals to face off against Team Liquid in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the lower finals here. Winner of this game will be moving on to face off against Team Liquid in the grand finals for the first cup of Season 3 here in the North American region. We can take a look at the brackets so far. That is a series that we saw drop the move down here against Team Liquid, and then VOIDGG just won their series against Power Frogs 3-0 as well, Ven. Was that a score that you expected for Power Frogs not to win a single game against VOIDGG?
Not necessarily. Like, I thought it could happen. I mean, I had Power Frogs predicted to win the whole thing, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. So I was expecting more than that, but it kind of makes sense. I feel like this composition is really good. Like the Destro Warlock with the Outlaw Rogue with the Resto Druid, VOIDGG, they played at such a high level. And it's really well-rounded, right? Like, it's not necessarily bad into cleaves. I think it's really good into most of the melee caster healers. I think the only thing that might be able to shut it down is the Restoration Shaman. So if you don't have Tuna available on that Restoration Shaman, I feel like you had a little bit of a disadvantage in that particular matchup, but we'll have to see what they end up doing. We still, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen Wealthy Man's debut just yet. Like, Wealthy Man has joined this team. We haven't seen him play yet, but he's there if they need him. And this might be one of those series where they do end up bringing him in. The move, they've been looking really, really good. They just lost to Liquid, but it was a really, really close series that definitely could have gone either way. WizK, Peekaboo, Absturge, all looking really good. Haven't seen Jellybeans just yet, but once again, one of those players, he's waiting in the wings. If you're going to have backup, you definitely want a player like Jellybeans.
Very true. Both of these teams have a really, really strong fourth player waiting to be subbed in if they need it. But the wait is up. We're going to find out exactly what they're going to be playing here in this blind pick for game number 1 of this elimination round. We'll be getting at least third here, the winner of this series. So it's game number 1, best of 5 to Grand Arena, The Move versus VOIDGG.
Who is going to be North America's first champion of Cup number 1? 3 teams remain. The Move versus VOIDGG. What type of tactics are VOIDGG going to deploy here? I mean, I would imagine they're expecting the Shadow Priest Rogue, so they've likely prepared something possibly sneaky for that type of matchup. I know they've been practicing a lot on their streams, and they've been trying to diversify their roster as far as specs, so it could really be anything that's thrown at the Move here for game 1, and I'm really anticipating it.
See what happens. Blind pick comes in. The Move, they're looking good, and they are going to be bringing in the Shaman. So it's going to be a straight-up mirror match, except Nick is on the Destro Warlock and WizK is on the Shadow Priest. So this seems to be the most popular composition amongst these top teams. The Resto Shaman, Outlaw Rogue, and some sort of caster. We'll see which one of these casters comes out ahead at the end of this.
All right, I don't know if we've seen Kearney on Shaman on broadcast, but he's going head-to-head with legends like Absturge and Sea-Doo are the remaining Shamans. So Kearney is going to really have to fill some big shoes for his team here if they are going to find victory. The gates are about to open. One of these teams is going to be eliminated. At least fortunately, they will be guaranteed third, so they will be getting, into that top 3 position. Absturge into a sap immediately. Both Shamans sapped a mirrored opener, but Calvish actually swaps back to Peekaboo for a cheap shot to peel him off into a gouge and try and slow down Peekaboo's damage initially here. Static Field pulling the melee away from WizK as he slips in and gets a full fear onto Kearney. And WizK is playing a lot more aggressive in this matchup. Nice fake cast by WizK. Oh, that precognition Void Torrent. But does get Infernal Stun before the last tick, and that last tick is what does the most amount of damage. So Nick with a perfectly timed Infernal there, shutting that down. Cheap shot on the Trinket of WizK. He's taking a lot of Rift damage right now. That's 3 Rifts. Nick now getting set up by Peekaboo as both teams are going after the casters heavily in the first minute.
Yeah, try to slow down that caster DPS as much as possible. Full kidney shot on Kearney. Looks like they're going to try to go after Nick, but Nick is just landing Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt. That Observer is just blasting WizK as well. A huge distraction. WizK's in trouble. Needs to get out of line of sight. Duck for cover. That was great Observer there by Nick. They didn't really have an answer for it, and it forced WizK so defensive in the match. He's still in trouble. Got a gouge onto Absurge into a fear. WizK goes into the dispersion. This is a great push here by Void.
Peekaboo stepping over, delaying their push. Kidney shot and Calvish step over to Nick. Cheap shot. Big damage incoming on Nick here. Kearney Primordial Waves, but he gets silenced on his next big heal. And did he connect his NS there? It's possible that it got purged off during this crowd control chain, but Nick appears to have recovered. It's actually VOIDGG that's just getting destroyed. Spearlink comes down, but Absterge can't get there before it's killed off. Now Absterge into a gouge, and VOIDGG showing that they can kill those Spearlinks just as fast as VOIDGG can, and right now the move are struggling. Absterge has Earthen Wall up in about 3 seconds, but he's in a full blind. Both of his teammates are getting low. They've got pressure on Nick. They're trying to get a double fear possibly here. VOIDGG gets the fear. It looks like Calvish cloaks the fear and immunes it, but he gets dismantled anyway, so his disruption is going to be slowed down. VOIDGG fakes the interrupt, kills off the observer, loading out those vampiric touches, but Absterge gets static fielded away, and he is unable to get crowd control there. He's going to have to lasso Calvish, but Nick is taking a beating. He's going to pop the Nether Ward, trying to reflect some damage, but VOIDGG waits for it. Here come the Mind Spike Insanities. Huge heal from Nick. That was the Hellstone, the Soulburn Hellstone, so unlikely to see that Hellstone again for the rest of this match. It was a valuable push by the move.
Definitely. Let's see if they can continue it. Cheap shot here on Absterge. Fear on Peekaboo. Kitty shot on VOIDGG. A beautiful 3 versus 1 setup here by Void. They're making a push. There's no dispersion. Can they take him down? Desperate Prayer comes in from VOIDGG in desperation. Looking for some counter pressure here. That's going to be the Void shift. So VOIDGG trades out that vital defensive cooldown. So close to his dispersion. It's a bit heartbreaking there for the move, but better safe than sorry. VOIDGG lives to fight another day. Stays alive in the match. And now they're getting a lot of pressure here on Nick. Kearney's got his trinket. He's got Spirit Link. Tides down. That should be enough for Nick to survive, but that was a great counter assault there by the move.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Stagfield pulling VOIDGG and Peekaboo away for a moment. Earthen Walls are down. Pre-Earthen Wall here by Absterge, it would appear. And it looks like he's feared, though. VOIDGG, is he going to go down? He's trying to heal himself with flash shields. There's an observer, but those flash shields will not trigger it. But now he's triggering the observer. Oh my god, multiple laser beams coming down onto VOIDGG from that. Oh, they finally kill it off, but Nick is still low. He's sitting in the Earthen Wall trying to stabilize. Cheap shots, double, triple fear. That forces the trinket link from Kearney. VOIDGG is getting some high-value fears. If there's going to be one thing that keeps his team in the game right now, it's going to be more of those psychic screams. Absterge decides to trinket out of this chain, but he trinkets into a cheap shot. And now Calvish is killing off the healing stream totems in the middle while they don't have crowd control to try and make Absterge spend more mana. That's a really good tactic to kill those healing streams if their intent is to win on mana later on. But the move might just close it out right now if they have any crowd control for Kearney's Healing Surge right here. Healing Surge connects. They have another, maybe a Wind Shear, something to stop this next Healing Surge. They jump over, they gouge Kearney. Peekaboo's right on top of Nick. He's getting absolutely shredded. He's going to port back behind the pillar. He gets a precognition, though. Nice precognition proc there by Nick, and he actually gets a full fear with it. And now VOIDGG's on the back foot. Both healers in fears. Killing spree comes out from Calvish, but VOIDGG fakes a kick. Just fake after fake. It's precog city right now for both sides. Another ward out from Nick. He wants to guarantee that fear. And it lands onto Peekaboo during this kidney shot. They're still pressuring VOIDGG. Double gouge coming out simultaneously, but Nick seems to be the one still on the backside as he ports back behind the pillar. VOIDGG needs to kill that observer. He's taking lots of laser damage right now. It's 3 in a row. 3 laser hits, and it's percent health damage. With your health being so high, it's such a huge amount of damage. He gets a precognition here. The observer finally subsides. He's getting dots out with that precognition. Dark Ascension is up. He's got big damage. He's going to fake cast with the Void Torrent, anticipating to get counterspelled there, but Nick fakes the kick and lands another full fear on Absterge, and VOIDGG, it could go down here if he's not careful. He's trying to heal up. He gets interrupted on Flash Heal. Static Field, pulling Calvish and Nick back to the pillar, and VOIDGG gets a triple fear possibly with that, but it looks like it was pre-tremored, so nice moves from Kearney.
Yep, beautiful tremor there. It's going to keep his team free from that crowd control and allow them to continue to get aggressive. There's been such a tremendous amount of pressure on VOIDGG in this match, and the observer has been really, really menacing. It seems like VOIDGG is having a difficult time actually killing it off. Nick right now is going to portal away. Peekaboo's in hot pursuit, though. Catches them in a stun behind the pillar. Needs to be careful. He's on top of Kearney. Mind control. Beautiful mind control by VOIDGG. Gets gouged. Finally there by Calvish. Good backup. Kearney, no Spirit Link totem available. Has some big heals incoming, but the silence lands. They're still going for it. Double coil, though. This is an opportunity for Void to strike back. One Chaos Bolt lands. VOIDGG has a dispersion. Does not want to mess around. He's going to be using that Desperate Prayer. Nick's trying to create some space. He does not like what's going on. Doesn't want them collapsing on his pillar. So he does a smart thing. He crosses the map, drops a new home base, a new pillar. At the same time, though, Calvish is getting low. It might make a swap on him. Beautiful static field totem by Absterge once again. Lightning lasso on Peekaboo, though. Counter assault by Kearney, now into a gouge. Both these teams just making aggressive play after aggressive play, and anyone could fall. Calvish in a stun. Could easily get dropped. He needs help.
Silence
He's
on
got the Hellstone. Beautiful silence there into a full fear. Calvish might fall behind the pillar. Cheat death procs. Lightning lasso by Absterge. Somehow, Calvish is still alive. Are you kidding me? How are you still alive? Dancing with death. The Cloak of Shadows comes out. Calvish somehow some way stays in it. Kearney tops him off. I cannot believe it.
Oh my god, how does he get away with that? That CC chain was insane, and now WizKid's locked. He can't disperse. He's trying to just trade Mind Spikes while he's interrupted. Triple Infernal Stun. Killing Spree comes out from Calvish, cleaving into WizKid. Double Shadow Fury from Nick, but Nick is falling behind. Peekaboo is owning him. WizKid's going to trade Dispersion just to recover. Absurge is out of mana, and he uses Dispersion for the mobility as well to get in position for a Psychic Scream. And now Static Field pulling Kearney away from Nick, but I don't think that they can get after him at the moment. He's behind the pillar. WizKid's trying to sneak up on Nick on the pillar over here. Dark Ascension swap onto Calvish. Mind Game's going to connect here as well, but Void Torrent, if he gets kicked here, could be bad. Calvish is down at half. I don't know if Rogue is going to be the best target, though. Is Calvish actually going to go down here? Peekaboo and Calvish are just trading blades at each other here. Peekaboo steps over. Kidney cheap shot onto Kearney, probably into a gouge, but Peekaboo's getting low. It doesn't look like he's got evasion right at this point. Is he going to go down? He's got his Crimson Vial. Link comes up from Kearney. Link is available for Absurge, but I don't think he has the mana to press it. He's basically just waiting for mana to press Link at this point, I think, with how low it is, but Kearney is stunned. Observer comes down. Oh, a critical moment in this game. Is Calvish going to die or WizKid to the Observer? The Observer gets a tick on WizKid. WizKid's going for the kill, even despite the Observer just smashing him. The Observer takes him down, but Calvish could fall to Peekaboo. This could be coming down to a 2v2. Peekaboo gets grappled away with the Static Field, and Absurge is trying to Static Field him back, and now Calvish is still at half, but I don't think Peekaboo can kill him by himself at this point. They come out of the double Shadow Fury. Is Peekaboo going to be able to pull this off? He's rooted. He's trying to connect. Kearney is in a full blind. Kidney shot on Calvish. Kearney's just going to trinket this, I think. Urshield comes up. The fears come through, and that is going to be it. WizKid took a risky gamble, and it ended up costing his life.
Are you kidding me? Like, that was a ridiculously close game. They're still going for it, too. I guess dampening is high enough. Peekaboo's durable enough. Let's see if they can do it. The move is not going to allow VOIDGG to walk away with this one easily. They're going to continue to make the push, but I think it's likely we see Peekaboo fall here. He gets a kidney shot here onto Calvish. Let's see if they can take him down. Kearney sells a lot of... How is Kearney just full mana the whole game? Like, it's been such a long game, and he's been able to maintain his mana so well. Here comes the portals. Peekaboo still in it, though. Just going to trade out his Vanish and stay alive, and it looks like they will tap out. So Absurge taps out. Peekaboo leaves the game. VOIDGG claimed victory, but I feel like that's as close as it gets, right?
Do we have a way to look at like healing breakdown between Kearney and Absurge to see like what their overall percent healing is? Like how much of healing stream is Kearney's healing? How much of it is Absurge's? Because I wonder if like Calvish is just killing more healing stream totems or something like that, and maybe that's why Absurge's mana is going down so much faster. I don't know if we have the ability to dive that deep into the into the details of the game to see that breakdown, but that would be nice to see to determine, because WizKid is doing remarkably more damage, right? Like you would think, and Peekaboo's keeping up with Calvish at least throughout the replay at this point, so you would think they'd either at least be equal mana, you know? Like look at this difference right now.
I think it's
like 65% to 0. Is it just a... That's why I want to see the breakdown. Like, is he casting more healing surges? Is healing stream getting killed and it's a lower percent than Kearney? Like, this is a massive gap of mana, considering that the damage is, you know, either even or in favor of the move for most of this game.
Yeah. I think it's just... I was listening to your analysis with Zico. He was asking a similar question. It's just like... It's like you said, who has to heal with burst damage? Who has to deal with burst damage more? Like, WizKid's overall damage is really high, but how much of that is just dot damage that one Riptide and Healing Stream is going to be able to heal through, you know? It's like almost irrelevant without the additional... The
scoreboard's almost a mirror.
Yeah.
It's like almost identical, but there's 60% missing mana.
It might just be a burst thing versus like a rot damage thing.
Yeah, you can just only get away with just pressing Riptide every once in a while and never actually cast, but they, you know, they're lower, but they're not going to die. You're just maintaining them. And you benefit from the mastery more as well, because you don't have to panic heal.
What if they have a gear difference?
Out of range.
So like, I'm gonna investigate the gear.
That is definitely possible, because everything else was really close. Everything else on the analytics page, maybe a Mana Tide totem got killed, could be possibly, but even that's not 60%. Were they attacking Kearney more? Maybe Water Shield. I don't think they were really attacking Kearney that much. But here's the combat log, and look at WizKid. He took a gamble with the Observer, and you can see it multiple times in the combat log. He just went for the kill regardless of the Observer being down, and the Observer did like 400,000 damage to him. So that, I mean, that was a really good Observer by Nick, realizing like, hey, he's probably just going to go for the kill, so if I put this down, it might kill him as well, or force him to kill it and then not kill my partner. So
how
really
inconvenient
good timing
is for Shadow Priest? Like, what do you have to do?
I mean, it's hard to kill Observer. As a Shadow Priest, I would assume that like you'd either hope you have an instant Mind Blast proc, and then you'd Mind Blast Death it, or maybe just Death it twice. It's really annoying to kill a Shadow Priest, I would think.
Yeah. Like on certain classes, like on a mage, if you have like 4 arcane charges, you just barrage it. It just falls over dead instantly. Moonkin is probably similar. You just Star Surge at once and it's gone. So, but it was doing a lot of damage. Like I would actually want to see how much of Nick's breakdown was the Observer, because I feel like it's got to be a decent amount. He was getting zapped like 30 times that game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of his damage for sure. The move are going to Hook Point, so they're going to a small map. They're not going to change comp. I'm really doubting they're going to change comp. We're just loading the gear swaps between them. I can't really tell a difference in the gear unless we were going to like flip back and forth a few times to see how much of a difference it is. It looks pretty similar from the first glance of seeing this, and he's got that Cataclysm Mog going on there with those shoulders. Oh, those are going to be coming back with Cataclysm Classic in the future. This is giving me some nostalgia trips from seeing Kearney's Transmog here on the tournament realm. And yeah, the move, they're not going to be changing anything. They're coming back in with the Shadow Priest Rogue. They're going to have to be hyper aware of those observers. I mean, Peekaboo could maybe help out with like a pistol shot or something. Try and give a little bit of damage. Like if Absurge, Whizkay, and Peekaboo all hit it with one spell, it might go down.
It needs to die. Like that, I think that's a mistake. There's one time I swear Whizkay got blasted 6 times.
So we'll see if they can manage the Observer a little bit better this time around, because it's an insane amount of damage because it does percent health, and everyone's health is so high at the moment in PvP. It's like main priority. It's like a Ring of Fire in that sense. It's almost like a G-Pie from back in BFA. Like it's a huge thing that you have to deal with.
Throwback.
It's a G-Pie that after like 6 lasers, it's a G-Pie. But it needs to be dealt with.
I miss Battle for Azeroth Season 4 Corruption. One of my all-time favorite PvP seasons.
Fast G-Pie factories, just cooking. And
yeah,
baking,
the bakery.
There's no more baking anymore, sadly. But here on Hook Point, is the small map really better? I guess it limits the Lock's mobility. Like the Shadow Priest already can't move, so it limits the Lock's port. So it should make sense that small maps will work for them. Also, they have the AOE fear. So I think this is a good move by the move.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean,
look at that. What did we just do? We just evolved the UI. That was like a fade transition into a split screen. So there's a difference in helmet. I think Kearney's using the engineering helmet.
Yeah, more mastery.
Which is like straight mastery as opposed to verse mastery. So it's a bit greedy on verse. I think his build is definitely lower verse. They both have Manatide Totem. They both have Poison Cleansing Totem. There's also a difference in weapon, I think, because the icon on the weapon looks different, right? The mace. The shields look the same, but the weapons look different. So it's possible that Kearney's running lower verse. Maybe that's something they can exploit.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. The smaller map would be a good opportunity for them to actually go after the Restoration Shaman, but we'll see. It's going to be difficult for Nick to recreate space as well. That's one thing I think he did a really good job on Nagrand, where he was actually just... Anytime they collapse on his pillar, he'd just find a new pillar to call home and put up his base. But good start here. Triple portals immediately here onto WizK, but it gets grounded. Great grounding totem by Absurge, avoiding a lot of that initial damage.
Let's see if he can get the pressure going on Nick here. He's got one rift out, but there's a Shadow Fiend immediately. WizK's just doing maximum DPS this game. He's going to use everything on CD, try and make sure that they can build some sort of edge. And they do have higher pressure with Calvish and Nick, but there's a Healing Tide Totem for Kearney behind that fence line, and he's now using the map for his own favor to hide those important vital totems. And WizK is taking so much damage. Oh my god, he's going to have to wrap around the corner here in a moment, I think. There's a rift on him, just poking away at that shield, and Calvish is going in for the kill. Peekaboo's in a Hex. He can't really help for just a second, as WizK is now pushing forward. Kearney in a kidney shot. If they can get on top of Kearney for a fear out of that, a gouge fear or something, he could be in trouble. No trinket. No, they're just going to double fear the DPS. Gouge out. Nick's just going to port back behind the fence line to Kearney. They swap to Calvish. Kearney's getting ready for that swap. And it looks like, even though he's silenced, he's got guidance and ascendance. So with that NS, he should be able to pull his team back up here pretty quickly. Absurge in a kidney shot. Calvish is trying to set up crowd control. He's not even going for the gouge, though. Just a cheap shot into WizK, just trying to limit his damage on both sides, just maximizing their diminishing returns. If they have a stun available, they want to send it. It's all about efficiency in this type of game.
Kick here onto Nick, taking quite a bit of damage. Beautiful fear by WizK, setting up his team. Peekaboo's there. Nick has forced a portal away, but he just doesn't have the same distance as that last game. Looks like Peekaboo will just shut down Calvish with a cheap shot. Nick just might outright die. Huge damage coming in from WizK and Peekaboo. Calvish in a panic. Kidney shot on WizK. Cheap shot on Peekaboo. Fear out of that. Nick is still incredibly low. Kearney's still in crowd control. The kidney shot finally subsides. He's got the Spearling Totem, but likely doesn't want to have to use it just yet, but might have to. I mean, this is still a gouge.
Observer.
Yeah, the Observer's blasting WizK. I really want to see that Observer damage. We have a full Lightning Lasso here on Calvish into a cheap shot. Calvish might die. Beautifully done. Hellstone is enough. Is that the Spearling Totem as well? Did we see it? No, we didn't. Kearney didn't even use it. Just using the Ascendance and the Hellstone. Not overreacting, but these swaps here from the move are beautiful.
Well, let's see if they can get momentum here again. Mana is even at this point, which is good. I'd say pressure is way better for the move. They're getting way more fears. This map is definitely working out well. Look at Nick. He is struggling. WizK gets cheap shot there. He fake casts the Void Torrent, but Peekaboo gets the gouge. Peekaboo goes into a defensive blind with no trinket. Calvish needs to be careful. He's rotting down. Abster just lobbing out Lava Burst as well into the mix here as Nick is trying to get aggressive, but not with a lot of options to heal. Kearney fakes the kick. He's going to have precognition, but WizK is pushing forward. He has to pre-tremor this fear. Is he going to get it? He's kidney shot. He pre-tremors. WizK can kill it. He gets the full fear. Now Nick could just easily die. He's silenced up. WizK is going for the kill. Mind Spike, Insanity, double fear, insane pressure. Nick ports at 1% into the Spearling Totem. I cannot believe he just survived that. Calvish is going to use Cloak of Shadows in the link to stay aggressive with his team. He gouges Absterge. He's trying to get pressure. Peekaboo is going to cloak here as well to try and stay on top of Nick. Both rogues blowing through those cooldowns quite rapidly. Kearney's got Ancestral Guidance. If he gets even a single cast of heal, it's going to splash the whole team, and they should be able to recover. There it is. Big Ascendance proc on that Riptide with Guidance, and his whole team's going to go back to full. He's into the cheap shot. They're chasing down Nick. Now, Nick may have ran out of range of his port here, and he may actually come to regret it. There's no Spirit Link. He's into a full fear. I think that he's just dead right now. Huge pressure. That is it. And the move strike back 1-1.
That looked really good for them. They were able to just collapse on the pillar that Nick was near. Nick never really got an opportunity. I feel like I didn't like his position of his portal, like behind the gate. Maybe that's just the best spot that he can really do, but this smaller map definitely felt like it was much better for the move. They played this one very aggressively, with a lot of confidence, getting tons of crowd control on Kearney, not allowing Nick to ever really get too comfortable in the match. Anytime he portaled away, they were all able to kind of collapse on him. WizK was never really getting kited, and this is just a way better game from the move.
Definitely. I really like the pressure that they had this game. This looked like the move that we all know and love, where they're just aggressive, pushing them back, getting crowd control, making plays, and setting up victory for their team. I really think that they kind of flipped a switch in this game, and if they can maintain this type of momentum on the large maps, that they could even probably take 3 games in a row. Nick gates away here, but they ends up just, I think maybe he ports into the link at the 1%. This is where he ports. So he ports into the link at 1%, but then he kites too far away from his port towards the end. Not that it would be guaranteed that he'd survive anyways at that point, but going this far away with Kearney, I'm wondering, like, what is the thought process? Is he just going to relay his port, is what he's thinking, behind this side, and then maybe play towards the middle or something? But because he can't port this whole time, it's possible it's still on cooldown as well at this, if he's not running Impish Instincts. If he is, it's probably already available. But Kearney just gets crowd controlled out. He's just getting spam feared. WizK is just getting in position, and if Nick doesn't ever retreat, like, it's game over at that point.
It's that dive bomb. WizK just sprinting in with the feather and the fade, managing to get the fear right out of the cheap shot. So I think if WizK can consistently set that up, we're getting the cheap shot fears and getting tons of dispels, offensive dispels on Nick as well. It's definitely really scary. But I think for Nick, we're going to a big map. Like 100%, we're going to a massive map. I think we'll likely see the same composition, although trying to think, they could also play Moonkin, right? Like Nick plays a lot of Moonkin, and they just saw what Liquid was able to do. So I wonder if that's a line of play that they go with.
It definitely could be. It looked like it would be, at least on the small maps. Maybe you play the Rogue Lock because it's maybe it's your main practice comp on the large ones, but then go Moonkin as a blind lock on the small ones. I could see that being a possible option for them, as the move are going to lock in right away. They're not waiting at all. Empyrean Domain, large map, setting up for the Warlock, and it's going to be the same matchup again between VOIDGG and the move. We're all tied up. Winner of this is going to get, I think it's a rematch for both teams, against Liquid in the upper bracket in the grand finals to see who's going to be Cup 1 champions. There is only 2 cups to qualify into the grand finals for the cross-region tournament. So there's a lot of pressure on your results early on. You want to be as high as you possibly can to guarantee your safety in that top 3 and avoid the gauntlets, and you can see how much is on the line with this tournament, with the Power Frogs being knocked out in the series before this, which honestly was pretty surprising because they beat Unitas 3-0 in the same matchup with the Arcane Mage. So to get 3-0'd by VOIDGG and be so afraid to even play the Windwalker Demon Hunter instead is a testament to VOIDGG, right? They're on a different level when it comes to this rogue lock composition due to that little swap off. Really excited to see the other teams come back next week as well. I feel like Draco Cleave maybe didn't get the best run here on those upper and lower sides, but earlier on they were beating some big names, and F tier as well. The crowd favorites running that Holy Paladin melee cleave type of setup. Really excited to see what happens moving into next week for all of those teams. But right here we've got the map we're about to be loading in, and this is going to be as close as it comes. I think this is probably a Game 5 series.
Yeah, I'm thinking that we're going to be going the distance in a bunch of these upcoming series between these teams. Very evenly matched, but I do think if the move plays this one with confidence, which we kind of know from them, right? Like, I think they realize they have to play really, really aggressive. They've had lots of close calls on Nick, but if every time Nick ports away, he's just fine, then I think the game starts slowly going in favor of VOIDGG. So you have to kind of play on the port, make sure he's not getting comfortable. He can't really reposition too easily. And I think that's going to be the ticket to the move's success here, but we'll have to wait and see. It's all tied up between these two teams. Empyrean Domain, a very large map, is going to be a much better kind of battleground here for the side of VOIDGG.
All right, these guys port down, but Peekaboo is in there fast, man. He gets the sap, the kidney. Calvish is trying to intervene, gets a cheap shot onto two players. WizK pre-fades the cheap shot, gets a double fear. So nice moves from WizK, but he is met by the kidney shot regardless. Actually just decides to trinket the first kidney. I'm wondering if he's going to come back to bite him, but early on in the match, it's unlikely that we see anybody going down, so maybe he's just trying to get really efficient at the start where it's not too punishing to trinket like that. Nick is taking a lot of damage as a result, but there's the Observer. Nick, it looks like he's going to, WizK uses that Shadowward Pain to kill it off immediately with Catharsis. And maybe he was being greedy before, he didn't want the Catharsis damage on the pet, but I feel like he's got to be able to get rid of that Observer. He does in this instance. Double Infernal, Gouge on Absurge, no trinket, and is it going to come back to bite him trinketing like that? Desperate Prayer with Powered Shield and Fade. WizK should recover, but there is no trinket now on anybody on the move. They've actually burned all of those. They're playing really aggressive.
Yeah, here we go. WizK is moving forward. He gets a full fear here on Kern. It's actually diminishing return, so it's diminishing return fear there. Unfortunately, not really going to be able to have any more crowd control stick. Peekaboo moves over for a cheap shot as soon as I say that. Is there any follow-up? Cheap shot into a silence. Big Void Torn here by WizK, but Nick shrugs it off with his Dark Pact. That shield's going to be more than enough to absorb that incoming damage. Calvish right now doing a big setup here onto WizK, a full blind on Absurge. He's going to sit through it comfortably. WizK and Nick both just kind of getting beat here in the middle of the map, taking quite a bit of damage. Nick's going to portal away and reposition once again, trying to just create space from WizK. He wants to give Kearney some room to breathe so he can reposition as well. If WizK can push in for these fears, this is when the game gets really dicey. Any follow-up here on Kearney. Cheap shot. Do we have a full hex? No, we do not just yet, but it is going to be a silence, and Nick just might outright die. What a close call there. And these pushes from the move are looking better and better.
Oh my, he's dying to Earthen, Wall, Ascendance, Guidance, Hellstone, Soulburn. Like, he's dropping down the Observer, but if that happens again, I mean, if Kearney's not in position for Link, it's going to be game over. There's a lot of pressure on Nick. He's trying to port away. What was that hit? That was an insane amount of damage on Nick, and Kearney is still in a kidney shot. Peekaboo's chasing him down, full blind. He trinkets out of the blind. If they crowd control the trinket here before the Link, is it going to be lights out for Nick? Kearney's got a Healing Tide. He puts it back behind the pillar. WizK looks like he's killed it off pretty quickly here. Absurge's Healing Tide is coming up in 5 seconds, so his team is going to be playing with confidence. Nick is trying to gate away, but he's running out of range of his portal again here in this position. He's in a kidney shot, and WizK's trying to get there. He's got a precognition. Mind Spike Insanity's big damage onto Nick. He's going to Dark Pact. Calvish is going to use Cloak of Shadows to try and stay aggressive. Blind into Gouge. Lasso on Peekaboo so Nick can free cast. I like that teamwork between Kearney and Nick, but he actually gets mind controlled and gets a precog there, unfortunately, because he was CC'd at the same time. Now he's got Dark Ascension up. This is going to be big damage from WizK. Kearney's in a kidney shot. They're going to use the Nether Ward trying to redirect, but they're actually swapping to Calvish. Huge swap onto Calvish. They proc the cheat death, but WizK is taking a lot of damage while he's trying to push in on Kearney. Is he going to be able to get away with it? Peekaboo's on top of Kearney, gets the Gouge. Peekaboo is doing so much right now. Disarm on Calvish with the root, trying to enable WizK to get there for a fear here in the near future, but it's actually not on cooldown for about 18 more seconds. They're going to silence the healer and maybe just kill into silence. I mean, Nick is just taking unhealable damage. The Link is available. They drop the Link. This one is not going to be sniped off. That coil covers WizK. Nick knew. WizK's been pretty quick on the fingers for killing those Spearlink Totems, so they crowd controlled him before dropping it to make sure that it went down. But even despite the Spearlink Totem, Nick isn't fully recovered. They're static field into a triple fear, and that triple fear might just win the game. Nick ports away, Peekaboo chasing after him with the grappling hook, reconnecting with the Blade Rush, and finally getting back onto him, forcing the Dark back. Void Torrent fakes the kick with the Void Torrent. WizKid is free casting, likely multiple Mind Spike Insanities here. He's got lots of Devouring Plagues to trade through, using that Shadow Word Death, trying to Death the Fear possibly, double Infernal Stun, looking for more Fear cast. Calvish, another swap to Calvish. Peekaboo looking for the kill. Is he going to find it? No, they're going to swap back to Nick, realizing the kill is lost. Cheap shot, huge damage. Is he actually dead in a cheap shot? Nick is on the run. Another cheap shot from Peekaboo. He is playing for everything right now. Peekaboo gets put into a cheap shot. Calvish is trying to turn it around. Double Mortal Coil, gets sheared on the Immolate by Absterge. Kearney into a full blind. He's got Trinket, but he's being greedy. He trinkets. He could get re-CC'd. Is he going to get gouged right now? Nick, oh my god, 3 Void Tendrils from WizKid. Massive damage incoming on Nick. That Earthen Wall Totem might not be enough. WizKid's in position to get a fear onto Kearney out of the kidney shot. He min-maxes it for the last possible second. Nick gates in the middle of the map, but those Void Tendrils are still grappling onto Nick and doing a lot of damage. WizKid is falling behind, though, in this push. He's got to be careful to not be too greedy. They've got such a huge lead. That's a Flame Rift on him. He may need to disperse. Nick fakes the kick. He's looking for another Flame Rift. 2 Flame Rifts onto WizKid, but Calvish is in a kidney. He can't connect any damage. Oh, Chaos Bolt. Is he going to disrespect? He Shadow Melds. And killing spree onto WizKid, and he's just going to disperse it. I think that's more than a fair trade for the triple rift killing spree. Now Kearney into a fear. Calvish dodges the fear and cheap shots WizKid and puts Absterge into a kidney. That was a nice dodge by Calvish there, but Kearney is still silenced. Peekaboo is soloing Nick at the moment. I don't think he's going to kill him through an ending wall. Peekaboo steps back. Big swap on Calvish, but the Void Torrent gets spell locked by Nick as he ports on top of him. I don't think he was anticipating that offensive port to stop the Void Torrent. That could have easily been over for Calvish, as Peekaboo is now put into a kidney shot. VOIDGG are still in this, although they are fighting in shambles at the moment.
Oh my goodness, WizKid just pumping out damage. Look at the damage meters. He's just absolutely destroying this game. Full kidney shot here onto Kearney. Nick is still on the run. He's been having to play so defensively in this match so far. All 3 members of Void are just getting rotted down. Kearney's going to have to try to keep them alive. What is he doing? He gates over. It's a full blind. It lands. Ascendance proc there. Can he keep Nick up? Nick is just getting completely blasted. Peekaboo's in a fear. Absterge dispels it into a refear, though. Great crowd control there by Nick, just buying a little bit of time, but Calvish might just fall. He does! WizKid just solos him with Absterge. Unbelievable. We've just seen this so many times in the past. WizKid just putting dots on everybody. And eventually, if he has the damage available and Calvish doesn't have a cloak, Kearney's so far behind. That was incredible.
He's 2 Outlaw Rogues. You combine Peekaboo and Calvish, and that's WizKid.
WizKid is looking sharp. Like, he's looking really good.
Rogues. He's playing min-max damage right now. He is amping up. He wants to get back in that grand final for a rematch here with Liquid, and it's really going to be up to VOIDGG and how they want to adapt. Is it time to get Nick onto the Boomkin, given that we've just seen that Boomkin Rogue looked really good in this matchup, and they have it, and I would say that Nick is comparable to Sam I am on Balance Druid, and Kearney appears to be doing a great job on Shaman, so why would you not, given now that you've lost on your map pick, which puts them in a really tough spot.
All right, we can see here the final few moments is when Kearney starts really unraveling. WizKid is hitting every single thing that he can. You got a full silence on Kearney. Calvish trying to slow down the damage just a little bit, but here is the moment. There's a full blind on Kearney, and this is where Calvish just kind of dies. Like, Peekaboo gets put into a cheap shot, he gets feared, it gets dispelled, he gets refeared, and then all of a sudden Calvish is just dead. Like, Kearney's just trying to pick who he's going to try to keep alive. He throws a healing surge on a Nick, and WizKid just deletes Calvish off the face of the earth and picks up that win. So great push there by the move, and they're getting a lot more confident. Like, they're looking a lot better in this series. Like, game number 1, I was like, okay, this is back and forth. Like, this is not looking so good for the move, but they've been playing this way more aggressive in like the typical move fashion. And ever since they kind of flipped that switch, this is looking like a much better matchup for them.
I'm trying to think of the archetype for this series, because I feel like Calvish is what Peekaboo used to be like 10 years ago, you know, like the newcomer into the scene and trying to develop and make a name for himself, and now he's fighting against Peekaboo. There's a phrase for that. It's an archetype of some kind that is escaping me at the moment, but this is like a big moment opportunity for VOIDGG to show that they're ready to step to that top tier level and beat some of these dominant North American teams that are constantly in the grand finals. So backs against the wall, they're gonna have to pull it off against all odds here, and they're gonna have to beat the final boss WizKid
Look at his
Oh my
damage.
god, he's actually doing more than Peekaboo and Calvish combined.
WizKid did more damage than Peekaboo and Calvish combined. If you want to add in Absurge's damage, also, that's one thing. Look at Absurge's damage versus Kearney. That has to matter, right?
It does, yes.
An extra 2 million damage. That's a lot.
Especially during a kill window with how low these rogues get, and like they live by like 1 extra ability. If you're the shaman that gets a lava burst off during that, look, Absurge's got a lava burst. It looks like, at least at this point. But oh my god, WizK's burst, Shadow Word Pain 180k, Catharsis 150k. That was a 300k Shadow Word Pain.
300k Shadow Word Pain, huh?
Yeah, that's from attacking WizK, and his death was loaded as well. Look at that 100k death as
like
well. I think it's going to be a bit different when we get to the end, maybe. No, there it is, 300k Shadow Word Pain.
He just soloed him completely. 300,000 Shadow Word Pain, followed up by like 100k death. Yeah, I'm making a Shadow Priest, 100%.
Making a Shadow Priest. You think you can play as good as WizK?
I don't think that I can play as good as WizK, but if I can somehow figure out how to make my Shadow Word Pain hit for 300k, I'm going to be happy.
Okay, well, here we go. It's match point, and they're not changing anything. They are sold on this composition being the answer to the move, but if they lose, they're going to be out. They're going to be in third. Not a terrible finish for any team by any means. I mean, you know, if you finish third next tournament, depending on the other team's positioning, you're you know, probably guaranteed at that point to be in the top 3. So, but they want to be making a name here, right? It's the first opportunity to show us what they've got in the tournament scene. And Calvish and Nick and Kearney, and even, I mean, Wealthy Man's an obvious one, has been competing for a really long time. So this is their first debut, their first chance to do it. Can they do it? The Move are not making it easy, man. They're not pulling any punches on the newcomers in the tournament front whatsoever. WizK is at full power, so can VOIDGG deal with it?
We'll have to wait and see. Another big map. This is a big pillar. So actually, the last map I don't think was the best option, because although it is a large space, the small pillars make it easy to kind of collapse on. So I think this map makes a lot more sense to me. We'll see what WizK can actually, or sorry, we'll see what Nick can actually end up doing here, if he can actually kite and get away, because if the Move is able to play this aggressive and once again on top of him, it just feels like endless crowd control. And the amount of damage WizK is doing is very impressive.
Very impressive is still like not enough to level it out, I think, right now. But even if the Move win here, man, they still gotta deal with that Moonkin Rogue. Like, what are going to be their options for that? I think it's just going to be Shadow Priest, the Rogue Shaman the whole way through here. 5 seconds away from the gates opening. I can imagine Absurge is happy that they can play their main comp on their main classes, though, here in possibly, you know, the lower semis and get back into the grand finals. Peekaboo immediately engaging. Grapple Sap from Calvish as well. Calvish going to cheap shot. Kidney shot on Nick. Peekaboo. Oh, he gets kidney before he can CC Kearney again. That was a nice kidney shot from Calvish to stop Peekaboo on his crowd control chain. Now a cheap shot on Absurge, denying that lava burst. Calvish is being really disruptive right now. Peekaboo's chasing after him, trying to get him engaged in the game. Both shamans on top of each other right now. Absurge tried to thunderstorm him, but Kearney dodges it. Healing Tide Totem is down for Absurge. They might be able to kill that. They dismantle Calvish to protect the Healing Tide Totem. That was really tactical. And then they stun Calvish to protect the Healing Tide Totem. That was really good efficiency plays there on that one. Kearney into the blind. Dark Pack for Nick. They could swap back to Calvish on the Dark Pack, but Peekaboo was still just hack and slashing away at it. And now Nick is going to port back behind the pillar while Calvish cheap shots Peekaboo into a gouge. And now goes back on to WizK. Earthen Wall is down, so I'm thinking it's unlikely he goes down here anytime soon. Peekaboo gets back onto Nick. WizK's got Dark Ascension, but he gets Spell Lock, so he's going to just dump some Mind Spikes, try and min-max his damage during that interrupt. Double Infernal. Fear on Peekaboo. Kidney shot on Absurge. WizK is alone, and that's a Fire Rift that is channeling on him through the pillar at the moment. He's going to heal himself up with Flash Heal and Desperate Prayer. And it seems like he's got good positioning. Peekaboo and a lasso. They're swapping to Peekaboo. Chaos Bolt 1, Chaos Bolt 2. And Peekaboo's just going to Cloak of Shadows that immediately. Respect the damage and play as efficiently as possible. WizK is now getting cleaved. He's going to Vampiric Embrace and try and add some healing to his team as he's chasing down Kearney. I think they want to try and get a Kidney Fear and kill the Tremor Totem as soon as possible. But Kearney is running away from them and doing a good job avoiding WizK. While WizK is still at the pillar. Calvish gets put into a cheap shot. Peekaboo's setting up damage. And it looks like Kearney wants to get to, or sorry, WizK wants to get to Kearney, but he's just rooted, constantly snared, and it seems like he's having a much harder time. And if they can just focus on preventing WizK from getting to Kearney, I think that is a main win condition for VOIDGG.
It's just so much instant crowd control. If he's landing those fears on diminishing return, it's just an absolute nightmare for Kearney. So they need to stop the chain of cheap shot, gouge, fear. And if they can do that, I think it's going to be looking a lot good, or a lot better Big lightning lasso there by Kearney, and it's another thing. If you can create space here, you can actually get those lightning lassos off. I think it's going to be big. Full kidney shot here onto Kearney, but it is going to be WizK taking most of the damage. Nick lands a big chaos bolt there, keeping WizK in check, but he kind of shrugs it off. Absurge in such a prime position to heal right now. He's just out of line of sight of Nick. He can't get feared. Just doing a really good job positionally. You have a lightning lasso here on the Calvish. Nick might just outright die. Healing Tide totem drops. Can they snipe it off? A beautiful push here. They're going after Calvish. I really like how Absurge is playing this one.
Oh my god, they're back onto WizK, but Calvish is still at half. Kearney's just out in the middle, but he's stacked with Peekaboo. They're going to static field Peekaboo away for a moment. They need to spread out, though. I think Kearney's too close to Nick. They get rooted together. Absurge sees that mistake, punishes it by rooting them together, and now Kearney is gouged into Cheap Shot, and Peekaboo can connect, then swap back over to Calvish. Full kidney shot onto him, and a Lava Burst are coming in as well. Oh, it gets grounded by Kearney there. I believe, or it didn't look like it connected to him at that point in time, but it's those lava bursts that are going to make the difference. One 300,000 Shadow Word Pain and a 150k lava burst. That's like half your health gone in that instance. Primordial Wave out for Absturge, setting up for a big casted heal in the near future. And Kearney's just pulling really far out in the open. Peekaboo, he's kind of getting baited to chase Kearney. He's going to get rooted, possibly hexed. He vanishes the hex and gets the kidney shot. And now this could set the team up to win if WizK gets in position. Oh, Lightning Lasso. It looks like they spell lock it. But that means the spell lock isn't available for WizK, so he can free cast here in a moment. He's going to mass spell the crowd control and some immolates, and maybe look for a fear. He gets the full fear, but here's the Cheap Shot Flame Rift. Massive damage. He may have to disperse this. Oh, he's trying to greet it. Is he going to regret greeting it? He manages to make it through the stun, get the Desperate Prayer up, and now he's kicked on Shadow. Nick into a kidney, but he's got Dark packed up. He should be able to tank some hits here. Peekaboo is moving towards Kearney, but Kearney and Absurge are on top of each other again, and this could be a risky situation. Both rogues are just cleaving in on top of this blender ball in the middle. Gouge into Peekaboo. Oh, that had to be a 300k Shadow Word Pain into Lava Burst. Massive damage on the Calvish. Void Torrent fully channeled. Is Calvish going to go down? Popping the Crimson Vial and gating back to Nick's side, but he's met by a kidney shot and a Cheap Shot. He has Trinket, and Trinket Link has to come down. The movement, they are on fire in terms of pressure. The only thing really that I could question right now is whether or not Absurge is going to run out of mana first, but if they keep this level of momentum, they're going to steamroll VOIDGG.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really good so far. Nick lands a Chaos Bolt, but a beautiful fear comes in. That's a blind on Kearney. At the same time, WizK gets interrupted. Oh no, they might throw away the game. So close. That was such a nice counter set up there by Nick. He gets to interrupt on WizK and almost drops him. This is the power infusion. Spirit Link drops out here for Absurge, keeping his team stable. And now it's Nick all of a sudden on the back foot. Unending Resolve trades out. He's making himself as tanky as possible, but still could be WizK that falls. Dispersion is used. WizK no longer playing confidently here, needs to pull away, and I do not blame him. Does not want to be in line of sight of Nick. A beautiful double fear here from WizK. Cheap shot on Absurge. WizK could easily fall, still just trying to line of sight. Peekaboo in desperation, trying to land some peel stun lock here onto Nick, trying to slow down Kearney as well, and somehow, some way, Absurge does it. The move stays alive. Beautiful defensive plays, and WizK is still in trouble, but they are in hot pursuit. WizK does not want to stop. He's the Terminator chasing down Nick.
I think he's just dead right here. Double coil, Nether Ward. Nick doing everything that he can. Kearney's out of crowd control, trying to get some heals, but Shadow Word Deaths are coming in fast. They spell lock WizK on Shadow, but now he's spamming out Mind Spikes. Calvish is sneaking up on Absturge. He gets the Cheap Shot. He's likely going to stun WizK. Cheap Shot as well. Peekaboo's trying to peel him. He vanishes back, but Calvish baits it. He goes back onto Absturge, goes for the gouge, but gets caught in a Cheap Shot. Now Lava Burst coming in from Kearney onto WizK. Is this going to be lights out? Blind sitting through, and WizK goes down, and I can't believe that VOIDGG turned that around. It felt like the move had full control, but then for the last 30 seconds, VOIDGG just pulled everything from them, and they net the kill, taking us to a game 5.
These are two Titan teams. VOIDGG, I can't believe. Like, some of the defensive plays coming in from both of these teams, everyone, all 6 players are playing out of their mind. Both healers doing a fantastic job of backing up their teammates, especially in these really sketchy kind of situations. This is when WizK got interrupted. Nick goes for a reflect after that as well, so a really annoying situation for WizK where he not only gets interrupted, but then he wants to keep doing damage with Mind Spike, but Nick's like, okay, well, if you do that, you're just outright dead. So this is where the big panic moment comes in, where both WizK and Nick are just on death's door in these really, really scary situations. It's a fear, though, on Absurge into a full hex. Lightning Lasso on WizK. Somehow they recover, and now at this point, Nick is looking like he's the one that's actually going to fall. He gets an interrupt on WizK once again. How does this actually play out? So Absurge gets caught into a Cheap Shot. Calvish goes in on a gouge on the Ore Mastery as well. WizK just getting beat here by some Incinerates, by some Lava Burst, that extra Shaman damage. Kearney did a lot during this setup. Like, no doubt about it. Those Lava Bursts, if you're a Shaman, I know you play some Shaman too, but if you're a shaman, you have Flame Shock up and you Lava Burst, cast another one, you get a proc at that time. Like those 3 Lava Bursts get 400k damage. It's really, really crazy if you get them off, and that can definitely be enough to close out the game.
Crazy plays here. We're going to Runes of Lordaeron, almost as small as you can get right here, and VOIDGG is looking to get those fears. They want to stay on top of them, keep their momentum. So VOIDGG, they got to make a call. Is it going to be a comp swap on the small map, or do they think they can do it even in these close quarters, that they can fight back and find the same type of opportunities that they just did in the last one? You know, we were expecting the move, or not all of us. I think I had the prediction that the VOIDGG would win the whole thing, but a lot of us were considering, you know, the move as a finalist, and I think they're also considering themselves to be like a finalist quality team. So it would definitely, I think, be devastating for them to not come out into the finals. Here, VOIDGG, they're taking their time on the clock, so maybe they are considering possibly bringing in a Boomkin, which could be good here. There's not a lot of pillars. You could get a lot of clones off. So it really just depends on how confident they are. Maybe Nick isn't warmed up. He's been playing Lock like all day, all tournament, really. I don't think we've seen him on Boomkin just yet, in the tournament at least. So, but they got to consider it as an option, I would think, because that was so close. Like, they were behind the whole game, and if it was a small map and they couldn't get that type of distance that they got, they might have just lost.
Ruins of Lordaeron, this is going to be a crazy one. And honestly, it's your first opportunity today for, you know. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Well, we'll see.
If you know, you know. All right, VOIDGG, they're going to be locking in a comp. I expect it to be the same thing. Like, I think this is just one of those things where these teams are just going to be locking in their best comp for the entirety of the series. And it's really interesting. You have the move. The main archetype is the Shaman, right? The Resto Shaman with an Outlaw Rogue. But then you have VOIDGG adding the Destro Warlock. You have the move adding the Shadow Priest. And you have Liquid adding the Moonkin. So it's very interesting because they all kind of seem evenly matched. I get the feeling any of them can win. So it's really, really interesting to see the different play styles, how they have to play to win, and some of the differences there. But yeah, Runes of Lordaeron, Game 5, the move, VOIDGG, winner of this is going to the finals against Liquid. This has been an awesome series.
What does Zico say? It's like Rogue Shaman and then the dipping sauce for the third one. Like, what kind of sauce do you want with your Rogue? A little Shadow Priest sauce, Warlock, or some Boomkin? Like, what's going to be your flavor here?
I like honey mustard.
Honey mustard comp? Honey mustard PS?
I just like honey mustard. I don't know. We're talking about dipping sauces.
I mean, we can talk about dipping sauces if you want, but maybe not. Here we go. The game is about to load in. It is Runes of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. I'm so glad that we got to use that line here in the first tournament this weekend. Who's going to be making it to the grand finals? Who is getting their grudge match with Liquid? Is it going to be the move? Is it Absterge, Peekaboo, and WizK? Or is it going to be VOIDGG, Kearney, Calvish, and Nick? Kearney is stepping out of his comfort zone with this one. I don't think we've seen him on a Shaman, and he's going toe-to-toe with Absterge. And if he wins this, he's going to get a chance to go toe-to-toe with Sidhu as well. Hopefully he doesn't choke like I just did.
Have a sip of water. You're going to be okay. We got 10 seconds left. Expect this to be a very aggressive game. Problem for this map is Nick doesn't really have anywhere he can kite to. Like, I feel like using the side tombs is probably the best thing he can do. So either that cart in the green goo or the graveyard is likely going to be the best position. If he gets caught in the room and WizK can push in, I think that's definitely going to be a tough spot to be in. Calvish gets a sap on WizK, trying to slow down the opener of the move. Lava Burst after Lava Burst coming in from Absterge as well. Just break through that initial Dark Pact from Nick. Looks like they are going to be able to do it. We got a full blind now on Kearney at the same time. WizK taking quite a bit of damage as VOIDGG is looking to get aggressive.
All right, we see, Void Torn instantly cheap shot by Calvish. Perfect shutdown. Now a kidney shot on Nick, a fear on Calvish, and a silence on Kearney. Dark Ascension, massive damage incoming on Nick. He's going to Nether Ward. WizK likely going to purge that off in the near future. Gouge on a Kearney into a cheap shot. And WizK doesn't have fear, so maybe they hex him. They static field Kearney away, trying to keep him at a distance. The Spirit Link isn't an option. Absterge wind shears his heal. They're really focusing a lot of interrupts into the Shaman, but that means Nick can spam fear. Absterge gets caught in this one. WizK uses his trinket, but a double Infernal. Chaos Bolt's coming in with those Shadow Rifts. It's match point. WizK Shadow melts the Chaos Bolt, immuning its damage, and Nick is going to gateway to safety with Kearney on the center pillar, just trying to keep their distance and trying to keep WizK back. He's like the little Terminator with a feather just running in, looking for these psychic screams. He's trying to bait the Tremor. He baits the Tremor. They kill the Tremor, so if he catches up to Kearney, he's he's going to get a full fear. So they're going to kidney shot WizK and try and keep him snared here with crippling poison. If the poison cleansing comes down and he freely moves in here for a full fear, it could be really bad. They're going to stun Calvish. Kearney gets caught into the fear. Can they capitalize on this? They need to stun Nick. They can't. WizK's on the back foot. He's in a line of sight. Absurge is in a stun. WizK gets kicked. Is he going to go down? That's the killing spree. Big pressure incoming from Calvish. And Peekaboo's doing his best to get damage out onto Nick. Oh my god, WizK Shadow Word Death there and took a lot of damage in return. Dark Ascension, Void Torrent. Is anyone able to stop this? A fully channeled Void Torrent. He's going to have that Mind Trauma going crazy. Multiple Devouring Plagues here with Mind Spike Insanities. Crazy damage coming out from WizK onto Nick here. Nick Nether Wards at about half health, but they're going to purge that off really quickly. More Mind Spikes. Double Quill interrupts it. Kearney tops the team here with that Spirit Walker's Grace, and WizK's going to line of sight the Warlock, but Nick actually ports on top of his line of sight path. Nick is now actually the one getting aggressive in this matchup, fakes the interrupt of Peekaboo and gets a full fear with a Hex, but WizK's behind the pillar, and he looks like he's going to be all right here, even despite that crowd control.
Oh, let's see. Mind Spike coming in from WizK. We got a full kitty shot here onto Kearney, trying to continue the push, but it's going to be Peekaboo who's having to play a little bit defensive here. No, just getting aggressive onto Nick. Caught in the middle of the map. WizK goes for a cast. It gets interrupted. Peekaboo and WizK in hot pursuit right now. They want to keep up the pressure. DR cheap shot. Half cheap shot there onto Kearney. WizK is there for a fear. He's trying to bait out the Tremor. He does. As soon as he kills it, Calvish cheap shots him. Great backup there by Calvish. Both these Outlaw rogues just playing at such a high level, helping out their team. Peekaboo might just die. Focus Shadows is forced to trade. Now Peekaboo is not going to be feeling too confident. No Vanish, no Cloak, no Trinket. He could definitely be an opening here in this match.
Oh, and Absurge has no Trinket as well. WizK is the target for now. He's getting cleaved. Kidney shot onto the Shaman. Peekaboo going for an Adrenaline Rush, trying to get a lot of damage here onto Nick. He's got Dark Pack. They have to cut through that shield. Dark Ascension for WizK. He's ramping up big damage. They silence the Warlock, but Peekaboo is stunned by the lasso behind the pillar. And does WizK get a fake on an interrupt here and get in position for a fear? He's sniping the Healing Tide Totem. He kills that off. Nick is in a lot of trouble as a result. Calvish is stunned. WizK gets spell locked by Nick, and it looks like he is playing with the Fell Hunter, so he can interrupt while he's crowd controlled. I do wonder if the move can kill off that Fell Hunter, if it would be a problem for him in the near future. Absurge into a full fear, but a double Psychic Scream in return. It's going to get tremored by Kearney. Nick ports into the middle of the map. Calvish is trying to chase WizK around the pillar. Void Torrent gets interrupted, and that's what Calvish was looking for by chasing him down. Peekaboo grapples over after gouging Kearney, forcing the Dark Pact. Calvish peels to the cheap shot. WizK's reloading dots, gets cheap shot. Calvish gets pulled away by Absurge. Kearney's looking for a Hex, just kind of a cheeky Hex, annoy Absurge a bit there. It's not going to be too much value. Here comes a Shadow or Flame Rift out on WizK. He's going to pillar at the Tombstone, and now Peekaboo is alone in the middle of the map getting feared, but he's got Trinket. He's going to get static fielded away, and now WizK could be in trouble if Nick can get there. He's got one rift on WizK. He's going to port on top of him. Another rift on WizK. Is going to be 3 rifts on WizK. Double Infernal into a fear. Dismantle on Peekaboo, and WizK is alone for a few seconds here. He's going to wrap around the Tombstone again in line of sight Nick, and this map is working out so well in terms of LOS, but Calvish is soloing WizK right now behind the pillar with that killing spree. Absurge is really struggling to heal WizK, even though, Nick's not even there. Nick is going after Peekaboo in the middle. Calvish is going to get stunned by Absurge, and now WizK is pushing towards the Warlock. Dark Ascension. He needs some big Mind Spike Insanities here. He silences Kearney. Nick is at half. It's match point. Coils come through onto 2 targets. Looking for Spam Fear. Instantly dispelled by Absurge. And Nick is still held at half with that Void Tendril ticking away at him at the moment. Absurge into a kidney shot. WizK needs to stay out of line of sight of Nick for this stun. So he's going to hug in between these pillars. But Nick is right there. He can connect. He's got a rift on Peekaboo. Peekaboo gets stunned on his Trinket. He's going to evasion and cloak.
Surge is drinking.
How much mana is he going to get? Oh no, Peekaboo might die. They have Spirit Link Totem. They have Void Shift. They have to be so careful right now. Absurge looks like he's got a precog proc though. He fakes the interrupt, and Nick is actually the one that's falling behind. And this could just tilt in anyone's favor at any point. This is their last chance.
Yeah, both these teams, they want it really bad. They want to make it to the finals. A full fear lands. Nick could be in trouble. Lightning lasso from Absurge and a silence on Kearney. Is Nick going to fall? WizK at the same time taking quite a bit of damage, retreating back to the pillar. Not
we need a
feeling
replay on the link there because it didn't exist, I swear. He Trinket linked there and it didn't exist.
He sniped off instantly with those young man reflexes.
On the link here, we're playing a game of Where's the Link again here because I swear WizK sniped that, and we're following WizK, I think, at that point. But Nick is in so much trouble. He's just going to die, I think. It's overwhelming damage. Absurge gets the game-winning shear, possibly. Double Coil comes out in a miracle play by Nick. He pops the Nether Ward, and somehow Kearney slips a heal in right before the silence. Is he actually going to stay alive right now? Double Fear into Cheap Shot on Calvish. Nick is taking so much damage. I think Kearney can't do this. this, man. It's so much pressure. He's going to have to cast, and Absurge is sitting on top of him. They fear Absurge away. They deny the wind shear. And is Kearney actually going to do it? No, he's into a kidney shot from Peekaboo, and WizKay is tearing in, but Calvish is going in as well. Is this going to be a cross kill? WizKay has cooldowns. He just needs to not be greedy. They have the game in the bag. WizKay is going to port back away. Absurge has healing tide down, maybe to distract Calvish at this point as they're trying to overrun Nick. A silence connects from WizKay. He's got a precognition. Mind Spike after Mind Spike. Nick is trying to escape. He gets knocked out of the earthen wall. Peekaboo into a blind. Calvish into a stun. Full fear on Kearney's NS. If they purge that NS, I don't know how he's going to heal right now. He nether wards. If they just purge the NS off the sap, I think it's game over. Full sap after the fear. Peekaboo is looking to close this one out. Kidney shot is secured, and there should be no way that Nick survives the move, come back, and are going to the grand finals.
Oh, there's just so much I loved about the end of that game. You saw Absurge. He's so far behind on mana, but this guy is so willing to play aggressive. Like right like 10 seconds before that kill, you see Absurge just charging in. He's getting static field totems, not allowing Nick to escape. The earthen wall comes down. Absurge just knocks him out of it. Like basically just going full on DPS aggro shaman. And then Peekaboo, the boy wonder with the game-winning plays coming in. He manages to get the DR blind into a full sap, into a full kidney.
Sure, maybe I'm just like, it's been a long day, but I swear that or the green puddle made me not see it or something. But I think around here we saw a trinket link come up from. Oh, okay, he just pressed link before the trinket, and then with where he. Okay, so it happened way before he trinketed. He just like pre-links the kidney, and it made it look like to me that he had trinket linked based on the health that he used it at later on. So. Okay, just a pre-link, and then he gets through, and then they just
look at Surge.
He's
just full-on aggressive. He doesn't care. He's going to get a beautiful knock here, move it in, get him out of here, and this is where the CC is initiated here onto Kearney. He's got 20 seconds left on his trinket, and he gets feared. Now, the fear, there's not enough time to drop combat out of the fear, so Peekaboo gets the DR blind. So it might look funny that he uses like such a short blind, but it's exactly what he needs, so he can sap him out of that into a kidney shot. So really expertly done there by Peekaboo. And I mean, at that point, Kearney, you've been out of the game for, what is that, 20 seconds? Something like that. Close to 20 seconds at least. And the dampening's too high. You've got no answers. That was a great push there. But I have to say, Void, they look good too. I mean, this is just such a close series. It felt like it ended up coming down to maps just a little bit.
Definitely. I mean, they took a big map, though,
That's true.
Because I think they had to take a big map. What was the big map that they took now that I'm trying to... It was Maldraxxus, wasn't it? Or no, it wasn't. They lost on Maldraxxus. There's been so many maps, man. I can't remember. But they had to win on one big map, didn't they? Am I crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I think it was Maldraxxus. They won on Maldraxxus, yeah.
Oh, they did win on Maldraxxus.
Yep.
Okay, I'm trusting you guys because I don't trust my own brain right now. Look at this final moments, man. Just all three members running him down. WizKay's damage is just crazy sometimes in these moments, but that crowd control train from Peekaboo was definitely MVP. And now they get their rematch. Are they warmed up? Are they ready to go? Because I feel like this is probably going to be the same matchup for them.
That's a great
question. Certainly a question. And we'll see if they are up to the challenge. But here we are once again seeing Team Liquid face off against the move. They've had a couple of series in a row here. Team Liquid, that is for sure the question. You know, are they warmed up? Have they been watching? Have they been practicing? Building off of what they maybe learned in the semifinals? A lot of questions here up in the air. Are they going to change their composition also? There's a lot of comps that both of these teams could really been playing. They've really been working on both of these rosters, diversifying the specs and the compositions that they can play individually. So this blind pick will be very, very important. Definitely be sticking around for it. We are going to be heading to a break. Before we do that, I believe, do we have another map or not? A map quiz? Oh, we do have another map quiz.
Oh my God, my brain can't do this.
That's okay.
So the rules have changed, right? Whoever guesses it first, and you all have to lock your guess in.
Accurately.
If you guess it first, and you have to lock it in. You win.
Okay, I'm going to hit an imaginary button on my desk. All right, Maldraxxus, Robodrome, Enigma, or Tolveron.
Oh, God.
I think they're playing the center a little bit. Some sort of LOS point in that bottom left corner. Robodrome, Maldraxxus, Enigma, Tolveron. I like Enigma. I feel like Enigma doesn't get picked enough. I feel like that map. I like
Agree.
that map a lot.
Are you locking in that as your answer?
Oh, I'm not locking it in because nobody plays it. It says it has like a
Too
0% play rate.
circular.
Oh my god, that's a good point. I was gonna lock that one.
I
in,
feel
though.
like
This is looking like a
going
triangle,
with-
kind of.
I'm going with Robodrome. No.
Maldraxxus,
Yes.
final answer.
Okay, Robodrome, final answer.
Oh my
Production.
God. Now, if I say Maldraxxus,
Go.
it's too late, right? So I have to say Tolvaron or Enigma and hope I'm right. I'm saying Enigma. I'm just saying it right now. So it's different. Maybe you're wrong randomly.
All right.
I'm just waiting for one of them to time in.
I think it's Tolvaron
See
or
what chat
Maldraxxus,
thinks.
but I said Maldraxxus. Final answer.
It's definitely 3 pillars. And Enigma has 4. So there's no way it can be Enigma.
The pillars are a little sloppy though. That one on the right.
I swear Enigma's never been picked in AWC either.
I feel like it's been picked like once, if anything.
It's definitely Maldraxxus, but I can't answer because he answered faster.
You can tie.
Not definitely.
No,
it could
no,
be
no,
Tolvaron.
no.
There's no more stickers.
I feel like Tolvaron would have been a safer
man.
bet.
You think it's Tolvaron? I don't think so.
I mean, I said A. I think Maldraxxus. But I'm saying
It
for
depends
you.
on where they took the angle of the picture, I think.
Looks like
Yeah.
a fish.
What is it?
Look.
Aw. Winner.
Oh.
I'll take it.
Who guessed Maldraxxus?
Me.
Vended.
Meow.
I did.
It was me.
My class is never get nerfed.
What?
guess
That's not
that's right.
true. What are you talking about? That is not true.
All right. Well, if you guessed A, I'm seeing a lot of A's here in the chat. I'm gonna get one of these right someday. I'm gonna beat you guys. All right. Well, we're gonna head to a break now. Team Liquid versus the Move up next. Stick around for this one. 2 of the biggest teams here in North America. Kind of the polar opposite of the finals that we saw for EU, just in terms of like how long these teams have been playing here in the AWC season. So stick around, and we're gonna have that North American Grand Finals for Cup number 1 up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here for the grand finals of North America here in AWC Cup #1 of the 3rd season here in Dragonflight. It is Team Liquid versus The Move. We have seen this series so many times. Both of these teams, probably the longest running currently playing rosters here in the North American region. You can see all of the matches that we have played today. Everything has led up to this moment for both of these teams. And I'm looking at chat, and it seems like, Sid, a lot of people are expecting Liquid to win over the Move.
I mean, I think based off the most recent performance that it's not
recency
an
bias.
Unfair bet. Yeah, I feel like that Moonkin Rogue Shaman like Sam I am, man. If he's getting these precog procs like he is, I think it's going to be unstoppable. So the Move need to dial in. It seemed like VOIDGG really leveled up there in that last series, as well as Peekaboo. Like, that last game was insane. So if they can all level up here, perhaps the Move can overcome all of the tornadoes that are going to be thrown their way by Sam I am.
All right. Well, I mean, if they do want to overcome some of those tornadoes, then Ven, how do you expect the Move to make those adjustments moving into this series?
I don't know. It's hard, right? Like, because it's like similar to the last match, except when you land a fear as a Destro Warlock, you can tremor it and you can dispel it. The Cyclone, that doesn't happen. So if Sam, like Supatis is saying, is able to find these consistent Cyclones in the match, and it's inevitable. Like, you're not going to interrupt every Cyclone. It's just not possible, right? Like, you're not going to have 100% interrupt rate. Sam I am's never ever going to fake you. Like, that's completely unrealistic. It will happen at some point. But I think the best thing you can do is just get Sam in position where he has to play really, really defensive. Every time that the Move looked like they were close to winning the game, it was off the back of a nice CC chain on Sea-Doo and some good damage on Sam I am. But he's pretty tanky. I mean, Sea-Doo's been doing a really good job, heads up with the earthen wall totems. If he ends up being in bear form, he's not taking that much damage. So I think the Move just has to hit their stride offensively, try to keep Sam I am a little bit more aggressively or defensively in the match. And that's going to be their ticket to winning, but is definitely not going to be an easy series for them.
No, and it's potentially going to be kind of a long and grueling series as well, Supatis. It is a best of 7. We know that these two teams tend to go game 5, even game 7 when they are going against each other, kind of longer games. And both of these teams have played numerous games already today. So how do you, as a player, you've got one more series to win if you want to win this whole thing? How do you kind of keep your head above the water and make sure that you're still performing your best in a situation like this?
I mean, they've got a lot of training, I think, at this point, but it takes a lot of stamina, a lot of endurance. It's like a marathon, not a sprint with these comps. So perhaps not getting too over eager in the earlier parts of games, and be playing more safe so it's not as, taxing mentally. And then, knowing when to flip the switch, similar to EU when we saw, I think it was Infernion's team, that 5-minute mark hits, and then they're really getting aggressive and making moves to end the game. So taking it easier in the first 3 minutes, 4 minutes of the game, make sure that you're just playing safe and you're not overexerting yourself, because this is one where every game could be 10 minutes, and this is one that's so back and forth it could be game 7. So you don't want to tax yourself mentally by just constantly doing these insane setups the whole time throughout every game, because I think it's eventually going to tax them to the point where they can't keep it up.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure you're keeping good mental state as you're heading into a game, especially like this. We know that these two teams have both been in this situation many times before. They've been under pressure time and time again here in the AWC, so you can bet that they're going to be drawing on that veteran experience to get them through this series, because this one is extremely important. As we've said so many times today, they only have 2 cups to make it into the top 3 here for this North American season if they want to get into the gauntlet. So incredibly difficult as time goes on to gain those points. Liquid, the Move, they're going to be getting as much as they can here, hopefully winning this next series. Of course, it's on the line for them. Team Liquid versus the Move, game number 1 here in the grand finals.
All right, here we go. Let's see what they can get done. Trill's going to be moving forward, popping sprint immediately, just trying to get into a position, get an opener. WizK, did he make a change? He went Orc. I don't know if he was playing Orc before, or if he was playing Night Elf. So that might be one adaptation that WizK has made in this matchup. Not 100% sure on that. Absolurge going for some Lava Burst, getting damage rolling here onto Sam early on. Both rogues waiting patiently in stealth, not wanting to give another an opener. So depending on how this goes, we might just see a little bit of a 2v2 action. WizK and Absurge versus Sidu and Samayam. Both rogues just waiting in the wings, waiting for an opportunity to open up.
All right, WizK looking like he wants to move across the field here. Oh, he gets locked on Shadow by Samayam. Maybe he baited, though. He's going for some Mind Spike Insanities instead, activating that Orc Racial, now going for Dark Ascension. Mind Games, big damage connecting onto Sam with that blind. Peekaboo is crowd controlling Sidu while WizK does the damage, but Sam ducks around the pillar in bear form with Barkskin. Is it going to be enough here? WizK's in position. They fear him out of the sap. Sidu has been out of the game for some time here, but a full clone on Peekaboo should slow down the assault, and Sidu should be able to pick Samayam up here pretty quickly. Here comes the Incarnation, though. Sam is setting up damage, but his team is cheap shot at the moment, so they can't really coordinate together. Gouge now on Sidu. Sam is down at half, taking quite a lot of damage. Void Torrent attempt by WizK. He's got 2 tendrils, but unfortunately they procced on Trill. He would prefer those tendrils to be on Sam, but the damage is a lot higher this game, I feel like, from the move. And in terms of pressure, they're really putting it onto Sam much earlier on than we saw in the previous series between these two teams.
Yeah, Peekaboo and a Cyclone once again. Every single time Trill gets a cheap shot onto Peekaboo, Samayam can follow it up with a Cyclone unless Absurge is there to back it up. Gouge into Cyclone onto Absurge now. Big pressure here on WizK. Counter Gouge on Sidu as Peekaboo is looking to continue this aggression here onto Samayam. Both these teams doing a really good job with their initial crowd control. We have a cheap shot now into Absurge. WizK gets interrupted. Not going to be able to disperse. Throwing in a Flash Shield, though, should be more than okay. Absurge not in any crowd control as well. In terms of mana, even for both these healers at the 2-minute mark, very even. WizK and Samayam just exchanging blows as both of these rogues are looking to set up for their team.
All right, Sam getting isolated. Kidney shot on Sidu, but WizK's in a stun as well. Trill just counter engages that assault totally. And now a Cyclone onto Peekaboo. And WizK is low, but it looks like he's got precognition, so he's going to get a lot of dots out right now. Dark Ascension attempt. Nice kick on the clone. Absurge with the lasso, looking to control Trill at the same time. Blind on Sidu. I like that setup from Absurge, Peekaboo, and WizK. Absurge stuns one target, Peekaboo stuns the other, and then WizK CCs the third. I think that makes it easier to make sure that you're staying on your target. You don't have to overextend at all. They get a double fear. Maybe they swap? No. They're going to gouge him out of the kidney shot, get back, look for a Hex, and the move, they're looking for these aggressive setups. They're trying to win the game early. I'm wondering if it's going to tax them if they are unable to, though, as you know, without some dampening. It's going to be quite difficult for these setups to pay off.
Yeah, but I do think you kind of have to make a calculated risk and just keeping Sam honest and at least a little bit defensive in the match. Peekaboo going over for a potential stun on Sidu, manages to get the kidney shot. Does he have a gouge to follow it up? He's getting a little bit of pressure. Now going after Samayam with a beautiful kick. Cyclone comes in, though, and Peekaboo will get shut down. Now it's going to be WizK who's in trouble. Trill moves forward, initiating crowd control. Do they have a follow-up Cyclone? Samayam's looking for it. WizK shuts it down with the fear. Beautifully done. Grounding Totem lands now, and this is such a good shutdown. They're doing such a good job disabling Samayam in this match, not allowing him to get those Cyclones. That was really well played there by the move.
All right, let's see if they can keep him shut down here. Barkskin force, he's dying through Barkskin, but WizK's taking a beating as well. Both teams just slugging at each other right now on these casters to try and keep them on the back foot. But Absurge's got a pre-healing tide there, got a lot of value. Static Field is down to try and pull. Doesn't look like it's going to pull anybody, though. WizK is going to reposition. Samayam into a kidney shot. Peekaboo into the cheap shot. Trill is turning it around once again. Trill, I would say, is like the counter engager. He's the one stunning after Peekaboo. He's waiting to see what Peekaboo does and then countering it as opposed to being the initiator. And then it enables Sam to get a clone because he's not stunned at the end of the chain. And Trill just seems to be like the defending rogue. He's just shutting down Peekaboo.
Yeah, that's an interesting observation. We have a gouge kidney shot here on the Peekaboo. Trill taking quite a bit of damage. Silence onto Sidu. Good push here by both of these teams, both playing at such a high level defensively and offensively. Big setup on a Samayam. Sidu doesn't have to commit too much. That's just going to be the nature's swiftness. But Samayam still just rotting down. Absurge trying to play aggressively here on a Sidu, looking for a potential interrupt, maybe a Hex, something like that, but just doesn't have the time. Has to use those globals for heals onto WizK, who's just getting absolutely blasted by Trill and Samayam. Now they're making a swap here onto Peekaboo, really keeping Absurge guessing. Lightning Lasso coming in from Sidu as well. Peekaboo shuts that down. Great backup here by these rogues. This is just such an incredible game.
Oh, Sam in bear form, taking a lot of damage. Void Torrent, he's free casting.
Uh-oh.
Is Sam going to die through the Barkskin here? Seedu's trying to get in position to get a heal off, but Peekaboo could step kick him with how close he is at the moment. Gouge on Absterge. Trill's getting aggressive. Cheap shot on WIZGG, but cheap shot on Sam. Sam is the one who's falling behind here. He could just die. Shadow Redessa coming in. Seedu gets kidney shot. Sam ducks into Bear, pops Renewal. He's got Innervate out. He's going to Solar Beam the Shadow Tree and try and prevent their assault, but it looks like WIZGG may have faked that interrupt, and Spirit Link has to come down. And honestly, the move looked good right now. They're really forcing Sam on the back foot. WIZGG's taking a significant lead in damage at this point. He's really going to need to maintain it to get his team a victory, but here comes Incarnation. This is a big turning point if Sam can connect. Absterge is in a clone. He trinkets out, recognizing that Incarnation is going to be spooky. He does not want to be CC'd and unable to heal, so he's going to break the chain, get out, and top his team. Now they're getting aggressive, full blind lasso on Sam, but Peekaboo gets intercepted, and this is what I mean. Trill just waits to see who gets CC'd and then just counter stuns the main priority target and shuts down their damage really effectively, but maybe it's not going to matter. Kidney shot on Seedu out of the fear. Sam has to Barkskin again in bear farm. He disarms Peekaboo. He's going for the clone. Looks like Absterge grounded that one potentially. It didn't land there onto Peekaboo. He cloaked it actually to immune it. Now he's going for a clone again. They're going to use cheap shot to stop it, but Peekaboo's now on a lasso, and I think Sam is likely going to get this clone. He gets the full clone onto Peekaboo with no trinket. WIZGG's in position to get a fear. WIZGG might just solo Sam if he gets this. He goes into the solar beam, but Seedu's into the kidney shot. Sam is still at half health. Sam just can't get stabilized. Are the move actually going to do this and take the blind pick? Seedu has to trinket out of a fear. His entire team is still feared here. Absterge is lava bursting. Is he going to be able to survive? A DR lasso might just be enough to finish Sam, but that static field pulls Peekaboo away. It has to be WIZGG. Can WIZGG solo Sam? He's got Gouge on Peekaboo. I don't think WIZGG can do it. He's getting topped. Sam IM is back in the fight. Now he's gonna get a clone onto Absterge and set up some damage, but maybe not. Kidney shot again by Peekaboo. Oh my god, this pressure. Seedu just can't top Sam right now in game one.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Earthen Wall Totem. Sam gets mind controlled out of the Earthen Wall Totem, is able to get back in, but that was the Renewal. Still has the Barkskin. Seedu has no cooldowns whatsoever. Peekaboo's moving forward, looking for crowd control. Beautiful interrupt there by Sam just trying to slow down WIZGG. It's a full kidney shot here onto Seedu. Let's see if Trill can get the counter kidney shot. He does onto Peekaboo, slowing down the damage just a little bit. He's got Trinket in just a few short seconds. Sam goes for the clone, and Sam might just die. Whoa. Oh my goodness gracious. Catches this big heal there by Seedu, but Seedu's now in a full blind. Trill once again with the defensive plays, going for the Gouge on Peekaboo. These Outlaw Rogues are just so annoying at shutting you down. Trill's doing such a great job defensively. Sam, if he can land a clone and they can actually turn this around, it's going to be amazing. He's been playing so defensive and might just drop. There's no heals. The move do it. They put the first point on the board. All out aggression on Sam, and he was low for a good minute at that point in the game. That was a really impressive push.
Ooh, it's getting spicy. You know, which dipping sauce? The Shadow Priest is looking kind of tasty right now in the first game. And maybe they learned something from that last series on just playing aggressive and getting WIZGG on top of the Shaman, because they're getting way more CC and way more pressure throughout this entire game. And even despite Trill playing like a defenseman or a goalie and trying to stop them from scoring, they were able to get it into the net by the end of the game. So very cleanly played here by the move, in the move fashion, by playing aggressively. Look at that pressure on Sam. Thought it was over for him with that Void Torrent, but Seedu clutches out an Ascendant. He gets in line, but even despite that, later on, he gets cheap shot on his clone. Look at Trill. He just gouges Peekaboo on his cheap shot. He's just doing anything to shut down Peekaboo during the stun and then get back onto WIZGG. And it's allowing him to maximize his damage, I think, a lot more, because then Peekaboo is almost never actually connecting in his stun. But here we see Sam just get pressured with a kidney shot, and Sam IM's kind of racing, but I mean, there's not really anything else he can do. It's just another fear by WIZGG. Hits multiple players, and he's going to get dropped. And if they can't keep Seedu away from WIZGG, I actually kind of think that WIZGG's team might be favored. You know, this is kind of a series that could go back and forth based on map size.
Sometimes you really just have to push the pace. Like the best, what they say about the best defense, sometimes it's a good offense, right? I feel like this is just one of those matchups that snowballs. If you're just forcing Sam into bear form often, he just doesn't have as much time to maneuver through grounding totem and kick and wind shear and all these different things that can shut him down. So I think it's really good. This is the same kind of adaptation we saw from the move in the last series, where we just saw all out aggression, play much more in their face, try to get that crowd control out, and just look at the damage from this K. It's just unbelievable. He did like, as quick math, I think he did like 85% of the damage of Sam and Troll combined, and they're doing a lot of damage, so it's crazy.
Oh my god, dude. WizK is at full power, the Shadow Lord, the Void Lord here in the Grand Finals, and I mean they're just going to blind lock immediately. I think there's no way they're changing comp. It might be Liquid potentially if they get desperate enough. That might change.
That's insane. I mean, WizK is the only Shadow Priest. Is he the only Shadow Priest in the top 8 for both regions? Is that? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, the only Shadow Priest in the top 8 for both regions, but he is on an absolute tear. Like, he is destroying. So we'll see what they can do. I think everyone in this series is playing amazing. Like, the amount of defensive and offensive plays that both Peekaboo and Trill have to do, like their ability to shut down setups with things like Gouge and Kick and Cheap Shot, and then also set up their teams for crowd control while also having to pump a bunch of damage. It's a lot of tasks they have to juggle, and I think they're both doing a great job.
They're taking their time here. They just want to discuss what they want to do on a big map, or maybe they even switch comp on a big map. I actually wouldn't mind seeing their Wizard Cleave one time on a big map, like their Demo Shadow Priest. Maybe flip the map advantage to their side that way, but no, they're not going to. They're locking in the same thing, and Jellybean's going to unfortunately have to keep riding the bench here. They're not bringing out the beans. Liquid, they're going to get their chance now to answer. And I'm imagining it's going to be the same thing, and they're just going to space out with much more distance, given that it's such a large map. It's just keep the Shadow Priest as far away from Sea-Doo as possible. If WizK can get there and get fears, it's going to be game over for Sam. If they can keep him away, then they're going to be able to out-damage and outpace the Shadow Priest, I think, in terms of burst at least. So Liquid just need to keep WizK away. And maybe he's just getting more fake casts as well, because the last series in the first game, Sam out-damaged WizK. And now this time, he's like almost doubling Sam. Like, that's a pretty dramatic difference, right? To go from getting out-damaged to double the damage.
Yeah, I don't know.
Makes me wonder, like, how?
Did he do something different with his gear?
Big of
like,
a difference?
What's happening?
Like, he's literally doing double his damage now. Like, how did he go from getting out-damaged to doing double in one series?
I don't know. I'm going to copy his setup, though. I'm already taking screenshots.
You're taking screenshots, getting ready for the reset. Just gonna.
Yeah, I remember if you're watching this tournament and you want to see how they're gearing, if you're wondering what towns is WizK playing, like how is he doing so much damage, you can check out awc.gcd.tv. I'm sure we can get a link for it. And you can go check out all of their gear, all of their talents. What gems they have. Are they running tier? Are they not? It's a really awesome website for information and to see how some of these players think and how they min-max into these specific matchups.
It is a best of 7 for anyone confused here in the North American Finals. So this is one that could go the distance. Liquid are taking their time here to lock in what would be, I would imagine, the same comp, at least on a big map. And unless they really get desperate to try something with Mez maybe later on throughout this series on a smaller map. But yep, they're going to be going in the same matchup here. It's coming down to pure skill. Can the move get WizK to his target? Can they deliver the payload and get those psychic screams to keep the pressure on Sam? Can they keep faking the kicks? I mean, to be honest, WizK and Sam both need to deal with the same kicks. It's literally the same classes. So whoever's getting more precogs is going to start getting a lot more momentum for their side.
Yeah, there's some really good denial. I think at one point we saw like a clone, it got kicked, then it got kidneyed, then it got sheared, then it got grounded. Then it got like DR feared by WizK. Like, they're having to stop 6, 7, 8 clones in a row, which is what they actually have to do. Like, they cannot allow Sam to get those cyclones off. It's too much of a momentum builder. So the move, that's like one of their primary objectives in this match. Obviously, they have to play really aggressive, get crowd control on Sea-Doo, but they also need to stop the clones at all costs. And I think that last game, one of the reasons they ended up winning is because they did such a good job of that.
Yeah, I think that orc swap was really good for WizK as well. You're just in less CC, right? You're stunned the whole game, so you should just try and reduce it as much as possible. So I think it's definitely giving them more value. It also gives them more burst damage as well with the on use. And like, what are you going to shadow meld? Like maybe a clone? I don't think the shadow meld is as valuable as just not being stunned 20% less when you're fighting an outlaw broke in the game. And maybe that one change actually could swing this entire series in his team's favor as we're zoned into Ashamane's fall. A game of keep away. They need to keep WizK as far away from Sea-Doo as possible. Peekaboo is going to look to disrupt that by gouging him, kidney shotting him, and then trying to get WizK on target with like a greater fade feather sprint in and look for a fear. So Liquid know what the win condition is for the move. Can they play around it?
I'll have to wait and see. Peekaboo, WizK, Absurge moving forward right now, looking for an offensive play. Last time we saw a little bit of a 2v2. Nice sap there by Trill, finding Absurge out of combat. but opting not to open up. Peekaboo in hot pursuit. Really close. They're literally on top. How do they not see each other? That's remarkable. Shrill ends up getting the gouge on Peekaboo there and shuts him down. Cheap shot, but a counter lightning lasso. Now a full cyclone on Peekaboo. Good job by both of these teams kind of denying the momentum of that opener. Let's see who is able to strike first. We have a disarm on Peekaboo as well. So just a quick disarm. We have blind on Sea-Doo into a gouge. Great crowd control here by Peekaboo, getting the kidney shot, but where is the damage to follow it up? Now they finally are able to get some damage rolling here onto Sam.
So Sam just first global incarned and got full feared on it, and now he's dead, and he's not doing any damage with it. Now, you want to get incarned on CD as fast as possible, but if you're just forced in bear and CC'd and you don't get any value, I feel like it's not good to do that type of strat, and he really didn't get anything out of that first incarnation. And now that Incarn's on cooldown, I feel like the move can play way more aggressive. Look at that double fear set up from WizKid, and Sam's in trouble. He pre-bears the cheap shot. If he didn't, that would have been a trinket, maybe even death. They get a Hex on Trill. Lava Burst are coming in. He is going to get sapped on his Lava Burst. What? How did Trill just get that? He just sapped him on his Lava Burst. I want a replay of that. I'm pretty sure he was hard casting Lava Burst. He dropped combat and Trill sapped him mid-cast. Now Sam is still down at half. Cedu's into a kidney shot. He bears once again. Is it going to be enough, man? This pressure is insane right now from the move. They're just keeping it up. They get a silence on Cedu. Can they close it out? I mean, it's not even 2 minutes into this game. Cedu gets a big heal with that guidance. WizK slips in for the fear. They're trying to keep the push going, but I think with that fake cast from Sam and the Earthen Wall, it's unlikely that he would go down here. Nice shear onto WizK from Cedu. Gouging the clone on Absurge. WizK can now be in trouble as Liquid looks to mount a counter assault. They really need to start getting some cooldowns forced here. As you see the Fury of Elune down on WizK. Lots of Star Surges incoming. Nice pre-bear again from Sam IM. Even still with the bear, he's at half. If any of these stuns he doesn't pre-bear, it might even be the end of the game for him.
Yeah, definitely could be. Sam IM now at the pillar, just trying to create a little bit of space between the team and Cedu. So Cedu is very far in the back line right now. Peekaboo unfortunately can't get there for crowd control. Nice gouge there by Trill. And Liquid is finally starting to get some damage rolling. Blind coming in from Peekaboo as he initiates crowd control here onto Cedu. Into a full kidney shot. Sam getting absolutely blasted here by WizK. A full Void Torrent, but just doesn't seem to be enough. That's going to be the Bark Skin from Sam. Decent healing here from Cedu as well, I think, is enough to keep Sam alive, but it's a gouge. It's a silence. That's a lot of crowd control. Cedu might have to NS here. He goes for the healing tide. Tony might just die. Unbelievable damage coming in at the same time. Peekaboo under fire, and that's going to be a cheap shot on Absurge. Liquid has a lot of pressure right now. All three members of the move are rotting down. This is a great push. Offensive Cyclone there by Sam slowing down Absurge's heals onto Peekaboo. He can't recover easily during the situation. He does have the healing tide down. Now full Cyclone lands on Absurge, and Peekaboo could be in a lot of trouble here, Sid.
Well, let's see if he can stay alive and stay aggressive with no trinket here. And no trinket on Absurge. Cedu in cheap shots. Another cheap shot. Doesn't look like Peekaboo can get there. He's trying to, but he's disarmed. Nice Fairy Swarm here, denying the gouge. And Peekaboo is static field by Cedu. Cedu's trying to get away from WizK, and he likely needs to rotate around the map, because right now he's getting pinned at the pillar. He's going to root WizK. He's doing a good job juggling, but Absurge is meeting Cedu on the other side and knocks Cedu back into WizK's line of sight so he can get silenced. And that's going to force the Bark Skin from Sam IM. Primordial Wave out from Cedu. And it looks like he should be able to keep Sam aggressive in this position. They're trying to get back on WizK. Fury of Elune ticking away. Lots of Star Surge damage incoming here shortly. He's going to Desperate Prayer and then get cloned low as they look to swap back onto Peekaboo. Pre-bear by Sam, repositioning away. Nice roots onto Peekaboo, holding him at bay. And Sam can rotate those mass entangles, because you're probably not going to get a root beam on a shaman with the Spirit Walk. So using those roots on the rogue can be really effective. But he's actually cheap shot, really low health with the silence. And man, the move are killing it. Look at this pressure. Sam is just barely staying alive right now. Cedar's trying to clutch out a heal. WizK tanks the solar beam, but Peekaboo out of nowhere is just dead. What happened to Peekaboo? Void Shift and Cloak come out from the side of the move. And even despite all the momentum that they had, it's actually their side that is going to cost a lot of cooldowns.
Yep, Peekaboo now into a follow-up clone here by Sam. He leaps away, trying to make some space. Cedu pushing in. He's in enemy territory right now. Maybe he wants to follow up that kidney shot with a Hex. Is he going to do it? Can he find the Hex? Doesn't look like he's going to go for it whatsoever. And just in a good spot, Peekaboo moves over, gets the kidney shot on him. They are initiating crowd control. They are initiating burst. What's the follow-up? It's going to be a gouge out of the kidney. Sam gets feared. Where are they going? Are they going to get a Hex? Absurge is looking for more crowd control. He knocks Cedu away. Sam wild charges in. Feral Charge just to get on top of Cedu and allow him to connect some heals. In terms of mana, once again, Cedu's ahead, but I don't know if that's going to matter. Sam might just outright die. Trill doing what he can to peel with a kidney shot here onto Peekaboo into a follow-up gouge, playing defense for his team. Liquid does manage to survive that push. and didn't have to really commit too much. Sea-Doo held on to all his defensive cooldowns. That was great patience there by Liquid.
All right, Peekaboo isolated again. WizKid coming out of the clone. Looking to try and get in position, but he gets rooted up again by Sea-Doo. These Earth Grab Totems, big value. Lasso comes through. Everybody on the move is getting crushed. This is a huge swell of damage from Liquid at the moment, and WizKid responds with Dispersion and escapes back behind the pillar, but you never really want WizKid running away. You want him moving towards Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo's going to get grappled by that static field into a root, but WizKid's pinned at the pillar at the moment. He can't really get in position to look for any sort of Psychic Scream. And he's just going to line of sight. Peekaboo's getting blasted. Cyclone comes through at low health on Peekaboo. Absurge is in a tough spot where he's going to top off the team, but it's costing a lot of mana. Kidney Shot could be a Hex from Sea-Doo, maybe out of the Kidney Shot. They're not going to go for it. He gets silenced. Sam, cheap shot out of Bear. Trill moves over, assists with Peekaboo with the cheap shot. Sea-Doo's in a fear. And it looks like Sam's in position, decurses that Hex instantly. Sam fakes the Wind Shear, though, and goes for the clone. Absurge grounds it. Now he looks for the clone again, but Peekaboo is there. He could kick that clone. Sam has to be careful. He goes for it again. It looks like he gets it onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo actually trinkets the clone. Blind on Absurge. WizKid in trouble. Solar Beam comes down. Is this going to be it for WizKid on Ashamane's fall? Massive damage incoming. 2-star surges. Full moon proc. Trill jumps over and grapples to Peekaboo. They're making a swap on Peekaboo when they clone WizKid low. Oh man, this is so much mana for Absurge. He's got 2 players below 50% health. He has to top them both. He gets an Ascendance proc, I think, there. So it might be the last saving grace for his team if he can cleave some heals and splash it around. Peekaboo gets cloned low, again denying heals. And Sam is just carrying right now. Peekaboo gets the kick on the next clone. He's trying to move back to assist with Trill. Kidney Shot onto Trill with no trinket. Can they punish this? Mind gains massive damage onto Trill. Cheap shot for follow-up. Can they finish him? So close to the kill. He gets Cloak off at the last 20%. And Sea-Doo's got Healing Tide. Trill's going to be back in the fight. Peekaboo's on the back foot. And the move, man, they are just quivering behind the pillar. They need to find their footing. They need to get WizKid back into the game on top of Sea-Doo. But they're just getting pulled around. And they're just getting bullied right now. Void Torrent gets cheap shot and solar beamed. And WizKid's not going to be able to do much here. Lasso on Peekaboo. Big cleave damage coming in from Liquid. These clones, man, are just undeniably winning the game at the moment. Absurge gets in an S and manages to top off Peekaboo, I think, in a moment. Maybe not. Peekaboo is spending a lot of time in the deep end of the pool. He is going to be able to get back with that grappling hook, but now Absurge is in a gouge, and Trill can cleave the whole team. Here comes the Incarnation. This is a high-value Incarnation right now from Sam. Clone onto WizKid, and Peekaboo is just waiting to recover. And, oh, he's going to use Healing Surge. It costs so much mana, but he doesn't want Peekaboo sitting behind the pillar forever.
Yeah, definitely not. We have a cheap shot here onto Trill. Keep in mind, Trill has no Cloak of Shadows. That beautiful disarm from Sam. Trill just moving forward and cleaving down everyone right now. This is definitely the positioning you want if you are Liquid. Trill is very confident right now, pushing forward, just getting the damage out. Lightning Lasso on Absurge. The move is falling apart right now. Liquid is really wanting to close this game out. They get Absurge's trinket. Are they going to get the Spirit Link? WizKid is forced into the dispersion. This is an absolute nightmare. But we've seen the move come back from more than this. Root Solar Beam comes in. Absurge immediately breaks out of that one. Full Cyclone now on WizKid. This is just such a nightmare for Absurge to keep his team in the fight.
Oh, he goes for a lasso on Sea-Doo, knocks Sea-Doo away. Double Fear gets dispelled. The Kidney Shot the dispel. They're going after Sam. Nice silence. Good cross CC by the move. Sam ducks around the pillar with a Typhoon, knocking Peekaboo away. And Sea-Doo procs an Ascendance and should be able to get the team back in the fight here pretty rapidly. Cheap Shot's coming out. Trill is setting up for the kill on Peekaboo, but he squeezes a cloak in between the Cheap Shots. Nice maneuver there by Peekaboo. He should be able to recover. Absurge trying to line up some heals. We see a Kidney Shot on Sam. That static field not getting too much value, unfortunately, there. Cheap shots on Peekaboo, but they're on DR. Gouge onto Trill. Peekaboo should have some free reign here with Vanish available and being on DR, but no, he's disarmed. And I don't think Absurge has the Dispel or the time to remove it. He's got Healing Tide down behind the pillar, though. This should recover the team and get them back into the fight. And they're just having such a hard time getting WizKid to his target. There's just so much pressure on them, unlike at the start of the game where WizKid was getting a lot of fears. WizKid just can't leave the pillar. They're just huddled up, hoping they can stay alive right now and win in a silence, which I don't think is going to be long enough. WizKid is trying to sneak up on Sea-Doo, but he gets rooted by Sea-Doo's Earth Grab. And now Trill falling a bit behind as Sea-Doo is dealing with WizKid's push on him. But he should be able to top him with the evasion. Peekaboo just running laps around the pillar at the moment. WizKid, oh, Incarnation, 5 seconds away from Dispersion. Massive damage comes crashing in, but they managed to get there for a triple Spirit Link Totem and redirect the health to their team. But dampening is so high, 50% healing reduction. I mean, Absurge is free casting, and it's looking like even still a struggle. He finally gets his team back in the game, and now Trill, one second away from a trinket, gets the Cloak of Shadows off in time, and they cross it with the lasso onto Sam. Still trying to stay in the game. Peekaboo is isolated. Cheap shot into clone. Absurge trinkets NS's, but it doesn't do anything. He's blinded for just a quarter second into a quarter clone, into a full gouge. Surely Peekaboo's not going to go down here. Sam could just die. He bar skins, but it's so late. And now Sidu, he might have to use Spirit Link. He's positioning far away. He's got big heals coming in. Healing wave. Trying to play efficiently. Trying to stay ahead on mana because Abster just totally tapped. I mean, how do you even play the game at this point as Abster? You have literally nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really difficult situation to be in, but dampening is so high, they could make it all in. Sidu's got no trinket. They are not out of it yet. They need one good setup. They got fear. They got silence. If they can get crowd control onto Sidu, they could take down Trill, could take down Sam. The move still has opportunities, but it is really difficult when Abster has completely no mana. Beautiful root solar beam there. WizKid going for a flash heal. Who are they going to be able to hit? Peekaboo gets caught into the lightning last, so he trinkets and manages to get the Cloak of Shadows off. Big setup here now onto Trill. Looks like Peekaboo wants to find some crowd control on Sidu, but he's just unable to. The move still, once again, on the run. Sidu has no trinket. There's the full blind. Can they close out the game? This is their last opportunity to do so. Let's see what they can do.
Okay, can they pull off the miracle right now in the move fashion with absolutely nothing? Backs against the wall in the grand finals. They're going for it. Trill is critically low. Can they finish him? Shadow of Death comes in, and somehow, someway, they're so close. He has Link. Sidu has Link. How is Sidu greeting this right now? It is so greedy that he is not just dropping the Link right here. He goes for the NS, but Trill's into a kidney shot. I mean, surely he's going to have to use Link here. The pressure is so high right now. They're trying to stack up possibly for a triple Link, but they have Incarnation. I mean, Sam could flip a switch here at any moment. Here comes the Incarn. Here comes the Void Torrent. Both teams in trouble. Link comes down for Sidu. That stabilizes them. And now Abster's on the back foot. He's going to Astral Shift. He's caught in a kidney shot. They could swap to him. He gets gripped back to the pillar. But now Peekaboo is the front line. He's in a stun. Solar Beam comes through, and Peekaboo could drop at any moment. He's got Cheat Death as his last line of defense. It's likely going to... Oh, he's cloned at literally a centimeter of health. And Void Shift comes through. Somehow WizKid keeps him alive. Are they actually going to pull this off with absolutely nothing left in game 2? Sidu trinkets a cheap shot. A big opportunity for Peekaboo, but he's disarmed. He can't gouge. They get the fear. WizKid gets a full fear. Can they finish Sam? 3 seconds away from the bark skin. I cannot believe that the move are so close to pulling this off. WizKid has dispersed. Honestly, just disperse and run in here and just finish it. No, he doesn't trade. They had the game. I feel like at that point they don't trade. Maybe he goes down. Peekaboo into a clone. Abster just lobbing lava bursts. Sidu has 0 mana, but he's got an S. He's surely gonna pick up. Oh my god, that's so tragic. I just wanted him to press disperse and run in there like the Terminator and just close it, man. This is what I mean, man. Like, it's a 12-minute game of endurance, and then everything comes down to the last 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Like, Liquid, hats off to them. They weathered that storm. They were in the driver's seat, but there was that opening, right? It's a lot of instant crowd control the move has. Sidu, unbelievably greedy with his Spirit Link totem. It ended up allowing him to have a save later on in the game, but yeah, I can't help but feel like when we watch this replay, the move, that game was theirs. Like, obviously it was well fought, but I think if WizKid had just dispersed and pushed in, they would have been able to close it out. Maybe it was just unexpected damage. He got caught on global, whatever it may be. Either way, I mean, everyone in this game played so insane. This is such a close series. Are tied up 1-1, and that could have come down to a 2v2 at about 13 minutes into the game.
Oh my god, he was literally 1% in that clone before the Void Shift as well. Like, would he have just died there? I mean, it's literally a millimeter of health, right? Is it right here? It's a millimeter of health. Would he have died?
He does cheat death.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Here it is. This is like the final push. This is where WizKid charges forward too and manages to get the fear. So Sidu's on the run. He knows, okay, I trinketed. I got no tremor. I'm going to get fear. WizKid gets there for the fear. He gets caught into the kidney shot. You can see he has the dispersion, but he opts for more offense. So it's like, it's risky, right? Because every second in a game like this, you're sitting in something like dispersion. You're not doing damage and you're kind of falling behind when both healers are out of mana. So I think he's just going for the win here. He gets his Dark Ascension. He's like, I can kill this guy. And he ends up just getting blasted by Sam. No dispersion comes in. Because I feel like if he had just dispersed those Star Surges, yeah, I mean, look at Sam. Like, it
was over.
That's second decision.
It's literally just 1 second. It was like in that game where he decided to attack into Observer when they were so low. I feel like if you just slow it down a little bit, but again, like, I'm being critical, but this is going to be the longest tournament day for him to play, right? But all they have to do is take one of those maps away, and I feel like they're in such a good position to win the whole thing. They're going to go to Hook Point. It's a small map. WizKid's going to feel way better on this in terms of being aggressive, and I don't think they're going to get this fight dragged on nearly as long here on Hook Point, and I can't see either team changing their comp at this point.
No shot. This is it. This is it. It's like you said, it's like what flavor of Resto Shaman Outlaw Rogue do you want? And the move, they like the Shadow Priest. Liquid likes the Moonkin, and I think these are their most practiced comps. These are the most comfortable comps, and I think we're going to see it all the way to the game 7.
All right, we're going the distance. Teams are taking their maximum time to lock in as well here. I feel like Cedar did such a great job, though, of just gatekeeping WizK, just dropping those earth grabs anytime he's getting close, and really made it difficult for him to get to him. And you saw, like, they were able to live for so long as a result. So, but on this map, is he going to be able to keep up that same type of defense at blocking him? Because if he can't, like that fear at the end of the game almost won the game. It's like one fear can make or break the difference in this matchup. There's no way they change, right? I can't imagine them changing to something. No. Okay, they're gonna lock in the same comp, and I would imagine the move here are gonna do the same as well.
All right, let's see. Small map. Who's this gonna favor though? I don't know if it
favors
really...
the move for sure.
You think so?
For sure, the move. For sure.
Less room for Sidu?
Yeah. WizK can actually get to him before dying. And he can also, like, grab Sidu's pillar. You know, he can push in, grab it, and then line of sight the clones. Whereas Ashamane, if he's pushing in, he's out in the middle for a really long time. And then he gets cloned or he gets rooted and he can't move. So it's definitely favored to the move. Otherwise, I would doubt that they would lock it in here. But they are taking their time. What are the ramifications of this outcome? Like, let's say if Liquid now my brain is so fried that I've already forgot who won the first one. The move won the first one, right? So they've got map advantage for the rest of the series, assuming they don't lose any of these swing matches.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You're not sure either? I'm like 99% sure they won the first game and they've got map advantage. So this should be favored to them. They just need to not slip up on any of these small maps. And if they can grab a big one, I mean, that big one was actually as close as it could probably come for them. I think the move are actually in a good spot to possibly win this, and none of our predictions are right.
It's definitely a possibility. I mean, I feel like the small maps can work in favor of Liquid as well. Like, I'm not entirely convinced. Like you saw, so you are right that it makes sense that the move likes small maps for picking this one, but I also think the move in a lot of these like really desperate situations, they're using big pillars to survive, right? Like if they didn't have that big pillar on Ashamanes to actually run around, retreat, and like play a little bit of defense and like turtle up, I think they would have just fallen over during that moment, and they're not going to have that same luxury on hook points. So I think this map is either going to go really well for the move and they're going to be able to ride that momentum, or Liquid's going to be able to kind of strike back, and it's going to be really difficult for Upsurge, Peekaboo, and WizK to recover.
It's a best of 7. We got a lot of games ahead of us here, everybody, to decide who's going to be the first North American champion for Cup number 1, set a precedent for the region, you know, and set a level and a standard for the second cup. And there are only 2 cups, so you want as good of a performance as you can get to guarantee yourself a spot in the cross-region tournament and avoid the deadly gauntlet qualification process for that 4th spot. Now, both teams obviously being in the finals is, you know, going to be a pretty good luxury moving into the second one, but, you know, that difference of first and second might make the difference depending on the results of week 2, depending on the adaptations that teams make, because we saw it happened in EU, man. Like, Echo's going out in 3rd. Like, who knows what could happen? Some teams level up in the following week. They discover some comps that are different, that can deal with what a lot of the teams were expecting, and suddenly it's, you know, completely different final for NA moving forward. So they do want to be first. They want to set the precedent. It's also just nice to say that you're the winner. I think, you know, turn your stream on after the tournament and be like, yeah, we won, and it feels good for that team. So they're playing on the line here for points to qualify, as well as I think personal ego for the North American region. I'm really excited that it's going to be a cross-region tournament.
Me too.
Of course, there's going to be a little bit of ping problems, but I think we've got the rule set so that it's going to like swap between servers to try and make it as fair as possible. So it should be really cool to just see EU players versus NA players, because, you know, we don't get to see it that often anymore. So I'm very excited for that. So super stoked for it, to see how the metas collide, right? Like, EU is so different, it feels like, than NA. We got Shadow Priest and Boomkins in the finals, and then EU is like almost all melee classes in the finals. So it would be a very exciting clash here, as we're just getting the team zoning in to hook point as soon as possible. Let's see if the move can get in their face, get their crowd control pinned in, and start securing some kills, because honestly they're looking good. Like that last game, even though they lost, could have been a win, which is, saying a lot for them. They could maybe even take this and then roll off with the rest of the series.
I'm excited. I mean, these teams, I said in the pre-show, these two teams have been around, I think, the longest of any, right, in North America. Like the longest standing rosters that just haven't made any roster changes. They've just been together for what Battle for Azeroth, I want to say.
Probably longer than, no, maybe BFA.
Like early BFA. Longer than that? What expansion did Liquid win their first BlizzCon in?
It was BFA. They went with Boomkin Rogue, Boomkin Demon Hunter Shaman. And I
so
think
yeah,
Cedu was playing with like Smexen and Bean in Legion.
Yeah.
Right? So it had to be BFA.
I think
feel
BFA,
like
these guys, but that's
they were playing
BFA's
Demon
a
Hunter
long
DK.
time ago.
Yeah, Demon Hunter DK at the start, and then the move also. Were they playing before BFA together?
I think they might have been. I think the move.
I think they might have been too. I think they were playing Outlaw against Waz and Legion. I swear. So is the move the oldest team?
It could be. I'm happy they stuck together. It's really, really cool to see. It's nice to see them still, compete at such a high level, consistently making it into the finals. Seeing this matchup over and over. I like Shaman games. Like getting to see Cedu on Shaman and Absurge on Shaman and play these kind of aggressive compositions. I mean, obviously these games sometimes take a little while, but the reason why they take a little while is because everyone is playing very well. Like every time someone's doing a setup, the other rogue is just denying everything they do with gouges and cheap shots, and that's followed up by a hex into a lasso, into a cyclone, and into a fear. So it's a really solid defensive play that is getting these games so long. If it was worse teams, Liquid in the move would just run over them, right? Like if these players were not as good as they are, these games would be ending in a minute and a half every single time. So this speaks to how good these teams are defensively as well.
I think as a whole roster, the move are the oldest team in any region that are still like the same 4 players. No swaps, no additions. I think they're the oldest one. How many years ago was Legion? People are typing in the chat, BFA was 10 years ago. They're making me feel old. I don't think that's right. Now I want to Google it. Now
me
you're
too.
making me scared. It's like, when did BFA release? Like, there's no way.
August 14th, 2018.
So Legion, when did Legion? Did they play at the beginning of Legion? I'm struggling to remember if it was the beginning, but that was 2016. That's almost 10 years. Yeah, the move are the oldest team. Isn't that crazy that Peekaboo used to be the youngest player and now they're the oldest team?
I still think Liquid's the oldest team.
I don't think they're older than the move as a roster without changes.
Well, I thought you meant like older in terms of age.
I'm not age. No, I mean like together as a team, not their individual age. Like how many seasons have they played together? And I think the move have played the longest amount of seasons together of any team in the game right now.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I think this is a crazy stat. Peekaboo
People
goes
love
from
them.
like
They're definitely a fan favorite.
they got to keep their fans happy. They can't have any drama. They can't replace anybody. Even if Jellybeans never gets a patch where he can really pop off, although every once in a while he does. I mean, maybe he could be important. I really wonder like how good a hunter comp could be into this Boomkin comp or not. If the hunter would just die,
I'm thinking or not.
I don't know. There's some hunter comps in the game that can actually just run a Boomkin over. So I don't know. I don't think it's probably Outlaw Rogue Demon Hunter, but if there is something they could possibly use in the future with him.
Yeah, I think the added defense of an Outlaw Rogue makes it hard. Like I think I would agree with you if it's like something like Demon Hunter Moonkin, then like a Feral Hunter could run that over because they don't have the same kind of peels as an Outlaw. But I think once an Outlaw's in the game, it just slows the game down enough that like those rushdown comps are really difficult to pull off. It's possible, but I haven't really seen it. But yeah, it would be cool either way if we could see Jellybeans at some point. One of my favorite players in the game, always really, really flashy and super duper consistent. So it would be cool to see him on Hunter if they end up being favorable at some point.
All right. We're just waiting for the teams to get in here. I'm wondering if they've got like a readjustment that they're trying to make before they get into this last game. Or no, not last game, sorry, we got a lot of games, but into this next game. Looks like they've just got a little bit of a delay here as we're trying to set them up as soon as possible for you guys. It's been a really exciting day. If you guys missed the European region, like Echo's dynasty got shattered. We had 2 new teams that we've never seen before in the finals. HOOLIBANG winning the whole thing, and they just signed up as, just 3 dudes like, hey, we play the ladder, we're kind of good, let's just sign up. And they're just playing Windwalker, Rogue, Holy Priest, and hey, we just won the whole thing. That's kind of cool. So if you're ever like kind of questioning yourself, it's definitely still opportunities to compete. Also, if you sign up for the tournaments, you're going to get yourself a nice little in-game banner that you can use to flex on people. I've seen some players using in their games. It's kind of like the old flag of ownership, where you can drop down this thundering banner. You go out in some world PvP, get a kill, put a thundering banner on them, insult to injury. So definitely sign up. I think the signups are still open for the next cup. I don't know exactly when they close. I have to consider that now with the fact that there's only 2 cups. So definitely check it out if you haven't at this point, because it's probably getting pretty close, I would think, to where you can't. If you want to get in on that banner and get a little in-game item for yourself, even if you don't make a deep run, but who knows? You might actually make a deep run. There's that thundering banner right there. You want to put that on some people in game? You gotta sign up for the tournament, okay? It's not that complicated, but we're ready to go. We got him in here. There will be no more delays, at least for this one, hopefully. And we'll be able to set this up. Can WizKid get in there? Can he deliver his team victory? The swap to Orc seems to be really valuable for him. He's getting a lot more damage out. He doubled Sam in the first game. They were just, 1 difference of global cooldown between winning the second, and now it's their map pick for game 3.
All right.
Just run in.
Yeah, they're just going to run in right on top of C2 immediately. They want to be landing fears as much as possible. That is the main benefit of this map for WizKid. Both rogues just going to be sitting in stealth. Sam camping out in bear form right now, and it looks like C2 is going to be playing back. He's pushing forward, actually looking for a few purges right now, as both these teams are trying to find their bearings in the early stages of this match. Cheap shot into a full cyclone here onto Absurge as Liquid strikes first, but the move are battling it back. Kidney shot now into Sam with the blind on C2. He sits full through it fully into a silence, into a diminishing return fear. So great push here by the move. Sam could be in some trouble with that Barkskin, though. I think he should be okay. Looking for a cyclone. He's getting blasted. Cheap shot on C2. He might have to trade out a Spirit Link. That would be an absolute disaster. Kidney shot. Oh no. So much crowd control on C2. But he does manage to sit through it, and now it's actually Peekaboo in trouble. Offensive clone here from Sam. Both these teams playing very aggressively here in the opening stages.
Oh, Peekaboo cloned at low health. Absurge, he can't time a heal out of that one. Peekaboo's going to roll in. The Riptide seemed to be enough for Peekaboo. He's going to recover. C2's playing the fence line. I like what C2 is doing. He's just playing the outside of the map and running away from WizKid. He's met by a kidney shot. Can WizKid get there? They actually fear the Rogue. Oh, but he's rooted. Peekaboo can't connect. Now into a lasso. And C2 is so good at baiting people. He baits Peekaboo to go behind the wall and then pre-roots his stun so Peekaboo can't get back to his target and then stuns him. And we're going to see C2 play expertly on this map. He's just going to rotate on the outskirts and keep kiting away from WizKid. It reminds me a lot of that raid boss in Tempest Keep with that the slow moving warrior that marches at you and you kite him, and if he gets to you, you lose. WizKid is kind of that slow moving dude on the raid boss that's going to be chasing C2 around looking for fears. And if he can get those fears, then his team's going to have the possibility to win. Like right here, he gets a double fear. Sam is alone. He's got Barkskin, and Barkskin may not be enough depending on how much CC that they have. They get a lasso out on DR as well. Cheap shots on Sam. Barkskin's over. Big damage incoming. Silence for 1 more second. Into a DR blind. He trinkets and is he still going to die? He's in Shadow or Death range. Insane greed from C2. Insane greed right now. The healing tide totem gets sniped. Sam is still low health. And like I said, any CC on C2, he might just die. Renewal. Mind control at low health. Kidney shot has just dropped the mind control. Lava burst. Big damage coming in from the entirety of the move. Link! And they finally force C2. He's like, all right, fine. I'll press Link. Link comes down. Incarnation out for Sam. They're trying to turn it around, but a full fear from WizKid. They just need to connect onto Sam. There's the cheap shot. He trinkets out. He tries to disengage away, but now he's silenced. Is Sam going to fall so early? Only 2.5 minutes into this game. I mean, we've seen some games go to 13 minutes. Kidney shot on C2, and this is a testament to the aggression that the move are bringing.
Oh, Hex gets decursed there by Sam. I am a beautiful decurse. C2 did not control his character for a solid 30 seconds, but maybe the move is overcommitted in terms of offense. Peekaboo now into a cheap shot, taking a little bit of damage, but Absurge is able to pick him up quite quickly. Beautiful knock there. Samheim in a kidney shot. Barkskin has to trade. C2's got basically no healing cooldowns except Nature Swiftness. A full gouge lands by Peekaboo, killing off the healing steam totem. Looking for a potential kidney shot. Doesn't look like he has it just yet. Is Absurge going to get a lightning lasso? Do they have any more control for C2? I think Sam's going to be fine if they don't. Maybe even just waiting for the Earthen Wall totem to fade. There's the full lightning lasso. Samheim going to start taking some big hits. But a Cyclone on WizKid slows down that damage. Here's the full silence onto C2, who's just been struggling to keep Samheim healthy in this game.
All right. Oh my God, he just might die. This is a full blind. He trinkets out Ascendance, but it doesn't even do anything. Sam's trying to find a clone. If he gets kicked on this clone, oh, WizKay in trouble now. A reversal, a huge turnaround. Massive damage onto WizKay. Sidu gets the clutch stun onto Absterge, and WizKay's going to use Desperate Prayer. They're trying to force Dispersion. Do they have enough damage to force it? Sheer on the flash heal, but now Absterge is likely going to free cast here, get WizKay back up to full health, even without even casting at this position. Psychic Scream available. WizKay's in a clone. Peekaboo's targeted down. Big Star Surge is incoming onto Peekaboo. If Sidu can get some damage there too as well, that could have been lights out, but not able to find it. He's in a cheap shot now. We see a double fear from WizKay setting up on Sam. They silence the clone. They're trying to overpower him, but he's got Barkskin at this point, and Peekaboo looked like he wanted to maybe try and sap there, but he's got no dance and no vanish, so he's not going to be able to sap out of the fear. Absterge into a clone, setting up damage on WizKay. He answers it with Vampiric Embrace. He's going to provide a ton of healing to his team right now if he can get damage out. Look at all that damage. He's going to keep the team at full health right now. Sam I have no Barkskin. Kidney Shot connects onto Sidu. They Solar Beam WizKay. They go for the Incarnation. They're trying to pop off and counter-aggress them on their push, but do they have enough to... They're actually swapping to Absterge. Absterge has to wall right away. What an insane swap. I mean, if they can catch Absterge like that again in the near future, that's definitely a viable option. Drops the Healing Tide, but they see him reposition it. They kill it. They blind him low, and now this is really difficult. Everybody is dying. This could easily be the Dispersion. He's trying to Flash Heal instead, but big Star Surge damage is incoming. He's going to have to disperse. How is Absterge going to do this? He doesn't have a lot of cooldown. 6 seconds left on his Nature Swiftness. He's getting grounding behind the pillar, but Sam's going in for the kill. Big swap on Absterge yet again. Peekaboo is there. He's trying to peel. He stuns up Sam. He stuns up Trill, and he buys time. Absterge should stabilize, and now they can turn this around. They need to find a way to get WizKay on top of Sidu, so they're going to grapple Sidu in with that static field, pull him closer to WizKay. WizKay lines up the Dark Ascension, but he gets kicked. Blind on Sidu instead, so they're going to hold the Psychic Scream. Maybe fear the rogue, maybe a DR'd fear here out of the Kidney Shot. WizKay gets in position. No, he gets knocked away. Nice Thunderstorm. They get a follow-up cheap shot. Can WizKay get it? He gets the DR fear. Can they kill him through Barskin and a DR'd fear? I don't think they can, but they're getting pretty close. Sidu into a silence. Sam into bear again. Frenzy regen. Holds onto the renewal. Goes for clone. Gets a clone onto WizKay. Slowing down the damage. Sidu slightly ahead on mana, but with no Barkskin. If this next setup is secured, lasso on WizKay. Peekaboo can't really get there to stop it. He's just attacking Sam at the moment and just letting WizKay sit through that stun lock. Cheap shots on Sidu. They're setting up damage. Do they have enough to finish Sam here? He's so low, man. Like, if WizKay gets a big shot or pain crit, he gets the fear. He gets the full fear. I think this is going to be a trinket. Surely this is the trinket. Sidu, he's CC'd for so long into a cheap shot. Is he going to get away with his greed into the gouge now as well? He's trying to greed it out for a trinket link if he needs to, but he gets knocked away from the link. Nice Thunderstorm from Absterge. But even regardless, man, Sidu makes it through that without trading. He drops down the earthen wall, and Sam is slowly beginning to stabilize, and he gets away with it, and Absterge is falling more behind now with every passing moment in terms of mana.
Yeah, Absterge's mana is not looking good. I cannot believe the greed from Sidu in this match, but it ends up paying off. He's got Trinket, Spirit Link, Healing Tide, every cooldown available, and they are getting aggressive. WizKay's forced into Dispersion, and this is what I'm afraid of. If the move get caught in that situation where they are far behind in terms of momentum, I don't know if they're going to be able to recover on these small pillars. Absterge drops a Healing Tide totem and immediately projects it far away. Sam kills it off with a Star Surge immediately. Great sniper there by Sam, reducing all that incoming healing and not allowing Absterge to recover his team. But big Mind Spikes are incoming. Sam taking a huge hit of damage. Peekaboo initiating crowd control. Big Nature Swiftness before that lands. Nicely done there by Sidu, connecting that heal and not forcing Sam to panic too much in that situation. That was a really good heads-up play.
Oh, Peekaboo evasions. Is he going to die through it? He's cheap shot. Absterge into a full blind, trinketing right away here, but Peekaboo's still in trouble. Cloak comes up in one. Cheap shot on the trinket. Peekaboo cloaks. Is he going to die through Cloak of Shadows? He's so low, getting cleaved by Trill right now, staying behind him and keeping the pressure going. You see Primordial Wave out for Absterge. He's trying to line up a big heal in the near future, but Sidu gets triple feared. That lightning totem pulled him in for a triple fear on WizKay. Insane coordination between Absterge and WizKay, but even despite that, Sam barely takes any damage. They need more damage, and they need it now. He fakes the Solar Beam, but he gets cloned on his Torrents. WizKay's trying to connect some Mind Spikes on Sam here. They've pinned him in Bear. He's got Barkskin, but dampening is getting high. Sidu comes out of the Kidney Shot. Ascendance, it looks like either a proc or an activation there for him. It's going to give him a lot of AoE healing, likely in this situation. A critical moment to get an Ascendance. Absterge is working with nothing. WizKay gets pulled off the pillar. Peekaboo getting spam cloned into the root now. Sam's trying to keep him out of the game. WizKay's getting pressured. His Dispersion comes up, but if he's locked on Shadow, he won't be able to use it. Big Star Surge damage. He's going to wrap around the corner. Peekaboo in a cheap shot, gets gripped back behind the pillar. Sam jumps in aggressive. Sidu is pulling away from the fight, it looks like, but Peekaboo is going to meet him with a Kidney Shot. He catches Sam, but not out of bear form. I don't think they're going to be able to kill him. They're actually going after Trill, it looks like, but he's disarmed on the cheap shot. Absterge dispels the disarm. Now Trill into a dismantle. Now Peekaboo into a dismantle. Both teams teams are shutting each other down left and right. Sam gets kicked on the clone. These next couple of kicks on this clone can matter a lot. He goes for another clone. Sap onto Absturge. WizK suddenly in trouble. He's isolated and has to disperse outside of Incarnation. So now Sam, he's just going to incarn on Peekaboo. He's just going for a swap. Is he going to be able to kill him here? He's knocked off the pillar into the DR bash. Star Surge connects. Is he going to fall here? Solar Beam onto WizK. Peekaboo on the run. Gets the gouge onto Sea-Doo, but he's rooted right after it. Goes for the kidney shot. Cheap shot on Sam. Trying to set up for the win. Nice fear from WizK. Into a Hex possibly from Absturge. Nice lightning totem behind the pillar. Line of sighting the D-Curse. Into a lasso from Absturge. Is Sam going to fall thunderstormed away from the link? They're doing everything that they can, but it doesn't matter. Sea-Doo is there, and you are safe in Sea-Doo's hands.
I mean, that was insane. Good push there by Absurge, and all of a sudden mana is even. WizK getting low, though. This is very scary. Sitting there on the Earthen Wall Totem, gets a little bit of extra defense from that.
Sam
That was a one-shot. Sam What on earth was that? Sam almost goes down. Sea-Doo has no trinket. He drops a Spirit Link. Oh my goodness, Sam barely sneaks in, but a triple fear to the kill off the link. They do. Sea-Doo still in crowd control, followed up by a Hex. If they get any crowd control here onto Sam, he's not going to be able to decurse it. They don't even need it. They get the gouge instead. But what a great push here by the move. Silence now on Sea-Doo. Can Sea-Doo, does he have one miracle left? Sam is so incredibly low. He's got no trinket. There's no cooldowns. I don't know if Sea-Doo can do it. Sam's trying to run it. Beautiful static field totem there by Absurge. Sam just cannot get away, and he gets dropped. Insane push there by the move. These two teams, these are Titan teams going back and forth. Just close call after close call on both sides.
Oh my God, man. See, I mean, the greed paid off, or else he wouldn't have had that in those critical moments. But it just seems so scary when he's going through the process of it. You know, you can tell he's bold based on coming on broadcast with the fashion statement he's making right now with that haircut. So it's definitely going to be Sea-Doo who's going to be playing boldly. But they lose on the small maps, and they're going to have to win eventually on a small map. This is fortunately at least the smallest. Like maybe Runes could be as bad, but then after Runes, like, you might be able to get a pretty decent distance on like Blackrook or even Dalaran. But this sap right here from Absturge, I was thinking like that might chain into the end of the game from Trill. That was a good catch on his part at this point in the game. It got them to disperse, and then they went on Peekaboo behind the pillar. And I was thinking like, man, Liquid, they should have this, right? This is Incarn. Absturge just CC'd so long, and Peekaboo almost dies at that moment. But Absturge comes through, and this is just WizK getting more triple fears. They kill the link. Peekaboo comes out of the clone. And then I think Absturge also lines up some damage as well at this point, but the static field to pull him back in line as he was trying to retreat. He goes for clone. Looks like it got grounded. So they stop clone really effectively too at the end of this game. I think Absturge kicks it. Absturge's in a cheap shot right now, but Sam's in bear and he can't really leave, and he's just dying. So he tried to line a sight here, and Absturge's like, no, you're not. Where are you going? Where are you going, Sam? You going nowhere, Sam. You going nowhere, Sam. And he just gets pulled right back in long enough for WizK to dump in enough damage to close it out. And I mean, Sea-Doo goes for a heal, but it's just unrecoverable. It's so high at the 10-minute mark at that point.
Wow, this is nice. I mean, the move, they stay in cadence with winning that first game. So far, if they win on their map picks, we go to a game 7. They're going to be looking good. Once again, it's going to be up to Liquid. They have to win twice in a row. If they want to win the series, at some point, they're going to have to win 2 maps in a row. Let's see what Liquid decides to pick. They're going with Empyrean Domain, so a really, really large map. The main benefit of this is Sea-Doo's just going to have a lot more room to get away from WizK. WizK wants to close the distance. That's kind of the name of the game when you have that Shadow Priest. A lot of their crowd control is, well, the fear at least, is basically melee range. So you have to be on top of the enemy healer. And on the small maps, it's a lot more difficult for them to actually create that space and get away. But yeah, really, really nice plays. I want to give a big shout out to Absurge. I feel like he's playing this really well aggressively. I mean, both Shaman are playing out of their minds. But some of these plays Absurge is making, you know, when their back's against the wall, just to help his team offensively, you know, with Lava Burst and Wind Shears and grounding and these statics and Lightning Lasso. It's really, really cool to see these healers get involved in the kills.
All right. They're taking their time here. I honestly, I guess, based on how they performed on Ashamains, I don't know if I want to see the move like change comp depending on big map. It could be interesting, you know, just throw a curveball, like Liquid's in, you know, the mode of fighting this comp, and then you just throw a different comp at them on their pick when you still got your pick for the rest of the series, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not going to, it's just going to be the same thing the whole way through. Just got to play good. I feel like this map's even worse than Ashamains though for them, because it's not a big pillar, it's a small one. So avoiding the clones is not going to be as easy. for them by any means, but this is the move are in the best situation to win this from winning the blind pick. So they just got to ride this. They have to make sure they win on the small maps. That's it. And if they can manage to pull off a win on a big one, then they're just going to end the series faster. But just keep making sure they're winning on the small maps, and they're going to have full control of the situation. And with this map pick, I'm doubting that Liquid change either. I feel like both teams are playing at like such a high level on these comps that like why would you at this point?
All right, Liquid, they've got about a minute left, and I think they're probably just discussing strategy. I think at a certain point, when you know what composition you're going to run, you just talk about strategy. You know, what went wrong in the game? What could we have done better? You know, what maybe happened at this exact moment? They can go review the VOD or whatever. So a lot of that during the draft pick is just, it can be time for the players to figure out exactly, you know, what they want to do to improve their strategies. And it really just is coming down to little tiny things in this match, right? Like who's got better interrupts, who's got better setups, who's got better peels, who's being more efficient with their mana, little things like that. Who's being greedy even. Like if you're greedy with your cooldowns and you can save it instead of just throwing it out, gives you an extra opportunity to live. So it's just both these teams having to play out of their minds in this particular series. It doesn't really feel like one side has a big advantage. Like I don't know what you think, Sid, but I feel like so far it doesn't feel like either the Moonkin or the Shadow Priest or the Destro was like clearly advantaged in these Rogue Shaman mirrors. And it just comes down to who's playing better. It's really, really awesome to see.
Yeah, definitely. Whoever's getting more fake casts, whoever's getting the setups better, who's ever able to min-max their DRs. It seems like squeezing these lightning totems and the lightning lassos. Like there's a huge skill cap in these games. Maybe I'd say the Moonkin is slightly favored, at least on the larger maps. But on the small maps, it looks more than even, if not maybe tilted towards the Shadow Priest. So definitely going to be a close one, a nail-biter to decide who's going to be the first North American champ of Cup #1, set a precedent for the region, and really kind of assert dominance. And also get the lion's share of the points to make sure that they're securing themselves safely with only 2 cups to qualify to the finals for that cross-region event. And this seems to be a good patch for both of them in terms of their comps, so you want to take advantage of that as well as you can move forward, because you know we've seen some patches where it can be rough for either Liquid or the move, so this is an important time for them to have the best performance possible. Liquid cannot afford to lose on their map pick, because I think it's just going to spiral really out of control. It looks like it's even rougher game after game for them now. The move just went down to that lower bracket, faced off against VOIDGG, hit some sort of like Super Saiyan power up,
Power
and
Shroud,
now come back into the grand finals, and they're twice as strong. You know, like what is it called? A Zenkai boost, I think is what it's called in Dragon Ball Z. Or if you get hit to near death, and then when you heal, you come back twice as strong as you were before. And that's basically what's happening right now.
Dragon Ball Z stuff.
That's an OG. That's like the OG original Saiyan like archetype. I swear, that's like the OG. They're getting a Zenkai boost right now. They got hit down, they were near death, and now they're back, and they're twice as strong. And now Liquid have to deal with it.
Be looking this up.
You can look it up if you want. I know I'm right. Okay, I know DBZ. Okay.
Okay. All right, here we go. Liquid versus the Move. We are going into game number 4. This is Liquid's map pick. If the Move can win this, things could spiral out of control in favor of the Move. Liquid, they have to win this one. They want to, basically, you need to win on your map pick. Otherwise, things just get really awkward in this matchup. So we'll see what happens, though. This has been such a back and forth game. And it is one of those games. A lot of them have been going for a long time. But it could end even in the first 30 seconds. So don't blink. You don't want to miss this game. And all these little plays these players are doing. Trill and Peekaboo basically on top of each other right now. WizK and Sam I Am exchanging blows in the middle of the map as both rogues playing patiently. See who is going to find an opener. Trill kind of just sitting back with Sea-Doo, defending him. Peekaboo taking a further approach. He's not anywhere near WizK and Absurge. So both these casters just getting the damage rolling, getting their dots out. And whatever one of these rogues ends up pulling the trigger first will likely just get immediately peeled by the other.
All right, let's see here. WizK getting out of the Solar Beam, but clones are coming out. Nice win share from Absurge. Every kick on a clone is going to have a huge result in the outcome of this game. And Abster's actually gets caught. Big damage on WizK. Are they going to trade efficiently here? They want to try and take a win on a big map, so they don't want to go down without trading, but he's taking so much damage. He gets cloned low. Kidney shot. WizK trinkets out of the clone. He wants to maximize his output. Clone's going to be longer than stun being Orc, and now here comes a Torrent. Massive damage. Nice Typhoon from Sam, knocking WizK away. Trill's going after Absterge a little bit right now, being a bit cheeky, cleaving both of them back behind the pillar, but he's going to get caught by a lasso. And those small pillars, man, it's going to be so difficult. Sam looking for another clone. Looks like he got grounding totemed on that one. Looks for another clone. And it didn't land right there. WizK fades it, but ultimately he does find it here. And now Sam's in Bear, in Earthen Wall, ready for the stun for whenever Peekaboo's going to throw it. He sees the blind on Sea-Doo, and he actually gets the sap. It's on DR. And Sam's in Earthen. They're actually getting aggressive on WizK instead. They disarm Peekaboo. He dispels of it. Look at this damage, man. Sam is doing a lot more damage this game.
Yeah, it's fairly even between Wiz and Sam, but yeah, definitely really important that both of these casters are getting that pressure rolling, especially on multiple targets. It just gives you so many different options. Lightning Lasso here on Peekaboo. Peekaboo could be in some trouble. He's on the run right now. Is he going to have to trade? Was he going to use Spirit Link Totem already used by Absterge? That is not good. He had no Cloak of Shadows. Great push there by Liquid on the Rogue, and that's what I'm talking about. When you have damage for Sam, like when Sam and WizK are popping off, it just gives their Rogues opportunities to make a bunch of swaps and keep the enemy team guessing.
All right, Sam holding at half health here. Sea-Doo into a full fear. Big opportunity to take down Sam here. If they can take a big map from Liquid, it would be huge. He's silenced, and the greed is going to cost it. Sam goes down so fast. 2.5 minutes, man. The move now, move to match point. And I mean, you have to walk up a huge mountain now. You got to win on the small maps, and you just lost arguably your best map.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to be a rough run for Liquid.
That was crazy. This is what I'm saying. If these teams mess up, they're dead. So it's like they have to play insanely well defensively, setup after setup after setup, if they want to survive. I would say Sea-Doo has been playing very greedy so far in the series, and I think this is the first time maybe it ends up, biting Liquid. I mean, I have to see exactly what happened in the replay, though. Like, I'm trying to see like what exactly he was trying to greed. Absterge is just going to trade out the Spirit Link here. Peekaboo is getting really low, wants to save that cheat death, so just trades out the Link. And now it's up to the move to get aggressive and find that counter pressure. How do they initiate this? So Sam kind of just rotting down now to the damage of Peekaboo and WizK. Absterge is moving forward. What is it on Sea-Doo that actually takes him down? So once again, Cyclone is getting stopped. He's trying to fake it out. Dark Ascension comes in from WizK. Does WizK trinket this? He doesn't. So sitting fully in the Cyclone, but it's a gouge on Sea-Doo. We have a kidney shot on Absterge, so both Shamans are being controlled right now, but a follow-up cheap shot by Peekaboo onto not only Trill, but as well as Sea-Doo. He actually gets to dismantle, and then a full fear lands. This is the Bark Skin, so Sea-Doo doesn't want to have to overlap his Trinket Link with the Bark Skin. That's going to put them very far behind, but he's getting feared so far away. And what happens out of the fear? He gets silenced, so that really is kind of a tough spot to be in. He's trying to get in position to actually drop the Spirit Link. But yeah,
which you can't blame him because WizK kills it instantly. So like if nobody's there,
it's really awkward. So the tough part of that decision making process is when Sea-Doo gets feared, because Sea-Doo knows, okay, I'm feared far away. Like the likelihood that I trinket this and don't immediately get silenced is very low. Like WizK is just waiting for him to trinket. Like, you know, they both know. Sea-Doo knows he has silence, and WizK knows he has trinket. So they're both just, there's a little mind game there. So if Sea-Doo ended up trinketing the fear and not having to go so far away, he's just going to get silenced anyways. So kind of a tough spot to be in. I think he probably could have trinketed the silence pretty comfortably. I don't know if he had a Psychic Horror to follow it up or something like that, but yeah, unfortunate. But the move, if you're a move fan, that's a great game for you. That puts him at 3-1 in the series.
In a really comfortable spot, and we're probably going to Tolvaron, I would imagine, and unless Liquid say, "Oh, this isn't working anymore. We need to do something different." Would be the only way I see that playing out. But I think they're just going to keep running it down. Okay, Maldrax is also the other big one. Mover coming in fast, man. They're just getting better and stronger and faster every game. Like this is crazy considering how it looked before. How honestly it looked the whole weekend. I feel like Liquid had been, you know, getting the upper hand all weekend against this comp and war games that I'd seen on their streams, and now here in the grand final when it really counts, the Move are not pulling any punches. They're getting WizK in there. They're delivering victory, and they're just one game away from being Cup 1 champions. Are they going to be able to close it out? We got that last kill log. Look at this Frenzy regen. WizKid does not care. Devarian Plague, out-ticking that, outpacing it. Renewal, we don't care. Mind Spike, Insanity, you're done. And they kill him through Barkskin Renewal in that fear and managed to dump him out of that game. And now are they going to be able to close it out? They just need one. And they've got so many chances. They got 2 extra chances on top of this. Like, this is going to be the hardest game for them to win. And then they've got 2 small maps. So, ooh, this is rough for Liquid. Can they keep it up? Honestly, I feel like, you know, they're getting a lot more kicks on Sam, and I'm wondering if that's like a fatigue thing. Like, I mean, dealing with a shaman and a rogue on you and faking those kicks. Oh, why did they do it on a big map? Why did they do it on a big map? Why did they do it on a big map, though?
I don't know. I
feel
don't
like
have
if they
a
were
good
going to do
answer.
it, you should take the small map. I mean, I could see this, you know, like maybe you want to do it because it's just not working anymore.
They broke it, man.
On a big map?
I'm actually really surprised that Liquid mixed it up and they got Sam I Am off the Moonkin. They're bringing in Mez.
Maybe he's
the
fatigued,
heavy.
man. I would be super tilted fighting Rogue Shaman as Boomkin. I'm going to be honest at this point. Like,
I think
this
I'm
is
gonna
a
be
lot
honest.
of games of getting kidneyed and sheared. Everybody's typing clone in the chat, but can I type like kidney and kick? Like you're getting kidneyed and kicked the whole game. I would be tilted if I was Sam at this point in the game, playing Moonkin in this matchup this long. I'm honestly not surprised that they would want to change.
That's insane, man. Yeah. I would agree with that, but I also feel like the matchups are so close that I'm surprised that they made a change because I don't know how this is going to work. But Mez is definitely a heavy hitter on that DK, so this is something they practice pretty much every night. Like I watch C2 stream a lot, and they basically do like a Trill Sam practice session, and then later on in the evening they do a Mez Trill practice session to like get everyone fully practiced. They have all the different comp options, so they must be feeling confident with this one. But this is a classic, right? Like Liquid Cleave, like Windwalker DK Shaman, or in this case DH DK Shaman going up against the RPS. I feel like it's like a 50-50 if it works or not, but I have to be leaning slightly in favor of the move here.
I mean, just forcing them to change, I feel like, is already like a pretty big testament. But these cleaves have historically been a challenge for the move, and they've definitely been practicing this. I was wondering if they were going to bring Blood DK or not, but I wonder if they don't have like a good matchup with that, because it basically means that the Demon Hunter's trained all game. You need like a third melee that's not going to go down like that. But they're bringing in Mez. Can Lord Mez be the hero for Liquid and reverse 3 games in a row against Liquid? Like, Mez is riding the bench in a lot of these tournaments. It's just not the patch for the Death Knight, and they're relying on him right now. And we haven't seen Death Knights performing phenomenally, but this is Mez. So I'm not counting it out, but the meta is definitely not in his favor right now. Can they pull it off? Can the pressure of Demon Hunter, Death Knight, Shaman on a Shadow Priest keep WizKid down enough that he won't overwhelm them?
I'm happy to see Mez, to be honest with you. I am happy to see Mez, and he's going to be the one who is tagged in their most desperate hour here against the move. We got Maldraxxus Coliseum. It is interesting that they picked such a large map. Like maybe they think there's chances for C2 to sneak away for drinks. Maybe they didn't want to reveal their hand, but I feel like no matter what they did, I still think this. You know what? This is a good map. The nice thing about this map, a big map, is that C2 can stay away from WizK, right? Like that's still important. Thinking about it now, like having Mez grip WizK and stun him away and Chains of Ice him and allow C2 to just have distance, I think is actually really important part of this map. So, and of this specific matchup. So we'll see how much, how that happens if the move is able to just kind of steamroll Liquid and push in and get aggressive. One thing is for sure, though, not having an Outlaw Rogue on your team to kind of peel, I think is going to make this matchup very unstable for Liquid. Like, it's going to be a matchup where maybe they have a lot more damage, but they're definitely going to be dying very fast.
Okay, this is these games are going long, but I don't think this game is going to be long. I think when there's a melee cleave, it's usually not going to be here. And now the move, they need to make a little bit of a brain swap and be like, all right, we play against this team probably a lot on the ladder, this comp on the ladder. I see DK Demon Hunter quite often. It's pretty good at running casters down, but Outlaw Rogues are doing more damage to DKs now since that armor nerf. They could even maybe go on C2 a bit as well. Trill is also maybe a liability against a rogue. So this is very risky here. Liquid, they're relying on Lord Mez from the bench in their hour of need. It's the hour of twilight. Can Mez get them 3 wins? They have to start here on Maldraxxus Coliseum as they look to scale the mountain of the move. As Peekaboo sneaks in, he doesn't get a sap. He's going to have to start with a gouge. They grab combat. They stun Peekaboo right away. They're gripping everybody in. Triple blinding sleet, but a nice double fear in reverse from WizK, denying a lot of that initial pressure. They actually are going after Sea-Doo, it looks like, in the back line, at least with these cheap shots at the moment. They're not going to silence him, but he takes a huge crack of damage. He's actually still just... Is he just going to die? Ancestral Guidance comes out from Sea-Doo. They are really poking Sea-Doo a lot, and I'm worried, actually, with how much damage he took in that initial exchange, if they can manage to stay on him in the future.
WizK getting cleaved down just a little bit now. Peekaboo coming out, throwing some stuns. Nice static field totem there by Absurge as well. Freeing WizK just a little bit, allowing him to get the damage rolling. And this is very typical for the move. They put Peekaboo on the healer to kind of disrupt him, stun him, gouge him, and allow WizK to just get damage rolling on everybody else. And that is going to be really, really important. If they can make setups here onto Mez, onto Trill, it's going to really power up the damage that the move has. Mez right now in a little bit of trouble. Full kidney shot onto Sea-Doo as WizK is just rotting down Mez. He's death striking himself up a little bit, but look at Sea-Doo. He's just under so much pressure at the same time, though. WizK might just get one shot. Trill putting out a ton of burst on that Death Knight, or sorry, on that Demon Hunter. And that's going to force out an early dispersion.
All right, he's retreating away, trying to pull him out in the open. Peekaboo is just trying to solo Sea-Doo. It's like a 1v1 between Sea-Doo and Peekaboo at the moment, and they haven't got his wall just yet. Here goes another kidney shot. I love the double fear kidney shot. That's going to force Sea-Doo to trinket and wall. I think it's going to be so critical if they can coordinate that. Kidney shot healer, get a double fear. Kidney shot the healer, get a double fear, and they can definitely win the game like that, which is not good for Liquid, because now that means that they're on a clock. Maybe Mez is just going to die. Massive damage. Mez clutches out some death strikes and manages to recover. They get a double blind, double stun, big setup on WizK. He is taking a pounding right now. He's trying to heal up, but Sea-Doo gets caught in a kidney shot. Mez comes to save the day with the anti-magic zone, this purple barrier, reducing a lot of magic damage, but a triple fear from WizK, but WizK's getting shredded at the same time. He's feared out of the zone. He's feared out of the earthen wall. If they can swap to him here, but Peekaboo gets stunned on the possible swap, and Sea-Doo is staying close to Trill. I think he's got to be ready. He actually dropped a link throughout that exchange as well earlier on, so he's really far behind, actually, and Mez is taking a lot of damage in exchange. Peekaboo's rooted out of the game, it looks like, behind the pillar, and Absurge is kicked on his cast by Mez into a pet stun, trying to get control of Absurge as much as possible to run WizK into the dirt, because I feel like they're going to need to win this soon. I mean, look at Sea-Doo's cooldowns. He's got nothing. It's match point. They drop Darkness, but even through Darkness, he might die. He's trying to go for an aura. Oh, he gets feared on his aura mastery. It's probably not going to break to the dots, but WizK is taking a beating still. His dispersion comes up soon, but Mez is getting shredded. No. What is this damage? The move are crushing Liquid right now. Oh my god, he death strikes the totem, but no one's nearby. He can't death strike, and Mez will fall, and the move have done it. North American champions.
The move with their RPS, it was a valiant effort there by Liquid. A really well-fought series. I mean, those initial games, the Shaman Rogue mirrors were so incredibly close, each and every one of them. I like that Liquid was willing to mix it up and bring in something different, but the move says no way. And they basically, I think they ran this composition for the entirety of the tournament, and they are looking incredibly good. And anytime the move can run this composition and they're winning with it, it's just such a scary sentiment for North America, because not a lot of teams playing this composition, and they are just masters at it. So I don't think anyone's going to beat them at their own game.
Oh my god. The move come back so strong here. I mean, this pressure on Mez and Sea-Doo is crazy. I was actually expecting WizK to constantly be on the back foot, but he's pushing in, getting triple fears, just bullying them on the Shadow Priest. It honestly looked really good for them overall, even despite these static fields. Like, you'll just see the cleave pressure. He goes after Sea-Doo. He gets like every cooldown, he gets dark on Sea-Doo, and then they just go back onto Mez in a moment, and then he's down at 10% health almost immediately with his triple fear. And Mez just gets cut down. Look at this, man. Like, where is his health bar, bro? Where is it going? Where's it going? He gets mind games, so he can't really death strike. Did he try and death strikes through it? Yeah, he actually did. I think he actually managed to death strike, but now he can't death strike. No one's nearby. And he's just going to go down while Sea-Doo's in a gouge. And they just knew exactly what they wanted to do and just immediately dismantled their whole team. I did not expect that to end that fast or look like that, honestly.
Yeah. It was really, really insane, the amount of pressure they were able to get on Sea-Doo. But this is just like so typical, right? It's like when I was watching WizK's point of view, he loves this situation. Everyone is dotted, everyone is rotted. Iku can just move in, get tons of pressure on Sea-Doo. this is such a pivotal moment. He was going for the Ore Master heal. He could have actually topped off his team, but that fear put him in such a bad spot into a blind, and there's just no cooldowns. Look, Mez has absolutely nothing. C2 has absolutely nothing. Healing Tide Totem's down. Probably got sniped off there by Peekaboo, and ultimately Mez is going to fall.
Crazy setup here. And Peekaboo knew exactly what he needed to do. He didn't stack up and get cleaved by the Demon Hunter and the Death Knight. Kept pressure on C2, forcing a cooldown, just slowly cutting away at all their options until inevitably that they had nothing left. I think Absurge also contributed here at the end of the game offensively onto Mez. I think he goes for the lasso. That actually gets a kick, so then they can't stop the Torrent. So just tanking a kick for his Shadow Priest here was really critical. He even tanks a Wind Shear, so WizKid can free cast. So Absurge tanks all that CC and all those kicks, and now WizKid can free cast as a result, and that just runs Mez into the ground as a result.
It's crazy. I mean, I did predict that the move was going to be in the finals, but to win it all like this, I mean, I feel like they're looking good. What do you even think could beat this? Like, I think it just has to come down to one of these teams that's playing the Shadow Priest, or sorry, the Outlaw Rogue Shaman. Like, one of them just has to, you know, pick up a wizard and do it a little bit better. But the move, I think, throughout this tournament, at least throughout this weekend, they gained a lot of confidence. Like, in a lot of these matchups, they're playing way more aggressively. WizKid is in your face. Absurge taking lots of chances, lots of risks with the static field totems and just pushing in, getting aggressive when he needs to. And that, like, really hyper-aggressive style that the move is really good at, when they can pull that off, it's just really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're probably setting up an interview with them at some point. It'd be really interesting to ask them, like, hey, what changed for you guys that, like, this looked so much more one-sided between previously that they were facing off against Liquid. I definitely want to ask that because this looks like a completely different team. It almost looks like they're unbeatable with how this was going.
All right, let's see. I mean, we could keep checking out this replay, see exactly how this does end up going. But yeah, big congratulations to the Move Cup #1 champions. And there's only 2 cups, right? So a lot of these teams are going to have to step it up if they do want to end up, you know, getting into position where they can make it into that top 3 or at least the top 8, play into the gauntlet.
All right, well, you were correct, Supatees. We do have an interview. We're actually joined with Absurge now. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Supatees, I'll let you start off with your question.
Hello,
The
people.
big
Hello,
question of the
friends.
tournament. Absurge, what happened? You look like
I can't
an
hear
unbeatable
Supa.
team. Oh, you can't hear me. Wait, why can't he hear me? Am I muted
No.
somewhere? Okay, can someone ask my question for me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I can hear Aya.
All right, well, I'm going to ask you
Okay.
Supatees' question. Supatees, his question for you was, what happened? What happened from the first series you had against Liquid to the second, that it went from, you know, the series was looking very sketchy to very convincing for you guys?
I mean, we changed up a few things. I think a lot of what comes down to these games, it seems like, is being a bit more, I would say, patient with getting CC. So we have some moments where, you know, we're trying to go, but we get cloned for like 2 seconds before we start stunning. And I think a lot of that is just, we basically just spent the whole, I don't know, the entire series of the lower bracket waiting. We just talked about kind of being more patient with that, killing totems, and doing kind of all the small things better. So I would say that was the biggest difference.
I think production got your mic fixed. Sid, if you want to chime in.
All right.
Oh,
Thank
welcome
you for the
back,
answer
Sid.
there.
You don't hate me anymore.
But yeah, I was just muting you. I couldn't hear you. I didn't want to talk to you. Do you like all the offensive things you can do on Shaman? Like, are you feeling good right now in the patch with Shaman? It felt like Druid was going to be the meta, but you know, you're kind of tearing it up now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was always something I've talked about with Shaman. Is just it's really frustrating sometimes, but it is fun because you can, like, you have so many things that you can use, and even though sometimes it's kind of hard to do against cleaves and stuff, I think when you can do it, it's a lot of fun. I also think the game being slower helps Shaman a good amount. I think if the game was still fast, Shaman probably wouldn't have been as good, but Shaman has like a weird sweet spot where the game is like kind of the right tempo where you can be successful, it feels like. Especially with mana. I think Shaman mana is ridiculous right now.
So, with you guys' success from last season, is there anything that you took away from that moving into this first cup? Anything that you guys changed? Just like practice-wise, mentality.
I think the biggest thing for us is that we've always been bad with being very consistent with practice. I think that's the biggest thing. So now, you know, people watching the streams, they can see I play every healer, JB plays every class, Wiz plays every class, Pika has 20 ults, and I think that combined with the fact that we try to make sure we play nightly compared to before is a really big deal. Even if we're only playing, you know, an hour or two, I think playing nightly is really big. Whereas before we'd play like a 3-hour session, take a few days off, 3-hour session. So I think just consistency is really big. Kind of staying warm all the
You guys practice a lot of different compositions as well. Like you said, you're playing tons of different healers. Everyone on your roster is multi-classing. I must say, well, I want to ask you, how good does it feel that you can kind of just roll up to the tournament with obviously your bread and butter and pull off so much success?
I mean, it's good and bad, right? Like it's nice because you get to play like your main comp and you get to be comfortable, but it's also weird because you only have like a couple things really set and prepared, and then it feels like you have all this time on alts, and then you're like, we're gonna play RPS, we're gonna play Shadow Play. Like you play all these characters and you're just still playing the same thing. But it is nice, I would say. I think we're very comfortable.
How much does playing all those different compositions and all those different classes, like, do you feel like that is still, even though you're not playing them, do you think it's a worthwhile investment just to like learn the ins and outs of all the different classes? Specs?
I think it helps now just because everyone is so advanced now, right? Like you look at it now compared to 6 years ago, everyone plays every class, everyone plays every spec. So I think doing that a lot just helps with just getting different perspectives, you know, on like certain classes and matchups. Even if you stay on the same comp, you still have a good perspective from the other side of how they can play or how things can be harder for them. So it helps. It helps a little bit.
I have one more question for you because it was actually like a conversation Sid and I were having on the desk. We think that your roster is the oldest and longest standing of any of the teams.
Can I not tell you that? Oh, you don't read my messages, man. You do not like me. That's crazy. That's crazy.
No, but I wanted to. When did you form?
We formed start of 2018. So I think C2's team formed mid 2018. So I think we are the longest by like a couple months or so. I think.
You still got it. You're still pulling off wins.
We're still here. We're still here. I mean, I dislike them sometimes, but we're still here.
We won't tell him you said that. Don't worry.
Don't like the Wiz. Don't like that guy.
Yeah, it stays between us.
Yeah. Just between us.
I'm curious what your guys' reaction was when Mez was brought off the bench.
I wasn't too surprised. I think it's hard when you play these 7-game series. I mean, look at the time, right? It's 6 p.m. PST. Like, I think there's a lot of fatigue, and whenever you're down, you have to try to either swap things up with, you know, your play style or a comp, because you need to somehow gain momentum back in the series. So, because even though I think the Boomy Road games between our teams are super intense, but you know, you're down 3-1, it's game 5. We've been sitting at the computer for 12 hours. I think you have to somehow shift momentum.
Makes sense. Well, do either of you guys have any more questions, or should we send Absurge to sleep?
Send him to bed.
I'm not sleeping. I got to stream. I got to do something.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll let you stream. Definitely go check out his stream if you're watching from home. Is there anything you want to say then, Absurge, before we let you go?
No, nothing crazy. Just shout out everyone, shout out the team, the Move community. It was a fun tournament. It was nice. Yeah. Definitely exhausting though. We were sitting here joking like, yeah, we're gonna be here till 11 p.m., maybe midnight. We might have to reschedule for tomorrow, but we got it done. So I'm very happy because I think going into the finals, this is good for us in the standings.
Yeah. And what's your stream for people that don't know?
Twitch.tv/Absterge. That's twitch.tv/Absterge. ABSTERGE.
All right.
There you go.
Well, thank you so much, Absurge, and congrats. And we'll looking forward to for cup number 2.
All right, thank you guys.
Bye.
Thank you. That was House Surge from Now The Move, formerly Golden Guardians, of course. And here is a look at our format. Of course, we did just finish AWC Cup #1, so The Move going to be walking away with some substantial points here as we head into Cup 2, because, of course, then we all know that they want to get into the top 3 for that mid-season clash with a $100,000 prize pool.
Maybe they want to make it into just the top 8. You know, it's kind of exciting to play down to the gauntlet.
That's
you
true.
know?
You're right.
It's kind of
You're
exciting,
right.
he says.
Yeah, no,
Have you, after seeing some of these results,
It's
I
a
don't even want to
nightmare.
leave it to last minute, man. It's like procrastinating your homework to the last night and trying to finish all of it. Like, I'm not doing that. Nope.
Yeah, I think the obvious answer is you want to make it into the top 3 if you can, and if you can't do that, you want to make it into the top 8. But the top 8 is a very scary place to be. Like those bottom 5 teams having to play it out in the gauntlet, there is no guarantees. So the level of competition, I mean, there's some teams that got eliminated here and didn't earn many points that could make a much deeper run. So you have some surprise teams here, like Draco Cleave, for example. We'll see what they end up doing for Cup #2. We have some new teams that are being formed that are going to sign up as well. So if like a brand new team signs up for Cup #2 and ends up winning randomly, which isn't outside the realm of possibility. I mean, look what happened in Europe. They could just sneak into the top 3 and eliminate, or not eliminate, but force some of these really solid rosters
Pick
into
things
that
up.
elimination position. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you already said it. You know, EU is definitely flipped on its head, just to, like, maybe literally. I mean, you know, we're used to seeing Echo in first place here. They are currently in 3rd. I mean, there's even some teams, depending on how they perform, that could pass them. So Cup #2 is very up in the air here for the European region. HOOLIBANG, of course, finishing 1st for today. Lava, the team that actually sent Echo just packing, basically. Both of these teams had an incredible run here. So I think I'm really excited for the European region, just kind of seeing how things develop over time. You know, we spoke with HOOLIBANG a little bit after their series earlier on today, and it sounds like they are super pumped. So can't wait to see those guys ride that momentum. But that's going to wrap up everything here for Cup #1 for both regions. So if you guys have been watching from home, thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around with us for all of these games. We've had such an incredible weekend so far. Can't wait for Cup #2 here for AWC. So see you guys next time. Twitch.tv/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you, everyone, so much. Have a great night.